On a stormy night, under the patter of rain and the glow of an oil paper umbrella, Chu Huaishu thought he was just logging into a game. But the moment steel clashed, he realized something terrifying. This wasn't just a game anymore. A virtual male model ranked second on the must-try list. He had always relied on charm and wit. Yet now, trapped inside borrowing a sword, his pain was real, the blood was real, and death meant more than just respawning. Hunted by enemies, branded a fake cultivator, and mistaken for someone infiltrating the legendary Dao Gate, Chu Huaishu must fight with nothing but instinct, body control, and the sheer will to survive. But fate throws him a cruel twist. He's no longer a player. His character panel doesn't say player, it says NPC. In a world where hidden sects, masked organizations, and deadly beauties pull strings behind the scenes, can a man trained to entertain wealthy clients now carve a path as a true cultivator? Stay tuned, because this isn't just another power-up story. This is a tale of survival, deception, and destiny in a world where every blade swing could be your last.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Chu Huaishu slid on the gaming helmet, and the world changed in a blink. Darkness, the sound of heavy rain. He found himself standing on a lonely forest path, a short blade at his waist, an oil paper umbrella in hand. The damp scent of earth and storm filled the air, sharpening his senses. Thick clouds swallowed the moonlight, leaving the night suffocatingly dim. With a flick of his fingers, he swiped upward. The scene instantly brightened, every detail around him coming into focus. Then movement. A figure emerged from the shadows, also carrying an umbrella. Black-clad, blade at his hip, face half hidden beneath the umbrella's rim. Chu Huaishu lowered his own umbrella in silent response. The stranger's hoarse voice broke the rain's rhythm. Come quietly. Sky prison awaits you. Or, give me 50 taels of silver. Chu Huaishu's brows furrowed. 50 taels, worth over 50,000 yuan. Not cheap, but maybe a prize for survival. He searched his robes and froze. A 100-tael silver note. He raised it slightly, voice calm. Got change. The man's eyes narrowed, umbrella lifting, blade flashing free with a hiss. I knew you weren't ordinary. Steel gleamed. Rain hammered down. A rainy night, a blade, an umbrella, Chu Huaishu whispered, tossing his umbrella aside. His short blade shot from its sheath as he charged. Their weapons clashed, sparks mixing with rain. The man was stronger, tempered by body training, but every slash missed. Chu Huaishu's movements were too precise, his control too flawless. The stubbled man's heart sank. One strike. If he cuts me once, I'll die. And he was right. In a single motion, Chu Huaishu's blade carved a red line across his throat. The man staggered, clutching at the wound, blood spilling between his fingers. A kick sent him flying to the mud. Calmly, Chu Huaishu sheathed his blade. If you're weak, practice harder. He retrieved his umbrella, gave it a casual shake, and smirked at his own coolness. But his triumph froze into shock. His hand reached for the menu, for the escape button that should have been there. Nothing. The rain poured on as his smile faded. Wait, where the hell is my exit game button? Huaishu, a name that means summer and also refers to the 4th month of the lunar calendar. Chu Huaishu was born on the first day of that month, which is why he carried the name. He was logged into a game called Borrowing a Sword. The year was 2055. As someone born in the 2030s, he slipped 2 wired patches onto his temples, closed his eyes, and dropped into an astonishingly realistic world. By now, transmigration stories had lost their novelty. The real difference was the level of immersion. Games were so lifelike that crossing into them felt like stepping into another world. The real world still had laws. Games had their own rules. Some titles offered startling freedom. You could marry NPCs, raise children, and the simulation would follow every detail. That realism transformed the game companion industry. At first, companions just played and chatted. Flirting happened over voice comms. Anything beyond that required meeting in the real world. By 2045, however, games were effectively another setting for paid companionship. Being a companion was like being a model or a high-end local guide. Except the city was virtual. Chu Huaishu was one of those professionals. A game companion, a male model in the virtual scene, skilled enough to keep wealthy clients happy and earn 5-star reviews. He could navigate guild managers and collectors with ease. If he used those talents offline, no one would blame him for becoming a scoundrel. But he stayed on the right side of the line. Tonight, he was bored and rolling a new account and borrowing a sword. The game treated accounts like blind boxes. You paid, you rolled, and your starting scenario was whatever the game dealt you. Villages, quests, backgrounds, all random. Veteran players learned which starts were valuable. Guilds often bought rolled accounts outright to shape their strategies. That made account rolling a small business. Chu rolled 3 times at the start of each month. He had a streak of luck, some extra cash, and dependable clients who bought his accounts at a premium. The new account looked promising. From the moment he spawned, he was being chased. He carried a high-value silver note, and the system flagged him as a strong main quest type. That kind of start sold well. Then the problem appeared. He could not log off. This was not normal. Borrowing a sword had a reputation for stability and polish. Chu had never seen a bug like this. He tried every function. Some basic features were gone. He could still adjust brightness. He could swipe up and make the world clearer. But the pain setting had vanished. He pinched himself and honestly felt real pain. 100%. In the game, the pain cap was 8%. Most players set it near 0. Some even used the game's famous painless childbirth feature. This was insane. If a real slash could cause that level of pain, the fallout would be disastrous. Players would panic. Chu checked his other tools. The AI customer service he had trained for months was unreachable. Even the in-game time was wrong. The map's calendar should have red Xian year 1997. Now it said 1990. The rain kept falling. Standing on a forest path, umbrella in hand, Chu Huaishu felt the hairs on his neck rise. He had read every novel and watched every show. He had played borrowing a sword long enough to know its routines. He opened his character panel looking for answers. The template tag had to say player. Instead it read NPC. Everything he'd built his life on in the game suddenly meant nothing. He had sold accounts, kept clients, booked sessions with people like Sister Yun, a lover of extra hours who paid well. All that effort, all the money, gone in a blink. He swore under his breath. The rain sounded louder, chipping away at his composure. Frustrated and still wary, he approached the stubbled man's body and crouched. Then, almost without thinking, he lifted his hand and slapped the corpse across the face. Slap! The sound of the palms striking flesh mixed with the clap of thunder in the night sky. The head of the stubbled man, already down for the count, was knocked sideways. Chu Huaishu stared at him with an icy gaze. Wanted to test if the information probe function was still usable. In borrowing a sword, players possessed an information probe function that allowed them to view the basic information of NPCs. Of course, the content they could see was linked to their own access level and the target's level and status. For example, if an NPC's character level was much higher than yours, or if they had a special identity or were tied to a mysterious major event, then tossing an information probe their way would only display 3 question marks. Using the cultivation system of borrowing a sword as an analogy, the player's information probe was essentially an enhanced version of spiritual sense. The difference was that spiritual sense could only detect things like cultivation realm, magic treasures, and technique attributes, whereas information probe could access a wider range of basic information. However, Chu Huaishu's information probe function was currently locked. What the hell? He fell into a deeper state of confusion. If he could probe some information about his opponent, he would at least know what his current situation was, what kind of predicament he was in, and be able to analyze why the man had come to hunt him down and throw him into the sky prison. Beyond that, there was an even more important point, the Dao Gate. Why did he say I was trying to infiltrate the Dao Gate? Chu Huaishi wondered. The world setting of Borrowing a Sword was called the Xianwang Realm. The Xianwang Realm was divided into 4 major continents: East, West, North, and South. Among them, the northern and southern continents had already fallen during the previous Great Calamity for special reasons, becoming forbidden zones. From the map, Chu Huaishu could see that his current location was the eastern continent, and the Dao Gate was one of the 4 great sects of the eastern continent. Those who could join the Dao Gate were, without exception, the chosen prodigies of the eastern continent. Among the player base, very few could successfully enter the Dao Gate. Once they succeeded, it was basically equivalent to launching into the stratosphere, and their future development potential would be much higher. It meant that in real life, you could treat playing the game as your job, earning a substantial income from borrowing a sword every month. Chu Huaishi was now almost certain that he had transmigrated into borrowing a sword, and even the timeline had been altered. Therefore, the Dao Gate had become the absolute top priority. After the Information Pro failed, he raised his hand and slapped the stubbled man again. He should have known to leave him alive, to interrogate him before killing him. Useless trash. Take a good moment to reflect on why you were so easy to kill. To Chu Huaishu, the stubble man was indeed far too weak. For Chu Huaishu to be ranked second on the female-voted must-try companion list, he certainly had his own particularly outstanding qualities. His looks, skills, voice, and ability to provide emotional value were all top-notch. Therefore, even though he almost never took orders from male players, he was still ranked 49th on the male-voted must-try companion list. Can you believe it? Yes, in these 2 lists, gender was not a restriction. The lines weren't drawn too strictly. Plus, given the typical antics of the players and the leanings of the address book crowd, you could just imagine what the final list would look like. Of course, when he teamed up with male players, his main responsibility was definitely to carry them to victory. He would absolutely not provide any services that required adding extra hours. Speaking of which, borrowing a sword, like most games, had a face sculpting function. Simply put, after purchasing an account and creating a character, you had one chance to freely modify your appearance. If you wanted to sculpt your face again later, you had to pay an exorbitant fee, comparable to getting plastic surgery in real life. And believe it or not, there really were some crazy people who would take out cosmetic surgery loans just to give their game characters a new look. As for high-quality companions like Chu Huaishu, who were ranked on the must-try list, when they activated the face sculpting function, they would use a full-body scan mode to perfectly replicate their real-life selves, ensuring there was no difference between their online and offline appearances and no deception involved. These types of companions would be specially marked by the companion platform and would receive official certification. Those who could make it onto the must-try list were basically all of this type. It's worth mentioning that this full body scan did not use up the one-time face sculpting function chance. Chu Huaishi was a standard fox-type, handsome man with a somewhat vulpine face. If the animated series, Yao Chinese Folktales, were to be made into a live-action version, he could definitely go and audition for the role of the Fox Scholar. He certainly wasn't as sinister as the character in the animation, but as a male gaming model, he was definitely a skilled actor. What excellent model doesn't know how to act? As for why he could so easily kill the stubbled man, there were 2 main reasons. First, a newly created character in Borrowing a Sword had physical qualities in all aspects that were a tiny bit higher than those of an ordinary mortal. That was why he had joked with the stubbled man that he was a sports prodigy. Second, and this point was even more important, was body control. For a normal person, control over one's own body is definitely not 100%. For example, if you swing your arm and try to stop it precisely at the 9 o'clock position, it's very difficult to get it exactly right. But in Borrowing a Sword, this could be achieved. Of course, even with perfect body control, one still needed to adapt to it to understand one's own limits. As a veteran account-rolling player, Chu Huaishi was all too familiar with this. It was precisely because of this that he could repeatedly dodge the stubble man's slashes and kill him as easily as killing a dog. But the problem now was that he was too strong. The amount of useful information I can obtain is just too little. Chu Huaishu lifted his umbrella slightly, looking up at the still raining night sky. At this moment, he couldn't even check his own identity information. That function was also restricted. A starting scenario that obviously comes with an early game main quest must mean the character has an identity and a past, he thought. However, Chu Huaishu was currently clueless about everything. Fortunately, even though I've transmigrated, some of the player functions are still here. At least I have some sort of golden finger. In the next second, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The quest system is about to be granted access. A look of joy instantly appeared on Chu Huaishu's face. Yes, heaven bless this model bro. On a small hill beside the dense forest, two men dressed in black robes and wearing masks were silently observing everything that had just happened. The man on the left wore a golden mask, while the one on the right wore a silver mask. Just a moment ago, the silver-masked man couldn't help but exclaim, "To kill him so easily. This newcomer sent by the organization has such strong body control." The gold-masked man also clicked his tongue in wonder, remarking, "His talent in the path of technique is likely not low. My lord, a talent like this should be thrown to the border of our moon kingdom. Although he's a pseudo-spirit embryo, he's definitely a good seedling for body tempering. After a few years of polishing on the border, his achievements would likely not be small," the silver-masked man said. The gold-masked man nodded slightly. Sending him to be an outer sect handyman at the Dao Gate in the Mirror Kingdom is indeed a bit of a waste. These two masked men were both from the spy network of the Moon Kingdom and had been lying in wait in the Mirror Kingdom for many years. Their organization had no name, or rather, its name was simply the organization. Both of them were already seasoned undercover agents, jointly responsible for receiving new recruits. For the past 2 years, the pair had complained endlessly, feeling that the recent recruits sent by the organization were all useless dregs. But when a truly good seedling appeared, they couldn't help but feel it was something of a waste. Now, their reception work was actually complete. According to the organization's tradition, what they called reception work was not about making contact with the newcomers. The so-called reception, the receiving part, meant I myself know that I have received him, and that's enough. The guiding part meant guiding him by giving him a proper lesson. The stubbled man who now lay dead was a member of the Mirror Kingdom's constabulary. It was these two masked men who, through certain means, had let the constabulary know the identity of this young newcomer, which led to the pursuit just now. The purpose was to make the newcomers stumble, right at the beginning, completely unaware of how they were exposed, so that they would be more cautious. Low profile, and more low profile. But what they hadn't expected was that this kid had such skill, completing the solo kill so easily. Clean, decisive, swift, ruthless. And he didn't forget to look cool before and after the fight. Shortly after, the masked men, observing everything from the shadows, saw the 2 slaps Chu Huaishu delivered. The corpse of the stubbled man was practically swollen from the blows. The 2 masked men instantly looked at each other, speechless. Seriously? With his temper and disposition, is he really suitable for undercover work? The person the organization sent this time is a bit unique. If the gold-masked man spoke up. The silver-masked man nodded. My lord, I really think he should be at the border. The gold-masked man raised a hand and said in a deep voice, Enough. The organization must have its reasons for arranging things this way. We just need to do our jobs. Yes. The silver-masked man bowed his head to accept the order. No matter how outrageous the organization's actions were, the 2 of them would obey absolutely. Because everything they had experienced since childhood had long since molded them into the shape the organization required. The two of them believed that this young man, with the slightly foxy face, must have gone through the same thing since he was a child. As long as that experience exists, as long as that unforgettable memory is there, then the three of us share three common traits. Loyalty, loyalty, and loyalty. Seriously, who the hell am I? Chu Huaishu crouched beside the corpse, frowning as he cursed inwardly. He had no memories of this character's past, nor had he received any information from the system yet. As a result, he didn't even know which faction his character belonged to. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? He had no idea. Oh wait, that guy said I was trying to infiltrate the Dao Gate. At this thought, Chu Huaishu immediately made a decision. Like hell I will. He was now certain that he had transmigrated. If he followed the predetermined path, the lack of memory and information would leave him with a great sense of uncertainty and insecurity. In the game, there are revival coins. If you die, you can use a coin to revive. And my character panel shows that, like every other starting account, I have 3 revival coins. But what if? This is a transmigration. After all, not just playing a game. What if I can't use them? So, he felt he still needed to be relatively cautious. Just now, he had heard the system prompt telling him that the quest system was activating. For Chu Huaishu, this was exceptionally important. Borrowing a sword was a game with a high degree of freedom. Players could explore and develop on their own, and there were many channels to obtain experience points to level up their character, skills, or equipment. The most official channel for gaining experience was, of course, doing quests. If these functions are still effective, then they're the golden finger I'll have to rely on to survive after transmigrating, Chu Huaishu thought. Back on Earth, he could survive by selling his looks, flirting on the edge of the rules in games, and going all out. Surely he couldn't go back to his old profession after transmigrating. Could he? Then he wouldn't be a so-called virtual male model. He'd be squealing for real. Chu Huaishu knew very well that in borrowing a sword, strength was fundamental. His handsome, fox-like face that could charm both men and women was, at best, just a bonus. A few more seconds passed, and the quest system finally activated completely. A system prompt, audible only to him, sounded in his ear like the legendary secret sound transmission technique. Ding! Quest system has been activated. Assessing your initial completion rating. Assessment complete. You have escaped the interception by Shuehu. Assessment complete. You successfully counter-killed him during your escape. Assessment complete. Listening to the string of assessment prompts, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but complain in his mind. What do you mean I counter-killed him during my escape? I didn't even run, okay? If I had known, I would have kited him around a couple of times. Maybe I could have baited some useful information out of him in the process. And what was the result? I killed him in one blow. At this thought, Chu Huaishu gave the corpse another big slap. Slap! Since a game like borrowing a sword could pass the censors, the game's guidance for players was bound to be generally positive and wouldn't lead them down overly evil or heretical paths. Therefore, the Shuehu lying before him was certainly someone who deserved to die. No good person, falling into the category of a red-named mob. He felt no psychological burden whatsoever. In fact, after killing him, Chu Huaishu had even gained 100 experience points. Meanwhile, the 2 masked men who had been secretly observing Chu Huaishu from a distance couldn't help but feel the corners of their mouths twitch under their masks. They were utterly baffled. Why did he have to slap Shuehu every few moments? Did it feel that good? But as members of the organization, their sense of belonging to the Moon Kingdom was among the strongest in the country, and their hostility towards the Mirror Kingdom was also the most intense. Therefore, since Shuehu was from the Mirror Kingdom, they didn't find the foxy-faced man's actions overly brutal. Besides, people in the organization lived very repressed lives. There were more than a few with special quirks, so we don't understand, but we respect it. After exchanging a glance, the man with the golden mask spoke. We should go. My lord, this newcomer is quite interesting. I'd like to observe a little longer, the silver masked man replied. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the other man let out a cold snort, and an intense pressure instantly washed over them. Oomph. Have you forgotten what the organization taught us, and the admonitions we received before setting out for the Mirror Kingdom? The gold-masked man said in a deep voice. Article 3 of the admonitions. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards our comrades within the organization. This is for your own good, and for his. The silver-masked man immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, Yes, my lord. Seeing his good attitude, the gold-masked man nodded slightly, his voice softening a little. You and I both have important duties. This was the last reception mission for new recruits we are responsible for. You should return to the Mirror Kingdom's royal court and do your part. And I should be returning to the Dao Gate. The silver-masked man immediately bowed with his hands clasped. Yes, my lord. The two parted ways and soon disappeared into the rainy night. Therefore, they did not see Chu Huaishu's next move. He fumbled around on Xuehu's body, stuffed the money pouch and other loot drops from the monster into his robes, and then took off at a full sprint. The reason was simple. The quest system had just given his initial completion a rating of 9.93, nearly a perfect score, and had quickly issued a new system quest. Escape the encirclement of the constabulary. Why am I being targeted by the constabulary? Chu Huaishu digested the information in his mind as he ran, looking at the map. There was probably something fishy going on here, but he had no time to think now. In this dark and rainy night, he had to find a place that could give him a sense of security. He was very familiar with the constabulary. In one of his previous account roles, he had also started with the constabulary chasing him. Wanting to experience their special services, he had turned his pain index to the minimum, deliberately got caught, and endured a full night of brutal interrogation. The result? It wasn't at all like in those over-the-top anti-Japanese war dramas, where if you endure all the initial torture, you unlock the bonus ending, the honey trap. Nothing of the sort happened. Chu Huaishu had transmigrated now and couldn't adjust his pain perception. He knew very well that if he got caught by the constabulary, he was in for a world of hurt. At this moment, as he fled, he looked at the map and quickly analyzed his escape route. After weighing his options, he decided to head towards the nearby Wuming Mountain. The game Borrowing a Sword featured many mountains and rivers from Earth on its map. It had the Yangtze River, the Yellow River, the 5 Great Mountains. Therefore, the appearance of Wuming Mountain was not strange. In fact, Wuming Mountain was quite famous in Borrowing a Sword. The reason was simple. The Dao Gate, one of the 4 great sects, was located right next to Wuming Mountain. Players believed that the development team must have a fan of the ancient band Phoenix Legend, who designed the map this way. In Phoenix Legend's song, Lady Shixiang, there is a lyric, Wuming Mountain connects to the mountain beyond the mountains. So, it wasn't hard to guess that the place where the Dao Gate was located was called the Mountain Beyond the Mountains. Chu Huaishu's choice to flee towards Wuming Mountain now actually went against his initial intention. Just moments ago, he was thinking he would pointedly not go to the Dao Gate, embracing his rebellious streak. Right now, he wasn't trying to infiltrate the Dao Gate. It was purely because Wuming Mountain might be the nearest safe zone. According to the information provided by the quest system, Chu Huaishu's current situation was not actually that critical. He had just browsed the quest information, and from what was revealed, it seemed only Xue who knew the inside story. But Xue who was greedy for money, women, and merit, and hadn't revealed anything to his colleagues. The reason the constabulary was rushing over now was purely because they all carried a life token. Once one of them died, the constabulary headquarters would know, and the life token had a locating function. In that case, running towards the outer regions of the Dao Gate should be better. Chu Huaishu made his judgment. He was a veteran player of Borrowing a Sword, and knew the game's background like the back of his hand. The Mirror Kingdom he was in now was dominated by the 4 great sects, with the royal court being relatively weak. Simply put, the Dao Gate was above the royal court. However, the neighboring Moon Kingdom was not like this. There, the royal court commanded the major sects, and the sects followed the court's lead. Wuming Mountain was essentially the Dao Gate as front yard. Even if the court's people went there, they would have to act with more restraint to avoid angering the people of the Dao Gate. In fact, without special circumstances, the court's people wouldn't even dare set foot there. As for the death of a degenerate from the constabulary, does that count as a special circumstance? Chu Huaishu didn't think so. And so, he ran wildly through the rainy night, his lower body becoming caked with mud. His black hair was also soaking wet. This, combined with his fox-like face, gave him a handsome, untamed, and slightly devilish look in his drenched state. He followed the navigation function on the map, taking shortcuts all the way. Chu Huaishu passed through the dense forest and arrived at the foot of Wuming Mountain. Then, his pupils constricted slightly, because there was someone ahead. In this night of pouring rain, he saw a woman holding an oil paper umbrella, dressed in light blue, and wearing a veil. She had to be at least 170 centimeters tall, with a graceful, slender figure and astonishingly long legs. Even though only the upper half of her face was visible behind the veil, one would still feel she was a great beauty. Unfortunately, the overall impression she gave was one of extreme coldness. Her slightly furrowed brows and her beautiful, scrutinizing eyes created an immense sense of distance. The woman held her umbrella, looking at Chu Huaishu standing in the downpour. To her own surprise, as if guided by a phantom, she spoke her innermost thoughts aloud. Her voice was as cold as ice, yet the content of her words was in stark contrast to her tone and temperament. The rain seemed to have let up a little. Having been a game companion for so long, a virtual male model ranked second on the must-try list, Chu Huaishu was long accustomed to women lusting after his body. When you encounter enough thirsty women, your mentality changes. Women, he scoffed internally. A cultivation cauldron? You want one that badly? At first, when Chu Huaishu saw the woman holding the oil paper umbrella, his heart had skipped a beat. After all, who knew if the constabulary had any female officers? But after a closer look, he felt that she seemed somewhat familiar. And the more he looked, the more familiar she became. She was definitely an NPC he had seen before in Borrowing a Sword. After she spoke, even her voice felt familiar, and a guess began to form in his mind. Of course, none of that was the point right now, because as a veteran player of Borrowing a Sword, a formidable character ranked second on the must-try companion list, he keenly grasped the single keyword, Cultivation Cauldron. Having played so many games and read so many web novels, how could he not know what a Cultivation Cauldron was? The highest, top-quality Cultivation Cauldron? Me? Damn, is my male model aura that strong now? She pegged me as a model with just one look. Chu Huaishu began to doubt himself. Have I really been in the business for too long? Has my aura gotten tainted? Could she smell the scent of the trade on me from so far away? I haven't even been acting that provocatively recently. In fact, what Chu Huaishu found most incredible was that this kind of line was usually spoken by some man-riding demoness. If the woman before him was really who he thought she was, how could she say something so shocking? Could it be that those rumors about her are all true? Chu Huaishu felt he might be about to get the scoop on some major gossip. Major gossip about one of the most important female characters in the entire game of Borrowing a Sword. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a veil, Chu Huaishu said in his mind. One of the 4 world protagonists of Borrowing a Sword, Han Shuangjiang. Every game has its own story content, its own background. And since there's a story, there are naturally protagonists within that story. In some of the game's main storylines, these world protagonists often play a pivotal role, pushing the tides of the era ever forward. A common point of complaint in many historical dramas is that as long as someone casually dons a mask that covers half their face, no one can recognize them. But in reality, you can still recognize a familiar person even when they're wearing a face mask. Han Shuangjiang. Her name was like her person, born on the day of Shuangjiang, or frost descent, in the 24 solar terms. She was not only a world protagonist in Borrowing a Sword, but also one of the most beloved female characters, always ranking near the top. Among the 4 world protagonists, she was the youngest, yet she was the one with the strongest big sister vibe. She exuded a rich, mature aura, noble, cold, and stunning. Paired with her astonishingly long legs, she could make certain perverts cry out, "Sister, step on me." You'd really fear that if she did step on them, they'd start showing it off in their mouths. Based on her figure, the eyes and brows visible above the veil, and the timbre of her voice, Chu Huaishi was 100% certain that she was Han Shuangjiang. In his mind, the massive piece of gossip that had been debated by countless people on the game forums instantly flashed through his head. When that incident was first exposed, some threads had devolved into flame wars tens of thousands of comments long. Since borrowing a sword was a game with a high degree of freedom, many important pieces of information had to be discovered by the players themselves. And some players, from sources unknown, had uncovered information claiming that Han Shuangjiang had been sold into a brothel as a child and groomed to be the next top courtesan. The childhood of such people was certainly different from that of ordinary folk. Their curriculum would definitely include the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but it would also absolutely include physiology lessons, which took up a huge portion of their studies. Everything a high-class technician needed to learn before starting the job, they were masters of in theory. They understood everything, and they knew how to do everything. They could make you very comfortable. Simply put, it was an innate charm. Once these girls came of age and their bodies had developed, they would begin their careers of putting theory into practice. In the Xianwang realm, whether in the Mirror Kingdom or the Moon Kingdom, the various sects would have their own industries. It was just that in the Mirror Kingdom, less tax was paid to the royal court and more to the sections. The Moon Kingdom was the opposite. Under normal circumstances, places like brothels would mostly be the industry of sects like the Joyful Sect or the Joyful Union Sect. Sometimes even low-level cultivators from these sects might suddenly feel playful or be in urgent need of money and go work a shift at those places. At times like these, there would truly be mortals who, embracing the pursuit of dying under a peony flower makes one a content ghost, would wave their silver notes, paying to have their essence drained, fighting to become cultivation cauldrons, unafraid of shortening their lifespan. Legend had it, the taste of a cultivator on duty was truly exquisite. The year before Han Shuangjiang was to be pushed out as the top courtesan, by a stroke of luck, people from the Joyful Sect discovered that her cultivation talent was surprisingly good, and she was brought back to be a candidate for the title of Holy Maiden. Then, a sudden change occurred. The Joyful Sect was a subordinate sect of Spring and Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great sects of the Mirror Kingdom. Spring and Autumn Mountain was as renowned as the Dao Gate, immensely powerful. As a subordinate sect, the Joyful Sect had committed several major taboos. First, tax evasion. Second, not only did it evade taxes, but it was also lawless in private. It was like they had agreed to only provide half service to mortals, but they dared to secretly provide full service, harming the very foundation of the human body. The nature of this was extremely vile, and so its business license as a legal sect was revoked by its superior sect, and it was directly branded as a demonic and heretical path. These dual cultivation sects were primarily about finding a Dao partner to progress together, acting as mutual cultivation cauldrons, plucking yin to supplement yang, and vice versa. This was not against the rules. However, once the cultivation levels of the 2 parties were too far apart, the weaker party would be completely reduced to a cultivation cauldron, their foundation damaged. As for low-level cultivators and mortals, as long as they didn't go too far, the mortal would at worst feel weak for a few days, merely harming the kidneys. But some of the transgressors in the Joyful Sect were too greedy. How dare you secretly add extra hours? After this scandal broke, the Joyful Sect was struck from the records. Some cultivators were sentenced to serve time, others fled. As a candidate for Holy Maiden, Han Shuangjiang had only just been taught the sect's core technique, joyful entanglement, for a few days. Her theoretical knowledge had risen several levels compared to her time in the brothel. It was like she'd upgraded from vocational diploma to a bachelor's degree. Later, for reasons unknown, she managed to escape from her sect. Through these 2 upheavals, her body remained as pure as ice and clean as jade. Only her reservoir of temporarily useless knowledge kept on increasing. The stunning beauty left just like that, becoming a memory that many of the young men in the sect would never see again, a figure they could only cherish in the depths of their hearts, their yellow moonlight. When this gossip first came out, I didn't believe it either, Chu Huaishu thought, standing in the rain. But now that you open your mouth and talk about cultivation cauldrons, it's hard for me not to believe it. Isn't this just exposing yourself? Back then, if this matter had been confirmed, her popularity among male players would have skyrocketed even higher. A woman of contrasts, who doesn't love that? Han Shuangjiang looked at the handsome, fox-faced man before her, also feeling somewhat perplexed. Why'd I just blurt out my innermost thoughts as if guided by a phantom? But she had to admit, the heavens had indeed given this foxy-faced man an impeccable appearance. The joyful sect had no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women, but if this man were to go there, he would probably crush all the other male disciples. It was just that, after the words left her mouth, Han Shuangjiang herself felt embarrassed. Little did she know that Chu Huaishu was eagerly feasting on this gossip and held no prejudice against her whatsoever. After all, you never even started the job, while I'm a real male model. However, the look he gave her was filled with a playful curiosity. Meeting this playful gaze, Han Shuangjiang, realizing her slip of the tongue, scoffed internally. Man. Just as the two stood there in silence, a light laugh suddenly came from the high heavens in the rainy night, followed by a voice descending from above. Oh, why is there a fool standing in the rain? As the voice sounded, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang both snapped their heads up at the same time, looking at the night sky. They saw someone walking through the air towards them. In the next moment, not a single drop of rain touched Chu Huaishu's body again. But it wasn't that the rain had stopped. No, you could say the rain had stopped. Within this area, every single raindrop falling from the sky had frozen in midair. Damn, he's such a show-off, a certain fox-faced man thought to himself. Seeing a fool like me standing in the rain, he actually froze all the surrounding raindrops in the air. Raindrops floated before Chu Huaishu's eyes, crystal clear, yet utterly motionless, defying the laws of nature. Already soaked to the bone, he curiously raised a finger and gently poked at one of the raindrops. I can't even poke through it, he wondered with surprise. He quickly understood that it was because each raindrop was enveloped in a layer of power invisible to him. It was because they were encased in this power that the stunning scene before him was possible. As for who this power came from, it was obvious. Chu Huaishu looked up at the man whose features were indistinct in the high sky and had only one word to describe him. Show off. Under the oil paper umbrella, Han Shuangjiang's right hand tightened its grip on the handle. Although her expression remained as cold as frost and her eyes seemed calm, her heart was already reeling in shock. Traveling through the air, this is a great cultivator. In the Xianwang realm, cultivators were divided into 9 realms. Upon reaching the 5th realm, one would be honored as a great cultivator. And the most distinct characteristic of a great cultivator was the ability to travel through the air without relying on any external objects. Someone of this strength was a rarity even among the 4 great sects of the Mirror Kingdom. One must know, in the joyful sect where Han Shuangjiang had once been, not even the sect master, the Holy Maiden, or the Holy Son had ever reached the 5th realm. To be precise, that glib-tongued sect master with the big, fat rear end was merely at the 3rd realm. If it really came to a fight, a great cultivator could suppress him with a mere flick of a finger. Though, with Han Shuangjiang's understanding of the joyful sect, she knew very well that under such circumstances, the people of her sect would probably kneel and take that finger into their mouths. At this thought, she quickly shook her head, dispelling her wild thoughts and memories of her past experiences. That place, where decadent music echoed day and night, was somewhere she truly never wanted to recall again. Within the joyful sect, the culture of comparison was rampant. What everyone compared themselves on in that place was easy to imagine. Han Shuangjiang had no desire to one day become the object of others' comparisons. She had heard that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden even had the responsibility of teaching their junior brothers and sisters in class, demonstrating the joyful entanglement for all to see. She just wanted to escape it all, to control her own destiny. And the prerequisite for all of this was cultivation, was becoming stronger. Therefore, after seeing that the other party was a great cultivator, Han Shuangjiang was first shocked, and then her heart burned with passion. This was Wuming Mountain, just outside the Dao Gate. It was almost certain that not only was this person an expert of at least the fifth realm, but he was also 80% likely to be from the powerful Dao Gate. He didn't lie to me. That storyteller didn't lie to me, Han Shuangjiang said in her heart. He said that if I came here the midnight hour tonight, I could join the Dao Gate. It was actually true. Just a few days ago, she had met a storyteller by chance. He had told her this, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Could it be that this is truly my destiny? Han Shuangjiang raised her head, watching the figure in the sky slowly descend. The person, dressed in a white robe, landed between Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, the three of them forming a stark contrast. Chu Huaishu was soaking wet, but even with a few damp strands of hair stuck to his forehead, his handsomeness could not be concealed. Han Shuangjiang held her oil paper umbrella, but even with a thin veil, her stunning beauty could not be hidden. He was a handsome man. She was a beautiful woman. The great cultivator was, well, he was a person. The man's white robe and his entire bearing gave off an incredibly transcendent feeling, but his looks were utterly unremarkable. If this were a historical drama, after making such a grand entrance, exuding such an imposing aura, and creating such a massive scene with the suspended raindrops, the moment the camera focused on his face, it would absolutely disappoint the audience's expectations. But Chu Huaishu recognized him and was still quite surprised. Before he transmigrated, the timeline in Borrowing a Sword was Xian calendar year 1997. The game had launched its open beta in 1991 and had been running for 6 years. At that time, as a veteran player, he had already reached level 49. In the Xianhuang realm, before mortals could officially begin cultivating, they had to first open their apertures, clearing their acupoints and strengthening their physical bodies before they could draw qi into their bodies and become a first-realm cultivator. For players, this period of opening apertures and tempering the body corresponded to levels 1 to 9. When a player reached level 10, they were comparable to a first-realm NPC. Level 19 was equivalent to the peak of the first realm. By this conversion, Chu Huaishu at level 49 was equivalent to the peak of the fourth realm. One more level up to level 50 would make him comparable to a great cultivator of the Xianhuang realm. The only reason he hadn't leveled up was that the level cap for the current game version was 49. Although he had transmigrated and the timeline was now Xian calendar year 1990, pushed back a year, his memories had not disappeared. He naturally recognized the famous person before him, Li Chunsong, the sixth elder of the Dao Gate, a terrifying existence at the seventh realm, and an expert who ranks among the top in the entire Xinhuang realm. On the game forums, he has many resounding nicknames. Deadbeat Gambler, the charity god of gamblers, Li Pure Loss. This person was addicted to gambling. He was either gambling or on his way to gamble. Fortunately, he always adhered to the principle of small bets for fun and rarely wagered large amounts. It was just that he gambled frequently and would bet on anything. Because he lost almost every bet he made, he had earned these nicknames. T/N, his name, Chunsong, sounds like Chuan Song, which means purely gifting away. Chu Huaishu hadn't expected to meet him at the foot of Wuming Mountain. He also had no idea what the man intended to do. One had to know, even his previous level 49 powerhouse of an account would have been crushed in an instant before Li Chunsong. Moreover, after this period of contemplation, he had actually begun to form some faint speculations about his own identity. I was being hunted by Xue Hu from the constabulary, and the constabulary belongs to the Mirror Kingdom's royal court. And Xue Hu said I wanted to infiltrate the Dao Gate with ill intentions. then my faction is most likely on the side opposing the Dao Gate and the royal court. Damn it, then I'm probably from the Moon Kingdom. And now, standing before him was an absolute powerhouse of the Dao Gate, a titan of the cultivation world. If he were to detect something, this caused alarm bells to ring wildly in Chu Huaishu's heart. His body tensed up, yet he tried his best to force himself to calm down. He knew very well that in front of an expert of this caliber, he was practically transparent. For instance, if his heart started racing wildly, the other party could easily detect it. Damn it, truly damn it. He cursed in his mind as his brain began to work at high speed. Cold sweat broke out on his body, mixing with the rainwater. The only thing he had to offer right now was the 100-tael silver note in his pocket. Chu Huaishu recalled all the information he had on Li Chunsong, then glanced at Han Shuangjiang not far away. He remembered very clearly that a Dao Gate player had once posted on the forums that the two world protagonists of the Eastern Continent's Mirror Kingdom, Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing, were actually brought back to the Dao Gate together by Li Chunsong. At this moment, he also noticed that after Li Chunsong glanced at him, he first showed a bit of surprise, then sighed softly. But after sighing, he didn't say much more, only asking, "What are your names?" Han Shuangjiang, Chu Huaishu. Hearing this, Li Chunsong looked at them with interest and said, "Shuangjiang, one of the 24 solar terms. Huaishu is April. The way your names were chosen is rather interesting." His tone and expression had a hint of playing the chaotic matchmaker. He waved his sleeve and said, "All right, I'll skip the idle talk. I deliberately came a little earlier than the appointed time, but I didn't expect you two to be even earlier. In that case, come back to the Dao Gate with me." As soon as these words were spoken, a tempestuous storm raged in Chu Huaishu's heart. However, in the next moment, Li Chunsong pointed a finger forward, and both he and Han Shuangjiang floated into the air, ascending with him towards the sky. Only after the three of them had flown far away did the suspended raindrops finally fall to the ground. Meanwhile, in the dense forest at the foot of Wuming Mountain, a delicate-featured youth named Su Ziqing was frantic with anxiety, because he was in a hurry, but he had been surrounded by the constabulary. Su Ziqing, one of the 4 protagonists of Borrowing a Sword. He was not even 170 centimeters tall and had a youthful baby face with incredibly delicate features. At this moment, because he was frantic with anxiety, his face was slightly flushed, and the blush made him look even more refined. The very picture of a pretty boy brought to life. Right now, for members of the constabulary were blocking his way. No matter how he explained, they refused to let him pass, interrogating him with all sorts of questions. One of them even suggested they stop wasting their breath and just arrest him first. "It's almost midnight." Su Ziqing's right hand tightened its grip on his umbrella handle. He did not want to miss such a massive opportunity. Just a few days ago, he had met a storyteller. The man had told him to go to Bo Terrace at the foot of Wuming Mountain at midnight tonight, and someone would come to receive him and lead him into the Dao Gate. After saying this, the plain-looking storyteller had vanished. Without a doubt, he was a great and powerful cultivator, and as a citizen of the Mirror Kingdom, who wouldn't yearn for the Dao Gate? That was one of the 4 great sects of the Eastern Continent's Mirror Kingdom, and once, it was even the head of the 4. What's more, the legendary sword was also in the Dao Gate. Therefore, Su Ziqing had been rushing on the road for the past few days, trekking a long and arduous journey. Tonight, despite the pouring rain, it did nothing to dampen the passion in his heart. "I will join the Dao Gate. I will practice the sword and become a sword cultivator." Because the storyteller had instructed him not to arrive at Bo Terrace too early, and most of the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, but also to absolutely not be late, Su Ziqing had been carefully watching the clock. Opportunity depends on timing. I understand. Su Ziqing thought he understood perfectly. The problem was he couldn't figure out why he would run into the constabulary in the middle of the night. It was almost midnight. And from their conversation just now, it seemed a colleague of theirs, one they didn't even like very much, had just died in this forest tonight. Which 1,000-cursed bastard committed murder on a rainy night? fearing he would miss his chance. Su Ziqing instantly grew to hate this person. Although the Mirror Kingdom's royal court was weak and the four great sects held sway over the eastern continent, no matter how weak it was still the government. How dare someone kill a member of the constabulary? Is there no law and order left? Time ticked by second. He just wanted to get away. Finally, at the hint of one of the men, Su Ziqing gave them all the silver he had on him before they let him go. The delicate-featured youth walked a few steps forward with his umbrella and heard the four men behind him talking without any restraint. Teeth of SK, this fair-skinned pretty boy, that bastard Shui who would have definitely liked him, one of them said, letting out a couple of sinister laughs. Then why did you let him go? If Shui was into his type, doesn't that make him even more suspicious? Another questioned in a low voice. It's definitely not him. I just went over to take a look. Although most of the footprints were washed away by the heavy rain, there was one very deep one, probably from a heavy forward step. The footprint it left was much bigger than his shoes. Then why did you? It's the middle of the night, it's raining this damn hard, and the one who died was that son of a bitch Shui who. We couldn't make this trip for nothing, could we? The man tossed the money pouch in his hand. Ha ha ha! The four of them laughed out loud, utterly unbridled. Su Ziqing, walking quickly ahead, gritted his teeth in anger, his right hand tightening its grip on the umbrella handle once more. Damn the royal court, he cursed inwardly. Someone from the constabulary was killed? Good riddance. He deserved to be killed. Su Ziqing began to walk faster and faster. Once he was far enough away, he started to sprint, and, after running for a while, he threw his umbrella aside as well. The reason Su Ziqing hadn't broken into a run immediately was that he was afraid these scumbag from the constabulary would become suspicious of him again and really take him back for interrogation. I can make it. I have to make it. Su Ziqing ran faster and faster, giving it his all. By the time he ran to the largest tree on Bo Terrace, there was still a tiny bit of time left before midnight. Not late. I'm not late. He panted, his face slightly pale, his entire body soaked through. Once the midnight arrives, a cultivator will come to get me, right? His heart burned with excitement. The indignant youth on Bo Terrace swore he would definitely join the Dao Gate. The man with ulterior motives in the sky was speechless, thinking, I really have no desire to join the Dao Gate. Chu Huaishu's identity was currently unknown. He would rather go to Spring and Autumn Mountain, which was famous among the four great sect for having the most perverts, than go to the Dao Gate. When he played Borrowing a Sword, his sect had been Spring and Autumn Mountain. Although there were many perverts there, he had thrived like a fish in water, to the point that he sometimes suspected he might be a latent pervert himself. As one of the four great sects, Spring and Autumn Mountain is no weaker than the Dao Gate, and I'm more familiar with that place. I could get my hands on a lot of opportunities. From a development perspective, the only drawback is that both of the Eastern Continent's world protagonists are in the Dao Gate. Players had also discussed this on the forums, concluding that in the future storyline, the Dao Gate would likely reclaim its throne as the head of the four great sections. If he clung to the beautiful legs of the long-legged beauty right beside him, Han Shuangjiang, he could indeed be carried to success. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. You have successfully escaped the pursuit of the constabulary. Quest complete. Reward, 100 experience points. Chu Huaishu was flying through the air and found it utterly ridiculous. We're already flying this high. Of course I've damn well escaped. He felt this quest system was incredibly stupid and began to miss the sassy AI customer service he had trained so well. Besides that, he had also been secretly observing Li Chunsong and Han Shuangjiang to confirm that only he could hear the system prompts. After ensuring this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. This is a transmigration, after all. It's definitely different from playing the game before. It's better to be safe than sorry, Chu Huaishu said to himself. When he played games, his maneuvers were always flashy, but at his core, he was actually a cautious and meticulous person. In fact, if he weren't cautious and meticulous, this virtual male model wouldn't have been able to navigate between his various wealthy female clients. He had even dared to take orders from twin sisters and managed to maintain good relations with each of them separately. After all, if you love someone, you have to love all of her, including her sister. At this moment, Chu Huaishu seriously suspected that Li Chunsong had made some kind of mistake. That expose post from before said that Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing were brought back to the Dao Gate together by Li Chunsong. Together. Chu Huaishu began to ponder these words, looking once more at Han Shuangjiang beside him. A grim premonition began to rise in his heart, and a faint guess began to form. This is bad. I've become a world protagonist. Chu Huaishu suspected he had taken someone else's script. I can only take it one step at a time, he thought. He just didn't know where Su Ziqing was now, or what he was doing. A deep sense of exhaustion began to wash over him, sweeping through his entire body. The sudden transmigration had already left him unsettled, with no sense of belonging in this entire world. Then came the endless series of events in the rainy night, one thing after another. Fortunately, he had always been bold but careful, so he didn't feel too much helplessness, just exhaustion. In any case, I didn't say anything to you. I just answer with my name. If a problem really arises, that's your own responsibility, Chu Huaishu thought, looking at Li Chuansong's back in the air ahead of them. Right now, he could only hope this was all a beautiful misunderstanding, not a terrible mishap. He even felt a little like throwing caution to the wind. In any case, his identity was definitely problematic. According to Shui, the purpose of his coming here was to infiltrate the Dao Gate. Well, didn't I just successfully infiltrate it? There's no such thing as a truly optimistic person in the world, only people who are good at letting things go. The place where the Dao Gate was located was called the Mountain Beyond the Mountains. This was not the name of a single mountain, but a general term for a range of many mountains. The mountain beyond the mountains was shrouded in clouds and mist, which were actually the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. It was said that not even an 8th Realm expert could forcefully break through it. With the Elder's token at his waist, Li Chunsong could naturally lead people in and out freely. The three of them thus descended in front of a courtyard in the outer mountains. Chu Huaishu surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. The air in the Dao Gate is so fresh, he marveled internally. This was not an illusion. Although they were currently in the outer Sect area, under the influence of a spirit-gathering formation, the spiritual energy was much denser than in the outside world. If an ordinary person were to stay here, even without cultivating, their body would become healthier and their lifespan would be extended. Li Chunsong looked at the two of them and said, "The place where the Dao Gate is located is called the Mountain Beyond the Mountains. I believe you both already know this. The Mountain Beyond the Mountains is divided into several areas. The place you are in now is called Medicine Mountain, one of the 3 peaks of the Outer Sect. From now on, you two are in-name disciples of our Dao Gate." When Chu Huaishu played the game, his main account was at least a disciple of Spring and Autumn Mountain, so he had a clear understanding of the hierarchical system of these major sects. Upon first entering a sect, one status usually began as a disciple in name. The status of a disciple in name was only slightly higher than that of an outer sect handyman, and they also had to work. The difference was that handymen did miscellaneous chores, while a disciple in name on Medicine Mountain would probably be tasked with taking care of spiritual herbs. Furthermore, handymen would not be taught any cultivation techniques, whereas disciples in name would be taught techniques for the aperture opening and body tempering realms. Once they broke through the aperture opening stage, they could be promoted to outer sect disciples. Further up were inner sect disciples and true disciples. Chu Huaishu never would have imagined that by entering the sect with Han Shuangjiang, he would actually start as a disciple in name. Well, I don't really care. After all, my original mission was to sneak in as a handyman, so this is already a promotion, he thought. But Han Shuangjiang is a world protagonist. Does she not get any special treatment either? In his memory, when Borrowing a Sword began its open beta in Xian calendar year 1991, Han Shuangjiang was already an inner sect disciple of the Dao Gate. In other words, she actually got promoted directly to the inner sect within a year. A guess formed his mind. Sixth elder Li Chunsong looked at the two of them, the smile on his face gradually fading. In its place, a powerful pressure emanated from his body, enveloping them. You both came to Wuming Mountain at the midnight tonight, so you must have both met a storyteller. I want you to take this matter to your graves and not mention it to anyone. Do you understand? He said in a deep voice. After speaking, he first turned his gaze to Han Shuangjiang. Han Shuangjiang immediately said, "Yes, this disciple accepts the order." Next, he turned his gaze to Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu thought for a moment, then deliberately replied, "This disciple has never met any storyteller." The moment he said this, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but shoot him a sideways glance. Hearing this, Li Chunsong smiled faintly and said, "Good, very good. You have a silver tongue." The sixth elder expressed his satisfaction. "Remember, neither of you has ever met any storyteller," he emphasized again, raising his hand to end the conversation, signaling that the matter was not to be discussed further. After giving his instructions, the sixth elder who lost every bet waved his hand, dispelling the restrictive barrier around them. The conversation the three had just had could not be heard by outsiders, unless their cultivation was a level higher than Li Chunsong's. "You two, each give me a drop of blood from your fingertip," he spoke again. "I will personally craft life tokens for you. When the person dies, the token shatters." A life token was not a rare item. Its function was simply to tell others whether you were dead or not, and where you died. Even that useless Shui who was killed by Chu Huaishu in one blow, had his own life token, which was what had triggered the constabulary's encirclement. Of course, even among life tokens, there were certainly differences in quality. The difference was mainly reflected in the second function, where you died. The higher the quality of a life token, the wider its locating range. For someone like Shui who, if he had died a little farther away, he couldn't have been located at all. For Li Chunsong to personally craft our life tokens, it seems the Dao Gate takes us quite seriously, Chu Huaishu thought. But why are we still starting as disciples in name? He was slightly puzzled. Chu Huaishu had essentially stolen Su Ziqing's script. He had thought he could reap some of the special treatment reserved for a world protagonist, but he didn't expect to still have to start from the grassroots. With a wave of his hand, Li Chunsong conjured two blue ice spikes out of thin air. They were very sharp, like two needles. Han Shuangjiang was the first to raise her index finger and lightly touch the tip of an ice spike, creating a wound. A drop of blood fell, floating towards the sixth elder. Li Chunsong raised his hand to let it float in his palm, and then his expression changed slightly. "Profound Yin physique? I never expected you to actually possess a profound Yin physique." He clicked his tongue in wonder and continued. "The founding ancestor of our Dao Gate possessed a pure Yang physique, which is on par with the profound Yin physique." Li Chunsong looked at Han Shuangjiang, wanting to give her a few pointers on the mysteries of this physique, but ultimately held back due to the propriety between men and women. "There are some things you need to pay attention to with this physique. I'll have the ninth elder come and speak with you about it later," was all he said. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu had some guesses of his own. He didn't know what was special about the profound Yin physique or what needed attention, but specific information about the Dao Gate's founding ancestor's pure Yang physique had been dug up by players. The Dao ancestor of the Dao Gate, nicknamed by players on the forums as the Eastern Continent's strongest virgin, an old virgin. A person with a pure Yang physique only needed to preserve their primal Yang to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The stronger the Dao ancestor became, the more it proved he had not lost his primal Yang, and the higher his chastity archway was built. It was said that during the era when the Dao ancestor roamed the Xianwang realm, some of his old rivals loved to tease him about this. There were even some unofficial records stating that some of his defeated opponents and sworn enemies, who hated him to the bone, had even considered trying to use some underhanded schemes to send people to force themselves on him. The unofficial histories also recorded that the female mountain master of Spring and Autumn Mountain of that generation had mentioned this many times in her diary and had wanted to personally take the field, but unfortunately, she couldn't defeat him. Chu Huaishu could just imagine how many honey traps the Dao ancestor must have had to endure in his lifetime. An expert like that would surely be admired by countless people. How many times would he have had to remain unmoved with a beauty in his lap? As for the mysteries of the profound Yin physique, I'll see if I have a chance to find out later. His gossipy heart started beating again. At this moment, Li Chunsong turned his gaze to Chu Huaishu. From his eyes, one could see he was full of expectation. I want to see just how many surprises you two can bring me. Li Chunsong's heart burned with excitement. The veiled Han Shuangjiang also turned her gaze to the fox-faced man, a hint of curiosity in her heart. Although she didn't understand what a profound Yin physique was yet, since it could startle the dignified sixth elder, it must be rare in the world. Moreover, this physique had never been detected when she was in the joyful sect. A third-rate sect is a third-rate sect. So lame. The ice-cold woman looked straight ahead, thinking, what about him then? With a nonchalant expression, Chu Huaishu raised his index finger and, copying her, lightly poked the blue ice spike. A sharp pain came from his fingertip and blood flowed out. Li Chunsong probed it with his spiritual sense and let out a sound. He glanced at Chu Huaishu and, refusing to believe it, probed again, letting out another, In the end, all he could squeeze out was, well, let's leave it at that for now. For now. Chu Huaishu understood what he meant and didn't care at all. Every player's account did not come with any earth-shattering physiques or talents. It was all dependent on leveling up, opportunities, or completing hidden quests later on. So, he had already guessed the result. After finishing all the necessary tasks, Li Chunsong glanced at the courtyard not far away and, circulating his spiritual energy, transmitted his voice. Niu Yuan Shan, come out and see me. The moment his voice fell, a person immediately came out of the courtyard and bowed respectfully. Niu Yuan Shan pays his respects to the sixth elder. This man appeared to be middle-aged, with a square, national character face that looked full of righteousness, very suitable for playing an upright official in a historical drama. It was just that for some reason, he had a somewhat long-suffering look. Speaking of which, he really did feel bitter. He had a mission for the organization tonight, had gone out for a trip, and had only just returned. Now, great, he was being called out by the sixth elder again. It was already midnight. Both sides were working him like an ox, weren't they? T/N, his surname, Niu, means ox. This is Outer Sect Deacon, Niu Yuan Shan. Li Chunsong introduced him to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Then, he instructed Niu Yuan Shan, their disciples in name whom I personally brought back. You'll handle their arrangements. As you command. Only then did Niu Yuan Shan raise his head and look at them, feeling curious. Mere disciples in name actually required the sixth elder's personal attention, and when his gaze fell upon Chu Huaishu was also looking at him. Endless waves surged in both of their hearts, and the same thought instantly popped into their minds. How is it him? Niu Yuan Shan, one of the 9 deacons of the Dao Gate's outer sect. His cultivation level was not considered high within the Dao Gate, only at the 3rd realm, but he held significant power in the outer sect. Just half an hour ago, he had completed the newcomer reception mission assigned by the organization and returned to his own residence. In fact, he had just been in his room, caressing the golden mask, reminiscing about his time in the Moon Kingdom. Although he had been undercover for many years, had achieved a high and powerful position in the outer sect, and was deeply trusted and valued, none of this had corrupted him. He felt not the slightest sense of belonging to the Dao Gate. Everything I have belongs to the organization. Loyalty. Tonight, the reason Niu Yuan Shan's thoughts were wandering was purely because he had completed his final newcomer reception mission. From now on, I just need to lie low quietly in the Dao Gate and await the organization's next instructions. After so many years of tireless work, I have already infiltrated the core circle of the outer sect. In the future, I will surely be able to dedicate myself and achieve great merit for the organization. People like him, who had been brainwashed since childhood, had no fear of death. Their only regret was that their death might not be glorious enough that they might not have sacrificed themselves for the organization. But there was one point that made Niu Yuanshan a little suspicious. He was an experienced spy from the Moon Kingdom, and after so many years undercover, he was very good at observing people. When his eyes met Chu Huaishu's just now, he felt something was off. The foxy-faced man had stared at him for a long time. Could he know my identity? Did the organization not conceal it from him? Niu Yuanshan speculated. In fact, Chu Huaishu really did know. Niu Yuanshan? Why did Li Chunsong dump me here with Niu Yuanshan? His heart jolted. He remembered this person, having seen many posts about him on the forums. This man was an undercover agent sent by some organization from the Moon Kingdom. His identity had even been accidentally exposed by a few goofball players, causing a huge uproar at the time. Back then, this incident had sparked massive discussions on the forums, including some on the philosophical implications. After all, the current background of the era was a great calamity is coming. Under such circumstances, was humanity only maintaining a superficial unity? The Dao Gate had spies from the Moon Kingdom. So what about the other sects? And on the Moon Kingdom side, were there spies sent by the 4 great sects of the Eastern Continent or the Mirror Kingdom? Later, the goofball players had even spontaneously organized a grand Find the Spies campaign, purely for the fun of stirring up trouble. As a result, they had indeed caused quite a commotion. Since players were distributed among various factions, some factions benefited, while others were implicated. And Niu Yuanshan's exposure was the beginning of it all. Those who benefited hailed him with, "Go well, Grandpa Niu." Those who were implicated cursed him with, "Niu mo da," T/N, upon on and I ma da, a common curse, swapping your mom with Ox Demon. Therefore, Chu Huaishu had deliberately revealed a flaw just now to observe his reaction. At this moment, with his back to Li Chunsong, he faintly had some answers in his heart. Coming back to his senses under the 6th Elder's gaze, Niu Yuanshan, as the Outer Sect Deacon, began to distribute the in-name disciple tokens to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Coming back to his senses under the 6th Elder's gaze, Niu Yuanshan, as the Outer Sect Deacon, began to distribute the in-name disciple tokens to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. The token was both a symbol of identity and a storage magic treasure, commonly known to players as the backpack. The storage space inside was about 3 cubic meters. It was already stocked with some daily necessities, a disciple's handbook, and a key to their residence. Niu Yuanshan was no fool. Knowing he had to take good care of them, he arranged for them to have residences in a very good location, and their bamboo huts were adjacent to each other, making them direct neighbors. After doing all this, he looked at Li Chunsong with a fawning expression and asked, "Elder, do they need to choose their aperture opening stage techniques now? Also, do you have any other instructions?" He didn't mind showing this side of himself in front of a newcomer from the organization. On the contrary, he felt that the subservience, flattery, and bitterness he was displaying now were all a dedication to the organization. He will definitely feel it, feel my years of hardship. My image will only grow taller in his heart. Niu Yuanshan felt that he probably couldn't compare to this unconventional monster in terms of ability, so he decided to teach the newcomer a lesson on a spiritual level. Little did he know that Chu Huaishu wasn't paying much attention at all. When his words fell into his ears, they were directly transformed into "Abba, Abba." Aperture opening stage technique, Abba, Abba. Is it finally time? Am I finally going to open the door to my cultivation? He instantly perked up, puffing out his chest, raising his head, sucking in his stomach, and clenching his buttocks. Li Chunsong stood there, pondering for a moment. He raised his finger and pointed at Han Shuangjiang, instructing, "Give her the ice-pure art." He had basically chosen for Han Shuangjiang himself. Chu Huaishu's heart burned with excitement. What about me? What about me? As expected, Li Chunsong raised his hand and pointed at him, saying, "As for him, whatever." Hearing this, the foxy-faced man's expression nearly morphed into that of a Tibetan fox meme. The 6th Elder was also helpless. He was widely experienced, and the Dao Gate's foundations were deep. He had seen all kinds of spiritual embryo physiques, and he even knew how to guide the top-tier profound in physique. The ice pure art was a 100% perfect match, no problem there. However, for a kid with a pseudo-spirit embryo, damn it, this question is too hard. He had never taught a bad student. But it doesn't matter. Opening the apertures is just the most basic stage. Whether the technique has a high compatibility match will have an effect, but the overall impact isn't that great, Li Chunsong thought. For someone with a profound in physique like Han Shuangjiang, she could speedrun any aperture opening technique she practiced. The only difference would be a few days sooner or later. I don't know what Martial Uncle was thinking. Picking a pseudo-spirit embryo to bring up the mountain, Li Chunsong couldn't figure it out. However, there are a few exceptions in this world whose spirit embryo is not externally apparent, like a pearl covered in dust. The moment they step through the gates of cultivation, it will radiate with brilliance. He looked at Chu Huaishu and thought, what if? At this thought, his gambling addiction flared up. The Sect Master and my martial brothers are still waiting for me. I have to get back quickly and have a few rounds with them. This little girl and this kid are both very special. Aren't they the best choice to bet on? Thinking of this, Li Chunsong gave a few simple instructions, then flew away on air, rubbing his hands together as he went, leaving the three of them to stare at each other. Wuming Mountain, Bo Terrace. The rain had stopped for a while now. The still-drenched Su Ziqing stood under the ancient tree, feeling time slip by second. However, no one ever appeared to take him to the Dao Gate. During this time, Su Ziqing had imagined all sorts of scenarios, constantly comforting himself, constantly making up reasons. It's okay. There must be a reason. Wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer. After a while, Su Ziqing began to lose his sense of time. Cold, so cold. He began to shiver more violently in the rain. The youth, who was usually rosy-lipped and fair-toothed, now had lips that were turning white. The face of the ordinary-looking but somewhat nonchalant storyteller appeared in Su Ziqing's mind. At first, he had thought this temperament was that of a powerful cultivator roaming the mortal world for fun. But now, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Since he's roaming for fun, could it be that I'm the one being played? The disheveled youth's roars began to echo across Bo Terrace at the foot of Wuming Mountain. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Oh. After Li Chunsong left, it was Outer Sect Deacon Yo Yuanshan's turn to take charge. However, he didn't put on airs with these in-name disciples as the other deacons might have. In many people's impression, this man was fair in his dealings, hard-working, and mild-tempered. This was also why, when his identity as a spy was exposed years later, many disciples in the Outer Sect refused to believe it. Even many Dao Gate players didn't believe it. Ahem. Niu Yuanshan cleared his throat and said, why don't you two first bind the tokens with your blood? After binding with the tokens, you'll have an official identity and will have formally become members of our Dao Gate, he said. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang exchanged a glance, a hint of excitement stirring in both of their young hearts. For Han Shuangjiang, this was the first step in changing the trajectory of her life. As for a certain transmigrator, he wasn't sure if the Dao Gate would be a place where he could settle down, or if a storm of intrigue awaited him. Their respective drops of blood fell onto the tokens and were quickly absorbed without a trace. A system prompt sounded in Chu Huaishu's ear. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully joined a sect. Faction acquired. Mirror Kingdom, Dao Gate. System is now calculating rewards. Hearing this pleasant system prompt, his spirits lifted once more. When he first played the game, he had exhausted a great deal of effort just to enter Spring and Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great sections. Other players might have already been close to level 10, but because he hadn't joined a sect or obtained a cultivation technique, he had remained a level 0 account. In this regard, it all came down to the player's personal choice. Some sects were like third-rate schools you could get into just by paying. For other sects, you needed to bury your head in your books and rely on your own hard work to test in. In the long run, it seemed that joining a stronger sect offered better prospects for future development. But borrowing a sword was a game, after all. Some players who got an early start and began cultivating and leveling up sooner could seize the resources and opportunities of the novice period more quickly. Chu Huaishu had also seen some players who joined garbage sects at the beginning but still soared all the way up due to a series of fortuitous encounters in the early stages. It was precisely these various uncertainties that made the game so fascinating to players. But it's different now. I joined the Dao Gate this time without much effort at all. He had even been resistant to it at first. However, it was worth mentioning that when players went through painstaking efforts to join a powerful sect, the faction reward would be more generous. If it were an ordinary sect, it would be classified as an ordinary faction, and the reward for joining was standardized. 1. Random attribute point. In the entire Eastern continent, only by joining one of the 4 great sects could one receive an additional, more generous faction reward. 1. Spirit Embryo Attribute Point. With a Spirit Embryo Attribute Point, a player was no longer considered a pseudo-spirit embryo. As for those players in the Eastern continent who couldn't join the 4 great sects, they could later obtain Spirit Embryo Attribute Points by doing hidden quests and large-scale main story quests. Someone like Han Shuangjiang with a profound Yin physique is likely a typical max-level Spirit Embryo, needing to max out her Spirit Embryo attribute, which means adding up to 10 points. Before I transmigrated, not a single player had ever maxed this thing out. To be precise, the highest I think was only 7 points. Chu Huaishu's own account at Spring and Autumn Mountain had reached 6 points before he transmigrated. Compared to the true prodigies of the Xianwang realm, there was definitely still a gap. But among the players, he was absolutely a crane standing among chickens. This piece of information was even something he wrote in his companion profile to show that he was a master, which he used to attract clients. Sisters, are you sure you don't want to come and touch my spirit embryo? After a short 3 breaths, Chu Huaishu heard the system prompt. His faction rewards had all been credited. Seeing that the two had bound their identity tokens with blood, Neo Yuanshan lightly tapped his own Deacon token and took out a large number of jade slips from the storage space within. These were all aperture opening stage cultivation techniques. He quickly found the ice pure art among them and handed it to Han Shuangjiang. Chu Huaishu looked at the jade slip for the ice pure art and tossed an information probe at it. The information he received was ice pure art, aperture opening stage technique, compatibility 0%. He pouted slightly and complained internally. The name of this technique is so pure and chaste, and my compatibility with it is 0%. It thinks I'm dirty, doesn't it? He personally guessed that the compatibility between the ice pure art and the profound Yin physique was likely close to 100%. The aperture opening stage was a very simple phase of cultivation. A truly talented person could quickly speedrun any technique they learned. For players, it was also impossible to get stuck leveling up. The experience required for level 0 to 9 was not high. A higher technique compatibility just meant that it would cost less experience to level up. These complex settings were actually to further increase the game's playability and enhance the player's desire for exploration in the early stages. Neo Yuanshan looked at the young comrade before him, his heart filled with a desire to take good care of him. And so this thick-browed, righteous-looking outer sect Deacon spoke with a warm smile. Come, these are all the aperture opening stage techniques of the outer sect. Pick one. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. There's no need to rush. Thank you, Deacon, Chu Huaishu said politely. While he was choosing, Neo Yuanshan considerately asked Han Shuangjiang, the night is already late, and he might still need some time. You may go back and rest on your own. It's no trouble. Unexpectedly, Han Shuangjiang just shook her head slightly, her voice still ice-cold, as if devoid of much emotional fluctuation. I'll wait for him. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu turned his head to glance at her, then continued to rummage through the techniques. He had been using Information Probe non-stop. Tyrant God Art, compatibility 53%. 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Profound Art, compatibility 49%. 8 Desolates Divine Power, compatibility to 9%. These aperture opening techniques were clearly the most basic Yet more than half of their names were ridiculously epic. The problem was, after looking through all of them, he hadn't found one with a compatibility higher than 60%. This one isn't bad. Lesser Farmer Art, compatibility 78%. But what kind of name is that? At this point, he had almost looked through all the jade slips. Niu Yuanshan and Han Shuangjiang just watched him squatting on the ground, picking and choosing, without once asking the Deacon for advice. They didn't understand what he was doing. Time ticked by. Niu Yuanshan felt he should be more proactive and offered his care. Are there any that you're particularly interested in? I can explain one or two for you. It's fine, Deacon Niu. Chu Huaishu looked up, then continued to choose. After another incense stick's worth of time, Han Shuangjiang's patience and curiosity were completely exhausted. Tonight had been an extraordinary yet tiring night for her. How much longer are you going to take? She asked. Chu Huaishu looked at her sideways. Since he was currently squatting, his gaze traveled up from this angle, making her astonishingly proportioned jade legs look even longer. I didn't ask you to wait for me. If you can't wait, just go back, he retorted. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang's fine brows furrowed slightly. She said nothing more, but she did not leave. The thick-browed Niu Yuanshan, listening to the conversation from the side, was extremely surprised. He had thought this ice mountain of a beauty would turn and leave directly. This made him marvel inwardly once again. Chu Huaishu had been a companion for so long and had interacted with far too many women. There was a reason he could thrive in this line of work. Don't be fooled by Han Shuangjiang's cold demeanor, her strong big sister vibe, and her seemingly difficult personality. This was just a form of self-protection. She had been abandoned by her parents as a child and sold into a brothel. Growing up in such a family and such an environment changes one's disposition. Being abandoned leads to a sense of insecurity. A brothel girl, trained from a young age, is taught primarily to be obedient, taught how to serve others. The madam wants an obedient daughter. If you're not obedient, one can imagine the consequences. Therefore, it was possible that this cold and stunning young woman had a bit of a submissive streak. Chu Huaishu did indeed want to ride the coattails of this world protagonist, but he had no interest in kneeling and licking her jade legs. Chu Huaishu paid her no more attention and continued to search. Finally, sword tempering art. Compatibility 93%. Chu Huaishu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to be so high. He looked through the remaining few jade slips. Only the sword tempering art was above 90%. The highest among the rest was only 81%. This is the one. Opening the jade slip, Chu Huaishu saw a few large characters. Heaven and earth as the furnace, the body as the sword, tempered by spiritual energy, to forge the body and open the apertures. He closed the jade slip and looked at Niu Yuanshan. I'll choose this one. Deacon Niu nodded. There were simply too many aperture opening stage techniques. Even though he was an outer sect deacon, it was impossible for him to know every single one. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 small booklets from his storage space and handed them to the pair. These are the cultivation insights for the ice pure art and the sword tempering art, respectively, all written by our predecessors. If you have any thoughts during your own cultivation, you can also write them in the booklets for the reference of future junior brothers and sisters who join the sect. Thank you, Deacon. They took the booklets. After doing all this, Niu Yuanshan wanted to speak with Chu Huaishu alone, but ultimately restrained himself. He just pointed towards the east and said, Your residences are over there. You can find them on your own. Yes. After the two turned and left, Deacon Niu did not go inside, but watched them go. He stared at Chu Huaishu's back, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. His curiosity about this newcomer from the organization was overwhelming. Even when he forcefully suppressed it, it would immediately rise again. Only after the two had walked far away did he return to his own courtyard and enter his bedroom. Niu Yuanshan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind full of Chu Huaishu. He was just too curious. You were supposed to come here as a handyman, so how did you catch Li Chunsong's eye? Should I find a chance to talk to him? The deacon wondered. At this thought, he suddenly remembered how he had chided the silver-masked man when they were on the reception mission near the forest. Back then, the silver-masked man had wanted to stay and observe the foxy-faced man a little longer, only to be harshly reprimanded by him. Thinking of this, Neo Yuanshan raised a large hand and gave himself a fierce slap. Slap. Article 3 of the admonitions. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards our comrades within the organization. Chu Huaishu's bamboo hut was adjacent to Han Shuangjiang's. They were neighbors. Their residences were much smaller than Deacon Neo's. Along the way, the two exchanged no words, just walking in silence. Farewell. Farewell. After bidding each other farewell, Chu Huaishu walked into his bamboo hut. Every residence in the Dao Gate had a dust-removing formation, so even if no one cleaned it, the inside was spotless. He took out the bedding from his storage token and laid it on his bed. The jade slip and the booklet were tossed to the side. He was in no hurry to cultivate. First, add the random attribute point. That's the correct order, he thought. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and took a look at his various character attributes. At this moment, the attributes that met his eyes were very simple. Physique, 1, upgradable, max 10. Spirit gathering, 1, upgradable, max 10. Comprehension, 1, upgradable, max 10. Spirit embryo attribute, 0, upgradable, max 10. Experience points, 200. Character level, 0. Remaining random attribute points, 1. As soon as he used this one random attribute point, it would be randomly added to one of the attributes above. As the name suggested, physique represented physical strength like health, defense, power, and speed. The higher the physique value, the greater the increase in these aspects with each character level gained. Spirit gathering represented the spiritual energy within the body. You needed spiritual energy to cast spells, i.e., use skills. The higher the spirit gathering value, the greater the increase in spiritual energy with each level up. When you were out of mana, your mana regeneration would also be faster. At the same time, some ultimate moves had mana requirements. If your total spiritual energy was insufficient, you couldn't even cast them once. Comprehension was linked to skills, which were the techniques of cultivators. Take Chu Huaishu's old level 49 Spring and Autumn Mountain account, for example. His main skill was called Extinguishing Evil. This skill was a blooming lotus of black flame with explosive special effects. However, you needed a comprehension higher than 5 to learn it. That was a hard requirement. Furthermore, when cultivators in the Xianhuang realm learned techniques, they progressed through 4 levels: Initial Grasp, Minor Accomplishment, Major Accomplishment, and Great Perfection. Players, on the other hand, had to use experience points to level up their skills, also divided into levels 1 to 4. At the same time, the higher the comprehension, the less experience it costs to level up a skill. The lower the comprehension, the more experience it cost. For some high-grade skills, you couldn't even continue to level them up if your comprehension was too low, even if you had the experience points. Chu Huaishu's Extinguishing Evil had only been leveled up to 3. To max it out, he needed to raise his comprehension to 7. The Spirit Embryo attribute was somewhat similar to comprehension, except it was linked to cultivation techniques. Cultivators in the Xianhuang realm absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by circulating their cultivation techniques. Players were different. Players poured experience points into their techniques. As long as it was filled, they could level up. However, players could also cultivate while offline. They just had to sit cross-legged, and the technique would start circulating. The higher the Spirit Embryo attribute, the more technique experience points were gained from offline cultivation. Similar to comprehension, some powerful techniques also had Spirit Embryo attribute requirements. The amount of experience points spent when leveling up the technique was also linked to this attribute. If the Spirit Embryo attribute was not up to standard, you couldn't even level up your character. If your Spirit Embryo attribute was only 1, then your level cap was 19. If it was only 2, then it was 29. In the words of the Xianhuang realm, Your innate talent was too poor, and you would be stuck in the first realm for your entire life, with no hope of reaching the second. Simply put, it was just the quantification of some of the Xianhuang realm's cultivation systems. A spirit embryo like Han Shuangjiang's is likely level 9, or even a maxed-out level 10. In other words, her leveling speed will be ridiculously fast because the experience cost will be ridiculously low and her upper limit is very high. She won't get stuck at a certain realm for the rest of her life. She has almost no bottlenecks. Chu Huaixu was green with envy. Why was the Dao ancestor of the Dao Gate so strong? So strong that his opponents were desperate enough to send people to make him lose his virginity. How desperate must one be to come up with such a master plan? It was all because he possessed the pure Yang physique. Also a level 10 spirit embryo. That long-legged beauty next door with talent comparable to the Dao ancestor should have already started cultivating, right? Chu Huaixu guessed. He wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to add his 1 random attribute point and 1 spirit embryo attribute point first. Time for the lottery draw. Chu Huaixu rubbed his hands together. Give it to me. A large roulette wheel, visible only to him, appeared and began to spin. On the wheel, the sections for the other attributes were all equal in size, but the section for spirit embryo was particularly small, with only a 3% chance. Stop, he willed it. Ding! Congratulations, you have received an attribute point in physique. Chu Huaixu's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he thought, physique? That's fine. At the beginning, it didn't matter what he got. He was equally weak across the board. Random is fine. It's not like I got a free attribute point that I could allocate myself. His level 49 account had the highest points in spirit gathering. Every time he took a girl through a dungeon, relying on his thick mana bar and abundant spiritual energy, he would spam skills as if they cost no mana, focusing on explosive special effects. Looking cool was all that mattered. Besides spirit gathering, he had also added more points to comprehension. This was because professional skills like item refining, pill refining, and talisman refining were also linked to comprehension. Item refining could sell equipment, pill refining could sell pills, and talisman refining could sell talismans. These were all ways to make money. Chu Huaixu was all about pragmatism. Either make money from women or make money from players to achieve a class leap. He was just that desperate to improve. Therefore, physique was actually the attribute he was relatively unfamiliar with. I can't add the 1 spirit embryo attribute point yet. I need to get my character to level 1 first. As mentioned before, if the spirit embryo attribute was 1, the character level cap was 19. If the spirit embryo attribute was 0, the cap was 9. So, the most urgent task was to learn the aperture opening stage technique first. Don't forget, he still had 200 experience points to use, which was more than enough to level up. Chu Huaixu picked up the jade slip for the sword tempering art and the small booklet. After thinking for a moment, he decided to flip through the booklet first. The sword tempering art is like a book. This booklet contains the notes left by predecessors, so it's basically the book's comment section. Of course, I have to read the comments section first, to see what everyone thought of it. Chu Huaixu felt this was the correct order. He opened the first page of the booklet with anticipation. On the first page, there were only 2 large, wildly dancing characters, written in a rather sloppy hand. Don't practice. Chu Huaixu stared at the small booklet, completely bewildered. Refusing to believe it, he flipped to the next page. As it turned out, this page also had only 2 words. Heed the advice. Judging by the handwriting, the first and second pages were likely not written by the same person. This was enough to make Chu Huaixu's head spin. What the hell is this? 2 people singing the same tune. Chu Huaixu continued to flip through the pages, only to find there was nothing more. That's it. He grew even more confused. Could this be a newly released aperture opening stage technique that very few people have practiced? This was the only possibility he could think of. The Dao Gate was huge, with numerous outer sect disciples. One had to know, even if the Dao Gate's requirements were strict, only accepting 1 in 10,000 geniuses The population base of the entire Eastern Continent's Mirror Kingdom was not small. With so many in-name disciples, it was impossible that so few would choose this, right? Is it because its name isn't as flashy as those other techniques? Shu Huaishu wondered. That shouldn't be it either. After all, that legendary sword was in the Dao Gate. Within the Dao Gate, the practice of the sword was extremely popular. As long as a technique had the word sword in its name, there was no reason for it to be so unpopular. Shu Huaishu was genuinely afraid that he was about to become the third guinea pig. But no matter what, this technique has the highest compatibility with me, at 93%. The system judged it to be fine, so it must be fine. In any case, for him, a so-called cultivation technique was just something to stuff experience points into. With this thought, Shu Huaishu tossed the small booklet aside and picked up the jade slip. As a veteran player, he had a certain understanding of the Xianhuang realm's cultivation system. In the past, the aperture opening stage did not actually exist as a realm. The human body had 9 apertures, which were used to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some people were born with all 9 apertures open, like that long-legged beauty next door. Some people were born with all apertures blocked, like Chu Huaishu at his current stage. For a chosen prodigy like Han Shuangjiang, her aperture opening stage was like a walk in the park. It could be understood that her 9 apertures were merely clogged with some of the human body's impurities. All she needed to do now was rely on a cultivation technique to cleanse these impurities. Before long, she would reach the great perfection of the aperture opening stage and then begin to break through to the first realm. Many years ago, only those born with all 9 apertures open could cultivate. Everyone started practicing directly from the first realm. Therefore, in that era, the threshold for cultivation was extremely high and the number of cultivators was very small. Until the meteoric rise of the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor, unrivaled in the mortal world, discovered the secrets of the human body's 9 apertures and refined the aperture opening pill. By consuming an aperture opening pill, one could unblock their originally sealed apertures. The so-called aperture opening stage techniques were actually just to assist in absorbing the medicinal power. By circulating the technique, the pill's effect would be better and the absorption would be faster. The world revered him as the Dao Ancestor precisely because he had created the aperture opening pill and established the aperture opening stage. Without him, many people would have never had the chance to become cultivators. Right now, in Chu Huaishu's storage token, there was an aperture opening pill provided for free by the Dao Gate to its in-name disciples. I have to say, the benefits at a major sect are really good, he thought. Some small sects even make their disciples buy aperture opening pills with their own money. Taking out the aperture opening pill, Chu Huaishu swallowed it in one gulp, then spread the jade slip open before him. Ding! Do you wish to learn the cultivation technique, sword tempering art? He heard the system prompt. Did he even need to ask? Learn. Well then, let's begin cultivating. Asking the Dao Peak was the main peak of the mountain beyond the mountains. The main hall of the Dao Gate was located at the summit of Asking the Dao Peak. At this moment, there were a total of 6 people in the main hall. 6th elderly Chunsong was among them. The person in the lead sat on the Sect Master's throne. He was the current Sect Master of the Dao Gate, Xiangyan. This man did not have the slightest transcendent aura of an immortal. He was ferocious-looking, hideously ugly, looked very difficult to provoke, and was also bald. From his appearance, he was clearly a far cry from the Dao Gate Sect Master everyone imagined. On both sides of the hall sat 4 others. 1st Elder Lu Pan, 5th Elder Zhao Shuqi, 9th Elder Nangongyu, and 10th Elder Chu Yinin. 6th Elderly Chun Song stood in the center of the hall, constantly rubbing his hands, his face flushed and his mood excited. He was in the throes of his gambling addiction, thinking about how to lay the groundwork and start a bet with his martial brothers. I have brought back the people little martial uncle asked me to retrieve. Li Chun Song cleared his throat and said. 10th Elder Chu Yinin immediately asked, what people? It was strange, but while the other high-level members of the Dao Gate all looked middle-aged. Only this 10th elder, Chu Yinin, still looked like a young girl in the prime of her youth, appearing to be only 13 or 14, her body not even fully developed. But in reality, she was already 32 years old. This was related to her cultivation technique and her spirit embryo. Li Chunsong turned to glance at her and said directly, "This is a matter for those at the 7th realm and above. You, at the 6th realm, shouldn't ask." As soon as he said this, everyone else laughed. Chu Yinin's brow furrowed, and she slapped the small table beside her chair in anger. "What do you mean by that, you gambler? Are you looking down on me?" Li Chunsong immediately put on a placating smile. "How would I dare, little Marshall's sister? But this matter has been classified by little Marshall Uncle as a top sect secret. You know the rules. Only those at the 7th realm and above are qualified to know. You're using the sect rules to pressure me?" Chu Yinin refused to back down. This forced Li Chunsong to seek help, looking at First Elder Lu Pan. "First Marshal brother, you're the law enforcement elder. Say something." The stern and dignified Lu Pan looked up, the lines on his forehead so deep they looked as if they were carved with a knife. "According to the sect rules, it is indeed so," he answered earnestly. "So that's how it is. You're all ganging up to bully me." Chu Yinin stood up abruptly. Dao Gate Sect Master Xiang Yin raised his hand and pressed it down slightly, signaling her to calm down. Not only was the bald man ugly, but his speaking voice was also very unpleasant, sounding like a screaming chicken toy. "Little Marshall's sister, you have indeed been too lazy in the past. Your innate talent is clearly the most outstanding among us. Both Master and Marshall Uncle said that the end of your cultivation path will surely be farther than ours, but you just refuse to cultivate properly." Hearing this, Chu Yinin looked down at her own body and became even more displeased. "Cultivate what? Look at what I've cultivated myself into." She swept her gaze over everyone and said in a fit of pique, "If you won't tell me, then don't. I don't want to hear it anyway. I'm leaving." She walked quickly to the entrance of the hall, then stopped and turned around. "Are you really not going to tell me?" Her Marshall brothers and sisters remained silent, just looking at her with smiles. Only then did Chu Yinin storm out of the hall in a huff. This time, she was really gone. 9th Elder Nangong, Yu, was a gentle-tempered woman. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but had a heavy chest. She shook her head and chuckled. "Little Marshall's sister is really something. She's already so old, yet her temper is sometimes just like her appearance, never growing up. She's always been like this, it's not like she's changed," 5th Elder Zhao Shuqi said with a shrug. "Her special technique is one reason, but it's mainly because of her nature," 1st Elder Lu Pan said. Just as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but let out a soft, "Why is she still eavesdropping outside?" As the law enforcement elder, he was in charge of the sect rules. With a wave of his large hand, he released a sound-insulating formation, completely sealing off the sounds within the main hall. "Now she's really gone." Lu Pan probed outwards with his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. Sect Master Xiang Yin cleared his throat and said in his incredibly grating voice, "All right, let's get down to business." 6th Elderly Chunsong knew it was his turn to speak. As instructed by Marshall Uncle, "I brought back 2 people from Bio Terrace on Wuming Mountain. The man is named Chu Huaishu, the woman Han Shuangjiang. This Han Shuangjiang is incredible. Guess what her spirit embryo is?" He began to build suspense. No one spoke. They just stared at him in silence. "You all are no fun," Li Chunsong grumbled. "Her spirit embryo is on par with the Dao ancestors' pure yang physique. She has a profound yin physique." The others were instantly astonished. "What? Profound yin physique? It's actually a profound yin physique." 9th Elder Nangong, you crossed her arms over her chest, her ample flesh bunching up on her arms. "Do you think, if it's a profound yin physique, is it possible for her to gain its recognition?" The others were slightly taken aback. But they quickly understood what Nangong was referring to. It was a sword left behind by the Dao ancestor. The moment the sword was mentioned, the main hall instantly grew a bit quieter. In the end, it was Sect Master Xiang Yin who spoke first. Whether she can gain its recognition, who can say for sure? Once her cultivation reaches the first realm, we will know. But regardless, to have a new disciple with a profound physique join our sect is truly a blessing for our Dao Gate. Little Martial Uncle has ignored worldly affairs and roamed the world for so many years. He has finally done something useful. When everyone heard him mention Little Martial Uncle, they all had expressions that were a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Ninth Elder, Nangon, you spoke up at this time. Since this Han Shuangjiang has a profound physique, what about the Chu Huaishu who came up the mountain with her? As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes turned in unison to Li Chunsong, full of curiosity. For this child to be chosen by Little Martial Uncle alongside someone with a profound physique, he definitely had to have something extraordinary about him. Fifth Elder Zhao Shuqi began to urge him. Sixth Martial Brother, stop keeping us in suspense. We're not buying it. Hurry up and tell us. Standing in the center of the hall, Li Chunsong looked as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. In the end, he just sighed and waved his hand. Him? It's better not to mention him. Better not. Everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. First Elder Lu Pan's brow furrowed, making his forehead lines seem even deeper. His tone was displeased. Old Sixth, if you're told to speak, then speak. Among all the Martial brothers, apart from Little Martial's sister Chu Yinin, everyone was afraid of First Martial Brother Lu Pan. Even the current Sect Master, Second Martial Brother Xiang Yin, was secretly afraid of him. Li Chunsong immediately put on a placating smile and rubbed his hands together. First Martial Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to talk. It's just, there's really nothing to talk about. In any case, from what I can see, he should be a pseudo-spirit embryo, the Sixth Elder said with a shrug. What do you mean, should be? Lu Pan was still frowning. Always serious and meticulous, he was very dissatisfied with this ambiguous answer. Because I don't know why Little Martial Uncle would send someone with a pseudo-spirit embryo up the mountain. And you all haven't seen this kid. Let me tell you, this kid is incredibly handsome. And tall, too, Li Chunsong said, narrowing his eyes as if he were speaking of a matter of heaven-shaking importance. What? The assembled titans of the Dao Gate were genuinely shocked. The reason was simple. They all knew their Little Martial Uncle too well. Their Little Martial Uncle had many minor flaws. One of them was that he was prone to jealousy. He was short and plain-looking, yet considered himself a suave romantic. He disliked men who were too handsome, especially those who were both tall and handsome. Why was Sect Master Xiang Yin so highly regarded by Little Martial Uncle back in the day? They had privately mulled it over. Second Martial Brother was as ugly as sin and bald to boot. Those were definitely bonus points. Under these circumstances, for a pseudo-spirit embryo like Chu Huaishu to still be chosen by Little Martial Uncle, he absolutely had to have some earth-shattering quality. Based on this point alone, their curiosity and attention towards Chu Huaishu faintly surpassed even that for Han Shuangjiang and her profound physique. Sect Master Xiang Yin asked with concern, "Have you arranged all the entry procedures? Have they chosen their aperture opening stage techniques?" Nangon Yu added from the side, "For a profound physique, I remember the most compatible technique is the Ice Pure Art, right?" Li Chunsong waved his hand, a bit helpless, as if I wouldn't know to choose the Ice Pure Art. I've definitely handled such a small matter properly, you can all rest assured. But for this Chu Huaishu, I imagine none of you could recommend anything either, right? He said with a raised eyebrow. Hearing this, the others couldn't refute it. For a pseudo-spirit embryo, it was all the same no matter what they chose. Even if Little Martial Uncle himself were here, he would still be at a loss. It's too hard. This question is too hard. Ahem, it's only the aperture opening stage. It's of no great consequence. When he officially steps through the gates of cultivation and breaks through to the first realm, we can discuss it properly then and select a new cultivation technique for him, Xiang Yin said, making the final decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that the stage was sufficiently set, Li Chunsong began to rub his hands together again in the center of the hall. I suspect they are both in their rooms cultivating right now. I see you're all in high spirits today. A little bet for fun. How about we wager on something? He rubbed his hands even more vigorously. As a law enforcement elder, Lu Pan immediately snorted. Sixth Elder, a country has its laws, and a sect has its rules. Our Dao Gate has never encouraged this kind of behavior. Sect Rule 17. Organizing a private gamble is a fine of 100 silver taels, and all participants are fined 50. Do not break the rules. Hearing this, Sixth Elderly Chunsong immediately smiled. Understand, I understand. As he spoke, he took out a 100-tael silver note from his storage token, walked over to Lu Pan, and presented it with both hands. The law enforcement elder stared at him with a serious expression, then scanned everyone else in the hall. One after another, silver notes were taken out from storage tokens and, wrapped in spiritual energy, floated onto his table. Now, it was everyone else's turn to stare at him. Lu Pan's expression remained solemn, unmoving as a mountain. Finally, it was Ninth Elder Nan Gongyu who gave him an out. Oh, First Martial Brother, don't be such a killjoy. It's rare that everyone is in such high spirits today. Let's all participate. The law enforcement elder with the deep forehead lines put on a dark face, snorted again, and took out a silver note, slapping it on the table. Slap, just this once. Inside the Dao Gate's main hall, Li Chunsong began to propose. Let's bet on how long it will take them to open their first aperture, shall we? Zhao Shuqi waved his hand. What's there to bet on? Han Shuangjiang has a profound Yin physique. She only needs to circulate the ice-pure art through her body for one cycle to succeed. That's right. With her physique, it's like she was born with all 9 apertures open. Right now, they're just clogged with some bodily impurities. Her apertures are practically a formality, Nan Gongyu added. Of course, it's no fun to bet on her. Li Chunsong started rubbing his hands again, his face even flushing slightly. If we're going to bet, let's bet on the pseudo-spirit embryo. At these words, everyone looked at each other. Hiss, a pseudo-spirit embryo. Now, that was truly unpredictable. So how do you plan to bet? Zhao Shuqi asked. A 3-day limit? Li Chunsong proposed. All right, I bet he breaks through the first aperture within 3 days. Xiang Yin was the first to speak. I also bet on within 3 days. Count me in. Within 3 days should be enough, even Lu Pan said. Now Li Chunsong was in a panic. The bet I want to make was also within 3 days. Wait, he's a pseudo-spirit embryo. It would be good if he could break the first aperture within 10 days, and even that would require body tempering. Why are you all betting on within 3 days? He was getting flustered. Because he's the one little martial uncle chose, Nan Gongyu replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Exactly. Zhao Shuqi chimed in. Seeing Li Chunsong's speechless expression, they asked with a smile, You weren't thinking of betting on within 3 days too, were you? What else? Li Chunsong was truly a loss for words. At this moment, a light bulb went on in the ugly, bald head of Xiang Yin, who suddenly asked, Sixth Martial Brother, how long did it take you to break through your first aperture back then? Li Chunsong lifted his chin. Although I don't have a top-tier spirit embryo like the profound Yin physique, I was also born with all 9 apertures open. Naturally, I also only needed to circulate my energy for one cycle. Then why don't you have more faith in Chu Huaishu? Xiang Yin said in his incredibly grating voice. Hearing this, Li Chunsong's gambling dog nature began to erupt. A kid can't cry every day. I refuse to believe it. I'm always seeking fortune in danger. Is it really that hard to find? Little martial uncle, bless me, he prayed silently. The face of this man, known to players as the charity god of gamblers, grew even redder. I bet he will open his first aperture after circulating his energy just once. Everyone else smiled and promptly bet against him. As mentioned before, the aperture opening stage was fully known as the aperture opening and body tempering stage. Why was it said that for a pseudo-spirit embryo, body tempering was the only way out, like with Shui, who was killed in one blow by Chu Huaishu? It was because even if someone with a pseudo-spirit embryo spent money to buy and consume an aperture opening pill, they still needed to constantly polish their body through external forces. Those with a spirit embryo would have their embryo absorb the medicinal effects, spreading it to their entire body. They didn't need to temper their body. Their body would grow stronger just by taking medicine. A pseudo-spirit embryo couldn't spread the effects of the aperture-opening pill throughout their body, so they needed to rely on body tempering for external stimulation. This process was painful and torturous. Many people couldn't even persist with daily exercise, let alone the excruciating pain of body tempering. What was more despairing was that many people with pseudo-spirit embryos spent a fortune to buy an aperture-opening pill, consumed it, and persisted with daily body tempering, only to possibly unblock just 2 or 3 apertures in the end. After all that effort, they were only a bit stronger than ordinary people, with slightly better physical qualities. Only by entering the first realm could one be considered a true cultivator, worlds apart from mortals. As an 8th realm expert, Xiang Yin had already secretly scanned Medicine Mountain with his spiritual sense. He had discovered that all 9 of Chu Huaishu's apertures were completely blocked, sealed tight. Circulating one's energy for one cycle took about the time of an incense stick. With them being blocked so tightly, how could he possibly break through? The bet was now officially on. The great cultivators in the main hall all spread out their spiritual sense to perceive Chu Huaishu's and Han Xuanjiang's current states. Oh, this little girl has already succeeded in opening her aperture. Nan Gongyu smiled. It seemed she couldn't wait to start cultivating. On the other side, Chu Huaishu had just finished reading the small booklet and was unhurriedly spreading out the jade slip, preparing to cultivate the sword tempering art. The main hall was silent. Everyone had their eyes closed, patiently perceiving with their spiritual sense. But not long after, everyone's eyes snapped open in unison, their faces filled with incredulous expressions. Because Chu Huaishu's first aperture had actually opened, and it only took him 3 breaths. System, level me up. Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on his bed and spent 79 experience points to raise his character level from 0 to 1. As for why it was 79 points, the system had its own algorithm. It was closely related to the player's own attributes, the compatibility of the cultivation technique, and other factors. That Shui who died in the rainy night probably never would have dreamed that for Chu Huaishu, opening an aperture was as simple as breathing. Of course, he couldn't even dream anymore. Shuehu had actually managed to open 2 apertures himself. He had purchased an aperture-opening pill through some special channels when he was young, then used body tempering techniques to stimulate his body, suffering a great deal to barely achieve such a result. He knew in his heart that this was likely not his limit, but the pain was so deeply ingrained in his memory that he didn't even have the courage to take another step. Besides, having 2 open apertures made his physical qualities slightly better than an ordinary person's, which was enough for him to pull some strings and get into the constabulary. It was just a pity that on this night of pouring rain, he met Chu Huaishu, a walking hack. His death contributed 100 experience points to the transmigrator, becoming the nourishment for him to open his own aperture. Inside the main hall, on asking the Dao Peak, the group of experts of the 7th realm and above were all stunned. Opening an aperture in 3 breaths? And it was a completely blocked aperture at that. What did this mean? The spiritual energy had just entered his body and had opened the aperture? It was simply inconceivable and utterly shocking. One must know, the person with the profound Yin physique living next door to him had spent nearly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, circulating the ice-pure art for 1 full cycle through her body before she succeeded. And among these people, the most emotional one was, of course, Li Chunsong. The breathing of this 6th elder, nicknamed by players on the forums as the charity god of gamblers, Li Pure Gifter, and the ever-defeated general, had become ragged. He was even trembling slightly. That unremarkable face of his began to flush, and he appeared incredibly excited, as if bolts of electricity were coursing through his entire body. I won. I actually won. He could hardly remember the last time he had won a bet. He felt so good it was like the top of his head was about to blow off. However, Before they could even begin discussing it in their shock, an anomaly occurred. Chu Huaishu, who had opened his aperture in 3 breaths, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. In an instant, he was struck by extreme pain. It felt as if he were lying on a road, and a motorcycle was repeatedly running him over, striving to leave its tire tracks on every corner of his body. Because it all happened so suddenly, the pain was so intense that he felt dizzy. Chu Huaishu had been sitting cross-legged on the bed. Now, after a dizzying spell, he fell off. The jade slip spread out before him, and the small booklet placed at the side also fell to the floor. The foxy-faced young man fainted directly from the pain. Just before he lost consciousness, he suddenly understood the words written on the jade slip. Heaven and earth as the furnace, the body as the sword, tempered by spiritual energy, to forge the body and open the apertures. The night wind blew in from the window, coincidentally flipping the pages of the small booklet, giving off a sense of the gentle breeze cannot read. Why does it randomly flip the pages of a book? The large characters written on the first and second pages were thus revealed. Don't practice. Heed the advice. In the bamboo hut next door, Han Shuangjiang opened her beautiful eyes, having undoubtedly heard the heart-wrenching scream. She shot up from her bed and stood up directly. What happened to him? She looked in the direction of the neighboring hut. However, her experiences since childhood and her recent life of displacement had made her lean towards indifference. But after struggling with herself for a few moments, she still decided to meddle in other people's business. After all, at her core, she was still a kind person. Han Shuangjiang strode forward. When her astonishingly proportioned jade legs took large, quick steps, there was always a unique kind of beauty. Someone with short legs, on the other hand, would often look somewhat comical. She pushed open her bamboo door, arrived in front of Chu Huaishu's hut, and raised her hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. No answer. You. Han Shuangjiang paused for a moment before continuing. Are you all right? Still no answer. Previously, she had always worn a veil in front of Chu Huaishu. At this moment, without her veil, she had an exquisitely flawless face, so beautiful it could steal one's soul. She bit her silver teeth, made a decision, and pushed the door directly. Creak! It wouldn't budge, it was locked. You gotta be kidding. You're a demoness who possesses the dual cultivation technique, Joyful Entanglement, and you call me a Cultivation Cauldron the moment we met. How could I, Chu Huaishu, not lock my door? What's the most important thing for a boy when he's away from home? Protecting himself. He had been a companion for so many years. How could he not understand the principle that women are all the same? If you let them get you too easily, they won't know how to cherish you. A man who doesn't love himself is like a rotten cabbage. Han Shuangjiang lowered her eyes slightly, guessing the problem was quite serious and suspecting he had already fainted. She looked around and finally decided to go find Deacon Yo. The thick-browed man looked upright and was also kind. Even though it was so late, it probably wouldn't anger him, right? Just as she was about to set off, a figure flew over quickly from a distance. As he approached the hut, he flicked his sleeve, and his spiritual energy directly blasted the door open. Only then did he land gracefully. The entire sequence of movements was as smooth as flowing water, utterly stylish. The aesthetically challenged sixth elder, Li Chunsong, glanced at Han Shuangjiang, then walked inside with an anxious expression. His physique is strong. He's in no danger. And he's a bit excessively robust, Li Chunsong said, somewhat puzzled. How could opening a single of the 9 apertures result in such an improvement? He raised his right hand, and the jade slip scattered on the floor flew into his grasp. Li Chunsong took a closer look and couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this demonic art?" As a dignified, great cultivator of the 7th realm, he could naturally see through a mere aperture-opening stage technique with a single glance. This technique actually integrates body tempering directly into it, becoming a practice of both internal and external. And it uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the physical body. How is this any different from the final step in artifact refining, spirit tempering? Li Chunsong's brow furrowed even deeper. Sword tempering art. Sword tempering art. This was literally tempering a person like a sword. But after he calmed down and deduced it, he found that this technique was actually feasible. It was as if it used artifact refining as a foundation and adapted it into an alternative, demonic aperture-opening art. This person's artifact refining skill is definitely at the Grandmaster level. Li Chunsong was once again greatly shocked. One had to know, the entire Dao Gate had only one Grandmaster of artifact refining, and that was the broad-minded ninth elder of the Dao Gate, Nangongyu. In terms of rarity, the number of Grandmasters of artifact refining was even smaller than the number of great cultivators of the 7th realm and above. This definitely wasn't created by ninth martial sister. A demonic thing like this is more like something Chu Yinin would do, Li Chunsong thought. He decided to go wake up Niu Yuanshan later and ask him a few questions. The 6th elder turned to glance at Han Shuangjiang and comforted her. Don't worry, it's nothing. He just fainted from the pain due to the special nature of his cultivation technique. Fainted from pain? Han Shuangjiang was perplexed. A grown man fainted from pain? This technique was that terrifying. Just now, when she was practicing the ice pure art, she had clearly felt a refreshing sensation throughout her body. It felt like a gentle stream of energy was spreading through her, washing away the fatigue of the entire night. She never would have imagined that cultivation could be such a pleasant affair. But why was he in so much pain? Han Shuangjiang glanced at Chu Huaishu lying on the floor. She found that after his face turned deathly pale, his foxy face actually possessed a different kind of beauty. An excellent cultivation cauldron should be just like this. Her old habits from the joyful sect were acting up again, and she even began to appraise him. Chu Huaishu had a very long dream, but after waking up, he couldn't remember any of it. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was an exquisitely beautiful face. The unveiled Han Shuangjiang was sitting beside his bed, holding a face cloth, having just finished wiping the sweat from his face and neck. It was a face so beautiful it could make one lose their senses. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu had a relatively strong resistance in this regard. In his line of work, which was essentially a service industry, after doing it for a long time, one could develop a slight aversion to women. Interestingly, due to her own upbringing and life experiences, the peerless beauty before him also had a slight aversion to men. This wasn't too difficult to understand. The ice-cold woman looked down at Chu Huaishu and said, "The 6th elder asked me to take care of you." However, Chu Huaishu's reply was, "Smells nice." This slightly frivolous reply made her gaze freeze. "Not talking about you." The foxy-faced man frowned and glanced at her. He sat up from the bed and began to search his room for the source of the fragrance. Soon, he saw a stick of incense on the table, almost completely burned out. Chu Huaishu turned his head to look at Han Shuangjiang, his face full of inquiry. This is mind-calming incense, left by the 6th elder. Her face visibly turned colder, and she stood up directly. She walked straight out of the bamboo hut and went back to her own room, leaving Chu Huaishu sitting on the bed, rubbing his temples. When playing Borrowing a Sword, as long as a player chose to level up, their realm would improve. He still retained his golden finger, but the overall experience was not good. Players can adjust their pain index. I can't do that now, he thought. Of course, Chu Huaishu knew very well that the reason it was so painful was entirely due to the technique itself. When a player leveled up, it was essentially skipping the step-by-step process of cultivation. Or rather, all these processes were completed in an instant, and the feedback was then felt on one's body. So I circulated the sword tempering art several times in an instant, which is why it hurts so much. Chu Huaishu was perplexed. He guessed that even if he practiced this technique normally without his cheat, it probably wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Asterisk, to be this painful, and you have the nerve to call yourself the sword tempering art? You might as well call yourself the minstrel pain art, asterisk, he complained in his heart. So, the question was, on what grounds does it have a 93% compatibility with me? He certainly didn't think of himself as a masochist. Although there was a classic saying in his industry, the flower language of the steel wool ball is forbearance and wealth. that had nothing to do with him. He really had no such kinks and was repulsed by the rich woman's happy ball. On his companion homepage, he would never hint at such things to his clients by putting tags for niche kinks on his profile. There was a chain of disdain in their industry. Those who engaged in BDSM were, after all, niche companions and would never make it big. Therefore, Chu Huaishu felt the system owed him an explanation. After getting up from a bed, he felt his body. It seems I'm really much stronger. Is it because I added 1 point to physique before? So the boost in this area is greater? It should be more than just that reason. He set his sights on the jade slip and the small booklet on the table. Sitting down, Chu Huaishu picked up the booklet and once again opened the first and second pages. Don't practice. Heed the advice. He now understood. These two predecessors must have suffered immensely, so they left behind 2 bad reviews to warn future generations, which was quite painstaking of them. Chu Huaishu felt he too had a duty to write something for those who came after. He picked up a brush and, with a serious expression, wrote in large, flamboyant characters on the 3rd page. Peerless divine art. Practice it. All of you better practice it. Chu Huaishu sat on the chair, fuming. After closing the booklet, he realized he still had important business to attend to. I still haven't added the spirit embryo attribute point. The spirit embryo was also closely related to a cultivator's innate divine abilities. This thing was just too important. A pseudo-spirit embryo had no future. He opened his character panel and directly added the 1 spirit embryo attribute point. However, the interface that popped up first was Select Spirit Embryo Type. This was easy to understand. Every spirit embryo had its own characteristics. Take the person with the profound Yin physique next door, for example. If Chu Huaishu were to choose the profound Yin physique at this time, his character panel would display in the spirit embryo section. Profound Yin physique, dust covered. Only after adding attribute points up to 10 would the words dust covered disappear and the spirit embryo would reach great perfection. However, when players chose a spirit embryo, they could only select a major category and then receive a random one from within it. Physiques like the pure yang and profound yin were in the yin-yang category. Besides yin-yang, there are dozens of other spirit embryo categories such as 5 elements, lightning, dark night, Godspeed, joyful union, and more. Each category was further subdivided. If one were to choose carefully, they could be dazzled by the options. But Chu Huaishu had already made up his mind. I have no choice. After all, by a twist of fate, I've already entered the Dao Gate. And that sword is in the Dao Gate. Without even looking at the other categories, he made his choice. Sword. Ding. You have selected the Sword Spirit Embryo. A random selection is in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Embryo. Heart Sword. Heart Sword. In his memory, there was no information related to it. He had never seen any sword cultivator player with this type of spirit embryo. Chu Huaishu only felt his body undergo a strange transformation in an instant. He closed his eyes and could perceive a sword floating in his sea of consciousness. A completely pitch-black sword. For some reason, he felt that it was alive, connected to his own heart and mind, possessing its own spirituality. It just seemed listless and half-dead. Chu Huaishu was not surprised by this, because his character panel now clearly stated, Spirit Embryo Heart Sword. 1. Dust covered. Below it was a small line of text introduced by the system. A sword to sever the body, a heart to sever the soul. Medicine Mountain, the Deacon's small courtyard. Neo Yuanshan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind restless. At this moment, the east was beginning to whiten. The sky was about to brighten. Just 2 hours ago, 6th elderly Chunsong had come looking for him again, asking where the sword-tempering art came from. Neo Yuanshan told the truth, stating that he didn't know either. The jade slip was indeed in his possession, but he was not in charge of cataloging these aperture-opening stage techniques. 6th elder, there should be records of it in the scripture pavilion, he carefully suggested. Li Chunsong nodded and immediately disappeared, flying towards the scripture pavilion, leaving Deacon Neo utterly bewildered. Wasn't the sword-tempering art given to the newcomer from the organization? Why did the sixth elder suddenly come asking about this? Could it be that there's a problem with this aperture opening technique? Then this Chu Huaishu. Neo Yuanshan felt the urge several times to go to the other's bamboo hut overnight to check on his condition. He suppressed the thought, but after a while, it would rise again. He spent the entire night in a state of conflict, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Deacon Nio's mind was full of Chu Huaishu. He saw him when he opened his eyes, and he saw him when he closed them. Slap! A slap, even louder than before, echoed in the courtyard. Neo Yuanshan had hit himself even harder this time, making his own face swell up. Article 3 of the admonitions. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards our comrades. Loyalty. Asking the Dao Peak, the main hall. Li Chunsong, who had been busy all night, flew back again to report to the high-level members of the Dao Gate. There's a problem with the technique Chu Huaishu is practicing. It's incredibly demonic. It looks like it was adapted based on artifact refining, taking a path of both internal and external cultivation. I suspect that the person who created this technique has extremely high artifact refining skills. Their mastery of this path has likely reached the pinnacle. It's very possible they were a grandmaster of artifact refining. Listening to his words, everyone in the main hall frowned. Sect Master Xiang Yin asked, "Did you investigate where this technique came from?" Li Chunsong nodded. "I went to the scripture pavilion and checked the records. Was there a problem?" Law Enforcement Elder Lu Pan asked. "This technique was brought back and entered into the library by little Marshal Uncle a few years ago," Li Chunsong said, spreading his hands. When members of the Dao Gate obtained cultivation techniques or arts in the outside world, they could bring them back to the sect for review and inclusion in the library. The sect had its own set of review standards and would rate them before issuing rewards. Of course, a submission could also be rejected. It was too demonic, and also of little value, with obvious drawbacks. It simply didn't match the righteous disciples of the Dao Gate. Hearing this, Li Chunsong suddenly smiled. Why is sixth martial brother laughing? Xiang Yin was puzzled. Sect Master, you may not know, but I just scanned him with my spiritual sense. That kid has already woken up, and he even wrote 4 words in the little booklet for cultivation insights. Nangongyu immediately pressed, "What words?" The smile on Li Chunsong's face became even harder to contain, and he laughed out loud. "Peerless divine art. Ha 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 ha." In an instant, the main hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The high-level members of the Dao Gate were all a mixture of amused and exasperated, except for the first elder. Oomph. This young man chosen by little Marshal Uncle, his heart seems a little black. Law Enforcement Elder Lu Pan snorted coldly. Air. Li Chunsong immediately reined in his smile, realizing he had misspoken. This type of person was not looked upon favorably by the first martial brother. As expected, First Elder Lu Pan spoke again. Since it is a peerless divine art, then have the outer sect deacons supervise him closely so that he practices it diligently. Medicine Mountain, the bamboo hut. The sky was gradually brightening. He had spent a long time studying the heart sword, but had figured out nothing. Normal. The aperture opening stage is really just laying the foundation for future cultivation. Strictly speaking, I don't even count as a cultivator yet. Chu Huaishu rubbed his stomach, which was already rumbling with hunger. In the Xianwang realm, there was no such thing as a cultivator who could completely abstain from food. Everyone had to eat, without exception. Compared to ordinary people, cultivators, aside from possessing greater strength, were not much different. Even their lifespans weren't that much longer. In the cultivation world, living to be 100 was still considered a blessing, not a curse. The Medicine Mountain, where Chu Huaishu was currently located, had a cafeteria. Disciples paid monthly and could go there to eat. Of course, if you wanted to buy some ingredients and cook for yourself, that was also fine. The entire outer sect of the Dao Gate was not so much a sect academy as it was a small town formed by the gathering of low-level cultivators, a world unto itself. There were ordinary cafeterias and high-end restaurants. There were tailor shops, spiritual pill stores, and weapon pavilions. Therefore, living here required money for everything. This included the bamboo hut Chu Huaishu was currently living in. Starting next month, he would also have to pay rent to the sect. If he had the ability to do business and wanted to open a shop, he would also have to get a permit and a business license from the Dao Gate and then pay taxes. Of course, he could also go to a shop run by others and work as an apprentice to be a beast of burden. In addition, the Dao Gate itself also provided some job opportunities for its disciples. The most typical employment project on Medicine Mountain was spiritual herb cultivation and maintenance. As for an outer sect deacon like Niu Yuanshan, he was part of the official management, a bona fide leading cadre with immense power. However, the inner sect of the Dao Gate was a world apart from the outer sect. That place was more like a true sect. The main purpose of the disciples there was to cultivate, to become stronger. As for money, Chu Huaishu wasn't worried for the time being. Don't forget, he had a 100-tael silver note on him. This money was enough for him to use for a while. Holding an outer sect map, Chu Huaishu headed for the officially run cafeteria. Along the way, some diligent people had already set up stalls to earn money. Fellow martial brothers, why don't you come and see the fasting pills I've newly developed? The Xianwang realm did not have a fasting realm, but did have fasting pills. If you ate one, you didn't have to eat. The man who was hawking his wares continued to promote them. Junior brother, look at my new white flower fasting pill that's white and soft, has risen particularly well, and has a fluffy texture. Chu Huaishu asked with a speechless expression, Senior brother, the principle of a fasting pill, is that you eat one and you won't be hungry, not that you eat until you're full and then you won't be hungry. Isn't this fist-sized thing of yours just a damn steamed bun? Not at all. Not at all, junior brother. This is a white flower fasting pill. If you eat it, it's as filling as 5 white flower steamed buns of the same size. And when you eat steamed buns, you have to go to the latrine, right? This white flower fasting pill of mine doesn't require that. Just tell me, isn't it perfect for eating during closed-door cultivation? The disciple said with a proud expression. As the ancient saying goes, cultivation depends on wealth, technique, companion, and land. Cultivation was truly expensive. His 100 taels of silver could allow him to live comfortably for a long time in the outside world. But in the outer sect of the Dao Gate, that was hard to say. As Chu Huaishu reached the entrance of the cafeteria, he ran into a familiar person. The veiled Han Shuangjiang walked out from inside, her expression not looking good. Everything here is so expensive. Overall, the Sect cafeteria is the cheapest, but you have to pay for the whole month's meals in advance. She was short on cash. There was nothing she could do. She had grown up in a brothel and later went to the Joyful Sect. After the Joyful Sect was destroyed, she had lived a life of displacement. After meeting the storyteller, she had rushed all the way to Wuming Mountain, and her travel money was almost all spent. Right now, Han Shuangjiang had only 103 copper coins on her. With the terrible prices in the outer sect, a mere 103 coins wasn't even enough for her 3 meals today. This meant she had to find a job today. The daily life of an unnamed disciple was basically working during the day and cultivating at night. Such a predicament was now beckoning to this ice mountain of a woman. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang looked forward, and her gaze couldn't help but converge on Chu Huaishu. The morning light spilled on half of his body. In the bustling crowd, as he looked down from the high steps, it was hard not to notice him. There was no helping it. He was, after all, a top-quality cultivation cauldron. However, Han Shuangjiang only planned to nod to him as they passed each other. After their brief time together, she felt that this cultivation cauldron was not particularly easy to talk to. He had retorted sharply to her several times already. Unexpectedly, this man bathed in the golden morning light took the initiative to smile and speak to her. Morning. Eaten yet? Chu Huaishu said, his eyes beginning to size her up. Just from her worried expression a moment ago, he actually already had an answer in his heart, feeling that things were starting to become easier. This ice-cold world protagonist. So you're broke. Chu Huaishu. He walked and browsed with curiosity. When he played Borrowing a Sword, the outer sect of Spring and Autumn Mountain was much the same, a world unto itself. Chu Huaishu was very familiar with it. He had even opened a shop there before. But this was his first time in the Dao Gates. Spring and Autumn Mountain is famous for having a lot of perverts, so it's a bit more chaotic. The Dao Gate is much better in this regard. But how should I put this? The prices are just as outrageous as Spring and Autumn Mountains, he complained inwardly. But their little martial uncle's status was, after all, special. Would the review committee dare to block something he brought back? Would they even be able to? Xiang Yan's brow furrowed tightly. He couldn't quite figure it out, feeling as if hair was about to sprout on his bald head. Little martial uncle specifically brought back an aperture opening stage technique? Li Chunsong shook his head. No, I checked. 2 other arts and a set of high-grade artifact refining techniques were entered into the library along with it. This sword-tempering art was just bundled in with the rest. Therefore, I suspect that during his last trip, little martial uncle came across the posthumous belongings of a certain grandmaster of artifact refining by chance. Hearing this, the others nodded slightly. That made much more sense. Li Chunsong continued to voice his speculation. Of course, it's also possible that little martial uncle killed a certain grandmaster of artifact refining. As soon as he said this, everyone felt it was even more plausible. It was just that everything was quite the coincidence. The technique their little martial uncle had tossed into the sect a few years ago happened to be learned by the kid he had just picked to bring up the mountain. Xiang Yin pondered for a moment, then said, "This sword-tempering art. Let's remove it from the technique library later." 1. Under the morning light, Han Shuangjiang looked at the smiling Chu Huaishu. "Not yet," she replied, not lying, indicating that she had not eaten. Her tone was as ice-cold as ever, as if devoid of much emotional fluctuation. The foxy-faced man looked at her and remarked, "Walking around, I've discovered that the prices in the outer sect are quite high." "They are." Han Shuangjiang instantly agreed, with a hint of excitement. This was the most intense emotion Chu Huaishu had ever heard in her voice. Realizing she had lost her composure, Han Shuangjiang felt a bit embarrassed. She always seemed to be habitually carrying herself with a certain poise. "Since you haven't eaten, shall we eat together?" Chu Huaishu said. Han Shuangjiang instinctively wanted to refuse. However, the other party quickly said 2 words that made it impossible for her to refuse. "My treat." Outside the outer sect cafeteria, there were many small stalls competing for business with the sect cafeteria. The 2 found a breakfast stall, sat down, and ordered a bowl of small wontons, a bowl of vegetarian noodles, and a steamer of soup dumplings. For just this little bit of food, they dared to charge a damn 180 copper coins. What kind of tourist trap prices are these? Chu Huaishu complained inwardly. Han Shuangjiang ate her small wontons with a clear conscience. The education she had received since childhood in the brothel was, if a man willingly makes advances, accept them with composure. Don't think there aren't simps in a brothel. In fact, even in the 21st century, when many people went to those touchy-feely karaoke bars and got a hostess's contact information, there were plenty who would start fawning over them endlessly. Han Shuangjiang was in no mood to keep a simp, although she certainly had the assets to do so. Based on the stubbornness in her bones and the preservation of her last shred of self-respect, she would do her utmost to dissociate herself from the education she received as a child, as if it were just a nightmare from long ago. She was accepting Chu Huaishu's treat now purely because she had taken care of him last night when he was unconscious. Of course, this was also Chu Huaishu's overt reason for the invitation. However, he was actually a little puzzled. Han Shuangjiang is a world protagonist and has a profound physique. And me, by a twist of fate, I've taken the place of the world protagonist Su Ziqing and gotten his script. But it doesn't seem like the Dao Gate has given us much preferential treatment. According to the usual tropes, shouldn't prodigies like us be invited back to the sect and worshipped like ancestors? All sorts of resources should be thrown at us, all sorts of pampering. But look at the 2 of them. They didn't even have living expenses. Are the higher-ups of the Dao Gate really so impartial? That being said, the only preferential treatment so far was probably getting them acquainted with a man of real power in the outer sect, Deacon Yo Yuan-shan. Yo Yuan-shan might think they had the sixth elder as a backer, and if they really ran into trouble in the outer sect, he would probably help. The problem was, Chu Huaishu didn't want to have too much contact with Yo Yuan-shan at the moment. He'd rather it didn't turn into a spy rendezvous. As for a major figure like elderly Chunsong, the man was in the inner sect. He would be the one to find them. They had no way of even seeing him. The world protagonist before him, who was currently focused on eating her small wontons with elegant table manners and had not once touched the steamer of soup dumplings, was indeed the best thigh for Chu Huaishu to hug right now. As everyone knows, so-called protagonists are all individuals blessed with deep fortune. Their paths of growth are filled with continuous good luck. They receive all sorts of opportunities until their hands go soft and countless chances await them. In fact, when Chu Huaishu was playing Borrowing a Sword, he knew of a large guild that had accepted a group quest with generous rewards. The content of the quest was to help Han Shuangjiang clear a dungeon and obtain a master's legacy. What is a world protagonist? A world protagonist is someone the whole world has to revolve around. Chu Huaishu's current intentions towards her were simple, to rub up against her a bit. Opportunities, fortuitous encounters, main story dungeons. He wanted to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Hug her jade legs and freeload to his heart's content. In fact, this vast Dao Gate was filled with fortuitous encounters and opportunities, as well as many hidden dungeons. Some predecessors, before their time was up, would leave their legacy somewhere in the mountain beyond the mountains for a fated person to find. They all felt this was the proper style for a master, priding themselves on their flair. This trend was actually started by the Dao ancestor himself. Before the Dao ancestor passed into immortality, he left behind a total of 9 mysterious legacies. And that soared. Over the long course of time, 7 of the 9 legacies had already been found. The recipients, without exception, all became world-shaking experts. As of now, the last person to receive a legacy from the Dao ancestor was the current 7th elder of the Dao Gate, Shinman. She was currently confining herself within a purple bamboo forest in the inner sect and had been in seclusion for over a year, yet to emerge. It's so hard to guess who will obtain the remaining 2 legacies of the Dao ancestor, isn't it? Chu Huaishu teased himself inwardly. Of course, it's the world protagonist. And as far as he knew, both of these 2 legacies from the Dao ancestor were obtained by Han Shuangjiang alone. This woman's fortune was terrifyingly immense. When Borrowing a Sword officially launched its open beta, the story's timeline was Xian calendar year 1991, which is next year. At that time, Han Shuangjiang's character introduction already listed her as an inner sect disciple of the Dao Gate, and she had already obtained 2 of the Dao ancestors' legacies. According to the rules of the Dao Gate, those in the aperture opening stage were considered in-name disciples. Once they officially stepped into the first realm, they were promoted to outer sect disciples. When an outer sect disciple cultivated to the 3rd realm, they had a chance to enter the inner sect. In other words, this Ice Mountain girl went from the aperture opening stage directly to the 3rd realm in just 1 year. She also got her hands on 2 legacies. At the time of the game's open beta, she had just entered the inner sect. It was difficult for Dao Gate players to even see her, but legends about her could be heard everywhere in the outer sect. That is to say, she most likely obtained the 2 Dao ancestor legacies when she was in the outer sect. They are very likely both in the outer sect. After figuring this out, it would be impossible for Chu Huaishu not to have some ideas. He would hug her thigh and see if he could rub off some of the Dao ancestor's legacy. As for whether he would enter the place of legacy after rubbing up against it, don't all men lie and say it just slipped in? Just rubbing, not putting it in, is your lie. At this thought, Chu Huaishu, who had been burying his head in his noodles, looked up at the cold-faced woman who was blowing on a scalding hot wonton on her spoon. She was so focused on eating her small wontons that she hadn't even touched the steamer of soup dumplings placed between them. It was like when you treat someone to a meal and they're so reserved they only eat the main dish they ordered, not touching any of the other dishes on the table. A little interesting. Quite naive, actually, he thought. Chu Huaishu spoke up. Try some. These dumplings are not bad. He wasn't lying. They were indeed delicious. If you were to rent a storefront on Earth, the monthly sales on a delivery platform would be in the thousands. It was a bit expensive, but at least they didn't skimp on the meat filling. It was real pork, and it even had a little bit of scalding hot broth inside. Han Shuangjiang looked up at him, then moved her chopsticks to pick one up. She carefully took a small bite first, then blew gently into the opening, and only then took a proper bite, the meat filling mixing with the broth and the skin in her mouth. "It's delicious," the cold-faced girl's heart exclaimed. But after eating one, she stopped moving her chopsticks again. He told her to try some, and she really just tried some. Seeing her overly reserved manner, Chu Huaishu didn't mind her. There were 8 dumplings in the steamer, and 7 of them went into his stomach. After he was full, he drank some noodle soup and put down his chopsticks. Han Shuangjiang ate too slowly, chewing each small wonton meticulously, her table manners beautiful. After all, that high-end brothel was training her to be a top courtesan, not just a common trollop. There were 12 small wontons in the bowl. The starving girl had only eaten 2/3 of them. Perhaps realizing that Chu Huaishu was staring at her, she looked up with a slightly puzzled expression and met his gaze. This foxy-faced man, bathed in the morning light, had a sudden thought and, without any preamble, said, "Why don't we live together from now on?" Clatter. The spoon fell into the bowl. Han Shuangjiang was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened, her long, thick eyelashes trembling slightly, her mind reeling. "I only ate 8 small wontons and 1 soup dumpling, and you want to take me for that?" She no longer bent over her meal, but sat up straight. "I'm not eating anymore." Chu Huaishu looked at the spoon that had fallen into the bowl, soaking in the broth amidst the 4 uneaten wontons. Han Shuangjiang sat bolt upright, her expression grave, her eyes filled with scrutiny. The brothel she came from was called Red Sleeves Beacon, a high-end establishment that ranked among the best in the Mirror Kingdom's imperial capital. From a young age, she was taught by the madam and influenced by her sisters. In her formative years, she had grown accustomed to seeing her sisters deceive men and be deceived by men. Since ancient times, many storybooks have written about love stories that took place in pleasure districts. In the imperial capital, there were indeed sisters who were bought out and left that cage. It was just that some lived well, while others merely went from one cage to another. Generally speaking, for people like them, living a life with a man they liked was an extravagant hope. The madam had taught everyone plenty. The moment a man says he wants to live with you, you must be on your guard. This was especially true for some sisters who had saved up enough silver to buy their own freedom, only to throw themselves into the arms of their beloved. At times like these, the madam would always try to stop them. If she couldn't, she would just sneer, "You think he's truly fond of you? He just doesn't want to pay to sleep with you." In other words, getting it for free. In fact, the madam was right about some of them. Once a man's novelty wore off, once he got tired of sleeping with them, he would regain his rationality and despise you for your dirty past. Perhaps this was also a method they used to control the sisters. But you couldn't deny that there were truly sincere people in this world. Some men were just willing to privatize the public bus, and they did so with delight. As long as a few such examples existed, it would be enough to make many sisters, their heads dizzy with love, follow one after another down the same path. Han Shuangjiang never would have thought that one day a man would look at her and say he wanted to live a life with her. More importantly, they had only met for the first time last night. She believed that love at first sight really existed in this world, but overall, she was not a sentimental person. First, Red Sleeves Beacon, then the joyful Sect. Everything that happened in these places served as a constant reminder that a person had to control their own destiny and couldn't hope to find a man to entrust their whole life to. On the Borrowing a Sword forums, some players had joked that the game's 4 world protagonists really did cater to the vast majority of people. Han Shuangjiang was a strong female lead, focused entirely on her career. Love and romance could get lost, The two protagonists from the Western continent's Moon Kingdom, a man and a woman, had a romantic storyline so passionate and sweet that the shipping fans could die for their CP. As for Su Ziqing, he didn't seem to do much, but just because of his appearance and temperament, he could elicit screams from the Fujoshi. Doesn't matter if you're a bottom or not, in my eyes, you are. The moment you stand next to another man, I refuse to believe it's just brotherly affection. The prejudice in a person's heart is a fortress. After successfully joining the Dao Gate, Han Shuangjiang felt that she was about to start taking control of her life step by step, and that life was becoming more and more promising. And then, Chu Huaishu pulled a stunt like this. Man, listen to what you're saying. It's only been one meal. You're being too forward, too presumptuous. But looking at his face in the morning light, she silently removed the word too from her thoughts. The foxy-faced man across from her heard Han Shuangjiang say, "I'm not eating anymore," and, seeing her clearly misunderstood expression, said, Pushi Nu. Such a turn-off. T/N. Pushi Nu is slang for an ordinary but overconfident woman. It was the first time the cold-faced girl had heard these words, and she didn't know what they meant. But the expression on his face and his tone made her very uncomfortable. Chu Huaishu tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop, then leaned his body forward, getting as close to her as possible, and began to speak in a lower voice. Get this straight. We were personally brought up the mountain by the sixth elder. Han Shuangjiang frowned. So what? What? Does that mean our fates are now tied together by a string? Look at all these in-name disciples and outer sect disciples around us. Do you think anyone else gets this kind of treatment? Chu Huaishu said in a low voice, looking around. What exactly are you trying to say? Han Shuangjiang was starting to listen. So, don't you think the most important thing for us is to cultivate? To raise our realms as soon as possible? He stared at her intently. The cold-faced girl's brow furrowed even deeper. Miraculously, when she put on a serious face, she became even more charming. The more she showed this expression, the more Chu Huaishu wanted to provoke her. He punctured the illusion directly. But you don't have much silver, do you? Han Shuangjiang bit her silver teeth, but could not refute it. Only then did she realize that perhaps, from the moment they met at the cafeteria entrance, he had seen through her predicament with a single glance. Chu Huaishu stopped looking at her and instead called out, Senior brother, the bill. He took out the 100-tael silver note from his robes and placed it on the table, displaying his wealth. The man, who also wore an in-name disciple's token, walked over. Whoa, junior brother, you don't have any loose change. Unfortunately, no. Sorry to trouble you, senior brother. No problem. After paying the bill, Chu Huaishu looked at her again and said, To be honest, I only have this 100 taels on me. Oh, now it's less than 100. My idea is that during this period, we don't worry about anything else. We just focus on cultivating and learning and see if we can break through the aperture opening stage before the 100 taels run out. Once we reach the first realm, there will be more things we can do. Han Shuangjiang was confused and asked, But why do you want to pull me in with you? Of course, Chu Huaishu wouldn't tell her, because I want to freeload off you. Only by living together and cultivating together would there be a greater chance of obtaining the Dao ancestors' legacy together. In fact, the courtesan in training from the brothel had a wealth of theoretical knowledge on how to deceive men. However, she was no match for the male model across from her, who had a wealth of practical experience in how to deceive women. As I said before, we are different from all the other disciples in the outer sect. We are two of a kind. In the entire outer sect, we might be the only two of our kind. He looked around, as if he didn't fit in with anything around him. Han Shuangjiang lowered her eyes slightly. She had this feeling too. Chu Huaishu looked at her and thought, Duh, that's because we just got here. We're the new transfer students. The sixth elder brought us up the mountain together, and Deacon Yo even arranged for our residences to be next to each other. Don't need to say more, the foxy-faced man said again. Han Shuangjiang continued to respond with silence. She once again remembered her madam's admonitions to the sisters. You think men will spend their silver on you for no reason? All they want is to get a key in exchange, and then thrust it viciously into your copper lock. The madam was always like that. Her words crude, but her reasoning sound. Some sisters had their methods and wouldn't give them the key on the first try. But some sisters would also get carried away. After their lock was opened a few times, what opened up was their heart. Still other sisters were not clear-headed. After being opened by a golden key a few times, they got a taste of that heady gold dust and really thought they were a golden lock, looking down on ordinary people. Han Shuangjiang had just been mocked by Chu Huaishu, so she was no longer thinking along the lines of romance. But she also knew that there was no such thing as a free gift, nor unprompted kindness. She was not a stupid person, so she took the initiative to speak, attempting to define the situation. "You want me to owe you a favor?" Chu Huaishu shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. "If you want to put it that way, that works too. In any case, what I want isn't for you to pay me back the silver in the future. As long as we both understand the arrangement, that's enough," he said truthfully. After speaking, he also began to justify his position. "I also know it's not much money, so time is tight. We need to break through to the next realm as soon as possible." Hearing this, under Chu Huaishu's gaze, Han Shuangjiang finally nodded. Immediately after, he watched as she, with a clear conscience, picked up the spoon that had fallen into the bowl and ate the remaining 4 small wontons. "It's too expensive to waste," the still hungry girl said. The morning light shone. On the path home, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked side by side. Along the way, the two barely spoke. He was thinking about where the Dao ancestors' legacy was hidden. The more pragmatic, she was thinking about whether it would be better to start a fire, buy groceries, and cook for herself. The prices here were truly too high, even higher than in the capital. Han Shuangjiang was already calculating a budget in her head and regretting not eating one more soup dumpling. So expensive, really so expensive, the sound of a pauper echoed repeatedly in her mind. When they reached an open area, Chu Huaishu looked up and saw the cloud shrouded, asking the Dao Peak. He didn't know where the Dao ancestors' legacy was, but he vaguely remembered the locations of a few legacies that had been discovered by Dao Gate players, having seen them on the forums. But he only remembered a few, not all of them. Damn it, my memory still isn't good enough. Why didn't I get a cheat when I transmigrated that would let me remember every single detail of my past, as if it were branded in my brain? Chu Huaishu complained inwardly. Looking at asking the Dao Peak, his thoughts began to wander again. As fellow world protagonists, why does Han Shuangjiang get 2 of the Dao ancestors' legacies all to herself, while Su Ziqing, whose script I took, gets none? The reason was very simple. Don't forget, the Dao ancestor also left behind a sword. After the Dao ancestor passed into immortality, the strongest in the entire Xianhuang realm was never a single person. After all these years, it had always been that sword. After returning to the bamboo hut, Han Shuangjiang and Chu Huaishu parted ways. The foxy-faced man walked into his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to try cultivating the sword-tempering art. He was a little curious about how much experience he could gain by AFK cultivating like this. As of now, Chu Huaishu had spent a total of 79 experience points, with 121 remaining. To break through the second aperture, he needed 140 experience points. It was worth noting that his character panel displayed freely assignable experience points. The experience points gained from cultivating the sword-tempering art could only be used to level up this specific technique. It could not be used to level up other techniques or skills. After adjusting his state, Chu Huaishu took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. It should be very painful this time too, right, he thought. Leveling up with a single click using experience points was equivalent to compressing the process of cultivating again and again, allowing you to reap the rewards in an instant. The reason it had hurt like being repeatedly run over by a motorcycle before was that he had experienced the total sum of pain from each cultivation session in a single moment. Right now, Chu Huaishu was simply curious. What does normal cultivation feel like? Yes, it wasn't that he was addicted. The sword-tempering art began to circulate within his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him. The reason the aperture opening stage was not considered a proper stage of cultivation was that you couldn't retain spiritual energy in your body, and thus couldn't generate your own spiritual power. At this moment, the only function of this spiritual energy after entering his body was to help open the apertures. Only when all 9 of the human body's apertures were open could one unlock the Xianhuang secret depository within the body and step through the gates of cultivation. Throughout the entire aperture opening stage, the most significant improvement was actually to one's physical qualities, which is why it was called the aperture opening and body tempering stage. At this moment, as soon as Chu Huaishu began to circulate the technique, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He began to feel pain. How should I put this? It feels like countless hands are twisting my flesh. Every single piece of flesh on my entire body. Damn it, are you trying to give me a full-body massage to expel dampness? Just as Chu Huaishu's mind began to wander, he immediately felt the gathered spiritual energy show signs of dissipating. This made him realize why this sword-tempering art had such a bad reputation in the comment section. It was either don't practice or heed the advice. You mean I have to keep my mind stable throughout the entire cultivation process? You had to endure it for the whole duration. Otherwise, you practiced in vain. If that happened, all the pain you'd endured would be for nothing. Chu Huaishu immediately reined in his thoughts, adjusting himself as much as possible. And as the cultivation deepened, he could clearly feel the pain index rising. This sour and sore sensation, it felt like those countless invisible hands weren't just twisting his flesh. After twisting the flesh, they were now wringing it left and right. Chu Huaishu had thought that he would gradually become numb as time went by. But strangely, he didn't. Circulating the technique for just one cycle felt like a year. He began to miss his days as a player. Damn it, give me back my pain adjustment function. As a result, as soon as his emotions flared, the surrounding spiritual energy once again showed signs of dissipating. By the time he successfully completed one cycle and snapped his eyes open, he could only support himself on the bed with one hand, beginning to gasp for breath. I really didn't give it the wrong nickname. This menstrual pain art is absolutely killing me. I can't cultivate on the bed anymore. I should put a meditation cushion on the floor. Damn it, I'm covered in sweat. I've soiled the mattress. This virtual male model was quite a clean freak. Because he was too lazy to do laundry and afraid his clothes would stink from too much sweat, he even began to consider the possibility of naked practice. Pushing aside these stray thoughts, Chu Huaishu checked the technique experience points he had gained. 9 points. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and this was with him having 1 point in Spear Embryo attribute. Otherwise, the cultivation speed would be even slower. This sword-tempering art is a real bitch. He gritted his teeth. He calculated that after circulating the technique twice, his total experience would reach 139. The experience required to level up the technique was 140. Being short by that 1 point is the most disgusting part. I'm seriously going to puke. Frustrated and furious, Chu Huaishu quickly picked up the small booklet and began to vent. He opened it to the 3rd page, and after his previous message of peerless divine art, he added a large exclamation mark to emphasize it. You, in the bamboo hut next door, Han Shuangjiang, who was also cultivating diligently, opened her beautiful eyes and let out a long, turbid breath. Her considerable chest rose and fell slightly as a result. Right now, she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her long, slender legs folded, a beautiful sight to behold. This woman was born with wide hips, possessing a golden waist-to-hip ratio. Her rear was pert and full. As she sat on the bed, her buttocks were compressed and spread out slightly, making her robes bulge as if their fleshy fullness were about to overflow. The matronly, large-buttocked female sect master of the joyful sect had admired this about Han Shuangjiang the most, feeling that she had finally found the successor to her legacy. She could be taught the Guanyin sits on the lotus to bring salvation to all living beings. At this moment, A trace of joy was in Han Shuangjiang's beautiful eyes. Every time she cultivated, she felt comfortable and refreshed throughout her body. More importantly, she had broken through the second aperture with ease. For her, opening apertures was indeed a bit too easy. It's a pity that after opening each aperture, the body needs a period of time to adapt. Perhaps I can only attempt the third aperture tomorrow, Han Shuangjiang guessed. Today, she had already reached an agreement with Chu Huaishu. They would temporarily live together and cultivate together, striving to break through the aperture opening stage as soon as possible and become proper cultivators. I originally thought that with the unreasonable prices in the outer sect, 100 taels of silver would not be enough, and time would be very tight, she thought. Now it seems I was overthinking it. From beginning to end, she had never considered Chu Huaishu's cultivation progress. In her view, since he was brought up the mountain by the sixth elder along with her, he surely couldn't be bad. But I still have to be frugal with the money. Cultivation depends on wealth, method, companion, and land. There will be more ways to make money in the future, but there will only be more places to spend it. Han Shuangjiang still had this much common sense. After some thought, she felt it would be better to start a fire, buy groceries, and cook for herself. It takes a lot of time to walk over there to eat. With that time, I could have cooked a meal myself, was what she thought anyway. One must be even more frugal with other people's money. From Chu Huaishu's clothes and appearance, Han Shuangjiang could tell that his family background was probably average. It was just that his temperament was very transcendent. This 100 taels of silver is probably his parents' savings, right? This was the only thing she could guess. I have to be even more careful with someone else's parents' hard-earned money. Every coin, every tael, was a patchwork of their earnest hopes for their child. At this thought, her eyes, of one who had been sold into a brothel by her own parents as a child, dimmed a little. She looked down at her own jade-white ankles, which were bare. Han Shuangjiang knew that some of the sisters in the brothel would tie a red string around their ankle. Many patrons, during their merrymaking, would find this red string extremely beautiful, adding a touch of charm to the jade-like feet. But only those in the trade knew that a red string tied to the foot represented having a home one still cared for, because some of the courtesans had been abducted or their families had committed crimes. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet, a red string tied to the foot, lest one forget the way home. But her? She didn't even have such a simple thought to hold on to. As noon approached, Han Shuangjiang walked out of her bamboo hut, deciding to have a good talk with Chu Huaishu about the money-saving strategy she had come up with. Chu Huaishu opened the door after hearing the knock. He glanced at her and felt that something about her seemed different. Chu Huaishu directly tossed an information probe her way. The information given by the system was that Han Shuangjiang had already opened her second aperture. "You broke through?" he asked. "Amen." She nodded slightly, not knowing how he could tell, as if she truly had no secrets in front of him. "What a coincidence. I just broke through too," Chu Huaishu said, leaning against the door, his face a mask of casual indifference. Chu Huaishu's second aperture was indeed already open. He had spent the entire morning cultivating painstakingly. His body was telling him that at most, he could circulate the technique 3 times a day, otherwise it would be overloaded. And this was on the basis of him having added 1 point to physique. After finally gathering enough technique experience, Chu Huaishu spent a full 5 minutes mentally preparing himself before gritting his teeth. "System, level me up." Even though he was prepared, he still almost fainted from the pain. Clearly, in the 3 realms of enduring pain, getting used to pain, and enjoying pain, he was still at the most superficial level. The first time he broke through, he felt like someone was riding a motorcycle over him again and again. The second time he broke through, he suspected that the back seat of the motorcycle was also occupied, and by a fat, dead pig. How could it be even more painful? However, don't be fooled by his foxy face and standard fox-like appearance. He was a werewolf at heart and was ruthless enough to himself. The more this stupid technique messed with him, the more his stubborn personality refused to admit defeat. "Bestow upon me the scripture. Give me the most painful one." I'll fucking practice you to death. Practicing only 3 times a day is my body's limit, not my willpower's limit. If you have what it takes, then kill me with the pain. He's a cultivation genius, just like me, Han Shuangjiang thought to herself, standing outside the door. After everything that had happened, even if she were a fool, she should know by now that her own cultivation talent was exceptional. The two sat down at the stone table outside the hut, and Han Shuangjiang laid out her grand money-saving plan. You know how to cook? Chu Huaishu's tone was surprised. A little, Han Shuangjiang nodded, answering modestly. Hearing this, the foxy-faced man, on the basis that he was not a picky eater, immediately concealed the fact that his own culinary skills were amazing. The path of cultivation was already so difficult, he might as well be a little lazy in his daily life where he could. All those "the gorgeous foodie fell in love with me" tropes can get lost. As for why Han Shuangjiang knew how to cook, it was naturally from her training in the brothel. Some sisters, before their patron arrived, would personally prepare some small dishes, so that those whose home lives were not going well could experience the warmth of an outside home. Cooking for ourselves is a good idea, Chu Huaishu immediately agreed. An unattached man and woman eating out is called a date. Eating at home every day is called life. Hearing him agree, Han Shuangjiang was joyful, but her tone was as cold as ever, betraying no emotion, as if she were speaking with pure rationality. I've calculated it. With our cultivation speed, the silver will definitely be enough. Are you sure? Chu Huaishu smiled. Han Shuangjiang looked at him with a puzzled expression, but said nothing. The foxy-faced man began to explain. You should know that after an in-name disciple opens all 9 apertures, they can go to the Outer Sect Scripture Pavilion to obtain a first-realm cultivation method. The cold-faced girl nodded slightly upon hearing this. Whether it's cultivation techniques or arts, they're all divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. You surely know this too, right? She nodded again. Then do you know how to obtain a high-grade cultivation technique? Chu Huaishu looked at her. Han Shuangjiang replied, This is all written in the in-name disciple's handbook. She was indicating that he should get to the point. The first floor of the Outer Sect Scripture Pavilion was divided into 4 areas. The outermost area held the worst, yellow-grade techniques, while the innermost area held the heaven-grade ones. Each area was protected by a formation. An in-name disciple only needed to forcefully break it to enter. Simply put, this was the test. For those of us in the aperture opening stage, we can't retain spiritual energy in our bodies. Each breakthrough mainly strengthens our physical body. Chu Huaishu began to get to the point. Therefore, these formations require us to break them with strength. Someone like you, with a profound physique, a top-tier spirit embryo by birth, it will help you absorb the aperture-opening pill and strengthen your physique so the medicinal effects won't be wasted. So, purely through cultivation, the improvement of your body's various functions will be a cut above that of ordinary people. This is your advantage. Chu Huaishu clapped his hands together, then spread them out to the sides. So, here comes a question. You, who were born with an advantage, do you know how to throw a punch? Like this? Or like this? He swung his arm in the air twice. Which way has the most power? Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang immediately understood. You mean, we have to practice, we have to learn. What else? Chu Huaishu smiled. They needed to learn some simple moves. Sour-faced girl, your big brother's going to take you to learn some skills. The cool and aloof young woman was no fool. She had already figured it out and asked, Does it cost silver? What else? Chu Huaishu repeated those 2 words. Now Han Shuangjiang understood why wealth was first among the 4 essentials of cultivation: wealth, technique, companion, and land. However, she soon had a new question. If that's the case, then don't those who walk the path of body tempering have an advantage in this situation? She said. Naturally, Chu Huaishu said. Strictly speaking, the demonic art he was cultivating, the sword tempering art, was a bit of a mix of internal and external, somewhat incorporating body tempering. Plus, he had added 1 point to his physique attribute, so his physical qualities were much stronger than others. But he was an anomaly. Chu Huaishu explained, "Do you know how slow the progress of body tempering is and how arduous the process is? Relying on your innate, profound, spirit embryo, you can fully absorb the medicinal effects of the aperture-opening pill. The improvement brought by this alone is something an ordinary body tempering practitioner couldn't catch up to even with a year of hard training. If there is effort, there should be a reward, shouldn't there?" Chu Huaishu said, "Breaking the formations of the scripture pavilion. That is the reward." Han Shuangjiang was convinced. But soon, like a girl full of questions, she had a new one. Then what if one consumes other pills or relies on medicinal baths to improve the body? That is certainly a shortcut, Chu Huaishu nodded. But I have to tell you two things. First, the aperture-opening pill was created by the Dao ancestor. It is the most compatible body-tempering spiritual pill for everyone at the current stage. No one's mastery of pills can surpass the Dao ancestors. Under these circumstances, if we consume other pills or soak in medicinal baths during the aperture opening stage, the room for improvement is very limited. Of course, no matter how limited, there will definitely be some effect. So, now I have to tell you the second point. He propped his face up with a fist, tilted his head to look at her, and asked a question that struck right at the heart. "Do you have money?" Han Shuangjiang fell silent, this time completely silent. Whether it was pills or medicinal baths, it was likely that neither was affordable with their current financial state. After leaving the joyful sect, she had lived a life of displacement, and the thorny problem of having no money had always surrounded her. She never thought it would still be like this after arriving at the Dao Gate. In this regard, Chu Huaishu's mentality was quite good. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world to begin with. The rich had their own ways, and geniuses could also rely on their talent to make up for it. The most pitiful were often the mediocre, and the mediocre were the majority. They struggled their whole lives, only to realize their own mediocrity and accept it. A chosen one of heaven like Han Shuangjiang, with her profound physique, wasn't just being fed by the heavens. The heavens were chasing her to feed her. "Let's go. We'll spend some money to have someone teach us a few moves." Chu Huaishu was the first to get up. "This little bit of silver I have really won't last us long." Han Shuangjiang followed behind him, her mood somewhat gloomy. It wasn't just because of the poverty she couldn't shake off, but also because she felt like she had just been lectured by him. But soon, the cold-faced girl adjusted her mentality and muttered to herself, "See, I told you we should buy groceries and cook for ourselves." Along the way, Chu Huaishu walked in front, and Han Shuangjiang, with her long, jade-like legs, followed behind, having no trouble keeping up. Her naturally superior hip-to-waist curve made her walk with a graceful sway. "We don't need to learn much. Spending money to learn a move or two will be enough," the foxy-faced man said. "Time to learn some skills." He was quite excited. His fighting ability was about to increase in a straight line. He looked back and asked curiously, "By the way, have you ever been in a fight with anyone?" Han Shuangjiang looked at him, responding again with silence. "A fight? What kind of fight could she get into at?" Red Sleeves beckoned. Pulling hair and slapping faces with the other sisters? She had only ever been beaten by the madam. As for later, when she went to the joyful sect, don't even mention it. The most popular thing, there was bed battles, fighting to their heart's content. Either the man would submit, or the woman would collapse in exhaustion. As it turned out, Chu Huaishu asked another question. "Have you ever killed anyone?" he asked. Han Shuangjiang looked at his back as he walked ahead and said with a rather speechless frown, "Of course not. Don't tell me you have." The moment her voice fell, she saw Chu Huaishu, who was 3 steps ahead of her, stop in his tracks. It all happened so suddenly that she didn't stop, and soon she was walking shoulder to shoulder with him. And at that moment of being shoulder to shoulder, Chu Huaishu turned his head to look at Han Shuangjiang. The noon sun shone on his shoulders and on that foxy face. "I have," he said. Ho's 2 simple words made Han Shuangjiang's breath catch in her throat. Last night had brought a heavy rain, but today was a beautiful day. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, the sun brilliant and dazzling. The foxy-faced man stood against the light and calmly gave his answer. Then, he even grinned at her. The world protagonist, still in her novice protection period, felt her body tense up slightly. He killed someone when he was still an ordinary person. The emotional impact of this was far greater than that of a cultivator killing someone. Beneath her full chest, her heart began to beat faster. In her daze, Han Shuangjiang didn't even realize that Chu Huaishu had continued to walk forward. "What are you standing there like a fool for? Let's go," he called out. The cold-faced girl pursed her lips, and her body instinctively hurried to catch up, appearing rather obedient. Realizing this, she quickly slowed her pace. Chu Huaishu glanced at her from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile. Medicine Mountain was one of the 3 peaks of the Outer Sect and could be roughly divided into 3 areas: a spiritual herb zone, a residential zone, and a commercial and lifestyle services zone. In the Outer Sect, there were senior in-name disciples who taught mundane martial arts to others. Initially, the 4 formations in the Outer Sect Scripture Pavilion were set up to screen for the best among those in the aperture opening stage and provide them with high-quality cultivation techniques. This wasn't because the Dao Gate was stingy and unwilling to make good things widely available. It was purely because the higher the grade of a cultivation technique, the greater the difficulty. If one's aptitude wasn't enough, forcing it would only hold them back. But who would have thought that where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure? A small number of people realized that mundane martial arts had their merits. They could allow the physical body to exert greater strength, which was beneficial for breaking the formations. The competitive dogs of the Xianwang realm immediately sprang into action. At first, no one bothered to practice this low-end stuff. But as this trend gradually fermented and couldn't be stopped, it eventually forced the Scripture Pavilion to upgrade the formations and increase the difficulty. When a vast majority of people had learned mundane martial arts, the original standards could no longer serve as an effective screening method. If someone said they had learned martial arts before coming up the mountain, what could you do? Fine, let's just treat it as the disciples using mundane martial arts to build a foundation before they formally learn arts. As time went on, a martial arts learning industry chain was formed, which in turn increased tax revenue. Chu Huaishu led Han Shuangjiang, asking for directions along the way, and soon they arrived in front of courtyard. Why did so many people recommend we learn from this senior brother Lu? He was somewhat perplexed. Is his reputation really that good? The cold-faced girl, Han Shuangjiang, on the other hand, acted like a little housekeeper, focused only on comparison shopping and asking about prices along the way. Little did she know that the Outer Sect was long past the stage of price wars. Nowadays, the prices for learning martial arts were all more or less the same. Chu Huaishu had told her this from the beginning, telling her not to waste time comparing, but she refused to believe him. Now that she found out he was right, she was still muttering to herself, "So expensive. How can it be so expensive?" Walking into the courtyard, Chu Huaishu called out loudly, "Senior Brother Lu, is Senior Brother Lu here?" The door to the house quickly opened, and a man who was slightly handsome walked out. He wore a white robe, with fine golden thread patterns on the cuffs and collar. At a glance, it was made from high-quality fabric. With the terrible prices in the Outer Sect, just this outfit alone would cost a lot of money. Is his business really that good? Has he made a fortune? Chu Huaishu wondered. This young master-like in-name disciple with the surname Lu was slightly stunned when he saw the two of them clearly. The man was tall and handsome. The woman, even through her veil, gave the impression of being a beauty. Although the clothes they wore were relatively ordinary and not expensive, a unique temperament emanated from them. Based on the principle of heterosexual attraction, his attention was more focused on Han Shuangjiang. There was no helping it. She gave off an icy feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away, yet she had a fiery figure. Although her chest was not as magnificent as Elder Nangong's, and couldn't be called a sensational wave, it was still full and clearly substantial, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Her slender, willow-like waist further accentuated the charming curve of her hips. Below her full buttocks was a pair of astonishingly proportioned, long, jade-like legs. Just now, as she walked gracefully towards him, her swaying posture was like lotuses blooming with every step, captivating one's heart. The colder and more like an ice mountain she was, the more it stimulated the desire to conquer in some men, making them want to see her completely transformed into a stunning creature. The unnamed disciple, named Lu Chingshi, couldn't help but sniff hard, as if he had caught a whiff of fragrance. After seeing Han Shuangjiang, he immediately understood why these two had come to his courtyard and felt that more and more people on Medicine Mountain were becoming sensible. Junior brother and junior sister look unfamiliar. You must have been recommended here by someone, right? He said, a smile on his face that was like a spring breeze. Unfortunately, comparisons are odious. When Lu Qingqi stood in front of Chu Huaishu, who could rank second on the must-try companion list, his own insignificant handsomeness was simply not enough. Senior brother Lu, we did indeed ask some fellow disciples, and everyone recommended we come here to learn martial arts from you, Chu Huaishu said verbally, while secretly tossing an information probe his way to see what he was made of. Oh ho, a 6-aperture expert. My apologies, my apologies. On Medicine Mountain, outer sect disciples who had already entered the first realm or higher disdained to teach mundane martial arts for profit. It was too degrading. As for the unnamed disciples who were close to opening all 9 apertures, they wouldn't waste their precious time. They were all busy trying to break through, like high school seniors cramming for their final exams, with no time to be private tutors. Therefore, the people in this group of martial arts instructors were at most at the 6 or 7 aperture level. The only thing that fell off to Chu Huaishu was that in the basic information displayed by the system, this senior brother Lu's status was spirit embryo, damaged. Whoa, looks like he's got a story, he thought. Lu Qingqi smiled and took 2 steps forward, his voice gentle and carrying the legendary vocal fry. Recommended by others? That's just my fellow disciples overpraising me. Junior brother, junior sister, my surname is Lu Qingqi. You can call me Senior Brother Lu. The martial art I am best at is the Heaven and Earth Infinite 8 trigrams palm. One session is 1 hour, and the fee is 10 taels of silver per person. At this point, he glanced at the frowning Ice Mountain beauty, then suddenly changed his tune. However, teaching 1 person is the same as teaching 2. Junior brother, you pay 10 taels of silver, and for the first session, I'll teach you both together, hands-on. The moment his voice fell, he saw the Ice Mountain beauty's brow indeed relax. Hearing this, all Chu Huaishu could think was, Heaven and Earth Infinite 8 trigrams palm. Never heard of it. However, mundane martial arts were much like the aperture opening stage techniques. Their names were all ridiculously domineering. When he was asking around outside, he had heard people teaching things like the Heaven and Earth Single Slash and the Great Wasteland Heaven Imprisoning Finger. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were some kind of heaven grade art. However, he hadn't expected this Lu Qingqi to pull a buy one get one free stunt. More importantly, there was a problem with his wording. Why is it I pay 10 taels and not we pay 5 each? Although he was indeed the one paying, it just didn't sound right. It had a hint of borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha, or was it that he had misjudged the relationship between him and Han Shuangjiang and was giving him a chance to show off? But in any case, saving money was definitely a good thing. Chu Huaishu immediately paid 10 taels of silver, wanting to see what this gibberish 8 trigrams palm was all about. Lu Qingqi began to briefly introduce the martial art, then started to demonstrate it. He went from the first form all the way to the 9th. The strength of this mundane martial art was indeed not bad. It could be considered a high-grade martial art. Most importantly, the set of moves looked very cool, elegant, and unrestrained. After the demonstration, Lu Qingqi began to teach the first form, 8 Desolates Roaming Dragon. He said he would teach hands-on, and he really did teach hands-on. Junior brother, this part needs to sink a little lower. Right, and here needs to be a bit higher. He would press on Chu Huaishu's waist one moment, then lift his arm the next. In addition, he also explained all the key points in detail. Since it was just a martial art, Chu Huaishu immediately heard the system prompt. Ding! Lu Chingshi is teaching you the first form of the martial art, 8 trigrams palm. Do you wish to learn? Yes. The 10 taels of silver were not spent in vain. After learning it, Chu Huaishu was about to make a move, to open their eyes and fiercely show off as a martial arts genius. Unexpectedly, Lu Chingshi directly skipped over him and said, Junior Brother Chu, you can digest this on your own first. I'll explain it again to Junior Sister Han. At this moment, the cold-faced girl was at the side, earnestly copying the moves. As she performed the not-quite-standard 8 Desolates roaming dragon, the curves of her body were fully displayed. Seen from the side, her full buttocks made her robes bulge. A breeze blew past, lifting a corner of her veil, revealing lips that were red and tender, pressed tightly together. Lu Chengqi's heart wavered, and he was a man of his word. If I say I'll teach you both hands-on, then I'll teach you both hands-on. He had already put his hands on Chu Huaishu just now, so now it was naturally this beauty's turn. Junior sister, that's not how 8 Desolates roaming dragon is done. Your waist also needs to sink a little lower, Lu Chingshi said, still wearing his spring breeze smile, as he reached out his large hand towards her waist. Han Shuangjiang was listening very intently and didn't react at first. TSK, why are you getting all handsy? A voice came from the side, and Lu Chingqi's wrist was caught in the firm grip of a large hand. Han Shuangjiang, coming to her senses, immediately took 2 steps back. Her previously focused gaze changed in an instant. It turned to disgust, contempt, and disdain. Don't forget, due to their various experiences, Chu the companion had a slight aversion to women, and she had a slight aversion to men. Utterly disgusting. Han Shuangjiang looked at him with loathing, her mood instantly hitting rock bottom. Even though that filthy hand had been stopped by Chu Huaishu, she still almost broke out in goosebumps. Lu Chingshi looked down at his own wrist, and a nameless fire ignited in his heart. Chu Huaishu's words and Han Shuangjiang's gaze both stung him deeply, as if he were some kind of lewd and vulgar person. How could Lu Chingshi, who considered himself the self-proclaimed romantic, tolerate this? Chu Huaishu was different. Looking at Han Shuangjiang's expression, he was inexplicably reminded of a very ancient anime. I want you to make a disgusted face and show me your underwear. That disgusted face of hers is really something else, he thought. At this moment, Lu Chingshi glared at him and shook his wrist with force, trying to break free. As it turned out, this smiling junior brother was surprisingly strong. Let go, he said coldly. Senior brother Lu, touching me is one thing, but there should be some propriety between men and women, Chu Huaishu said, not letting go, a smile still on his face. Lu Chingqi's face fell even further. I am teaching her martial arts with the best intentions, pointing out her mistakes with care. Do not use such filthy thoughts to judge me. If I don't use my hands, do you think she can find the point of force application for 8 Desolates, roaming dragon? Hearing this, Chu Huaishu looked at him askance. He felt as if he were standing in front of a handsy personal trainer at a gym. The interesting thing was this type of personal trainer could often get a taste of the goods. Physical contact was a way to probe whether the other party also had a restless heart. The Lu Chingshi before him was likely a habitual offender, and it was highly possible that, for some reason, he had succeeded many times, which was why he was so overconfident and conceited. What Chu Huaishu found a bit strange was, why did so many people recommend learning martial arts from him? How could he have such a stellar reputation with this kind of behavior? I clearly asked only men on the way here, not any loose women. At this moment, seeing that this foxy face guy still hadn't let go, Lu Chengqi's expression grew even darker. Junior brother Chu, as your senior brother teaching you martial arts, you'd best not be ungrateful. If you don't let go now, don't blame me for getting rough. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Sure enough, she saw Chu Huaishu, still holding the other's wrist with his right hand, casually clean out his ear with his left. Senior brother Lu, what you're saying? Why does it sound so unpleasant to this junior brother? His right hand suddenly tightened, gripping Lu Chingchi's wrist like a vice. He looked down his nose at him and said with a sneer, "Didn't I fucking pay you? You're just a guy selling a class. Who the hell do you think you're posturing for?" Standing to the side, Han Shuangjiang's heart was instantly filled with worry. She was worried for Chu Huaishu's safety, afraid he would get hurt. Ultimately, he was standing up for her. But for some reason, she was suddenly reminded of the scenes from their journey here. She remembered his calm declaration, "I have killed." Back when Han Shuangjiang was still at Red Sleeve's beckon, an important guest had once visited, the only son of the valiant general. The madam had called the top courtesan into her room beforehand and told her to serve him carefully. "This young master of the valiant general's family is handsome and kind, but you must do everything to please him. You must be even more cautious, do you understand? Some people have the heart of an owl and the appearance of a crane. Don't be deceived by their looks, or you'll be the one to suffer." At that time, the young Han Shuangjiang learned a new idiom: heart of an owl, appearance of a crane. Looking at Chu Huaishu, she was inexplicably reminded of this phrase, though not with any negative connotation. At this moment, Lu Chingchi let out a cold snort, and his other hand shot forward in a slap. He had attacked directly. Private fights were forbidden in the outer sect, yet this senior brother Lu seemed to have no fear. This made Chu Huaishu even more wary, but he remained unafraid. He released his grip on the man's wrist and dodged slightly backward, perfectly evading the palm strike, hearing only the wind from the blow. Lu Chingchi was slightly shocked. He couldn't believe that he, an experienced fighter, had missed. This person surnamed Chu looked unfamiliar. He was definitely a new disciple. Logically, at most, he would just be at the beginning of the aperture opening stage. How can his movements be so nimble? Lu Chingchi was perplexed. Could it be that he's also a martial artist from the mortal world? But if he's a martial artist, why would he spend money to learn this crap from me? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Lu Chingchi roared in anger. "Since you said I took your silver, then I'll let you witness the power of the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigrams palm." It was unclear if this guy was naturally a bit of a Chinibu or if he had just gotten used to teaching, but every time he made a move, he would shout out its name. Goofball players actually loved to show off like this too. It just didn't feel right if you didn't shout. Misty Fog Flying Flower. Chu Huaishu dodged again, another perfectly timed evasion. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side, feeling relieved that it was a close call. But after this happened several times, even a fool could see that he was special. There was no helping it. His control over his body had reached the extreme. When he was still an ordinary person, he could kill the constabulary's Shui, who with a single blow, let alone now. A 6-aperture expert? Is that supposed to be impressive? Chu Huaishu had added 1 point to his physique attribute and was cultivating the sword tempering art, which trained both internally and externally. His physical qualities were excellent. Even if there was a gap between him and Lu Chingchi, he could make up for it with perfect body control. What's more, as a veteran companion in borrowing a sword, who loved to roll new accounts, Chu Huaishu had an immense amount of low-level combat experience. Just as Lu Chingchi shouted, "Thunder rolls in the palm," Chu Huaishu seemed to anticipate it, sidestepping early to create an opening, then throwing a punch forward. He didn't shout anything out loud, but feeling that he couldn't lose in terms of presence, and since he wasn't really using any special moves or skills, he could only shout in his heart. Normal attack. The punch landed solidly on Lu Chingchi's abdomen, nearly doubling him over like a shrimp. The senior brother's mouth fell open as he let out a dry heave. Rage began to spread without limit. Where's the spring breeze like demeanor from before? He, Lu Chingchi, had been the outer sect for many years and had always been fawned over. He had never been so humiliated, never been beaten like this. He grit his teeth against the pain, his eyes beginning to fill with blood vessels, the veins on his neck bulging. His voice was hoarse as he struck out with both palms. "Heaven and earth infinite." This was the last form. "Watch out!" Han Shuangjiang cried out from the side, all traces of her Ice Mountain demeanor gone. The two were too close, and Lu Chingchi's attack was too fast. This was essentially a counterattack launched at point-blank range after taking Chu Huaishu's punch. He can't dodge it. There's no way he can dodge it. But if even she could realize this, how could the experienced Chu Huaishu not know? He didn't care about it at all. In a game, isn't this just trading HP with the enemy? Right now, all he cared about was how big the opponent's opening was. In a flash of lightning, Chu Huaishu, relying on his superb body control, twisted his body to an almost exaggerated degree. His eyes narrowed, his dark pupils locking onto Lu Chingchi's eyes. Even as he tried his best to evade, he couldn't dodge half of the palm strike. A sharp pain shot through his waist. However, it seemed his tolerance for pain had already risen a small step. Unlike Lu Chingchi, who had dry heaved after taking a heavy punch, Chu Huaishu didn't even let out a grunt. He threw another punch forward, followed by a low sweep with his right leg. Lu Chingchi, already staggering, instantly lost his balance and began to fall backward. Just as he tilted back about 20 degrees, Chu Huaishu's large hand fiercely grabbed his stylish, gold-trimmed white robe and yanked it upward. With the immense force, Lu Chengqi's body was actually lifted up slightly. Naturally, Chu Huaishu had no intention of kindly steadying him. The large hand gripping the robe suddenly let go. He then brought his elbow back, opened his 5 fingers into a palm, and slammed it viciously into Lu Chengqi's chest. The angle of the palm strike was bizarre, yet Lu Chengqi found it so familiar. With a boom, he was slammed to the ground by Chu Huaishu's palm. Throughout the entire fall, the hand remained pressed firmly against his chest. One could say he was pinned to the ground by this single palm strike. Rib after rib snapped. Under Han Shuangjiang's incredulous gaze, and within Lu Chingqi's terrified eyes, the silent Chu Huaishu finally spoke slowly, his voice calm, his face showing neither joy nor anger. He spoke, word by word. 8 desolates roaming dragon. Learn the master's own technique to counter the master. Even as he was in agonizing pain, Lu Chingchi couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, shocked by Chu Huaishu's divine move. This was clearly the first form of the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigrams palm that he himself had taught. Lying on the ground, senior brother Lu was severely injured, with no strength left to fight back. He couldn't help but cough, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as sharp pains racked his chest. But the way he looked at Chu Huaishu gradually changed, as if he were looking at a dead man. "Don't look at me like that. I can guess you probably have some background," Chu Huaishu said, crouching down, his expression as normal as ever. He raised his right hand and gently patted Lu Chingchi's right cheek. As he patted, he said, "Just teaching a bit of martial arts, and you had to bring not knowing what's good for you into it. Didn't I pay? Answer me." With every sentence, Chu Huaishu gave his face a light slap. How could Lu Chingchi have ever suffered such humiliation? Fire was practically about to shoot out of his eyes. He struggled to raise his right hand, still possessing a streak of ferocity despite his heavy injuries. As a result, Chu Huaishu, who was crouching on the ground, was faster. With a crack, he disabled his arm as well. "This was the hand that was getting grabby just now, right?" he asked, his tone still calm. Senior brother Lu, his arm broken, could only let out waves of miserable screams. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side, her 10 fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. This was the first time she had seen this side of Chu Huaishu. Cold, ruthless, and decisive. Since the other party had made the first move, he would show no mercy. In her heart, those 4 words surfaced once again. Heart of an owl, appearance of a crane. Because Lu Chingchi had been about to extend his salty pig trotter of a hand, Han Shuangjiang felt not a shred of sympathy for him. Among the 4 protagonists of Borrowing a Sword, she had the script of a strong female lead. She was naturally not going to be a nauseating, sanctimonious bitch. Since Chu Huaishu was standing up for her, she would make her allegiance clear. After her brief shock, the little thought that rose in the poor girl's mind was still. 1 session is 1 hour. We've only been learning for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. That was 10 taels of silver, 10 taels. The next moment, she saw Chu Huaishu extend his right hand, gently pat Lu Chingchi's cheek again, and stare at him. "Cancel the class, do you hear me?" Seeing no reaction from Chingshi, he just stared at him intently, his eyes growing colder and colder, the right hand patting his cheek, subconsciously hitting harder with each tap. Not long after, Chu Huaishu walked out of the small courtyard with Han Shuangjiang, contentedly putting the 10 taels of silver back into his storage token. He had his own set of rules. He didn't take a single tael more. After this little interlude, the two walked back to the marketplace. It was now noon. Chu Huaishu saw a small stall and was about to sit down to eat, but he was pulled away by Han Shuangjiang. He glanced down at the slender, jade-like hand pulling his sleeve, and Han Shuangjiang immediately let go. Let's just buy groceries," she still insisted. Learning a bit of mundane martial arts had almost cost them 20 taels of silver. It was only because the other party had lecherous intentions that it was only 10. This made Han Shuangjiang feel even more strongly that their surplus grain at home was not much at all, and their financial situation was very unhealthy. Chu Huaishu never would have thought that the great female lead Han Shuangjiang, beloved by countless female players in borrowing a sword, would be so stingy at her core. Because it was all his money she was spending, when she expressed her opinion, her tone was no longer ice-cold, but rather one of discussion. "All right," Chu Huaishu agreed. This veteran companion even added, "As you wish." Those two simple words brought joy to the poor girl's heart, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While buying the ingredients, this ice mountain was also fussier than usual, insisting on comparing prices at 3 different shops. Even though she was usually so sparing with her words when interacting with him, before paying, she would put on a cold face and haggle as much as she could. She's actually quite good at managing a household, Chu Huaishu thought. Along the way, the two also passed a tavern. Someone was hawking their wares outside the door. Erlang wine, top-quality Erlang wine. Han Shuangjiang watched with wide eyes as Chu Huaishu stopped in his tracks. A horrified thought instantly flashed through her mind. High-end consumption is coming. Erlang wine. Isn't this a famous wine from the Moon Kingdom? Chu Huaishu paused and asked. That's right. I didn't expect this junior brother to be so knowledgeable. The earliest techniques for this wine came from Erlang County in the Moon Kingdom, the vendor said. Chu Huaishu nodded slightly, reminded of the famous Lang brand liquor on Earth. The reason Lang liquor was called that was because it came from Erlang Town in Sichuan Province. Due to the impending Great Calamity, the Mirror Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom, which used to have constant friction, had seen their relations ease in recent years. Even when they were at odds like fire and water, trade between the two countries was unavoidable. Now that they seemed to be entering a honeymoon period, trade had become even more frequent. Even the taxes had been lowered a bit. Therefore, it wasn't strange to see fine wine from the Moon Kingdom being sold. He even suspected this tavern was an official industry of the Dao Gate. Chu Huaishu pondered for a moment, then, deliberately not even asking the price, said, "Give me a jar." The ice mountain behind him was so shocked that she rushed forward and began to bargain. There was nothing she could do. The silver was his. At most, she had the right to suggest, not the right to decide. Seeing Han Shuangjiang like this, the more he looked, the more amused he became. After teasing the world protagonist, Chu Huaishu took the Erlang wine from the vendor. "Let's go, we're going home," he said. Hearing the words, "we're going home," Han Shuangjiang was stunned for a moment. The two returned with their haul. Halfway there, Chu Huaishu suddenly stopped and looked to the east. "If I remember correctly, Deacon Yo's courtyard is in that direction, right?" he asked, calculating the time in his head. Amen. The ice mountain had lost her lively energy again and just nodded in simple response. "You take this jar of wine to Deacon Yo," Chu Huaishu instructed. "I'll take it." She frowned, perplexed. Han Shuangjiang wasn't rejecting being ordered around by him. She simply didn't understand. The money was clearly his, so why should she take it there alone? Chu Huaishu didn't answer, just looked into her beautiful eyes, wanting to see if this world protagonist could figure it out. A few seconds later, she said, "Are you afraid?" She trailed off. Back at that courtyard, Chu Huaishu had told Chingshi, "I can guess you probably have some background. From all the signs, Han Shuangjiang could also realize this. At this moment, Chu Huaishu nodded at her, indicating that her thoughts were correct. Instantly, Han Shuangjiang's pretty face sank. That incredibly unpleasant feeling surged up in her heart again. The incident had started because of her. No matter how the world was beautified, it was ultimately a world where the weak were prey for the strong. And being beautiful and weak was an original sin. This was one of the reasons she had always longed to cultivate, longed to be strong. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaishu let out a sneer at this moment. "Oh, what are you putting on that face for? I'm this tall and handsome. You think I encounter any less trouble? You just get used to it." Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang just felt that this foxy face in front of her was so infuriating. She took the jar of Erlang wine from Chu Huaishu's hands and, following his arrangement, walked towards the east. After taking just a few steps, she suddenly stopped and called out softly, "Chu Huaishu." Chu Huaishu turned to look at her. "Why aren't you coming with me?" she asked. Since they already guessed there might be potential danger, why split up? Chu Huaishu looked at her as if she were an idiot. Where's the logic in guarding against a thief for 1,000 days? If Lu Chingshi wants to retaliate against us, and he definitely has some background, if he sees us visiting Deacon Yo's home today, will they make a move today? But there's always tomorrow, you understand? You can't be sure that he'll just swallow this insult, right? Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang felt it made sense. One couldn't place all their safety on the enemy's rationality. Chu Huaishu had always believed that the world was a huge, makeshift troop. There was no such thing as a character making an irrational decision just because they had an intelligence-lowering halo over their head. How many people in the world were rational their entire lives? In fact, the reason many people were even born was purely because their own fathers got impulsive while rushing the hole. Humans, in the end, are governed by emotions. Chu Huaishu knew there would definitely be trouble, so instead, he chose to humiliate Lu Chingshi viciously. This way, he could both satisfy himself and make the other party come looking for trouble quickly. Everyone could have a quick battle and get it over with, saving them the mental energy of constantly being on guard. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang looked at the young man, standing not far away, and spoke again. "So you choose to go home first by yourself, to bait them into coming after you, to deliberately put yourself in danger, and then have me go get reinforcements?" "Yup." Chu Huaishu grunted in affirmation. "You're certain in your heart that Deacon Neo will definitely intervene?" Han Shuangjiang said. "Certain," Chu Huaishu replied. He felt that old Neo would probably be more anxious than her. "All right," the cold-faced girl replied. Then, she walked forward quickly, handed the wine jar to Chu Huaishu, and with a face full of seriousness and determination, said with immense insistence, "I'll go home. You deliver the wine." "Don't be ridiculous." Chu Huaishu rejected her outright. A smile reappeared on his face, but that knowing look in his eyes seemed once again to be looking at a little idiot. This made Han Shuangjiang somewhat annoyed. Chu Huaishu looked at her, not taking the wine jar she held up high, but just meeting her beautiful eyes. He said, "Do you know what will happen if you go home and I deliver the wine? You could very well be in danger." Han Shuangjiang frowned and stared right back into his eyes, not backing down in the slightest. The Ice Mountain replied, "Of course I know. We've already talked about it so openly. I'm not actually stupid. Don't look at me with those eyes." She knew there was danger, which was precisely why she chose to go home herself and have him go for help. Seeing her stubborn appearance, the smile on Chu Huaishu's face grew wider. "Do you think the danger a man faces and the danger a woman faces can be the same?" After speaking, he even looked her up and down. Meeting his gaze, Han Shuangjiang's delicate body tensed for a moment. She immediately understood what he meant. She hadn't expected Chu Huaishu to be so thorough in his considerations, to have even thought of this. But she still wanted to say something. No matter what, the matter had ultimately started because of her. Enough with the buts. Just do as I say. His attitude was incredibly firm, even a little fierce. The cold-faced girl couldn't help but purse her lips. In the end, she could only yield turning to leave with a hint of annoyance. "Eh, you little housekeeper. You think you can call the shots?" Chu Huaishu thought, watching her back as she walked east. He felt no pressure or nervousness at all, continuing home with a pile of groceries, even whistling a tune. In his view, having some indirect contact with Niu Yuanshan was no big deal. But at this stage, it was best to have as little direct contact as possible. What's more, as fellow members of the organization, for him to take the initiative to go to the other's door for help would make him look cheap. And if I remember correctly, players have dug up that this organization had a lot of bizarre rules. Every single one of them has been brainwashed, all acting like they're ready to sacrifice their lives for righteousness. Thinking rationally with conventional logic, even if spies couldn't cover for each other, they should at least not cause trouble for one another. Chu Huaishu guessed that by not going to his door personally, he might be acting more in line with the organization's operational logic. Giving Niu Yuanshan a jar of wine from the Moon Kingdom was enough. Given the current trade situation between the two countries, this was unlikely to become a loophole. It was like on Earth, you couldn't just say I'm a walking 500,000 just because I use an iPhone. T/in, walking 500,000 is slang for a spy, referencing the 500,000 yuan reward for reporting one. It wasn't that serious. Of course, there was another, more important point. Chu Huaishu was waiting for something. After returning home, he placed all the ingredients at the entrance of Han Shuangjiang's bamboo hut. She said she would cook, so of course it goes here. In any case, I'm not making a single meal. Yup, not washing the dishes either, he resolved. Just as he finished, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Here it comes. Chu Huaishu's heart leaped with joy. He had no more experience points to use. Ding! You have triggered a passive quest. Retaliation from Lu Chingshi. Quest difficulty, grade A. On the other side, Han Shuangjiang had already arrived outside Niu Yuanshan's small courtyard. As one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect, his small courtyard looked much more high-end and grand than their bamboo huts. How to put it? It was quite elegant. Chinese aesthetics were a luxury, and this small courtyard was likely quite expensive to build. As she reached the front of the courtyard, Han Shuangjiang thought of something. What if Deacon Niu isn't home? As a member of the outer sect's management, Niu Yuanshan also had duties to attend to. If he wasn't at home, he was most likely at the Deacon's Hall. The unnamed disciple's handbook had a map, so Han Shuangjiang knew where the Deacon's Hall was, and it wasn't particularly far from here. But no matter what, it would ultimately take time. She was already feeling a little regretful, thinking that she had spent too much time buying groceries just now. She was a little puzzled. Why was he so unhurried the whole way? Little did she know that Chu Huaishu was waiting for a quest to trigger. The young woman carried the wine jar and raised her hand to knock on the courtyard gate. Before they separated, Chu Huaishu had given her a few instructions, and she had been rehearsing her lines on the way here. The courtyard gate opened quickly. It was a servant from inside. "You are?" the servant asked. "My name is Han Shuangjiang. I've come to visit Deacon Niu," she said. The moment her voice fell, a gentle voice came from within the courtyard. "Ah, it's Shuangjiang. Come in." Han Shuangjiang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had only met Niu Yuanshan once, her impression of the middle-aged man was very good. He seemed like an upright and kind elder, fitting her image of the management of a righteous and prestigious sect like the Dao Gate. Old Niu the spy was currently tending to the flowers and plants in his small courtyard. It was a stalk of dragon's bloodgrass, the main ingredient for making blood-coagulating pills. Blood-coagulating pills weren't particularly valuable, just a low-grade spiritual pill. He was growing here not because he wanted to refine pills, but purely because he found this stalk of dragon's bloodgrass to be good-looking, with a unique shape and a particularly true color, as red as blood. Niu Yuanshan watched Han Shuangjiang approach, his gaze converging on the jar of Erlang wine she was carrying. He smiled slightly at her and nodded, then turned his back to her again to fiddle with the dragon's blood grass. But in the shadows, his eyes narrowed slightly. Erlang wine. Niu Yuanshan's eyes squinted. He had always acted with extreme caution in the Dao Gate, possessing a high level of awareness and quality as a spy. He was a very typical, highly sensitive person. A jar of wine produced in the Moon Kingdom. It was impossible for him not to take notice. His expression returning to normal, Niu Yuanshan put down his shears and turned to Han Shuangjiang. You came all this way. Why bring a jar of wine? Erlang wine? Isn't this wine from Moon Kingdom? He said. Han Shuangjiang placed the wine jar on the stone table beside them and said, reporting to the Deacon, Chu Huaishu asked me to bring it. He said that to visit for the first time with empty hands would be too impolite. Hearing this name, all the doubts in Niu Yuanshan's heart dissipated. He even felt a sense of relief, like an old man comforted. Is this a jar of wine? This is a tacit understanding between us two people from the Moon Kingdom. Good child, so thoughtful, he said with a smile, praising the person who wasn't present. He had previously suspected that this newcomer might know his identity. Now, they were essentially playing with their cards face up. Niu Yuanshan first sat down on the stone bench, then gestured for Han Shuangjiang to sit across from him. By the way, why did you come alone? Deacon Niu naturally followed her words and began to steer the conversation towards the newcomer from the organization. Han Shuangjiang remembered Chu Huaishu's instructions. No matter how anxious she was, she couldn't directly reveal the purpose of her visit. But she wasn't a stupid person. It was just that Chu Huaishu liked to look at her as if she were an idiot. At this moment, a thought struck her. She remembered that Chu Huaishu had taken half a palm strike when he fought with Lu Chingshi. And so, Han Shuangjiang immediately found the best entry point. Deacon Niu, it's because he's a little injured. That child is injured. Niu Yuanshan's face showed only a trace of confusion, but his heart tightened fiercely. Han Shuangjiang nodded, realizing she had found the right entry point. He got into a conflict with someone, she said, beginning to delve deeper into the topic. Hearing this, Deacon Niu frowned and immediately pressed, Is the injury serious? The cold-faced girl replied with a serious expression, I'm not sure. He wouldn't let me look. That man, he seems to like acting tough. She used a bit of cunning, half-truth and half-false. From a bystander's perspective, that final move of the 8 trigrams palm from Lu Chingshi, the name of which she had already forgotten, was ferocious and looked anything but ordinary. But what about Chu Huaishu? After taking half a palm strike, he didn't even let out a grunt. He seemed to have quite the manly spirit. After realizing they might be in trouble, his thinking was clear, and he quickly made a decision. Most importantly, whether in front of Lu Chingshi or now, he was the one standing in front of Han Shuangjiang. It was as if no matter what happened, he would be there to hold things up. In a situation fraught with crisis, this foxy-faced man still had the time to be cheeky and smiling, not adding to the pressure. A man who, when faced with a problem, has the ability, the means, and the mentality to handle it. This was actually a very charming quality, and this quality was effective on both men and women. Due to her various life experiences, Han Shuangjiang was inevitably someone who lacked a sense of security. Although she had only had brief contact with Chu Huaishu, she felt inexplicably at ease. Therefore, since he had taken the initiative to shoulder the burden, she must also do a good job with the support work. Having come from brothel, how could she be a silly, sweet, naive girl? Speechcraft was, in fact, a course she had been required to learn. Sure enough, Niu Yuanshan's brow furrowed even deeper. Which damned bastard dares to lay a hand on someone from our organization? Fury was already raging in his heart. Looking at the jar of Erlang wine from the Moon Kingdom on the table, his anger grew even stronger. However, Niu Yuanshan still needed a reason. No matter what, he was a gold mask in the organization. That golden mask represented that he was a core member, deeply valued and trusted. He knew that this newcomer, Chu Huaishu, was very unusual, seemingly adept at carving his own path and acting with flamboyance. He wasn't like the rest of them, focused only on lying low and staying hidden. But to get into a private fight right after joining the outer sect, he felt he needed to understand the situation better. Deacon Niu did not show excessive anger on his face, and his words were reasonable. You two were brought here by the 6th elder. I presume he meant for me to look after you. Shuangjiang, tell me the whole story. What exactly happened? All right, Han Shuangjiang said. Inside the bamboo hut, Chu Huaishu untied his robe and looked at his injury. Not bad, it's not a big problem. The short blade, once stained with blood, was rehung at his waist. He had just looked at the quest details, and, according to the system's description, he realized he was in deep trouble this time. The quest system rates the difficulty of a quest based on a variety of comprehensive information. The levels are divided into 4 grades: a B, C, and D. A grade A quest is the highest level. In other words, according to the system's judgment, this Lu Chingshi is an existence that a player cannot afford to provoke during the novice period. What was even more exaggerated was that this passive quest was called Retaliation from Lu Chingshi, and the quest content was simply to not die to complete it. Damn it, he's coming to kill me. Chu Huaishi was speechless. Just don't get killed, and that counts as completing the quest? What kind of background does this bastard Lu Chingshi have? And the quest requirement is merely not to be killed, and yet it's still labeled as grade A difficulty. Doesn't that basically mean the system is telling me that it will be very difficult for me not to be killed? This is quite unfriendly to me, a transmigrator. There was no helping it. For a goofball player, it would just mean failing the quest and wasting a revival coin. Chu Huaishu also had 3 revival coins, but he wasn't sure if he could still be revived, nor did he want to take the risk. The quest reward is generous, though, a full 1,000 experience points. For a player in the novice period, the reward was quite high, enough for him to level up several times. In addition, Chu Huaishu's gaze was deeply attracted by a line of text. A certain probability to trigger a hidden dungeon. This was what he was most focused on. A hidden dungeon. That was what the system and players called it. In the Xianwang realm, people generally called it a fortuitous encounter, a fated opportunity. This made Chu Huaishu fall into deep thought. A hidden dungeon, he carefully recalled, and suddenly remembered something. He didn't know if it was related to the hidden dungeon. I used information probe on Lu Chingshi before to see what he was made of. The feedback from a system was that his spirit embryo is currently in a damaged state. Could it be about the spirit embryo? This kind of probability-based trigger for a hidden dungeon was the absolute worst, because it meant that even if you completed the quest perfectly, it might not necessarily trigger. There were too many coincidences involved. It was purely up to the player to explore, dig, or try their luck. When he first encountered this situation while playing Borrowing a Sword, his heart had burned with passion. As a result, after failing to trigger it time and time again, he gradually became indifferent, his mentality returning to peace. If it triggered, great. If not, so be it. From outside the hut, a voice soon rang out. Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang, where are you? Come out and see me. Chu Huaishu had no intention of running. He opened the door directly and saw 3 men in black robes standing outside the bamboo hut. The man in the lead was about 175 centimeters tall, looked a bit like Lu Chingshi, had a coiled whip at his waist, and lightning-like embroidery on the chest of his black robe. The law enforcement team? Chu Huaishu narrowed his eyes. A country has its laws, and a sect has its rules. The law enforcement team existed for this reason, and one of the more severe punishments in the Dao Gate was caning. What kind of Singaporean rules are these? Chu Huaishu thought, looking at the long whip at the man's waist. As far as he knew, the outer sect used ordinary whips. The inner sect was a different story. See the lightning embroidered on their chests? The inner sect used lightning whips. Some Dao Gate players who particularly loved being whipped would deliberately stir up trouble, just seeking that thrill. With the pain perception turned down, it didn't hurt much but was electric, a super intense feeling that could make one erupt. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened slightly, but he had actually considered that the official authorities might come. How should I address you? Senior brothers? He asked. He had already used Information Pro. 3 question marks popped up, which meant the other party's character level was at least 10 levels higher than his. They were proper cultivators. Lu Chunggong, vice captain of the Medicine Mountain Law Enforcement Team, the man in the lead, answered. Hearing the name, Chu Huaishu felt that this person and Lu Qingqi were on the same page of the Lu clan genealogy. Are you all from the same damn generation? I wonder why Captain Lu is looking for me. He began to play dumb. You stirred up trouble on Medicine Mountain, violating the sect rules by fighting privately. After injuring someone, you then robbed them of their money, compounding your crimes. Junior brother Chu, take a trip with us. Since he definitely couldn't fight his way out, Chu Huaishu decisively chose to give up resisting. He walked up to Lu Qinggong and held out both his hands. Junior brother Chu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Qinggong asked. HM, you're not going to tie me up. I'm familiar with the procedure. I knew it inside and out back at Spring and Autumn Mountain. The four great sects, they're all more or less the same. Lu Qinggong looked at the exceptionally handsome young man before him, a sneer appearing on his face. That won't be necessary. You're merely at the aperture opening stage. Do you think you have the ability to resist? If you surrender without a fight now, we'd actually find it boring. It would be a little more interesting if you tried to escape midway. He looked at Chu Huaishu with a playful smile, as if looking at a toy in the palm of his hand. Chu Huaishu met his gaze and slowly lowered his raised hands. What is your relationship with Lu Qingqi? He asked directly. Lu Qinggong laughed. You've got some nerve. He looked the foxy-faced man up and down and snorted. But that's right. If you didn't have a dog's guts, you wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on Chingshi. The vice captain of the Medicine Mountain law enforcement team had nothing to fear. Besides, this wasn't a secret in the outer sect anyway. He said, Lu Qingqi is my cousin. Oh, right, you must be new here, right? I forgot to tell you, his father is one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect. A gentle breeze blew past, rustling a few strands of Chu Huaishu's jet black hair. Lu Qinggong and his men wanted to see him scared out of his wits, but instead, they saw that his expression was as calm as ever. Understood, was all Chu Huaishu said faintly. This greatly displeased the vice captain of the law enforcement team. He was beginning to suspect that this person was completely ignorant of how the world worked. The 9 deacons were the highest authorities in the outer sect. You beat the man's only son to this state. Do you know how severe the consequences are? What do you understand? Lu Qinggong's face darkened. Chu Huaishu smiled and said, I understand why so many senior brothers recommended learning martial arts from him, even though he's so handsy. The deacon's son, the vice captain of the law enforcement team's cousin. No wonder. To this, Lu Qinggong just smiled and said nothing. To him, it was perfectly normal for others to fawn over him and his uncle, the esteemed deacon. It was just like how he himself had opened a restaurant on Medicine Mountain, and business was booming. But the people who came to eat, the people who came to buy wine, were they really there for the taste? Not necessarily. At this moment, Lu Qinggong looked around and asked, that junior sister named Han Shuangjiang, is she not at home? No, she didn't come back with me, Chu Huaishu said. This junior sister, she must be very beautiful, right? A smile that all men understood appeared on Lu Qinggong's face. Yes, a national beauty, Chu Huaishu replied. Is your relationship with her unusual? Lu Qinggong asked again. HM, you could say it's unusual, he said. No wonder. That cousin of mine has a thing for that sort of situation. Lu Qinggong raised a hand and patted Chu Huaishu's shoulder lightly. It was unclear if he was comforting him or twisting the knife. Nothing to be done about it, brother. So he has the legacy of Wei's Emperor Wu. A thief Chow, Chu Huaishu said, speaking words they couldn't understand. T/in. Thief Chow is meme slang for someone who likes to steal others' partners, a reference to the historical figure Chow Chow. So you Lu Qingqi, looking all prim and proper, actually like to take what belongs to others. That's your kink. No wonder you couldn't resist trying to touch her right in front of me. Chu Huaishu wasn't surprised that the son of a dignified deacon was teaching mundane martial arts. He had some idea of what second-generation rich kids were like. On Earth, there were those who drove luxury cars to work as rideshare drivers, only accepting orders from female passengers. After skiing suddenly became popular, there were also second-generation rich kids skilled in it who became ski instructors. Was it about the money? It was about the fun, the thrill of the hunt. They disdained the crude acts of bullying men and seizing women depicted in TV dramas. They preferred to release their own charm, display their abilities and methods, and use their tried-and-true routines to seduce women, to make them come onto them willingly. These people were born never lacking for women. The high-class escorts whose prices shocked ordinary people, who could only look on and sigh, "Is it made of gold or studded with diamonds down there?" To them, it was small change and even a boring, charmless transaction. They also needed a sense of psychological achievement. They also needed to rely on these conquests to boast about their charm. Some people's painstaking work to support their families was merely a pastime for them, something they could do or not do as they pleased. When he was learning that gibberish 8 trigrams palm, the name of which he couldn't remember, Chu Huaishu had already had some faint guesses in his heart, seeing Lu Chingchi's expensive robes and his general attitude. I just didn't expect this Lu Chingchi to play so dirty. He misunderstood the relationship between me and the little housekeeper and still wanted to both take my 10 taels of silver and treat me like a dog. He didn't see me as a person from the very beginning. Chu Huaishu chuckled, but he knew very well in his heart that this bastard Lu Chingchi had definitely succeeded before and definitely more than once. He might have even cuckolded someone. The interesting thing was the Lu Qinggong before him didn't seem to see Chu Huaishu as a person either. He patted Chu Huaishu's shoulder again and said, "Chengqi's spirit embryo was damaged, and he's been in a bad mood ever since. He can only find some excitement in life. Junior brother Chu, please try to understand." Lu Qinggong was truly bored. He felt that someone who dared to injure his cousin must be easily provoked, which would give him some entertainment. Who would have thought that this slightly foxy-faced young man would grin at him and say, "It's covered." Outside the bamboo hut, Lu Qinggong couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on Chu Huaishu. His face darkened, and he said to his 2 subordinates, "You two, go and capture that junior sister Han." "Yes." The 2 who were like nameless nobodies replied. "Well then, let's go, junior brother Chu," Lu Qinggong said, his gaze dark. "Please lead the way, senior brother Lu." Chu Huaishu made a pleased gesture. This was his typical style. He liked to first speak with honorifics, then say something utterly disrespectful, or even do something utterly disrespectful. When he was heavily injuring Lu Chingchi, he had also called him senior brother Lu with every breath. Before becoming a companion, he had been in 2 relationships. One was a secret affair with his university counselor. Every time they reached the climax, he would also call out "teacher" and occasionally even make the teacher cry, tears streaming from all 3 of her eyes. In short, full marks for politeness. But Lu Qinggong's face grew even darker. He snorted coldly, slapped a Godspeed talisman on himself, and said, "My cousin is probably getting impatient. We have to hurry." After speaking, he grabbed Chu Huaishu, tapped his feet lightly, and leaped onto a branch, moving quickly through the ancient trees. Before long, he brought Chu Huaishu back to the Medicine Mountain Law Enforcement Hall and locked him in the dungeon. As he had said, Lu Chingchi truly couldn't wait. He was already waiting in the dungeon early on. Chu Huaishu guessed he must have taken some spiritual medicine, which was why his injuries had fully healed. With a deacon for a father, that was to be expected. What surprised him slightly was that there was also a person with half-white hair in the dungeon. The moment Lu Qinggong saw him, he said respectfully, "Uncle." The old man heard him and immediately raised his hand. "How many times have I told you? When outside, you must use official titles." "Yes, Deacon." Lu Qinggong appeared exceptionally well-behaved at this moment. The old man with half-white hair nodded slightly and sized up Chu Huaishu. "You are Chu Huaishu?" "Yes, this disciple has seen Deacon Lu." Chu Huaishu raised his hands in a salute, still upholding his virtue of politeness, full marks, and also buying time. "I heard from Chingshi that you are merely at the 2-aperture cultivation level, just at the beginning of the aperture opening stage. Yet you were able to injure him, and you even used the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigrams palm that he taught you." Chu Huaishu immediately looked up, his eyes shining. "Exactly. Has the deacon taken a liking to my talent?" As he joked around, he still had the presence of mind to silently memorize. So it's called Heaven and Earth Infinite 8 trigrams palm. Hearing this, the Deacon's old face was first stunned, then instantly darkened as well. It had to be said, when these three surnamed Lu darkened their faces, they all looked the same. The old man just snorted coldly, then flicked a finger. A shallow cut appeared on Chu Huaishu's arm, and blood oozed out. Chu Huaishu looked down in astonishment at his arm. He didn't care about this minor injury, but his robe was torn, and he didn't know if the little housekeeper knew how to sew. The Deacon beckoned slightly, and a drop of blood flew into his palm. A low-grade spirit embryo. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. He had never seen this type of spirit embryo before, but its aura was weak, and its grade was clearly extremely low. The old man had come personally because, after hearing his only son's description, he wanted to see this young man's innate talent. Although he held terrifying power in the outer sect, he also knew that if it was a true prodigy, he would have to be careful. But this was a mere low-grade spirit embryo, world apart from his son's blazing fire spear embryo. You think you're worthy of my appreciation? The old man looked at Chu Huaishu with cold eyes, his expression indifferent. After speaking, he was about to turn and leave, saying to his only son and his nephew, "Do as you please with him. He's just an in-name disciple, and with a low-grade spirit embryo at that. If he dies, he dies. We could just make up any reason." "Deacon, wait a moment," Chu Huaishu shouted. The old man turned his head in confusion, his brow furrowed tightly. This disciple knows the outer sect rules by heart. "May I ask, it was senior brother Lu who made the first move. This disciple was merely acting in self-defense. Which rule did I break?" Chu Huaishu's face was full of righteousness, his words firm and powerful. The old man, who had his son late in life, looked at this seemingly naive young man who hadn't been beaten down by the world and said with a resonant voice, "It doesn't matter who made the first move. You injuring my son is breaking the rules. Breaking my Lu Tianfeng's rules." This shout actually concealed spiritual power, making Chu Huaishu's mind tremble. A wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision went black, and he nearly couldn't stand, his face instantly turning pale. Not far away, a thick, honest voice finally sounded. "Deacon Lu, what great authority you wield." Neo Yuan Shan, one of the 9 great deacons of the outer sect, appeared in the dungeon. Chu Huaishu's little housekeeper was by his side, looking at the young man with a worried expression. When she saw the wound on his arm, another layer of frost instantly covered her already ice-cold face. "He's injured." Han Shuangjiang's heart tightened. When Chu Huaishu saw Neo Yuan Shan, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Before he transmigrated, the goofball players had already dug up everything there was to know about the organization. Later on, many players even started making memes out of it, not only reciting the organization's admonitions by heart, but also constantly saying this comrade in Loi, Alti. Just a moment ago, Chu Huaishu had also been cheekily thinking, "Comrade, save me, Loi, Alti." But once he was actually in the dungeon, with the change in environment, the atmosphere immediately intensified. He was actually a little nervous. "Old Neo, you better not be late." Fortunately, Neo Yuan Shan appeared at just the right moment. This made Chu Huaishu silently swear, "From now on, I'll joke about the memes, not the man." "Old Neo, you're a good man." What was touching was that after Neo Yuan Shan walked closer, the first thing he did was stand in front of Chu Huaishu. This thick-browed, large-eyed middle-aged man had an upright and incorruptible face, but he was actually half a head shorter than Chu Huaishu and slightly hunchbacked. But for some reason, he gave off an immense sense of security. Before shielding the young man behind him, he even gave him a gentle smile. It really felt like he was one's own elder. Han Shuangjiang quickly walked forward and asked with concern, "You're injured." "It's fine, a small scratch," Chu Huaishu said, not caring at all. The old man named Lu Tianfeng frowned deeply. Neo Yuan Shan? He never would have imagined that the other man would actually come here. And with such a hostile tone, this was a huge departure from the Neo Yuan Shan in his memory. But that was how it was. The real Dao Gate Deacon slacks off at work, orders subordinates around, abuses power, completely lawless. The fake undercover Deacon, responsible at work, diligent and dedicated, acts with fairness, works like an ox. Neo Yuanshan had been an undercover agent in the Dao Gate for years and years. He really was like a willing ox. But the ridiculous thing was, the workplace is just like that. The more work this spy did, the less others did. Seriously, if it weren't for Neo Yuanshan, this outer sect would fall apart. Lu Tianfeng, as a fellow outer sect deacon, had worked with him for so many years and understood old Neo's temperament. The man was a good old boy. Therefore, he never could have imagined that this old ox would one day say such words. How dare he say, "I wield great authority"? A nameless fire rose in Deacon Lu's heart. It's a strange thing. When a good old boy who has done a lot of work for you suddenly curses you out, your first reaction is to get angry. Lu Tianfeng and Neo Yuanshan were about equal in strength, both at the great perfection of the third realm. They had never sparred, so it was unknown who was stronger. As fellow deacons, Lu Tianfeng had more seniority. In fact, he was one of the most senior among the 9 deacons. He looked at the uncharacteristically defiant old Neo with displeasure and said in a deep voice, "Neo Yuanshan, are you trying to stand up for him?" Spiritual energy surged, and the pressure of the third realm spread throughout the dungeon. The air itself seemed to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. So what if I am? Beneath Neo Yuanshan's thick brows, his eyes narrowed, and spiritual power began to ripple from his own body. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dungeon became tense enough to draw swords. Lu Chingshi and Lu Qinggong, the 2 cousins, looked at each other. The former was grinding his teeth in anger, unable to believe this dead dog, surnamed Chu, actually had someone protecting him. The latter, besides being surprised, was still marveling at Han Shuangjiang's beauty. She truly was a national beauty. You really can't blame my cousin. With the atmosphere already this tense, both deacons were in a position where it was difficult to back down. Lu Tianfeng roared, "Neo Yuanshan, think carefully. This child severely injured my son." I already know the full story. It was clearly Lu Qingqi who was in the wrong first. Neo Yuanshan did not yield. In his eyes, this newcomer from the organization had done nothing wrong. Although he didn't know that Han Shuangjiang possessed a profound Yin physique, which required a blood drop to be tested, he could tell from that day how much importance Li Chunsong placed on this woman. Old Neo was no fool. He was certain that the 6th elder's regard for this young woman was higher than his regard for the newcomer from the organization. Therefore, he was certain that she was absolutely a chosen daughter of heaven. Sure enough, she had already broken through 2 apertures right after entering the sect. There was no harm in Chu Huaishu befriending her. When I deliberately arranged for their residences to be next to each other, it was actually a hint. He must have understood, old Neo thought, feeling gratified. In his view, although Chu Huaishu acted with flamboyance and had injured someone right after joining the sect, it was not without reason. At the very least, he had established a righteous persona. A character like this might just be appreciated by the Dao Gate's higher-ups. Neo Yuanshan had seen the ruthless side of this foxy-faced man. The man was already dead, and he still had to suffer a few slaps. In his opinion, the fact that his esteemed son was still alive and kicking, and could even plot revenge, already meant that Chu Huaishu had held back. At this moment, with his beloved son and nephew watching, it was difficult for Lu Tianfeng not to be firm. Neo Yuanshan, even if you protect him, you can only ensure his life is safe. However, he must still be punished. The old man shot forward and reached out, trying to snatch Chu Huaishu away. The thick-browed Neo Yuanshan raised an arm to block, as immovable as a great rock. After a brief clash, he retreated backward with Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, not wanting to reveal too many of his own techniques. He said, "Deacon Lu, are you sure you want to do this?" Without even asking me for the reason first. Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng snorted coldly. "If you have something to say, spit it out." Neo Yuanshan transmitted his voice to the old man, so only he could hear. "Let me give you a hint. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were personally brought up the mountain by the sixth elder. What? The half-white-haired Lu Tianfeng trembled violently, his face turning deathly pale. In the Dao Gate, the inner sect and the outer sect were separated by what seemed like a natural chasm. Li Chunsong was an esteemed inner sect elder, a peerless expert of the seventh realm. He could crush Lu Tianfeng to dust with a flick of his finger, and with a single word, he could have him stripped of his deacon position. The old man had thought Niu Yuanshan was Chu Huaishu's backer and was already extremely surprised. Who would have thought that the other party's backer was much, much higher than he had imagined? It was one of the highest in the entire Dao Gate and even the entire Eastern continent. Lu Tianfeng had been the outer sect for many years and was the most senior deacon, a wily old fox among wily old foxes. If Chu Huaishu had been a peerless talent, a once-in-a-century prodigy, his fear would actually be less. But he was just a low-grade spirit embryo. What kind of trash spirit embryo is worthy of the sixth elder personally bringing him up the mountain? The more it was like this, the more Lu Tianfeng felt that their relationship must be unusually deep. The worse his aptitude, the stronger the connection. With Niu Yunshan's mild temperament, for him to stick his neck out this time, could it be that the sixth elder had already instructed him to take good care of them? The old man's mind raced with speculation, and the more he thought, the more something felt wrong. He even started to size up Chu Huaishu to see if he resembled the sixth elder. All right, he's much more handsome. Then could he be the son of an old friend of the sixth elder? Lu Tianfeng's expression began to shift between cloudy and clear, his mind filled with various suspicions. Seeing his expression, Niu Yuanshan said, "Deacon Lu, can I take him away now?" How could Lu Tianfeng dare to stop him? He even clasped his hands towards Niu Yuanshan and said, "Thank you for Deacon Niu's tip just now. Old Niu really is still the same old Niu, a good old boy. He was saving me." Niu Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Chu Huaishu, as if to tell him they were leaving together. But his gaze fell upon Chu Huaishu's arm. "You're injured?" he asked. Without waiting for Chu Huaishu to reply, Niu Yuanshan turned around again and looked back at Lu Tianfeng and the others. A thick, honest smile spread across the thick-browed, large-eyed, middle-aged man's face. "It seems we can't just leave like this now," he said. After Niu Yuanshan arrived in the dungeon, he completely took control of the rhythm. Lu Tianfeng was an old man. How could he not understand what he meant? The elder immediately got the message. This old ox really is thorough, he thought. I've injured the sixth elder's person. I have to show some form of apology, right? If he were to blame me for this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, even if Niu Yuanshan hadn't reminded him right now, Lu Tianfeng would have come to his senses after a while and brought gifts to his door to apologize. Because old Niu had used a secret sound transmission, only Lu Tianfeng could hear him. Therefore, his beloved son and beloved nephew were currently completely bewildered. Dad is just letting him go. Why does Uncle's face look so awful? Niu Yuanshan has the least seniority among the 9 deacons. This shouldn't be happening. As it turned out, they soon heard Lu Tianfeng speak. "It's all a misunderstanding, worthy nephew. All a misunderstanding." His form of address had changed in an instant. "The fault lies entirely with us. But what happened today was all too sudden, and this old man was not prepared. How about this? Tomorrow, this old man will prepare a lavish gift and come to your door to apologize to my worthy nephew." Worthy nephew, what do you think? At this moment, where was the imposing authority the old man had before? This left Lu Chingshi and Lu Chenggong completely stunned. Chu Huaishu, however, accepted it with composure. "Me, I'm taking the place of a world protagonist." Niu Yuanshan, listening from aside, felt it was his turn to step up. To be precise, everything he had done before was merely laying the groundwork. This thick-browed, large-eyed man was incredibly shrewd. "I have a suggestion," he said, a peacemaker's smile appearing on his face. "Deacon Niu, please speak." Lu Tianfeng was extremely cooperative, his tone quite magnanimous, as if he would agree to any condition. "Deacon Lu, How about you give them each a piece of the jade tablet fragment you acquired earlier? Neo Yuanshan revealed his dagger after unrolling the map. As soon as he said this, the smile on the old man's face instantly froze. The atmosphere in the dungeon also changed in a flash. Lu Tianfeng was clearly unwilling. Hearing this, Lu Chingshi became anxious. Father, that's my opportunity. Whether my damaged, blazing fire spirit embryo can be restored depends on it. Lu Tianfeng, who had his only son late in life, had always doted on him. But even so, at this moment, he couldn't help but glare at him. You shut up, he roared. This whole thing started because of you. Of all the people to provoke, you had to provoke someone belonging to the sixth elder. At first, Lu Tianfeng had felt it was quite embarrassing that his six-aperture son couldn't defeat someone who had only opened two. Now he just felt lucky. It's a good thing he couldn't win. At this moment, faced with Neo Yuanshan's exorbitant demand, he hesitated for several seconds. Chu Huaishu watched him silently, feeling that this old man gave off the impression of being calculatingly profound, but not quite able to calculate things correctly. Finally, Lu Tianfeng waved his large hand, and two jade-like fragments appeared from the storage space of his Deacon token. They looked like mutton fat jade, with patterns carved on them, exuding a faint spiritual charm. The Lu father and son could only console themselves. There are 10 fragments in total. Giving them 2 is still acceptable. The key was not to anger the sixth elder. Ultimately, it was because Neo Yuanshan's established persona was too deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. With old Neo's thick-skinned, honest nature, the more outrageous his demand, the more he's hinting to me that this kid's background is sky-high. Among all the outer sect deacons, this willing ox was the most competent. He had always been thorough in his work, and everyone considered him reliable. With a wave of Lu Tianfeng's hand, the 2 jade tablet fragments floated in front of Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Take them, Neo Yuanshan said gently. The 2 immediately stored the jade tablet fragments in their storage tokens. In an instant, a voice that only Chu Huaishu could hear sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully completed the quest, Retaliation from Lu Chingshi. You have successfully obtained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the hidden dungeon, Pill King's Token. Inside the dungeon, Chu Huaishu was overjoyed. Everything had gone too smoothly. The Grade A quest was completed just like that, and with the help of the insider Neo Yuanshan, he had successfully unlocked the hidden dungeon. But for a normal player in the novice period, this was basically an impossible mission. The Grade A rating was very reasonable. These 3 vile Lu bastards could be considered the evil final bosses of the starting village. If Chu Huaishu didn't have Su Ziqing's protagonist halo, and had relied only on Neo Yuanshan, at most he would have just completed the quest and would likely have faced a series of troubles afterward. Is this how awesome it feels to be a world protagonist? Chu Huaishu thought to himself. The jade tablet fragment he had just obtained, he personally understood it to be the key to opening the dungeon. Pill King's Token. I've never seen this hidden dungeon on the game forums. Then it seems this happened before the game's open beta. However, he had heard of the figure known as the Pill King. In the path of pill refining, the one with the highest achievement was definitely the Dao Ancestor. The esteemed Dao Ancestor had created the aperture-opening pill, ushering in a prosperous age of cultivation. Second only to him was the Pill King. Chu Huaishu still remembered the sensation when the Pill King's secret realm appeared when he was playing Borrowing a Sword. With the Pill King's legacy at stake, the entire Xianhuang realm had been in an uproar, and all the major player guilds had been rubbing their hands together, wanting a piece of the pie. But could this Pill King's Token and the Pill King's secret realm be related? He speculated. He couldn't be sure for now. The scale of a hidden dungeon in the starting village shouldn't be that high. Today's trip had been quite fruitful. Neo Yuanshan turned his head to look at Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang and asked, "This result, are you two satisfied with it?" Lu Tianfeng felt more and more that this old Neo was a savvy man. This was equivalent to asking them if they would go and complain to the sixth elder and whether this misunderstanding could be considered over. The old man was in extreme pain over the loss right now, but it was inconvenient for him to ask these questions. Niu Yuanshan, however, was the perfect person to do so. There was no helping it. After all, what they had wanted just now was Chu Huaishu's life. If the matter was not handled well, they would have made an enemy of the sixth elder. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang didn't speak, but just looked at Chu Huaishu, as if his opinion was her opinion. Chu Huaishu walked a few steps forward, coming before the three members of the Liu family. "Deacon, this junior has one more matter to ask," he said, still polite and courteous, clasping his hands in a salute. From beginning to end, he had been full marks for politeness. At this moment, how could Liu Tianfeng dare to be arrogant? Seeing his posture, he actually felt a sense of relief, as if he had been given a way to step down gracefully. He quickly extended his hand, wanted to make a gesture of helping up the bowing Chu Huaishu. However, just as he reached out his hand, Chu Huaishu moved. It all happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react at all. A third-realm cultivator had spiritual energy circulating around their body and had keen senses. It was very difficult to launch a successful sneak attack, as they would subconsciously react. The problem was Chu Huaishu wasn't attacking him. By the time Liu Tianfeng reacted, a rock-solid spiritual power blocked him. It was Niu Yuanshan. Chu Huaishu's palm slammed into Liu Chingchi's chest, similar to what had happened in the courtyard today. Because he had perfect body control, his palm strike was very precise, landing in the exact same spot. The ribs that had just been set with spiritual medicine instantly snapped with a crack. "Did I say you could set them? And you went and set them. 8 desolates, roaming dragon." Liu Chingchi immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. The familiar scene had occurred twice in one day. The sharp pain from the same location made him nearly faint. After doing all this, Chu Huaishu slowly straightened up and retracted his palm. This tall and straight young man was half a head taller than Liu Tianfeng. He stared straight into the other's eyes and said in a clear voice, "This disciple just asked the Deacon which rule I broke. I must trouble Deacon Liu to explain it again. This disciple is all ears." Inside the dungeon, the atmosphere was heavy. No one spoke. Only Liu Chingchi lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Liu Qinggong, who had come to his senses, quickly went to help his cousin. Father, shut up." An uncertain expression once again appeared on Liu Tianfeng's face. Chu Huaishu, half a head taller than the old man, just stared at him, and he stared right back. Youthful arrogance. Truly, youthful arrogance. The Deacon Liu, his heart filled with endless rage, struggled for a long time. His old hands inside his sleeves were trembling slightly, wanting to lash out several times. He'd had his only son late in life. This was his everything, especially since his true root of life had long since withered. But the young man before him was simply too arrogant. Such insolence. If he didn't have a sky-high background, how would he dare? What's more, when the old man had been about to block Chu Huaishu, he had been momentarily hindered by Niu Yunshan's spiritual power, which was why his support had not been timely. That man surnamed Niu definitely knows his background. Niu Yunshan's uncharacteristic behavior today. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a demon at play. Liu Tianfeng even felt that this man, surnamed Niu, was trying to curry favor with this young man. His towering rage was forcefully suppressed by reason, surrendering to the tyrannical power of the sixth elder. Liu Tianfeng took a deep breath and declared his position. "This matter today was entirely my dog son's fault. He was the one who broke the rules. This old man will definitely take him back for a stern lecture." Liu Chingchi, with several ribs broken again, felt he couldn't swallow this injustice. His eyes were bloodshot, his mind in a chaotic haze, feeling like he was about to go mad. Liu Qinggong, who was helping him up, gripped his right hand tightly, constantly giving him signals with his eyes. He now understood why Chu Huaishu had reacted that way when he, the vice captain of the law enforcement team, had gone to arrest him. Thinking back on it now, it was complete and utter fearlessness. Who on earth is he? Lu Qinggong's heart shook. Crouching on the ground, he looked up and saw Chu Huaishu happen to glance over, looking down on him. Their eyes met, and a jolt shot through Lu Qinggong's heart. He realized that he too had long since provoked the other party. After a few seconds of silence, Chu Huaishu finally said to Deacon Lu, "Understood. Then I'll let senior brother Lu slowly recuperate. This disciple will take his leave now." The reason Chu Huaishu had made that palm strike was simply because he had a backer, nothing more. "You already tried to take my life. If I show no reaction at this point, am I supposed to go home and engage in cautious development for a while before coming back for revenge? Just like in those parenting videos, we must teach children delayed gratification. Is that it? What I want is instant gratification, to achieve a clear and unobstructed mind." After the trio left the dungeon, Chu Huaishu shot Neo Yuanshan a thankful look. Old Neo gave him a slight smile. The two had a mutual understanding. Loyalty. Chu Huaishu still felt no sense of belonging to the organization. After all, he hadn't gone through the training and brainwashing. The system had even designated his faction as Dao Gate, not the organization. But his personal favorability towards old Neo had soared. Neo Yuanshan really did have a strong, affable charm. This slightly hunchbacked, square-faced, middle-aged man raised his right hand, beckoned to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, and said, "Come, let's go back. We'll talk as we walk." He tucked his hands into his sleeves and led the two young people towards his small courtyard. Along the way, he chattered on, seeming a bit long-winded. "I imagine you both must be very curious about the purpose of these 2 jade tablet fragments I helped you obtain, right? This jade tablet is of great use. So, you must listen carefully to what I'm about to say, All right, before I begin, I must first ask you, do you know the Pill King?" "The Pill King," Han Shuangjiang said softly. "I've seen him mentioned in storybooks. The king of the Tao of pills." Neo Yuanshan looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with reverence, and began his introduction. "The Pill King, a native of the Moon Kingdom, with a rare 8th realm great cultivator. His mastery of pill refining could be said to have stolen from creation itself. In the Tao of pills, he is hailed as the #1 person beneath the Tao ancestor. Half of the current recipes for high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual pills came from his hands. For example, the profound heaven embryonic breath pill. In fact, many pill refiners believe that the Pill King is already on par with the Tao ancestor in the Tao of pills." Neo Yuanshan paused for a moment. His public identity was, after all, a Dao Gate Deacon, so he stated his position clearly. "Of course, this is a point that we of the Dao Gate will never acknowledge." Chu Huaishu also had some understanding of this matter. In terms of overall contribution, the number of high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual pill recipes created by the Tao ancestor was not many, only about 1/3 of the Pill King's. But there was no helping it. The aperture-opening pill was just that incredible. The Tao ancestor had, by his own power, lowered the threshold of cultivation, ushering the Xianhuang realm into a prosperous age of cultivation. As for the high-end goods created by the Pill King, let alone ordinary people, even ordinary cultivators could not benefit from them. After all, high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual pills used heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Their prices were astronomical, and they were often priceless with no market. At this moment, Neo Yuanshan also continued, "Guess why the Pill King has so many supporters in the pill refining world?" Without waiting for the two to answer, old Neo gave the answer himself. Because the Pill King accepted too many disciples in his lifetime. And then the disciples took on disciples, and those disciples took on disciples. After so many years, the pill refining world is filled with his disciples and grand disciples. Chu Huaishu also knew this. The Pill King loved to take on disciples, and he didn't care about your talent in pill refining. It was purely based on his mood and whether he found you pleasing to the eye. As a rogue cultivator, He himself had no sect or faction. When taking on disciples, he didn't care about their origins, nor did he distinguish by country. Because he didn't teach cultivation at all, he only taught pill refining, acting only as a master of the Tao of pills. As a result, even some disciples from the 4 great sects of the Eastern Continent's Mirror Kingdom would seek him out to become his apprentice and learn pill refining. The Dao Gate was no exception. Neo Yuanshan continued his story. In his lifetime, the Pill King had a total of 12 true disciples, 129 ordinary disciples, and a number of in-name disciples that he probably couldn't even remember. It's laughable, really. Even now, there are people in the pill refining world who use the banner of the Pill King's lineage to swindle people, claiming that their lineage's founder was once an in-name disciple of the Pill King. But in fact, because the Pill King never looked at talent when accepting disciples, and because he himself was intoxicated with the Tao of pills and didn't have that much time to guide so many disciples, the pill refining skills of these people are a mixed bag. Of course, there are some outstanding ones among them. Several grandmasters of pill refining have come from his disciples, old Neo said. At this point, he suddenly stopped, looked at the 2 young people with a serious expression, and said, "The jade tablet fragments you 2 obtained are, in fact, fragments of a Pill King's token." Chu Huaishu already knew this, but as a companion, how could he not know how to provide emotional value? He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "The Pill King's token!" Han Shuangjiang was also slightly stunned, shocked in her heart. Yes, the Pill King's token. Apart from his in-name disciples, every one of the Pill King's official disciples would have a Pill King's token to signify their identity, Neo Yuanshan said with a gentle smile. He continued, "You should know that many of our Dao Gate's predecessors would emulate the Dao ancestor, and before their passing, set up a secret realm somewhere in the mountain beyond the mountains to leave behind their legacy and opportunities." Chu Huaishi nodded. Han Shuangjiang, the little novice, however, was hearing this for the first time, and she gave him a surprised look. Neo Yuanshan pointed at the 2 of them. "Your jade tablet fragments are the key to one such secret realm. Although that Dao Gate predecessor was not among the 12 true disciples, he was still an official disciple of the Pill King. Although the pill refining skills of the Pill King's disciples are a mixed bag, at the very least, they can't be too bad. Ahem, there's still a baseline." Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang looked at each other, both understanding the value of these jade tablet fragments. In Chu Huaishu's memory, when borrowing a sword first started its open beta, the players were all still in the novice period. A storage ring left behind by a 3rd realm cultivator had caused a sensation on the game forums, making all the major player guilds spring into action, turning it into a sleepless night. This official disciple of the Pill King couldn't possibly be worse than an ordinary 3rd realm cultivator, right? Neo Yuanshan looked at them, the smile on his face growing wider. He said, "Finally, I must say one last thing. This predecessor perhaps wanted to find a piece of unpolished jade, so this secret realm can only be entered by those without spiritual power. You 2 children, being in the aperture opening stage, perfectly meet this condition." The 3 of them talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the courtyard where Neo Yuanshan lived. After experiencing 2 consecutive uproars, Chu Huaishu finally remembered that his and Han Shuangjiang's original intention was to buy groceries and cook. To this moment, they still hadn't had a hot meal. "Well, since it has come to this, let's eat first." After learning that the 2 were starving, old Neo instructed the handyman in the courtyard to bring some food. Through his narrative, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang got a rough idea of the specific situation. Lu Tianfeng had obtained the Pill King's token by a stroke of luck. For some reason, only 3 deacons in the outer sect knew about this matter, and old Neo was one of them. Back then, Lu Tianfeng had expended a great deal of effort to obtain this token, and had even asked old Neo for help. As the publicly acknowledged good old boy of the outer sect, he was asked for help with many things. Overall, the vast majority of secret realms were in the inner sect. There weren't many in the outer sect. Therefore, this Pill King's token was all the more precious. As a whole, the Dao Gate's attitude towards secret realms was simple they belonged to the fated. Because this was the original intention of the Dao ancestor. This included the later predecessors who imitated the Dao ancestor. They all upheld the same purpose. Perhaps in their eyes, this was the true flair of a cultivator. As for things like fellow disciples killing each other for treasure, that was non-existent. It was absolutely not allowed, at least not openly. A secret realm was the final wish of a deceased person. One had to show them at least a minimum of respect. Of course, the Dao Gate officials were also willing to reclaim them. If you gained something in a secret realm, you could also choose to sell in exchange for Sect contribution points. Contribution points could be exchanged for money, cultivation techniques, spiritual pills. The vast majority of cultivation resources could be exchanged for. When Chu Huaishu had played Borrowing a Sword before, he knew that among the 4 great sects of the Eastern Continent's Mirror Kingdom, the Dao Gate was the one that emphasized the words fated opportunity the most. Therefore, in the hearts of players, this sect was the one that most depended on luck, suitable for fated ones, while the unlucky ones were told to get lost. After the meal, Neo Yuan Shan continued. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you earlier. There are a total of 10 fragments of this jade tablet, which means at most 10 people can enter together. The secret realm is in the depths of a cold pool. Even with my cultivation, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to withstand that special cold energy. If you too, at the aperture opening stage, go down there, you will surely die. But in the last 2 months, the cold energy seems to have dissipated a lot. So you come at a good time. The gate to this legacy secret realm may be about to open." Chu Huaishi nodded. "So that's how it is." Neo Yuanshan looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Deacon Liu places extreme importance on this secret realm because his son, Liu Chingshi, possesses a high-grade spirit embryo, the blazing fire spirit embryo. But due to an accident, his spirit embryo was damaged. Since then, his cultivation has not progressed an inch, and he has been in a slump. This secret realm is related to the Pill King. Perhaps he hopes to find a way to resolve the damaged spirit embryo from within." Hearing this, Chu Huaishu thought of a high-grade spiritual pill, the profound heaven embryonic breath pill. But wanting to bait out more useful information, he played dumb. "Deacon Neo, a damaged spirit embryo can actually be restored?" Neo Yuan Shan smiled gently, full of patience. "Of course, it's just very difficult. Different situations require different methods. You have to treat the specific ailment. Deacon Liu hasn't found a suitable method yet. However, there's a high-grade spiritual pill called the Profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill, which was created by the Pill King. It is said that as long as the spirit embryo is not completely destroyed, consuming this pill can lead to a full recovery. If one is born with a low-grade spirit embryo, just a low-grade one, then consuming this pill even has a high probability of allowing the spirit embryo to advance in grade. It is said that after the Pill King created the recipe for this pill, he refined one for each of his official disciples. If that deceased predecessor did not consume this pill before his death, nor sold it, then it is possible that it is in the secret realm, waiting for a fated person. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang exchanged a glance. Now they completely understood why Liu Tianfeng had been in such pain just now, and why Liu Chingshi had been even more anxious. Neo Yuanshan seemed to want to give the two a few pointers, and said in a tone of earnest guidance. "Since we're on the topic of pills like the profound heaven embryonic breath pill that can improve one's innate talent, I'll take the liberty of my age and say a few more words. Let me ask you too, in your opinion, what is more important, talent or effort?" Chu Huaishu didn't directly answer with his heart, but said, "I've heard a saying, effort determines a person's lower limit, and talent determines a person's upper limit, but the vast majority of people can never reach their upper limit." Neo Yuanshan looked at the young man and said with a smile, "There is some truth in what you say. However, the cultivation world is different, because in the cultivation world, so-called talent can be changed. It can be changed through spiritual pills, through fated opportunities, through the creations of heaven and earth. Although I haven't checked your blood to see your spirit embryos, seeing as you two have opened 2 apertures in such a short time. I imagine you are both exceptionally talented. If you were in some other sects, you would probably be cultivated with the full strength of the entire sect, directly becoming a true disciple of the sect's upper echelons. But after coming to the Dao Gate, you have to start as in-name disciples and haven't received any preferential treatment. Do you feel a sense of disappointment? Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang shook her head. She had never considered these things. Chu Huaishu also shook his head, because since she had shaken her head, who was he not? Neo Yuanshan smiled with the satisfaction of an old man. It is good that you don't feel disappointed. In the Eastern continent, over this 1,000 years, the rise and fall of sects is a common sight. Only the Dao Gate has stood tall for 1,000 years and remains one of the top sects in the world today. You too could try to imagine, in this 1,000 years, prodigies have been as common as crushing carp crossing a river. To the Dao Gate, they're not rare. It was like saying you were the top scholar in your city's college entrance exams, a student from Tsinghua or Peking University, T/N, China's Ivy League equivalent. Sorry, our company doesn't lack for Tsinghua and Peking graduates. Moreover, from past experience, flowers raised in a greenhouse are often more likely to perish prematurely. Many disciples cultivated with the full strength of small sects have poor mental fortitude and are unable to grow up. Some go out for training and never return. Those who fall into demonic paths are even more numerous. Some people have excellent mental fortitude, even if their innate talent is ordinary. As long as they encounter an opportunity, they can transform into a dragon upon encountering wind and clouds, and even leave their name in history, old Neo said with emotion. In Chu Huaishu's view, this was a bit like how some people graduate from famous schools, have outstanding abilities, and achieve great success. But there are also people who rise up from the grassroots, catch the right trend, and create great achievements. How can one's life path be determined at a single glance? The Xianwang realm also had its own trash-to-treasure genre. Neo Yuanshan continued. The Dao Gate has 1,000 years of heritage. It has many resources, enough for the sect master and elders to cultivate many people, and also to change the fate of many people against the heavens. But the premise is that you must have the ability to pass through layer after layer of screening and stand before them. After laying so much groundwork, he began to admonish the two. I know you were brought up the mountain by the 6th elder. This is a treatment that other disciples in the outer sect could not possibly have. I don't know the reason for it, but since the 6th elder chose to let you start as in-name disciples, that in itself is an attitude. He must want you to gain more experience. I hope you can understand this point. At the same time, I also hope you will not disappoint the elder's expectations for you. At this point, Deacon Yo first looked at Han Shuangjiang, the world protagonist who had gotten the strong female lead script in Borrowing a Sword, had eyes that were gradually becoming resolute. Then, Neo Yuanshan looked at Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu had originally seen today's conversation as the earnest guidance of an elder. But he suddenly realized, old Neo is a damn spy. As a member of the Moon Kingdom's organization, would he be so sincerely hopeful for the Dao Gate to produce talented people? You, with your thick brows and large eyes, you're a traitor. Chu Huaishu thought again and began to understand. This was actually Neo Yuanshan, the leader in the organization, giving him, the newcomer in the organization, a mission. This was a hint, wanting him to work his way up from an in-name disciple and mix into the core circle of the Dao Gate. Old Neo, you really think highly of me, he muttered to himself. But after thinking about it, Chu Huaishu still said, let me first express my loyalty. To this disciple, it was the 6th elder and the Dao Gate who gave this disciple the opportunity to cultivate. This disciple will definitely do his utmost to repay the sect. When these words fell into Neo Yuanshan's ears, this highly sensitive man immediately caught the 2 special words. Therefore, Chu Huaishu's words were automatically translated into another meaning in his ears. Old Neo smiled at Chu Huaishu with gratification, understanding that this intelligent young man had already understood his hint. They looked at each other, exchanging glances, saying nothing. At this moment, although there was no sound, it was as if two words were thundering deafeningly. Loyalty. Only Han Shuangjiang sat to the side, listening to Chu Huaishu's smooth talking, and couldn't help but purse her tender lips under her veil. You're such a smooth talker. However, neither Niu Yuanshan nor Han Shuangjiang saw Chu Huaishu lower his head slightly, a trace of confusion flashing in the depths of his eyes. With his understanding of the quest system, he and old Niu had already talked to this extent. It was equivalent to him receiving a quest from old Niu, the NPC, infiltrate the core circle of the Dao Gate. Logically, a side quest related to the organization should have been triggered 100%. But strangely, the quest system had no reaction at all. Half an hour later, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang got up to leave. Niu Yuanshan politely saw them all the way to the courtyard gate. This gesture of his made the several handymen in the courtyard look over, not understanding why these two unnamed disciples were worthy of the Deacon's special attention. After seeing the two off, old Niu picked up the jar of Erlang wine from the table and returned to his room by himself. After entering the room, the expression on the thick-browed, square-faced man changed. How did Chu Huaishu open two apertures? He was utterly baffled. As a gold mask in the organization, who was previously in charge of the newcomer reception mission, he had read the kid's file. He's clearly a pseudo-spirit embryo, and all 9 of his innate apertures are blocked. This situation violated the common sense of the cultivation world. It was hard not to be shocked. Could it be that he's one of those legendary dust-covered spirit embryos, whose embryo doesn't manifest, leading people to mistake it for a pseudo-spirit embryo? Once he officially begins to cultivate, things become different. As a veteran of the organization, his curiosity about this newcomer grew stronger and stronger. He even had the urge to take a drop of his blood to properly investigate the condition of his spirit embryo. After a few seconds, Niu Yuanshan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he raised his hand fiercely and gave himself an incredibly forceful slap, knocking his own face askew. When he slapped himself, he even used his spiritual power. Slap. How many times has it been? How many times? Niu Yuanshan. Oh, Niu Yuanshan, you really have a bad memory. How can you keep making this kind of mistake? Article 3 of the admonitions. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards our comrades. On the other side, after bidding farewell to old Niu, Chu Huaishu glanced up at the azure sky. In that half an hour, he had been continuously trying to receive a quest based on his experience as a veteran player, striking up conversations of all kinds. But the quest system still had no reaction. Borrowing a sword was a game with an extremely high degree of freedom. There was no reason it wouldn't allow him to be a double agent. Therefore, a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. On the way home, Han Shuangjiang suddenly called out to Chu Huaishu. The cold-faced girl's gaze was somewhat evasive as she said, Thank you for what happened today. Clearly, this ice mountain was not even good at expressing thanks. Chu Huaishu made a nonsensical meme reference. First of all, I'm not that one. Seeing the blank look in her eyes, he also began to feel that he was being incredibly boring. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. And the final outcome was good, wasn't it? He smiled at her. In this regard, Han Shuangjiang also felt extremely fortunate. If Chu Huaishu had really gotten into an accident because of her, with her kind-hearted nature, she would have felt guilty for the rest of her life. After thinking for a moment, she even took out the jade tablet fragment from her storage token. This is for you. I don't think I should take it, Han Shuangjiang said. Chu Huaishu glanced at her and suddenly felt that this world protagonist seemed to love keeping accounts crystal clear. Before, when he said he would go home and have her go to old Niu for help, she had refused. Now, she even wanted to give him the jade fragment she had obtained. I already have one. It's useless if you give me another. I don't need 2 keys, Chu Huaishu said. You can take it and exchange it for Sect contribution points, Han Shuangjiang said with a serious and insistent expression, as if Chu Huaishu would accept it. He knew that there were a total of 10 jade tablet fragments, which meant Lu Tianfeng still had 8. At that time, it would be 8 of them against just the 2 of them in the dungeon. Therefore, although the 3 Lu bastards were in pain over the loss, they would still feel in their hearts, the advantage is ours. But Chu Huaishu knew clearly in his heart that the ice mountain standing in front of him was a world protagonist, the child of fortune who had claimed both of the remaining Dao ancestor legacies for herself. With you in the dungeon with me, I'll feel more confident, was what he was thinking anyway. And so, he frowned again and said in a displeased and somewhat fierce tone, I told you to keep it, so keep it. Under her veil, Han Shuangjiang's tender red lips couldn't help but purse again. Chu Huaishu looked at her and said, Deacon Niu helped us get this. He has already made the distribution, 1 piece for each of us. Instead of giving it to me here, you'd be better off helping me more after we enter the secret realm. The cold-faced girl hesitated for a moment, then could only give up, saying softly, all right. Along the way, the 2 walked and talked. After this battle, their relationship seemed to have grown a little closer. The young woman, who had always been reserved and kept her distance from people, rarely revealed her inner thoughts. I didn't expect the Dao Gate to have predecessors like Deacon Lu. I thought all the Dao Gate predecessors were like Deacon Niu. Hearing this, Chu Huaishi was amused. If they were all like old Niu, wouldn't the Dao Gate be finished? What, from the Sect master to the deacons, they're all undercover agents? He muttered to himself. Chu Huaishu glanced at Han Shuangjiang and said, This is very normal. There will be bad apples anywhere. What's more, human nature is ultimately complex. As long as they are human, they will have selfish desires. Let me tell you, that Lu Qinggong who came to arrest me seems to be a troll. I got a lot of information out of him on the way. Our Deacon Lu, many years ago before he was promoted to Deacon, he took a group of outer sect disciples down the mountain for a mission and ran into trouble. His wife died on the spot, and he was also seriously injured. Since then, his cultivation has not progressed an inch, but all the outer sect disciples were unharmed, while protected by him. Perhaps he was corrupted by power, or perhaps his son is his reverse scale. Who knows? Chu Huaishu shrugged. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang became even more silent. Chu Huaishu looked at her and said, It's all right. Since they wanted to make a move against us, you see that I didn't let them have an easy time either, right? The cold-faced girl turned her head to look at him and said seriously, I really didn't expect that you would suddenly strike out with your palm at the end. As a result, he became even more smug, a crooked smirk on his face. What do you think? Arrogant, right? Han Shuangjiang. She didn't speak, but he just stared at her, forcing her to give a slight nod. Right? Arrogant is the way to go. Chu Huaishu laughed. The more arrogant he was, the more unfathomable they would think his background was. He continued, Do you know why there's a saying, bully the soft and fear the hard, and why there's a saying, bully subordinates and curry favor with superiors? Because those who bully the soft often fear the hard, and those who bully subordinates often curry favor with superiors. How about we make a bet? I bet you that even though I struck out like that, they will still come to visit tomorrow with lavish gifts, Chu Huaishu said. Han Shuangjiang asked, But didn't they already give us the keys to the secret realm? That was compensation, and it was Deacon Niu who demanded it. Chu Huaishu waved his hand. Didn't he say it himself at the beginning? That he would prepare lavish gifts and visit tomorrow. Since he said it, he has to do it. He can't just turn the page because he gave us the Pill King's token. After all, he can't be sure if we took his earlier words to heart or not. What if we did? Deacon Lu was a wily old fox. He still had that much experience in handling social situations. What's more, compensation is compensation, and building good relations is building good relations. Chu Huaishu looked at her and continued to ask, Anyway, are you betting or not? Not betting. Han Shuangjiang shook her head repeatedly and quickened her pace. She felt that she was far inferior to him in many aspects of her thinking. No way. Just a small bet. I haven't even said what the stakes are. Don't refuse so quickly. Chu Huaishu felt she was being a killjoy. This woman was so boring. Not betting. Not betting, Han Shuangjiang said with a cold face. her long legs walking even faster. Not listening, not listening, a turtle chanting scriptures. No matter what Chu Huaishu said, Han Shuangjiang just wouldn't make a bet. After returning home, the two went back to their respective bamboo huts. Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and began to adjust his breathing. He had gained a lot this time, getting 1,000 experience points. He could level up again, and it was enough to level up several times. With Han Shuangjiang's heaven-defying cultivation speed, if I don't have some experience points, I'll be left far behind her in no time. And after this battle, she probably has a sense of urgency too and is even more eager to become stronger. Her cultivation speed might even be faster, he guessed. Having good talent is just awesome. Unlike me, who has to endure pain and do quests. Everything I have, I got through my own hard work. System. Level me the hell up. Sword tempering art. 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer. Chu Huaishu broke through 3 apertures in a row. The long-legged girl next door was, as expected, cultivating. Han Shuangjiang, having just completed 1 cycle of her technique, once again heard the heart-wrenching screams from Chu Huaishu's hut next door. Breaking through 3 apertures in a row, the pain stacked up. If the pain of the first breakthrough was like a motorcycle running over his whole body, and the second was a motorcycle with a passenger running over his whole body, then this time, leveling up 3 times at once, it was practically a taxi. Han Shuangjiang was instantly startled. Although she knew it was because of his cultivation technique, she still involuntarily walked to the outside of his bamboo hut, wanting to show some concern. When she reached the door, however, she hesitated. A few seconds later, perhaps hearing her footsteps outside, Chu Huaishu's hoarse and weak voice came from inside the room. I'm fine. Phew, it's just a breakthrough with my technique. He wasn't even wearing his outer robe. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, practically practicing naked on the meditation cushion. Chu Huaishu had a lean muscle build, the type that looked slim in clothes but had substance without them, without any overly large muscle blocks. Now, covered in sweat under the light, the lines of his muscles became even more distinct. He found that after cultivating the sword tempering art, the strength of his body was continuously increasing. It really was like body tempering. But it didn't seem to be going down the path of a bulky muscle head. No overly scary, non-functional muscles had appeared on his body. Good. As long as you're all right. The young woman's voice came from outside, her tone still ice cold, not sounding like she was concerned at all. But for someone so young to already have a bit of a mature, older sister voice was also a marvel. Han Shuangjiang returned to her own room and began to continue her cultivation. She hadn't expected Chu Huaishu to break through again so quickly. Has he already opened his 3rd aperture? I have to work harder too. I don't want to be left behind by him, she thought. After hearing Han Shuangjiang's departing footsteps, Chu Huaishu finally began to lie on the floor, gasping loudly, hiss, hew, hiss, hew. He had been putting on a brave face just now, thinking she probably couldn't hear him anymore. Although he had been mentally prepared before leveling up, he had still seen black and nearly fainted again just now. Rather than leveling up one by one and feeling the pain 3 times, it's better to get it all over with in one go. A short, sharp pain is better than a long, dull one. Chu Huaishu had already started to throw caution to the wind. The result was that his whole body was still twitching subconsciously. He just lay there, twitching for a while, before he gradually got used to it. Chu Huaishu stood up and performed the first form of the gibberish 8 trigrams palm. A gust of palm wind filled the room, much fiercer and more domineering than before. Strong, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Although the sword tempering art was like a demonic art, and the entire cultivation process was life-threatening, the path of training both internally and externally was quite powerful, making him somewhat invincible during the aperture opening stage. This situation is actually a perfect match for my hack body control, Chu Huaishu thought. At this moment, he suddenly felt a deep, deep regret. If only I had been this strong back in the dungeon. The sound of Lu Chingchi's ribs cracking was so beautiful. He was even savoring the memory. At this thought, Chu Huaishu suddenly realized, it seems Han Shuangjiang hasn't completely mastered 8 desolates roaming dragon yet? When I have time, I'll have to teach her myself. He opened his character panel and checked his remaining experience points. He had 136 freely assignable experience points left, far from enough for him to continue and open the 6th aperture. As night fell, Chu Huaishu finally ate a meal personally cooked by Han Xuanjiang. It tastes very good, he praised. Perhaps to seem less like he was just being polite, he even praised each dish in detail. This way, her motivation to cook should be even higher, right? The man with amazing culinary skills planned to remain in hiding forever and insisted on not even washing the dishes. On the surface, Han Xuanjiang just nodded slightly, but after receiving recognition, she still felt a bit of joy in her heart. After the meal, Chu Huaishu just patted his butt and left. The cold-faced housekeeper showed no emotion either, silently clearing away his bowl and chopsticks as well. At this moment, you couldn't say they were living a cohabiting life, but it was a bit like they were roommates. Chu Huaishu watched her back as she cleared the table. When Han Xuanjiang bent over, her pert and full buttocks would make her skirt bulge, making the characteristics of her wide hips even more obvious, plump and round. Coupled with her pair of straight and slender jade-like legs, if she were to wear a qipao or a stepmother dress, it would surely be a beautiful sight. But his mind did not wander. He just tossed an information probe in her direction. She's already opened her 3rd aperture. Chu Huaishu gritted his teeth in envy. He estimated that Han Xuanjiang not only had a maxed-out spirit embryo attribute, but her comprehension was probably also very high. If it weren't for the fact that a normal person's body needed a short period of time to adapt after opening an aperture, she would probably break through even faster. A world protagonist, terrifyingly so. After several twists and turns, both of them were tired today and went to bed very early. The next day, the east began to whiten. Han Xuanjiang got up early and began to cook porridge, bustling about. After the two finished breakfast, Chu Huaishu took the initiative to offer to teach her 8 desolates roaming dragon. Of course, he wouldn't be as sleazy as Lu Chingshi and teach her directly hands-on. This part really needs to sink down a bit, he said, pointing at Han Xuanjiang's slender waist. Even though Chu Huaishu's finger was still some distance away, the young woman felt a ticklish and warm sensation on her waist. Perhaps it was because the two of them were standing relatively close. Come, I'll demonstrate for you again. Chu Huaishu began to perform the palm art. There was no need to learn the full set of the gibberish 8 trigrams palm. After all, it was just to break the formation at the scripture pavilion. He wouldn't use it in actual combat that many times. Once he reached the first realm, he would have to learn proper arts. Mundane martial arts were of little value and not worth investing too much time in. In any case, he would reach the first realm soon. It was obvious that Han Xuanjiang's comprehension was truly very high. After Chu Huaishu simply taught her a few times and corrected her movements, she completely mastered it, and a beauty performing a palm art was surprisingly good-looking. He was beginning to understand why some girls on the internet would record self-defense videos, only for netizens to jokingly call it the thug-exciting fist. Just then, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the bamboo hut. The person in the lead was none other than the half-white-haired Lu Tianfeng. Lu Chingshi and Lu Chenggong followed obediently behind him, forcing fawning smiles onto their faces. Behind them was a group of handymen, each holding a gift box. Actually, these things could have just been put in a storage ring, but for giving gifts, this looked better. Han Xuanjiang couldn't help but glance at Chu Huaishu. She never thought he would actually be right. Deacon Lu had already thought it through. Since he believed in their background, he had to build a good relationship. An apology gift was an apology gift. A goodwill gift was a goodwill gift. Deacon Lu, what brings you here? Chu Huaishu asked, feigning ignorance, but he didn't even spare Lu Chengqi a second glance. Didn't this old man say yesterday that I would prepare a humble gift for my worthy nephew today? I must be true to my word, Lu Tianfeng said with a smile. But seeing the two of them today, the old man felt that they seemed different somehow. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Tianfeng's face drained of all color. This time, the change in his expression was not an act. Worthy nephew and this young lady, you've broken through. Congratulations, congratulations. It was one thing for Han Shuangjiang to have opened her third aperture, but this Chu Huaishu had actually opened 3 apertures overnight. How is this possible? He's clearly just a low-grade spirit embryo. A tempestuous storm raged in Lu Tianfeng's heart. All his doubts vanished at this moment. If you say he's just an ordinary in-name disciple, this old man wouldn't believe it for a million reasons. You all put the things down. Put them down carefully. Lu Tianfeng began to instruct the handyman. After speaking, he even looked at their 2 bamboo huts and said, "If there's anything else you need, just let this old man know." "Oh right. Does my worthy nephew require a handyman to serve him?" Deacon Lu began to lick his boots from all angles. Chu Huaishu certainly had no such thoughts. An extra person would just make him feel uncomfortable. He casually glanced at the handymen who were putting down the gifts, about to refuse. But soon, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a short handyman with his head bowed. This person was probably not even 170 centimeters tall, with rosy lips and fair teeth and delicate features. He didn't have much of a masculine air about him. He had a typical androgynous appearance. "I want him." Chu Huaishu suddenly raised his hand and pointed. He was more shocked than anyone to see this person. How could he be here? One of the 4 world protagonists of Borrowing a Sword, Su Ziqing. Early this morning, the handyman Su Ziqing got up to work. Lu Tianfeng's courtyard was different from Niu Yuanshan's small yard. It was larger and more luxurious. Niu Yuanshan's elegant little yard was served by only 4 handymen. The Lu family's courtyard had a full 15. Yesterday, the butler had even hired 3 new people. Su Ziqing was one of these 3. Being new, he was certainly assigned the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest jobs. All residences in the Dao Gate had small, dust-removing formations. This meant that even if you were away for a long time, your home would not accumulate dust upon your return. In addition, under normal circumstances, there was no need to do much cleaning. However, this was limited to dust. As one could imagine, the areas the new handyman Su Ziqing was responsible for inevitably included the master's latrines. "I hate this." The delicate-featured youth, his mouth and nose covered with a cloth strip, cursed inwardly as he worked hard. He hated that storyteller to the core for toying with his emotions. "I was so foolish, so foolish. I actually believed that if I went to be a terrace on Wuming Mountain, a master would really come down the mountain to receive me. I'm so foolish, really." He began to wallow in self-pity. On that night of pouring rain, he had been drenched for so long at the foot of Wuming Mountain that he had lost his spirit. Su Ziqing, oh Su Ziqing, although all sorts of stories of fortuitous encounters and fated opportunities circulate in the Xianhuang realm, how could you be so ridiculous as to think that such a wonderful thing would suddenly fall into your lap? You are just a mere pseudo-spirit embryo. You on what grounds? Just because you've been a sword genius since you were a child, able to learn any mundane martial arts or move at a glance. You conceitedly thought you could become a peerless sword cultivator? Wake up! Wake up! He had smiled bleakly that night. So what if he had mastered all the mundane sword arts in the world? In front of a true cultivator, wasn't he still utterly defenseless? Father, mother, grandmother, little sister, when will I ever be able to avenge you? Su Ziqing looked at the night sky after the rain had stopped, muttering to himself at the foot of Wuming Mountain. Despite his delicate features and naturally androgynous appearance, he had actually practiced the sword since he was a child, and his physical qualities were much better than those of ordinary people. Therefore, after being drenched in the rain for so long, his lips were merely pale, and he was otherwise fine. The shivering was just because he was overcome with anger. With both parents dead and bearing a blood feud, Su Ziqing was the very model of a standard protagonist. In his mind, the figure of the storyteller appeared once more. He was so ordinary-looking, yet his words, actions, and demeanor were so flamboyant and narcissistic. At first, When Su Ziqing saw him suddenly vanish on the spot after speaking, he had only thought that this was a worldly master roaming the mortal realm for fun. Now, having confirmed that the fun in his roaming the mortal realm was toying with him, Su Ziqing, he only felt that this storyteller had the air of a demonic heretic. On that night, after the rain had stopped, he had roared to vent his emotions. Then, the delicate-featured youth had fiercely bitten his own lip, almost drawing blood. Instantly awake, he looked towards the cloud-shrouded mountain beyond the mountains. The youth secretly swore that since he had already come here, then even if he had to risk his life, he would enter the Dao Gate, no matter the cost. After daybreak, he began to take action. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of luck, he actually found a way in. The butler of Lu Tianfeng's household was hiring 3 new handymen. What a coincidence! They're hiring handymen today. Su Ziqing became excited. Never mind, a handyman is a handyman. I'll get into the Dao Gate first and worry about the rest later. But in reality, was it really a coincidence? Don't forget, a certain someone had also been sent here by the organization at this exact time, precisely to go up the mountain as a handyman. Su Ziqing's metamorphosis thus began, because he was born overly delicate-featured, not at all tall and handsome. With a typical androgynous appearance and a strong, pretty boy vibe, the way the Lu family's butler looked at him was not quite right. What a fine boy, as beautiful as a maiden. He's already middle-aged. What's wrong with being a little perverted? How could the perceptive Su Ziqing not understand the meaning in that gaze? He never would have thought that even coming to the Dao Gate to be a handyman would be so fraught with a different kind of danger. T/N, a pun where crisis is replaced with a homophone that's also slang for penis. Today, after he finished a pile of chores, he was called to a certain place by the butler to assemble. The group of handymen began to move gifts, following the Lu family's master and young master to the small bamboo huts. Along the way, many outer sect disciples respectfully saluted Deacon Lu, then looked sideways at the pile of gifts. Su Ziqing looked at the robes they wore and the outer sect tokens hanging from their waists, his heart filled with immense envy. He couldn't help but look down at the handyman's uniform he was wearing. Based on a young man's sensitive self-esteem, even though no one recognized him, he kept his head down the whole way, burying it as low as he could. After arriving at the bamboo huts, he also kept his head down. It was only during a certain gap that he faintly heard the conversation between the master and a certain young man, and he couldn't help but look up at the other person. He saw that this person was handsome and dashing, exceptionally good-looking. He was a classic case of handsome bone structure. His brow bone was slightly high, and the ends of his eyebrows were slightly raised, creating the legendary effect of the brow bone shading the eyes, making his pair of jet-black pupils seem even deeper. He had a high-bridged nose, distinct facial lines, and an incredibly sharp jawline. A few strands of hair that weren't tied up properly fell across his forehead, adding a touch of unrestrained wildness. In addition, Chu Huaishu had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, which made his robes hang very handsomely, without any sense of paper-thin weakness. Whether it was his bearing or his temperament, nothing could be faulted. As the sunlight shone on his body, Su Ziqing couldn't help but stare, dumbfounded, because he had been told he looked like a girl since he was a child, and was often teased by his peers for being very effeminate after growing up. For some reason, he would always silently pay attention to tall, handsome men, his heart filled with immense envy and yearning. Over time, his level of attention towards such people even surpassed his interest in the opposite sex. It was also because of this that even though Chu Huaishu was standing with the national beauty Han Shuangjiang, his attention was first drawn to him. Su Ziqing couldn't understand how such a charming man could exist in the world. Just now, seeing the smile in his eyes and on the corners of his mouth as he spoke so eloquently and calmly with the Deacon, his bearing was also exceptional. After being dazed for a few seconds, the sensitive youth, once again because of his self-esteem, lowered his head deeply. Next, the development of events went down a bizarre path. Lu Tianfeng was very sure that when he first asked Chu Huaishu if he needed a handyman to serve him, Judging from his expression and the hand that had already been raised, he was clearly about to politely refuse. It was understandable. Living with such a peerless beauty, adding a third person would just be more trouble. The old man had been around. How could he not know the stirrings of youth? But the bizarre scene still happened. Chu Huaishu casually glanced over, and his gaze was completely captivated by the delicate-featured, short handyman. He directly shouted, "I want him!" He even seemed a bit impatient. Everyone, including Han Shuangjiang, began to focus their attention. Su Ziqing instantly became a little flustered, nearly dropping the gift in his hands. Me? He hadn't expected this exceptionally handsome man to be pointing at him. His gaze was so certain. "I'm definitely taking you." Su King's heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. He really couldn't understand how his life's encounters could be so erratic in such a short period of time. Then a scene he had experienced countless times before, one he was incredibly familiar with, happened. Su Ziqing could clearly feel everyone's gaze first looking at his face, then staring at his Adam's apple, and finally looking at his chest. Do you people have any manners? The youth's self-esteem was crushed once again. He couldn't help but want to cover his chest with his hands. This was an incredibly awful feeling. In Su Ziqing's life, too many people had stared at his Adam's apple and his chest. In the end, everyone's eyes seemed to say the same thing. As a guy, it was just that for people with different predilections, the intonation of this would be different. Su Ziqing hated this feeling to his very core. He was clearly a guy with a stick, yet many people would think he was a woman disguised as a man. This kind of cliché plot, common in storybooks, was still something people delighted in, never tiring of it. The endless shame and the nervousness from being the center of attention made the youth's face flush beet red. With a blush dyeing his delicate features, he actually looked somewhat delicious. On the Borrowing a Sword forums, some goofball players had photoshopped him into women's clothing. Once the picture was released, the comments below were basically, "I could get behind that." Weibo handle, T/N, slang for asking for the source/socials. It's only human nature. The youth, dressed in a handyman's uniform, clenched his fists tightly. But as his gaze swept past the crowd, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw Chu Huaishu's eyes. Because his gaze seemed different from the scrutinizing and playful looks of these other people. It just had an inexplicable certainty and recognition. Yes, it was recognition. Su Ziqing didn't know why, but the sensitive youth's heart didn't ache so much anymore. He even thought, in any case, I'm just going to be a handyman. Does it matter where I do it? It might actually be better to follow him. Su Ziqing didn't like anyone from the Liu family or their steward, but he felt no aversion towards Chu Huaishu. As his mind was racing, he heard the young man speak again. Only this time, he no longer pointed his finger at the handyman, perhaps feeling that the gesture was inappropriate. His tone was calm, yet incredibly insistent. "Yes, I want this kid." Hearing these words, Su Ziqing's favorability towards Chu Huaishu actually began to shoot up. It was Liu Tianfeng and the others, on the contrary, who began to let their imaginations run wild. Liu Chingshi, a hungry ghost for lust, couldn't help but glance at Han Shuangjiang, and his heart leaped in shock. No way. To ignore such a top-quality bombshell. And you actually, sigh. There was no helping it. Chu Huaishu's mind had changed too quickly. He clearly hadn't wanted a handyman at first, but now he looked as if he absolutely had to have him. Liu Qinggong, who had a bit of a trollish nature, was already trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, Liu Tianfeng was old and had seen a lot. What kind of messed up things hadn't he encountered? After a moment of slight surprise, he continued to lick Chu Huaishu's boots, saying, "If that's the case, then this handyman is gifted to my worthy nephew." Among refined scholars, gifting each other concubines was considered an elegant affair. Liu Tianfeng felt that, by this logic, he and Chu Huaishu could also be considered refined. This should count as catering to his taste, right? The old man felt gratified, thinking that this move was a sure thing. Deacon Liu's persona remained stable, calculatingly profound, but not quite able to calculate things correctly. "Steward Chow, bring the indenture contract." the Deacon said with high efficiency. He didn't forget to look at Su Ziqing and release the pressure of a third-realm cultivator, warning him with a stern voice, "From now on, you will follow my worthy nephew. Do your work well. Otherwise, as an Outer Sect Deacon in charge of Outer Sect affairs, I will not let you off lightly." For someone his age, he's really good at bootlicking, not missing any opportunity to get a word in. After taking the indenture contract from the steward, a smile immediately appeared on Chu Huaishu's face. It was a comfortable, joyous smile. He didn't care at all what kind of wild thoughts this smile would inspire in others. There's no helping it. I'm now holding Su Ziqing's indenture contract. Doesn't this mean I've become the master of a world protagonist in borrowing a sword? Right? I really do count as his master, don't I? Chu Huaishu thought. An endless ambition ignited in the heart of this transmigrator. The two world protagonists of the Eastern continent. One is now my little housekeeper, the other is my handyman. All of them have been brought under my command. Dominating the Eastern continent is just around the corner. Jia. T/N. Classic villainous laughter. When Lu Tianfeng saw that Chu Huaishu was even happier after getting the handyman than when he had received the lavish gifts, he immediately went up to chat with him some more to improve their relationship. He was old and couldn't keep up with young people anymore. He didn't care what special kinks young people had these days. All he thought about was whether he could use the other party to climb up to the high branch of the sixth elder. The two of them thus exchanged pleasantries, chatting very happily. After a good while, the members of the Lu family finally took their leave. Outside the bamboo hut, only Chu Huaishu and the two world protagonists remained. Han Shuangjiang stood to the side, secretly observing them, with a bit of a shipping gaze. Actually, the brothel she was in before also had these kinds of services. What are you looking at? Chu Huaishu raised his eyes and glared at her. It's just because of my profession that I have a slight aversion to women, but I'm really not on the address book. The cold-faced girl immediately turned her face away, feeling that she had indeed been a bit offensive. After all, such matters were very private and should be respected. Only Su Ziqing was a little at a loss. This was his first time meeting this man and woman, and he knew nothing about them. And he didn't know what he was supposed to do next. At the Lu residence, whatever dirty work needed to be done, the steward would give orders. Should I ask them where their latrine is? The already somewhat skilled handyman thought, diligent and proactive. Clearly, this kid Chu Huaishu understood a bit of human nature. He didn't arrange any dirty work for the world protagonist, Su Ziqing. He just instructed him to first move the gifts into the house and do a simple sorting. He had just glanced at them. The things Lu Tianfeng sent were all quite practical, mostly related to food, clothing, and daily use. But it seemed there were also 2 bottles of spiritual pills. Yes, Su Ziqing bowed and accepted the order, but for a moment, he didn't know how to address the other party. Logically, he should call him Master, Young Master, or perhaps Lord. After giving the delicate-featured youth his task, Chu Huaishu began to give orders to the cold-faced girl with the playful eyes. Still peeking, "Why don't you go and thoroughly master 8 Desolate's roaming dragon?" he said irritably. Han Shuangjiang's comprehension was extremely high. She already knew the move, but she wasn't very proficient yet. "Oh," the Ice Mountain replied, still expressionless. But seeing his slightly exasperated look, she couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride, like a successful prank. At this moment, Chu Huaishu, who seemed to have nothing to do, actually had important business to attend to. He looked through the bamboo door at Su Ziqing, who was squatting inside and sorting the gifts, and directly tossed an information probe his way. Life's encounters are truly bizarre. I was brought up the mountain by Li Chunsong, yet he somehow ended up as a handyman. He couldn't help but muse. At this moment, Chu Huaishu had thought he would only be able to obtain a very small amount of information. After all, his current overall strength was low, so the authority of his information probe was also low. For example, when he had tossed a probe at Han Shuangjiang's rear today, the only information he got was that her 3rd aperture was open. Chu Huaishu knew Han Shuangjiang's spirit embryo was profound-ing, But the information probe would not give this result. This was equivalent to telling him that with his strength, he was not currently worthy of the authority to investigate a top-tier spirit embryo. To be precise, when he was just playing around with information probe, in the marketplace, he, who was only in the aperture opening stage, couldn't see the attributes of any Dao Gate disciple's spirit embryo. As it turned out, he had an unexpected harvest with Su Ziqing. Pseudo-spirit embryo? How could he be a pseudo-spirit embryo? This was a dignified world protagonist. Since the 4 world protagonist levels were always much higher than the players after borrowing a sword, went into open beta, it was impossible for players to have the authority to probe them. Therefore, Chu Huaishu hadn't known before that Su Ziqing was actually a pseudo-spirit embryo. What? Han Shuangjiang follows the genius path, and Su Ziqing follows the trash-to-treasure path. These world protagonists in borrowing a sword really have all the tropes covered. But as Chu Huaishu thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized, it seems that among the 4 world protagonists, Su Ziqing's realm has indeed always been the lowest, often lagging behind by a major realm, sometimes even by 2 major realms. But even so, no player had ever underestimated him or thought he was the weakest. Chu Huaishu continued to watch the delicate-featured youth's busy back. The reason was very simple. This game was called Borrowing a Sword. Why on earth did that sword choose him? He was somewhat perplexed. That sword left behind by the Dao ancestor. Regarding this sword, there were numerous legends in the Xianwang realm, and the versions varied. One version said that the sword blank of this sword was forged 1,000 years ago by the world's #1 artifact refining grandmaster. The materials used were all heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immensely precious. It was said that it had also absorbed a stream of profound origin power from between heaven and earth, infusing it into the blade. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would possess many magic treasures, but only a life-bound magic treasure would, under the cultivator's nurturing and strengthening, give birth to a sliver of spirituality. Take sword cultivators, for example. A sword cultivator's life-bound magic treasure was inevitably their own sword. They would select a sword blank, bind it with their blood, link it with their soul, and make it their life-bound weapon. A sword cultivator would constantly nourish it. As the person grew stronger, the sword also grew stronger. Slowly, a sword spirit would emerge, connected to the sword cultivator's heart and mind. But this sword was very strange. It had given birth to a spirit when it was still just a sword blank. Up to this point, it sounded like the mythological beginning of a divine sword. However, this sword was no divine sword, but a thoroughly demonic sword. No one knew how that profoundly cultivated #1 artifact, refining grandmaster in the world, had died by the sword's edge. It was only known that the demonic sword devoured its master to strengthen itself. A host of great powers from the cultivation world emerged, attempting to intimidate this sword. The matter even alarmed the sacred land of the sword path in the eastern continent, the sword sect, but no one could destroy it or even suppress it. Anyone who wanted to subdue it would be struck by its backlash. It was exceptionally demonic. It was not until the Dao ancestor took action that it was tamed and the sword was sheathed. According to some unofficial histories, the Dao ancestor came from a background of pill refiners, and his life-bound magic treasure was a medicine cauldron. But he yearned for the way of the sword. Although he had no life-bound sword, he had always called himself a sword cultivator. Whenever he encountered an external enemy, if there was a sword cultivator present, he would borrow a sword for his use. As the Dao ancestor grew stronger and his fame greater, even suppressing his entire generation and becoming stronger than the sword venerate of the sword sect, all the sword cultivators in the world took pride in lending him their spiritual swords. Later, the Dao ancestor even created a unique heaven-grade art, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. With this one move, he could borrow all the sword in the world. It was said that when the Dao ancestor had just created this art, it caused 10,000 swords within a 100-mile radius to emerge and soar into the sky. In addition, he did not, like some sword sects, selfishly hoard his treasure. The Dao ancestor directly announced this art to the world for all the sword cultivators in the world to study together. However, those who could successfully learn it were few and far between. From then on, if anyone in the world could use 10,000 swords returned to the origin, most nearby sword cultivators would willingly lend their swords. And consider it the flair of our generation of sword cultivators. To this day, after 1,000 years, it is still so. In terms of priding oneself on flair, sword cultivators were forever the best in the cultivation world. In other words, before the Dao ancestor obtained that sword, this number one person of his era had always called himself a sword cultivator, and then freeloaded by using other people's swords. But in any case, from then on, the Dao ancestor finally had his own sword. A master-devouring demonic sword. Regarding the legends of this sword, there are just too many versions on the forums. Chu Huaishu had seen more than a dozen. This was just the most popular one. There's another version that says this sword was the Dao ancestor's life-bound sword all along. He was just nurturing it and had never unsheathed it, which was why he always borrowed a sword for daily use, and later even created 10,000 swords returned to the origin. It wasn't until his own divine art reached great perfection that the divine sword also reached great perfection. In short, there were both righteous and demonic versions. He himself, adhering to the principle of not believing or spreading rumors, just looked at them casually. In any case, this sword belongs to Su Ziqing. What's it got to do with me? Chu Huaishu would think this way, just for a bit of fun. But now, he had transmigrated, and the timeline was Xian calendar year 1990. That sword was still ownerless. And Chu Huaishu knew where that sword was. It's on that mountain. In addition, he knew very well how to obtain the qualification to go up that mountain. Chu Huaishu's thoughts flew, and he withdrew his gaze from Su Ziqing. As of now, I don't know if it's the butterfly effect caused by me, the transmigrator, but at least the character arcs of these two world protagonists have deviated from the original. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Seeing that Su Ziqing had already sorted all the gifts, Chu Huaishu finally walked into the room. The delicate-featured youth, crouching on the ground, looked up at him, envying Chu Huaishu's height in his heart. He had sometimes wondered if he hadn't been so short. Would his overall appearance be better? After a simple look at the practical daily necessities, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but ask, "You've looked through everything. There's no silver packed inside?" No. Su Ziqing shook his head. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu cursed "damn it" in his heart. All this fuss, and they don't even know to send money. Next, he placed his gaze on the two jade bottles. The jade bottles had paper slips pasted on them, with the name of the spiritual pill written on top. Qi-gathering pill. This was a good thing for the current stage. Consuming a qi-gathering pill could speed up the rate at which spiritual energy entered the body. During the aperture opening stage, this was even more beneficial for breaking through apertures. But that was all. If the 9 apertures of a human body were not open, one could not unlock the Xianhuang secret depository. After spiritual energy entered the body, it could not be stored and converted into spiritual power. When all 9 apertures are open and I obtain a first-realm cultivation technique, then if I consume a qi-gathering pill, the speed of converting spiritual energy will become faster. A day of hard cultivation will be equivalent to several days. The specific effect varies from person to person. The better a person's talent, the stronger the effect of popping pills. Damn it all. And for a player, it's equivalent to cultivating after taking a pill, and the increase in technique experience points will become higher. There were 2 jade bottles with 10 pills in each. Chu Huaishu knew very well that if he gave these pills to Han Shuangjiang, this cold-faced little Mrs. Cultivation speed in the first realm would take off. However, it's best for cultivators to take pills scientifically and moderately. Spiritual pills are meant to assist in cultivation. If one relies on them too much, it will instead affect one's upper limit. But as for how much was considered a moderate amount, that also varied from person to person. For a conventional spiritual pill like the qi-gathering pill, it seems that within 10 pills is definitely fine, he thought. For the two of us, Han Shuangjiang and I, it's reasonable for Lu Tianfeng to send 20 pills. Players, on the other hand, wouldn't have this kind of trouble because the system would give a judgment. If they consumed too much, it would issue a reminder. Of course, given the nature of goofball players, there would inevitably be some who hadn't gotten over their adolescence and were rebellious, thinking, I'm going to take it anyway. This would cause their character level to rise, but their spirit embryo attribute would be deducted. After taking stock of the items in the room, Chu Huaishu walked out with Su Ziqing. Outside, Han Shuangjiang was still practicing her palm forms. After this short period of practice, she had become more and more proficient in 8 Desolate's roaming dragon. It was the first time the cold-faced girl had learned a martial art. At this moment, she was a bit high on it, completely immersed and enjoying herself. She struck out with her palm again and again, creating gusts of palm wind. Chu Huaishu watched from his side, finding it pleasing to the eye. Now that he had transmigrated, there were no phones to play with, no videos to watch. The entertainment options were too few. Watching a beauty practice palm techniques was a pretty good pastime. It was just that, at this moment, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Su Ziqing was also watching very seriously and a bit too focused, almost immersively. What, want to learn? Chu Huaishu said casually. Only then did Su Ziqing come back to his senses, as if waking from a dream. The youth, in order to enter the Dao Gate, had not hesitated to become a handyman. An idea sparked in his mind. He had some thoughts he wanted to show off. And so he tentatively nodded. He hadn't expected this new master of his to agree so readily. Sure, Chu Huaishu said with a nonchalant look. Hearing this, the delicate-featured youth glanced at Han Shuangjiang, then suddenly got into a stance and threw a palm forward. Whoosh! A gust of palm wind rushed forth. He already knew how to do it. The fierce palm wind howled. Su Ziqing's performance of the 8 Desolate's roaming dragon was extremely standard. He had already grasped its full essence. Chu Huaishu watched from the side, his eyes narrowing slightly. He wasn't particularly surprised, just a little bit resentful. Damn it. Truly damn it. He seriously suspected that Su Ziqing's character panel read, Pseudo-Spirit Embryo, but Comprehension, 10. This was a cultivation world, not a martial arts world, so there was no such thing as true chi. Mundane martial arts were really just about learning the moves, but to learn it just by watching a few times. At this thought, he once again said in his heart, damn it, truly damn it. Should I charge him 10 taels for tuition? After retracting his palm, Su Ziqing secretly sized up Chu Huaishu from the corner of his eye. The youth had a little plan, intending to show off his abilities. As a result, all he got in return was a lukewarm, pretty good. Han Shuangjiang, standing to the side, had also noticed what was happening over here and was secretly surprised. But the cold-faced girl had always been good at hiding her emotions, always keeping a straight face, so you couldn't tell anything. This made Su Ziqing feel a sudden sense of disappointment. As expected, in front of a cultivator, this is nothing. You only learned a mundane martial art at a glance. It's not like you can grasp a cultivator's art in an instant. What's so special about that? Su Ziqing was very distressed, not knowing how he could get a chance to cultivate. Bearing a blood feud, his heart was in a complicated state, his thoughts in a mess, and he wanted to show off his strengths more. He was even getting a bit desperate, trying anything he could. Chu Huaishu could actually guess what he was thinking. But now was not the time. He himself was just an in-name disciple and had no authority to teach cultivation techniques to others. That would be a major sect taboo. I wonder if old Nyo can pull some strings, he thought. At this moment, Chu Huaishu felt quite emotional. If it weren't for a series of coincidences where he took Su Ziqing's spot to come up the mountain, then he would either have to find another way or, according to the original plan, be an undercover handyman in the outer sect. If it came to that, I'm afraid I would also try my best to show off, to fight for a chance to cultivate. He looked at this world protagonist, and something else came to mind. He's a pseudo-spirit embryo, just like I was. Plus, according to the original character arc, he will be the one to draw that sword. Then, the sword tempering art, which has a high compatibility with me, could it possibly be a good fit for him too? Chu Huaishu began to let his imagination run wild. But the more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. Misery loves company. The extremely dejected handyman knew nothing of this. Maybe I should just go back to cleaning the latrines, he thought. The sun was about to set. Although there was now a handyman in the house, the meals were still Han Shuangjiang's responsibility. The reason was simple. Su Ziqing only knew a little about cooking. His food was truly terrible, and he had no talent for it. Fortunately, she no longer had to wash the dishes. That was the handyman's job. This kind of situation perfectly matched Chu Huaishu's standards for recruiting a follower. Follow me, and as long as I have a bite to eat, you'll have a bowl to wash. Su Ziqing's bedroom was, naturally, arranged in Chu Huaishu's bamboo hut. There was one large and one small room in the hut. Don't be fooled by the decent living conditions for in-name disciples. Don't forget, starting next month, they had to pay rent to the sect. This night, Chu Huaishu did not cultivate the sword tempering art. He had just leveled up 3 times in a row, was still a bit traumatized, and didn't want to suffer again in the middle of the night. But now there were no entertainment options, which made him feel a little bored. No wonder cultivation depends on wealth, technique, companion, and land. With a Dao companion, perhaps one wouldn't be so lonely. With nothing to do, Chu Huaishu began to do some planning based on his experience as a player. But he was still in the aperture opening stage, and the things he could do were limited. I still have to get to the first realm as soon as possible. The night grew deeper. Chu Huaishu took off his robes, accustomed to sleeping naked. At midnight, he suddenly opened his eyes on the bed and looked at the storage token he had placed on his clothes. A mysterious and indescribable aura was emanating from it. Chu Huaishu got out of bed naked, picked up the token, and took something out from within. The Pill King's token fragment, like mutton fat jade, was placed in his palm. At this moment, it was emitting a very, very faint glow. Is the secret realm about to open? Chu Huaishu's pupils shrank, his heart beginning to race. He put on his robes and pushed the door open. At the same time, Han Shuangjiang also walked out of the hut next door, also holding a fragment of the Pill King's token. Perfect. I was just about to find you to confirm, Chu Huaishu said to her. It seems that this secret realm is really about to open. He smiled slightly. Han Shuangjiang nodded slightly, glanced at the jade tablet fragment in her palm, her mood a little excited, but also a little nervous. Then shall we go to that cold pool now? She asked. I didn't expect you to be such an impatient person, Chu Huaishu chuckled. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang pursed her lips and said no more, afraid of being laughed at by him again. No rush. We need to prepare. Who knows how many days we'll be in the secret realm, the experienced companion said. In the past, many rich sisters loved to order him for dungeon runs because he was strong and could carry them, and the atmosphere was good when they were alone. It was a bit like teaming up to play a Cultivation World version of an escape room. Didn't Deacon Yo say that the secret realm can only be opened when all the pieces of the Pill King's token are gathered? So we don't need a rush. Without the 2 of us there, they can't get in either, Chu Huaishu said with a wave of his hand. At this point, his eyes narrowed, and he said, What's more, those surnamed Lu probably need to have a little meeting to discuss how to act in the secret realm. Medicine Mountain, the Lu family residence. Lu Chingshi was still not asleep because he had just finished his activities. A soft, warm, and fragrant body was lying in his arms, the tips of the woman's jade-like feet gently circling his calf. Senior brother Lu, you're amazing, the woman said, her breath like an orchid as she gently rubbed against his neck, her voice soft and tender. Am I? Junior sister Chun, who's better, me or him? Lu Qingqi asked, his palm sliding down her spine to the raised curve below. It had to be said, this thief Chow's tastes were as consistent as ever. He just liked this sort of situation. Of course you're better. How could he compare to you? You were even better tonight than the last few times. It was like what? Lu Qingqi squeezed her pert rear, his tone filled with pride and anticipation. Like you took a pill. Hearing junior sister Chen's words, Lu Qingqi's large hand suddenly stiffened, and his face couldn't help but darken. because he had indeed taken a pill. Just then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Finally, his gaze also fell upon his storage token. Chingshi quickly got up and took out the jade tablet fragment from within. Looking at the faint, mysterious glow, endless joy appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally, the secret realm has finally opened. Ha ha ha. He had waited for this day for a long, long time. He just hadn't expected Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang to be so lucky that the secret realm would open right after they got the Pill King's token. If it had been a few days earlier, they wouldn't have even had a chance to enter. Lu Qingqi's eyes were filled with gloom. He really didn't want to share such an opportunity with others, but there was nothing he could do. The woman who had been lying on the bed immediately got up and said with a beaming smile, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu." Clearly, she also knew about the secret realm. The reason was simple. This female disciple at the peak of the aperture opening stage was one of the 9 people carefully selected by Deacon Lu to accompany his beloved son into the secret realm. They would be given token fragments at that time. However, since 2 fragments had been given to others, 9 protectors were no longer needed. Only 7 could go down. You wait here. On second thought, you should go back for now. I need to report this matter to my father. Lu Qingqi began to shoo her away. He had already taken a pill. Normally, he wouldn't let a junior sister leave after just 1 round. But now important business took precedence. I have an innate blazing fire spirit embryo, which is high grade. As long as I recover, what awaits me is the supreme great Dao. So what if this Chu Huaishu has the 6th elder backing him now? As long as I can enter the inner sect and my cultivation soars, I might even become an elder's disciple, or even the sect master's apprentice. As for Han Shuangjiang, Lu Qingqi, still under the effects of the pill, licked his lips. Now, it all depended on whether the secret realm had what he wanted. Lu Qingqi immediately set off to find Lu Tianfeng. As it turned out, Lu Tianfeng was not at home. He had 7 fragments in his storage token. He had long since discovered something was wrong. At this very moment, the old man was standing by that cold pool. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't resist the cold energy at the bottom of the pool for too long. Right now, Lu Tianfeng's spiritual sense probed downwards, and he immediately noticed something. The cold energy, it has indeed mostly dissipated. No, that's not right. The cold energy has been completely sucked away. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Tianfeng brought his retinue to find Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. It was obvious that with the secret realm opening, the Lu father and son, who had been plotting for a long time, could no longer wait. Niu Yuanshan was also dragged along by Deacon Lu. He planned to have this good old boy come with him to act as a guardian for them outside the secret realm. If something really happened, he could lend a hand, right? To this kind of request, old Niu readily agreed. In Lu Tianfeng's eyes, this willing ox was as easy to talk to and as warm-hearted as ever. Little did he know that all of this was playing right into Niu Yuanshan's hands. There was no helping it. Old Niu had an immense curiosity about Chu Huaishu, but he didn't want to get slapped again. However, for him to proactively go and pry, and for someone else to ask him for help, were 2 different matters. What's more, for this Dao Gate secret realm, he naturally hoped that Chu Huaishu could successfully conquer it. Wouldn't that mean that all the benefits inside would be pocketed by our organization? Therefore, today was not about intentionally getting close to this comrade, nor was it to satisfy his personal desire to pry. This was an operation, his first operation with this newcomer inside the Dao Gate. Chu Huaishu, who had already made all his preparations last night, stretched lazily under everyone's gaze. The so-called preparations were actually just stocking up on more food, water, and daily necessities in his storage token, and bringing along the tool person, Han Shuangjiang. Today, let me see just how useful you, a world protagonist, really are, he thought. The house is in your hands. Chu Huaishu turned his head and instructed the little handyman. Su Ziqing nodded and said respectfully, yes. He hadn't expected to be left all alone so soon after arriving here. The little handyman was extremely envious that they were able to go explore a secret realm. I wonder if I'll ever have such an opportunity one day, he thought, his eyes burning with desire. The group thus walked to the cold pool. Along the way, Chu Huaishu observed the unnamed disciples following beside Lu Chingshi, and they were also secretly sizing him and Han Shuangjiang up. Lu Tianfeng even made a simple introduction, his bootlicking as persistent as ever, instructing these unnamed disciples at the peak of the aperture opening stage to also protect the safety of the two of them. But as for what this old fellow was really thinking, only he himself knew. After arriving at their destination, everyone observed the cold pool before them. Some cold-natured spiritual herbs were planted near this place. In the past, they would absorb the cold energy emitted by the pool. Normally, just getting a little close to the cold pool would make one feel a chilling cold. But today, it was just like an ordinary pool of water. That bone-chilling cold energy had long since vanished without a trace. Lu Tianfeng took out 10 azure blue pearls from his storage token and handed them to the group. These are water-repelling pearls. Take them with you. Han Shuangjiang's and that junior sister Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. After all, for women, if they were to dive in directly like this, they might have to stage a wet body temptation scene later on. Seeing that everyone had put the water-repelling pearls away, Deacon Lu began to give his final instructions. No one knows what mysteries lie within each Dao Gate secret realm. But there is one thing you can rest assured of. Although there may be dangers in the Sect's secret realms, those are also tests from our predecessors. They will not take your lives. Also, everyone must remember the Sect rules. All opportunities belong to the fated. Do not break the rules and engage in internecine conflict. His words were actually a hint to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Don't rely on your background to do whatever you want. After all, this was a major taboo. If they were discovered, not even the sixth elder could protect them. As for the 7 unnamed disciples he had sent, they were all trusted aides he had carefully selected. Each one had been personally cultivated by him, and this time he had promised them many benefits. Under normal circumstances, after an unnamed disciple had opened all 9 apertures, they would definitely be eager to go to the Scripture Pavilion. Who would be like them, not even attempting to break through? They had been waiting for the secret realm to open under Lu Tianfeng's orders. Once inside, they would do their utmost to assist Lu Chingshi and lend him a hand. "All right, all of you go," Lu Tianfeng said with a wave of his large hand. Niu Yuanshan stood to the side, a smile on his face the entire time, having barely said a word. But his gaze was almost always on Chu Huaishu. The 5th aperture? He's actually already opened the 5th aperture? Niu Yuanshan couldn't understand how this was possible. And he remembered very clearly that on that night, the 6th elder had later come to find him again, asking where the jade slip for the sword-tempering art came from, and had called it a demonic art. He had even been worried for a while at that time. Now that I think about it, could it be that because it's a demonic art, his progress is so fast? The gentle, thick-browed, middle-aged man even began to feel a faint sense of worry. Unconsciously, he had truly begun to see Chu Huaishu as a junior in his own family. At this moment, under Lu Tianfeng's gaze, a slightly plump unnamed disciple was the first to leap into the cold pool. The water-repelling pearl was quite magical. When he jumped in, he barely made a splash. Everyone entered the cold pool one by one. Chu Huaishu was the last. The cold pool was very deep. They swam for a long time. After gathering at the bottom of the pool, as instructed by Lu Tianfeng, they all took out the fragments of the Pill King's token. The fragments, emitting a faint glow, actually began to float in the water on their own, then gathered together. The faint light began to grow brighter and brighter, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pool. The 10 of them didn't have time to react before they were all sucked into the vortex. A dizzying, world-spinning sensation washed over them, making them want to vomit. Their vision was blurry, and they couldn't see anything around them clearly. Some of the unnamed disciples with weaker mental fortitude already had their hearts in their throats. Only Chu Huaishu endured it, his mentality stable. The reason was simple. The moment the vortex appeared, A system prompt had sounded in his ear. Ding! Entering the dungeon. Pill King's token. Dungeon is now opening. So it's a loading screen. After nearly a minute, everyone fell heavily to the ground from a height of about 1 meter. The vast majority of the in-name disciples cried out in pain. Han Shuangjiang let out a grunt. Only Chu Huaishu was silent, just feeling a little like throwing up. What are you screaming for over such a tiny bit of pain? He was the first to climb up from the ground and then looked ahead. He wasn't sure if this was an underground space beneath the cold pool or somewhere else. At this moment, there were a total of 10 entrances in front of Chu Huaishu. They looked like 10 caves. Does this mean the 10 of us have to split up? Each choose an entrance? Lu Chingshi frowned. For some reason, after he spoke, he subconsciously looked at Chu Huaishu. He wanted to hear his opinion. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaishu directly called Han Shuangjiang to the side, and the two began to whisper, ignoring him completely. Which one do you want to choose? Go with your gut, he said softly to the ice mountain. The cold-faced girl didn't know what he was up to. She raised her eyes and scanned the 10 entrances. The 7th one started from the left, she said. There was no other reason than that out of 1 to 10, she liked 7 the most. All right, Chu Huaishu nodded. Then, he turned his head to look at Lu Chingshi and the others and said in a clear voice, Senior brothers and senior sisters, haven't you chosen yet? Then how about this junior brother goes first? We'll choose these 2 entrances, he said, pointing at 7 and 8. Hearing this, Lu Qingshi's eyes darkened, displeased. However, it was a good thing that he himself was leaning towards 9. 9 is the extreme of numbers. Therefore, his expression changed, but in the end, he just smiled and said, All right, then number 7 and number 8 will be given to junior brother Chu and junior sister Han. Before long, everyone had chosen their own entrance. Then, shall we go in? Lu Qingshi very consciously began to take charge again. This time, Chu Huaishu finally paid attention to him. All right, everyone walked forward a little impatient. Just as Han Shuangjiang was about to enter the entrance, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. What is it? She asked, looking at Chu Huaishu who was holding her confused. Even through her clothes, she felt that this large hand was quite hot. Chu Huaishu just held her arm like that, looking into her eyes. We're not splitting up. I'm going in with you. Han Shuangjiang couldn't understand why Chu Huaishu wanted to enter the same entrance with her. This wasted an entrance for no reason, which, from an uncertain standpoint, was not a good thing. If he was afraid of facing a trial alone and being unable to cope, that shouldn't be the case either. Since the predecessor had designed 10 entrances, the original intention was likely one for each person, right? If one's ability was outstanding enough, they should be able to withstand the trial. And so, after a moment of contemplation, she said, Why don't we still split up? If I gain anything in here, I will bring it out for you. Before entering the secret realm, she had already made up her mind. If she really obtained anything, she would just give it all to Chu Huaishu. The previous trouble had started because of her, and all the problems had been solved by him. She was always very clear about these things. She had wanted to give him the jade tablet fragment from the very beginning, but he had refused. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Chu Huaishu still insisted on his own opinion and shook his head. Listen to me. We go together, he said. All right. Han Shuangjiang did not insist further. The experienced Chu Huaishu knew very well that so-called fated opportunities were not something you could necessarily share just because you wanted to. He had no intention of gambling on probabilities or trying his luck. He would rather believe that the young woman before him, who carried great fortune, was his personal koi fish. Watch closely. This is how you use a world protagonist. Before entering the 7th cave, Han Shuangjiang glanced at the 8th cave next to it, feeling a slight sense of pity. Don't look. Trust your first instinct, Chu Huaishu said. I also trust you. Perhaps you'll bring me good luck, he said, directly using the world protagonist as a treasure-hunting mouse. Hearing this, the cold-faced girl pursed her lips slightly, feeling that this cheeky fellow was putting pressure on her. There was no time to delay. The others were rushing into their caves, fighting for every second, so they couldn't waste any more time either. The two walked inside. It was very narrow. It felt a bit like the scene from the Peach Blossom Spring. At first, it was extremely narrow, allowing just one person to pass. After walking a few dozen more steps, it suddenly opened up into a wide space. But not long after it widened, two small paths appeared before them again. Feels like a maze, Chu Huaishu said, his eyes narrowing. Han Shuangjiang nodded and suggested, "Then should we make a mark?" "That works," Chu Huaishu said nonchalantly. Whatever she wanted to do, she could do. For him, it wasn't necessary because he had the map function. As long as it was a place he had been, the map would be revealed and could be checked later, so there was no need to leave a mark. However, one couldn't get a precise location within a dungeon, unless one's level was overwhelmingly higher. Soon, Han Shuangjiang felt that this man was putting pressure on her again. "Which way?" he asked. The ice mountain felt helpless. After looking left and right, she chose the right side. "Okay, let's go," Chu Huaishu subconsciously said in English, leaving Han Shuangjiang completely bewildered, but she quickly followed. T/N. In the original, he says a phonetic transliteration that literally means "come eat, dog." As expected, not long after they walked, another fork appeared, this time splitting into 3 paths. "Pick one," Chu Huaishu said again. Han Shuangjiang glanced at them and suggested, "How about the middle one?" "Good. We'll take that one," he readily accepted. Then, Chu Huaishu walked inside without stopping. This left Han Shuangjiang alone at the fork to make her mark. By the time she was done, he was already far ahead. She could only purse her lips again, look at his striding back, and then jog to catch up. Just like that, the two passed through 10 forks in the road in one go. Then, they walked into a large open space with a full 6 paths ahead. Chu Huaishu started putting pressure on Han Shuangjiang again. "Choose." The cold-faced girl's face grew even colder. She was a little unhappy now. "Can't you choose one yourself?" she asked with a frown. "We clearly agreed that all the opportunities would be yours. You can't let me make all the decisions. Don't blame me later if we go the wrong way." "I can't," Chu Huaishu said, rather shamelessly. "Let me tell you, I have a terrible sense of direction." He began to spout nonsense. Han Shuangjiang was, after all, still a young woman. Hearing this, she became even more unhappy. "Then why aren't you making any marks?" She felt a little wronged, feeling as if she were doing all the menial work while he just strode forward on his own, not even pausing. "Wasn't I deliberately walking in front to scout the path? How do you know there's no danger here? What if it's not just a maze?" Chu Huaishu said, his reasoning sound and his tone righteous. Han Shuangjiang stared at him, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but curse in her heart. This shameless dead fox. As it turned out, while she was giving him a nickname, the other party had the same tacit understanding. You already have a cold face all day long. Now that you're angry, you're even colder. "Big Ice Cube, hurry up and choose. Which of these 2 paths?" Chu Huaishu was exceptionally impatient and began to urge her. "Be Big Ice Cube." Han Shuangjiang was stunned, thinking only one thing. What an awful nickname. Little Ice Cube might sound a bit cute, but Big Ice Cube just sounds dumb and clumsy. Furious, she once again relied purely on instinct and pointed randomly at the one on the left. "That one then." This time, she was the one who strode forward quickly, not making any marks either. Chu Huaishu looked at the cold-faced girl throwing a tantrum, but felt nothing, even finding it amusing. The colder she was, the more he inexplicably loved to tease her. Relying on his map function, Chu Huaishu had no intention of making any marks. He looked at Han Shuangjiang's slender and alluring back, at her superior hips swaying gracefully as she took large strides, and immediately quickened his pace to catch up. But after catching up, he suddenly scurried back to the intersection to leave a mark. The young woman he had called Big Ice Cube looked back, snorted softly, and felt much better in her heart, quite satisfied. But she didn't know that at this moment, Chu Huaishu was secretly alarmed. The reason was simple. For the first 10 intersections, the map had recorded everything. But this intersection, it had not. According to the system's map function, the area ahead was pitch black, but as long as he walked forward, the path he had taken would appear on the map. recorded for later. However, this path did not. He had just walked a dozen steps, and it was still pitch black. No new path had appeared on the map. On the map, there was only the large open space they had just passed. After the six-way choice, he had clearly chosen the second entrance, but no new path had been generated, as if it were stuck. Is my access level too low? Chu Huaixu was perplexed by this and felt it was better to make a mark first. The two of them just kept walking, kept choosing for nearly an hour. Han Shuangjiang began to grow less and less confident. This space under the cold pool is so huge, she couldn't help but exclaim. And we started by entering 10 separate entrances. After walking for so long, we haven't run into them, which means the paths are indeed not connected. Could it be that we actually chose wrong from the very beginning? She looked at Chu Huaixu, voicing her thoughts. It's normal for you to be unconfident, Chu Huaixu said. In his eyes, Han Shuangjiang had just come into contact with the cultivation world. She hadn't encountered any fated opportunities yet and didn't know that she carried great fortune, that she would have continuous fortuitous encounters in the future, as if the whole world revolved around her. It was like how many people think they have good luck. They have to constantly taste the sweetness before they realize their luck is truly good. Chu Huaixu looked at her and directly changed the subject. But I have confidence in you. Don't feel any pressure, big ice cube. Han Shuangjiang, then you choose which path to take. You dead fox, you bastard. The cold-faced girl took a deep breath and could only grit her teeth and continue to make choices. She still didn't understand why he had to let her choose. She felt she didn't need to be responsible for this. Just like that, they walked here for another nearly half an hour. They still hadn't found their way out of the maze, nor had they returned to any marked intersections, meaning they hadn't repeated their path. Why don't you choose? Han Shuangjiang was no longer slightly annoyed, but had become somewhat dejected. Constantly choosing, constantly walking, as if there were no end to it. Throughout the entire process, you would constantly doubt yourself. She didn't know if she had chosen wrong, but she also didn't know if she was right. All that was left was endless confusion. If it were just her alone, with her stubborn nature, she wouldn't have this kind of emotion. She might even compete with herself. But the problem was that she had been making choices for Chu Huaixu the whole time. A person's mentality changes because of this. Hearing that she was unwilling to choose a path anymore, Chu Huaixu didn't answer her question, but instead asked, "Are you hungry? Really, you choose. I feel like I've led you into a dead end." Han Shuangjiang ignored his question. "It's noon already. How about we eat the biscuits we brought?" Chu Huaixu said. "Why do you have to make me choose? What's the point? Have a piece." He directly took out 2 pieces of biscuit. Han Shuangjiang was exasperated. Her beautiful eyes stared at him fiercely. The iciness gradually faded, and because of her anger, she seemed a little more alive, possessing a different kind of charming beauty. Under her gaze, Chu Huaixu had already started to munch. "You really not eating?" He handed the biscuit over. "I'll eat," she said coldly with a straight face. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two set off again. After walking for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Chu Huaixu noticed that Han Shuangjiang seemed to want to say something but was hesitating. He thought she didn't want to make choices again, so he didn't proactively ask. But after a while, she looked hesitant again and seemed very uncomfortable. Even though she had long, slender legs and could barely keep up with Chu Huaixu's striding pace when walking quickly, she was now walking slower and slower. This veteran companion was a person who paid great attention to detail, which was how he could provide his clients with high-quality service and abundant emotional value. Chu Huaixu had some guesses and asked, "Don't tell me you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Han Shuangjiang, a blush spreading across her face. This time, she hastily chose a path and said, "Let's take the middle one. You go first. I'll be right there. Don't wait for me. And don't look back," she said, her voice growing softer and softer. She then raised her tone for the last 2 words and lowered her head slightly. She clearly didn't dare to look at him, yet her voice was filled with humiliation and indignation. Chu Huaixu's guess was correct. She needed to pee. There is a saying, A person has three urgencies. But what exactly are these three urgencies? In reality, they are shit, piss, and fart. As mentioned before, the Xianhuang realm is about cultivation, not cultivating immortality, so there is no fasting stage. This means that even the little fairies of the Xianhuang realm have to. Chu Huaishu had excellent physiological knowledge. He knew that an adult male's bladder capacity was about 100 milliliters more than a female's. This meant that men were less likely to feel the urge to urinate and could hold it longer. In addition, the male urethra is long and curved, which helps in controlling the timing of urination. In contrast, the female urethra is short and straight, which makes them more susceptible to external stimuli, thus triggering the urination reflex. Therefore, in some special occasions, they might also shout, "I'm gonna pee, I'm gonna pee." If there were problems with the pelvic floor muscles, it would be even worse. Chu Huaishu knew well that it was not appropriate to continue joking at this time. After all, this was a young woman from the Xianhuang realm, not one of the experienced old gals from Earth. Although this Sister Han came from a brothel and the joyful Sect and was rich in theoretical knowledge and worldly experience, she was very repulsed by this past. Therefore, there were some jokes she would absolutely resist. As half a colleague, Chu Huaishi was willing to give her professional respect. He just glanced at the humiliated Han Shuangjiang, said nothing, and quickly strode forward. Further on, he even deliberately walked with more force, as if he were stomping, so that she could hear his continuous forward footsteps and feel at ease. Watching Chu Huaishu's back disappear from sight, she immediately walked forward to the most secluded corner, then removed her robes and underpants. However, it was too quiet in the secret realm. Therefore, she could definitely hear the sound of the flowing water clearly. By all accounts, Chu Huaishu must have walked very far. Although her five senses have been strengthened by breaking through the apertures, she probably couldn't hear it. But listening to the sound of the water, she still couldn't help but press her lips together tightly, her hands gripping her robes, her pretty face so red it seemed as if blood would drip from it. After finishing quickly, she swiftly put on her underpants, covering her round and full, snow-white rear. She pulled them up with too much force, causing them to fit snugly against her skin, revealing that she was from a well-endowed household. Han Shuangjiang looked ahead and could still hear faint footsteps from within. Just how hard is he stomping? The cold-faced girl lowered her head slightly, and for some reason, a smile bloomed on her face, the ice and snow instantly melting. After tidying up her outer robe as well, she began to walk inside. Her pace was quite fast at first, but then it slowed down more and more, especially after she saw Chu Huaishu's figure. There was no helping it. It was still a bit awkward. Unexpectedly, the man said irritably, "Why are you walking so slow? Hurry, hurry, I have to pee too. At the next fork, you go first. No peeking, I'm warning you. Who'd want to look at you?" Han Shuangjiang immediately put on a straight face again, her tone returning to its icy coldness, as if she were utterly speechless with him. But all the awkward emotions vanished in an instant. This path was quite long. She noticed that Chu Huaishu did not speed up, but kept walking at an unhurried pace. This made her realize that he probably didn't have to pee at all. Perhaps he was deliberately trying to ease the awkwardness. At this thought, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but take a deep look at his back. "All you know is how to put pressure on me, but this fox still has some conscience," she thought. When they reached a new fork in the road, Chu Huaishu really didn't go to pee, as if he had forgotten about it. Han Shuangjiang was already having a conditioned reflex. She casually glanced at the forks before her and said, "Let's still choose the left one." Just as she was about to walk forward, her arm was suddenly grabbed by Chu Huaishu again. "Don't move yet," he said with a frown. "What's wrong?" Han Shuangjiang also became nervous. "I just feel like something's not right," he said, looking ahead. "In what way?" Han Shuangjiang asked. The frown on Chu Huaishu's face gradually relaxed, and then a smile appeared. "A little interesting. I know what's going on," he said in a clear voice. "This isn't a maze at all. This place is merely an illusion." The moment his voice fell, it was as if the entire world began to collapse. Everything around them began to shatter like a cracking mirror, creating one irregular crack after another. Intense light shone through these cracks, making it impossible to open one's eyes. By the time the fragments had turned to dust, the intense light had robbed them of their vision. When their vision slowly returned, the two of them were standing on a large open area paved with bluestone slabs. "This is the 11th fort?" Han Shuangjiang was surprised. "Yes," Chu Huaishu said with a knowing smile. He had thought it was strange before. Why, after reaching this open space and choosing one of the 6 paths, had the map not continued to expand as if it had crashed? So it wasn't that his level was too low and his access was restricted. It turned out they had been going in circles in this large open space all along, never having left this area. Chu Huaishu looked behind him. There were a total of 10 paths leading to this place. So, no matter which path we chose at the entrance of the secret realm, they all eventually lead here. He voiced his guess. After speaking, he looked at Han Shuangjiang beside him and teased with a smile. "Big ice cube. See what I told you? You're my lucky star." Han Shuangjiang met his blazing gaze, shifted her line of sight slightly, and felt a little perplexed. Chu Huaishu explained, "Because didn't we encounter 10 forts before? And didn't you leave a mark after making a choice each time? We never got lost in there. If my line of thinking is correct, and the 10 entrances to the secret realm all eventually lead here, then the others are probably still trapped in the maze up ahead. Some forts were a choice of 2, some 3, some 4. This means it's intricate and complex inside. You made a choice a full 10 times, and you got every single one right." Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang was shocked by her own self. Is that really true? Chu Huaishu believed in her so much, but she didn't believe in herself. And maybe the part before was also an illusion. She still didn't believe it. Chu Huaishu naturally wouldn't tell her that his map could still record the path before. He just shook his head and said nothing more. He was shocked in his heart too, getting it right 10 times in a row. Is this the terror of possessing great fortune? Chu Huaishu's scalp was tingling. At this moment, he looked around and noticed that on the bluestone slabs, not far to the left, there was a puddle of water. Since the other places were all dry, it was quite obvious. Han Shuangjiang followed his gaze and was immediately thrown into a state of social death, her eyes flustered, her cheeks burning. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu quickly withdrew his gaze. After all, what was there to see? Right now, he was actually more concerned about another matter. Just as he had said the word illusion, a strange change had occurred within his body. His spirit embryo was the heart sword. In his sea of consciousness, a completely pitch-black sword floated. Chu Huaishu had always felt that it was connected to his own heart and mind, possessing its own spirituality. But it was also listless, with a half-dead, arrogant air. Until now, he still didn't know what its function was. But just as he had confidently said the word illusion, this small, pitch-black sword in his sea of consciousness had vibrated almost imperceptibly. Just once. Immediately after, the entire illusion had, as if by coincidence, instantly shattered, as if to sever all illusions. Could it be that this is the secret of my spirit embryo? Chu Huaishu fell in a deep thought, seeing that the illusion was broken, but he was still frowning in contemplation. Han Shuangjiang did not disturb him. To her, as long as he didn't look at the puddle of water behind them as she had made, he could do whatever he wanted. At this moment, she even looked back with some curiosity. 10 paths, all leading to this open area paved with bluestone. Was it really a maze before the illusion? She wondered. Are the others still trapped inside? And was I so lucky that I chose correctly at all 10 forks? She still couldn't quite believe it. In addition, Han Shuangjiang had another doubt in her heart. Where is the next stage? There is nothing here and no path forward. Could it be that this secret realm was just a prank, that this was the end, and the deceased predecessor had left nothing behind in the secret realm? Having just entered the Dao Gate, she didn't know that such situations did indeed exist. Some disrespectful old geezers deliberately played tricks on future generations. Of course, This was a minority within a minority. Chu Huaishu temporarily couldn't figure out the small black sword in his sea of consciousness. He also began to look around to see where to go next. There was a stone wall ahead. He walked over and searched it carefully, randomly patting it, and actually found a mechanism. He pressed hard on a protruding spot, and a stone gate opened. Clearly, the focus of this stage was the illusion before. The mechanism was not the main point and was not hidden very deeply. After exchanging a glance, the two of them walked forward together. The stone gate closed again as if it had never been opened. Along the way, Chu Huaishu even muttered, "The illusion up ahead should still be usable, right? It wasn't destroyed, was it? What's wrong?" Han Shuangjiang was perplexed. "Once Lu Chingshi and the others get out of the maze, we can use it to trap them," Chu Huaishu said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The big ice cube let out a soft, She hadn't even thought of that. The two walked and talked, and soon they emerged from the stone passage. What greeted their eyes was an underground river about 50 meters wide. On the other side of the underground river was a stone pillar over a meter high. On top of the pillar, there seemed to be something resembling a compass. Further beyond, that was another stone gate. "What is that?" Han Shuangjiang had also seen the compass. "That's a spirit compass," Chu Huaishu said, much more knowledgeable than her. He explained, "It's used to measure the grade of a spirit embryo." He also hadn't expected to find a spirit compass placed before the stone gate here. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to check another person's spirit embryo grade, a drop of blood was enough. A great power like Li Chunsong, at the 7th realm and widely experienced, could detect that Han Shuangjiang had a profound Yin physique with just a single drop of blood. But an ordinary cultivator without such a high cultivation level, like Lu Tianfeng, even if you gave him a drop of Han Shuangjiang's blood, at most he could only misidentify it. This is a high-grade spirit embryo. But in reality, spirit embryos were divided into 10 grades. The bottom 3 were low-grade, the middle 3 were mid-grade, the top 3 were high-grade, and above that was the once-in-a-century supreme grade. If one wasn't above the 5th realm, even if a person with a high-grade spirit embryo stood before them, they couldn't distinguish which of the top 3 grades it was, let alone a supreme-grade spirit embryo. The spirit compass could serve the function of detailed classification. But this thing was expensive to make, and basically only medium to large sects would use it. A third-rate sect like the Joyful Sect, which didn't have any great cultivators, still relied on the most primitive method, dripping blood to test the embryo. A once-in-a-century profound Yin physique like Han Shuangjiang's was like a pearl covered in dust over there. Seeing the spirit compass, a smile appeared on Chu Huaishu's face. "This thing is very expensive. We can sell it to the sect in exchange for contribution points," Chu Huaishu said. The moment she heard the word expensive, the poor ghost beside him began to stare at it intently. Chu Huaishu turned his head to look at her and said, "My choice was indeed correct. I should have brought you with me. You're my lucky star." Hearing him emphasize it like this again, Han Shuangjiang felt a little embarrassed, but she still kept a straight face and asked, "Why do you say that?" He pointed forward and said, "It's obvious. This predecessor discriminates based on spirit embryo. Look, there's a spirit compass here, and behind it is a stone gate. I estimate that if the grade measured is not high enough, that stone gate won't open at all." Chu Huaishu couldn't help but think of an ancient web novel he had read on Earth. The first chapter was titled The Fallen Genius. T/N, a direct reference to the famous novel battle through the heavens. But at least that Xiao Yin had tested as Do Qi, 3rd stage. If he were to put his hand on the spirit compass, it would be the lowest of the low, a pitiful grade, 1 spirit embryo. Of course, with this big ice cube's talent, opening the stone gate was a small matter. At this thought, Chu Huaishu smiled at Han Shuangjiang and said, "So, you are my key." "What's with this, yours and mine?" Han Shuangjiang said, her cheeks flushing with a faint blush. First a lucky star, then a key. Nonsense. But she basically agreed with Chu Huaishu's reasoning in her heart. Otherwise, why put a spirit compass here? She looked at the underground river ahead and said, "So we just need to cross the river?" It's definitely not that simple, Chu Huaishu said, staring at the river. He walked toward the underground river, crouched down, and examined it carefully. The river's water was very clear, but its flow was very slow. On the stone wall below the river, there were 4 holes, which seemed to be part of a mechanism. At both ends, 2 giant stone walls rose up, looking as if they might fall and block the water flow. This secret realm can only be entered by mortals or those in the aperture opening stage. For us, we can only swim across, Chu Huaishu said. If their cultivation were higher, they could just leap across, but they couldn't do that. And, since this is part of the trial, I suspect that using other means to cross the river will also be obstructed, he analyzed based on his experience. Chu Huaishu looked around, picked up a small stone, and threw it hard toward the other side of the river. Sure enough, the stone hit a transparent barrier, and a semi-transparent ripple spread through the air. It was completely impenetrable. The stone just fell into the river, but it didn't trigger any anomalies. He continued to try, throwing a few more stones directly into the river, even specifically picking an extra large one. Still, there was no reaction. I reckon there's a formation. It will only activate when a person goes down, Chu Huaishu said. This guy had quite the divergent thinking. He even looked around for something and said, I wonder if there are any rats or anything to test if a living creature entering the water will trigger the formation. Han Shuangjiang looked at him, seriously suspecting that if Lu Chingshi and the others were standing by the river now, this dead fox would kick him in to test the waters. The big ice cube thought again, since Lu Chingshi isn't here, does that mean it's just me? Should I go in the water and try first? She suddenly said. Chu Huaishu was stunned for a moment. HM? Don't be ridiculous. Han Shuangjiang's dark, beautiful eyes stared straight at him as she said in a dead serious tone, I'm serious. Seeing that he was still hesitating to nod, she pointed to the other side of the river. And didn't you also say that I'm probably the only one who can open that stone gate? Then I definitely have to go into the water, she said. I'm not sure what type of formation this is, Chu Huaishu said, looking at her, stating the facts. Although he was very experienced in running dungeons, he wasn't an expert on everything. It's fine. This was originally a secret realm prepared for disciples in the aperture opening stage. I imagine it won't be too difficult, Han Shuangjiang said, appearing quite nonchalant. If I don't even dare to make such a small attempt, how can I ever attain the supreme great Dao? She asked Chu Huaishu in return. Han Shuangjiang already had a strange older sister vibe at a young age. Now, saying such words, she seemed even more assertive and cool. Chu Huaishu looked at her and muttered to himself, as expected of the person who got the strong female-led script in borrowing a sword. Among the player base, her number of female fans was even greater than her male fans. Because the grown-up Han Shuangjiang was truly cool and impressive, perfectly fitting the sister, kill me standard. I should still try first, he made a final insistence. After all, I've already opened 5 apertures. You only have 4, right? Yes, after a night of cultivation, Han Shuangjiang had actually quickly opened another aperture. Terrifyingly so. After hearing this, she looked behind them and asked, do we have enough time now? If the illusion outside is still effective, then we should have more than enough time. They won't be able to break it for a while. Chu Huaishu shrugged and continued, of course, if they do get in, I'll be able to kick Lu Chingshi in. Han Shuangjiang, this dead fox really was thinking that. The profound Yin physique looked at him and said, it's good that we have enough time. After speaking, she sat down cross-legged right next to Chu Huaishu and began to cultivate the ice-pure art. After circulating her technique for 1 cycle with extreme proficiency, she opened her beautiful eyes. Now, I'm also at 5 apertures, she said. By the side of the underground river, Han Shuangjiang stood up, her eyes firm, revealing the stubbornness in her character. She had said she would help Chu Huaishu obtain this opportunity. You said I am your key, so fine, I will help you open this stone gate. Chu Huaishu looked at her, who had easily broken through to the 5th aperture, and was green with envy. System, level me the hell up too. Level me up, damn it. With insufficient technique experience points, he couldn't do it all. The two looked at each other, and he understood the look in her eyes. Chu Huaishu could only sigh and say, "All right then." This game companion had his own professional habits. How could he let his clients take risks while on the job? But logically speaking, an ordinary secret realm trial shouldn't be able to stop a world protagonist. Besides, this feeling of being protected by a woman wasn't half bad. "Be careful," he added as a reminder. "Okay." The moment her voice fell, Han Shuangjiang went straight into the water, leaving Chu Huaishu by the riverbank, marveling. As expected of the strong female lead in borrowing a sword, who was single-mindedly focused on building her career, not a single wasted movement. The water-repelling pearl that Lu Tianfeng had given them once again showed its value by a stroke of luck. The big ice cube did not get her body wet, exposing her slender and stunning curves. Everything was as Chu Huaishu had expected. The moment a person entered the water, the formation activated immediately. The two stone walls on either side were no longer suspended, but fell, blocking the slowly flowing water. In this way, it was no longer an underground river, but had become a huge pool. There were 4 fist-sized holes in the water. Chu Huaishu had been staring at them, suspecting they were some kind of mechanism or something that worked in conjunction with the formation. Han Shuangjiang, who had entered the water, was also on her guard. However, the 4 holes showed no signs of activity for the time being. The next moment, the formation in the water was activated. Some of the water currents were wrapped in spiritual energy, like water blades. They suddenly rushed towards Han Shuangjiang in unison. With the cultivation of the aperture opening stage, it was completely unavoidable, because the number of water blades was simply too great. Water blades swept in from all directions, and Han Shuangjiang had no time to swim to the other side. The barrier of the water-repelling pearl could only provide a simple water-repelling effect, and was quickly shattered by these water blades. Han Shuangjiang's entire body was instantly covered and soaked by the water. The water blades directly cut through her clothes and her snowy skin, leaving one bloody streak after another in the water. Wincing in pain, she almost sank directly. Chu Huaishu's eyes narrowed, and he was immediately about to do something. But Han Shuangjiang spoke up at this moment. "It's fine, I can swim to the other side." It was strange, but these water blades didn't seem to strike very hard. The most they could do was break the skin and leave a shallow bloody mark. But even so, there were too many water blades. They came from all directions in the water, and they were continuously increasing in number. As Han Shuangjiang swam, she dodged some of them, but she still received 7 or 8 cuts on her body. The 4 holes underwater rumbled at this moment. Immediately after, a large amount of blue-black liquid gushed out from the holes. Chu Huaishu's pupils shrank, and he cried out "not good" in his heart. The sudden gushing of liquid of this color would startle anyone. He had been standing next to one of the holes, observing it closely. After the liquid appeared, he quickly smelled a strange odor. This is the smell of medicine, spiritual medicine, blue-black, and this somewhat familiar smell. This is body-tempering liquid, he immediately realized. Body-tempering liquid was used for medicinal baths. Cultivators who walked the path of body tempering had to viciously abuse their physical bodies every day. After the abuse, they would soak in body-tempering liquid. Those torn and battered areas would quickly recover. It had a very good healing effect, as well as a very weak effect of strengthening the physique. Chu Huaishu smelled it and felt that the scent was quite authentic. He was certain this was high-quality body-tempering liquid, and it even had scar-removing properties. Don't forget, this dungeon was the Pill King's token. This predecessor was an official disciple of the Pill King, a master of pills. The entire pool quickly changed color. As Han Shuangjiang's wounds were soaked in the body-tempering liquid, they began to recover quickly. Chu Huaishu looked up at the stone gate on the opposite bank, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He guessed that even if Han Shuangjiang swam to the other side, the transparent barrier would stop her. She wouldn't be able to get ashore at all, because the purpose of the person who designed this trial was to make you continuously get injured in this pool and then continuously recover. To cut one bloody gash after another on your body, then heal you, then continue to cut. Damn it, you sick pervert. Chu Huaishu glanced at the stone gate on the other side and couldn't help but curse in his heart. A distance of 50 meters, with the physical qualities of the aperture opening stage, one could quickly swim to the other side. Events unfolded as Chu Huaishu had predicted. The transparent barrier on the opposite bank remained. Han Shuangjiang, soaked in the water, was completely unable to get ashore, blocked tightly by this barrier. She raised her hand and punched the barrier, but it only produced a semi-transparent ripple in the air, unable to shake it in the slightest. Her brow furrowed, and a few wet strands of hair stuck to her forehead. She couldn't help but let out another grunt, because the number of water blades was still increasing. Some wounds were recovering quickly, but new wounds were also being created. Han Shuangjiang tried to climb up the barrier to get out of the pool, but the barrier was like a profound force. She couldn't do it at all. This meant her body was bound to be in the water. I guess you have to endure it for a period of time. When the time is up, the trial will end. This was Chu Huaishu's guess. It had to be said, this was a very sadistic design. Even if you had prepared a bamboo raft in your storage token in advance, it would be meaningless. Because if a person didn't enter the water, the formation wouldn't activate, and the countdown wouldn't begin. And cultivators in the aperture opening stage, because they had no spiritual power in their bodies, could not control magic treasures. Some robes made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures do have defensive properties without being driven by spiritual power. Water blades of this level wouldn't be effective and wouldn't be able to injure you at all. But with this sicko's design, I seriously suspect that if there's no blood, this formation won't continue to operate. Because it was only after Han Shuangjiang bled that the second formation activated and the body-tempering liquid began to flow out. The key point now is whether the person who designed this trial is the kind of pervert I think he is, whether the countdown really only starts after being injured, and whether there's a countdown at all. After all, this was just his conjecture. Perhaps the purpose of this stage was not this, but to have you find another solution in a moment of crisis. But it didn't matter. Although once I'm in the water, a novice period dungeon like this, the system will most likely give a hint. In the pool, the water blades began to multiply. The next wave of water blades was going to double. And the most suffocating part was that you couldn't be sure how many more waves there were or how many more times they would double. Han Shuangjiang was a very stubborn person and had her own persistence. At this moment, she bit her silver teeth tightly, enduring the pain on her body. The wounds were indeed not deep, but there were too many of them. A wound on her arm healed, and another one appeared. Her thighs were in even worse condition. Her clothes had already been cut to tatters by the water blades. A portion of her snowy skin was thus exposed. Under these circumstances, she still gritted her teeth and shouted, I'm fine. Help me find a way to break it. Still acting tough. Stay there and don't move. Chu Huaishu shouted. After speaking, he leaped down. Chu Huaishu fell into the pool. Thanks to the water-repelling pearl, he barely made a splash, performing an Olympic-level splash disappearance act. The moment he entered the water, a portion of the water blades came towards him. The water-repelling pearl shattered instantly, and he was immediately struck by 2 blades. As a result, Chu Huaishu didn't even frown and began to swim forward quickly. After hearing his loud shout earlier, Han Shuangjiang had been obediently waiting for him on the other side. She didn't know why Chu Huaishu had suddenly entered the water, only thinking that he must have discovered some mystery. Since entering the Dao Gate, the two of them had gone through quite a few storms together, and he was the one who had seen through the illusion before the secret realm. Therefore, Han Shuangjiang had trust in Chu Huaishu. In the process of swimming, Chu Huaishu saw the number of water blades at the bottom of the pool instantly double. This made him realize that this formation would change according to the number of people. More people in the water meant more water blades. This was understandable. After all, this secret realm could be entered by 10 people. It was a 10-person dungeon. The river water dyed blue-black by the body-tempering liquid, soaked through Chu Huaishu's robes. He looked closely, and sure enough, the system gave a hint. There's really a countdown? Chu Huaishu's previous guess was correct. The time given by the system was exactly 30 minutes. This made him feel even more strongly that the predecessor who designed this trial was a pervert. Does that mean Han Shuangjiang's time suffering before was all for nothing? A new person enters the water, and the timer starts all over again? Is he afraid that someone won't be able to hold on, so they'll go ashore, and then someone else will go down to continue enduring for the time? I don't get it. A pervert's mind is so hard to guess. One water blade after another shot forward from all directions in irregular trajectories. Chu Huaishu was only focused on swimming forward quickly, with no intention of dodging at all. His robes were torn, and one bloody streak after another was left on his body. Painful? It was definitely painful. But this level of pain could no longer make him feel tortured. This made him once again realize the strangeness of the sword tempering art. Logically speaking, I've only been cultivating for a few days, and I've only leveled up 5 times. But my threshold for pain seems to have increased in a short period of time. This technique really does have a demonic quality to it. Or is it that I'm actually exceptionally talented in this aspect? Chu Huaishu would much rather it be that the technique was demonic, not that he himself was demonic. He even had the leisure to joke to himself now. I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. We've only known each other for a few days, and we're already having a pool party. It could be considered Mandarin ducks playing in the water. What a masochist happy party. On the other side, the cold-faced girl's face had already turned a little pale. She was very stubborn and could hold on, but the entire process was undoubtedly extremely painful. Most importantly, it was also a test of one's mental fortitude. You didn't know when it would end. What's more, the number of water blades was constantly increasing. From a certain perspective, was this not a form of death by 1,000 cuts? What she was facing now was truly being sliced by 1,000 knives and 10,000 blades. Although the wounds were healing quickly due to the high-quality body-tempering liquid, from the looks of it, it felt like every inch of her body would be hit. It was unavoidable. Han Shuangjiang's delicate body began to tremble slightly. The clothes on her body were also being cut into more and more tatters. The cold-faced girl's face became even colder, her silver teeth clenched tightly. That stubborn nature of hers was thoroughly stimulated by this. But the situation on Chu Huaishu's side was completely different. As he swam, he actually started to smile. The reason was simple. His technique experience points were actually increasing. Don't forget, for someone with poor innate talent, if they consumed an aperture-opening pill, they needed to rely on body tempering to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal effects, using external force to complete the opening of the apertures. Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo attribute was only one, and the sword tempering art was a technique that trained both internally and externally. Therefore, by soaking in the pool like this, he was also indirectly undergoing body tempering, stimulating the digestion of the aperture-opening pill. More importantly, what was flowing in the pool was body-tempering liquid. Besides healing, it also had a weak effect of strengthening the body. All these factors combined, causing his technique experience points to increase rapidly. The more water blades he endured, the denser the wounds, the better the effect of the body tempering, and the greater the absorption of the body tempering liquid. Just now, Chu Huaishu had been cursing this predecessor as a pervert in his heart. As a result, he was now gradually becoming a pervert himself. Awesome. He quickly swam to Han Shuangjiang's side. The two of them had reached the other end of the pool. Ahead was the underwater stone wall, and above the stone wall was a transparent barrier that prevented them from going ashore. The cold-faced girl was just about to speak when she felt a force on her back. Chu Huaishu was behind her. His large hand was on her lower back, and he pressed her delicate body against the stone wall and the barrier. Due to the sudden force on her lower back, Han Shuangjiang's upper body leaned forward. Her chest pushed out, and her hips naturally arched back. A graceful and alluring curve of her waist was thus formed. Her full, soft flesh was the first to press against the underwater stone wall, Then it was compressed, spreading out to the sides, brimming with a fleshy feel. Her clothes were already in tatters, and there happened to be a tear at her chest. On Earth, there was a type of dress designed with a cutout in this position to create a cleavage-revealing effect. At this moment, it had a bit of that feeling. That patch of snowy skin, due to the compression, became even more breathtakingly beautiful. However, Chu Huaishu's large hand was continuously exerting force. After pressing Han Shuangjiang against the stone wall and the barrier, he did not withdraw his hand. He even brought his knee forward and pressed it directly against her calf, making her astonishingly proportioned, long, jade-like legs also press against the stone wall. As for himself, although he wasn't pressed tightly against her, he was almost brushing against her. "What are you doing?" Han Shuangjiang immediately let out a delicate cry, clearly also startled. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt her lower back and buttocks begin to grow hot. It was warm behind her. "What am I doing?" "Helping you block the blades." Chu Huaishi replied. "The water blades increase with the number of people. I'll block them all for you. Please let me monopolize the experience." In his eyes, Han Shuangjiang was not walking the path of both internal and external cultivation. With her talent, she had no need to walk the minor path of body tempering. The ice pure art was not as unorthodox as the sword tempering art. Therefore, this round of trials was of almost no benefit to her. It was pure torture. But for Chu Huaishu, it was the complete opposite. "I'll take all the blades that fall on you. This is good for everyone." Rounding it up, wasn't this a form of cherishing the fair sex? Being reminded by him, Han Shuangjiang did indeed feel that the water blades falling on her had become extremely few. "Move yourself," Chu Huaishi said. After making such a confusing statement, he immediately added, "Adjust your position. See if I can block all of them for you." Chu Huaishu didn't have much intention of taking advantage of her. He tried his best to just brush against her. Although the atmosphere was ambiguous, he was still paying attention to propriety. "Can you handle it?" Han Shuangjiang asked, concerned. "Don't worry, I can take a lot." Chu Huaishu's tone was calm and unruffled. On that night, when Li Chunsong had called the sword tempering art a demonic art that trained both internally and externally, Han Shuangjiang had also been present. So, she could vaguely guess something. "This place helps your body tempering?" As intelligent as she was, she asked immediately. "Yes, it can stimulate the digestion of the aperture-opening pill." Chu Huaishu did not hide it. "And this bit of pain is of no consequence to me. It's just like scratching an itch." "All right," Han Shuangjiang said, very understanding of the bigger picture. She immediately began to adjust, trying to dodge all the water blades. As a result, she soon heard a voice from behind her. "Hey, don't move." Han Shuangjiang. Question mark. One moment, he tells me to move myself. The next, he tells me not to move. This man is so hard to please. However, with her rich theoretical experience, she instantly understood what was happening. They were, after all, floating in the water. It was difficult to control their bodies when they moved. So, a little unintentional friction was inevitable. With such a fierce reaction, where else could it have touched? How could Sister Han, with her special background, not understand? A blush immediately spread across her originally somewhat pale cheeks. At first, she didn't know what her full rear had touched, so it was fine. Now that she knew, even though there was no more friction, she still felt a tingling sensation in her buttocks. The atmosphere began to become more and more amorous. Even though they were both soaked in cold water, they both felt very, very hot. Sword tempering art experience plus 50. Sword tempering art experience plus 50. Every few moments, Chu Huaishu would gain experience points due to the dual effects of the water blades and the body tempering liquid. But his mind was not entirely focused on that right now. He was to some extent a little distracted. Han Shuangjiang was soaked to the bone. From her outer robe to her inner shirt and even her innermost underpants, everything clung tightly to her snow-white skin. After getting wet, her underpants had even wedged themselves into the crack of her buttocks. On top of that, the water blades were merciless, yet they were also considerate, cutting in just the right places. Her tattered clothes, under the rush of the water, would occasionally expose a patch of skin. Chu Huaishu could tell that she had a cool white skin tone. When touched by a bit of clear water, it would appear even fairer. The only slight imperfection was that the water in this pool was a faint blue-black. Although the color was not deep, it was not clear either. The view would be somewhat obstructed, and the parts covered by the water had a hazy feeling. But the hazier it was, the more it amplified any slight touches, letting one's imagination run wild. To be honest, during this period, Chu Huaishu hadn't had many romantic thoughts about the national beauty before him. He had just transmigrated and still felt a faint sense of detachment from the entire Xianwang realm. He sometimes still treated it as a game, not a real world. Coupled with the slight aversion to women he had due to his profession, he had even fewer thoughts in that direction. However, skin-to-skin contact really did produce an indescribable effect. It was like how some people grow up with a beautiful girl as a childhood friend, and because they grew up together, end up treating her like one of the guys. But once they accidentally have some unusual physical contact, it's very likely that the friendship will transform. You would think, how come I never noticed she had such a good figure before? How come I never thought her skin was so white before? How come I never felt her lips were so beautifully shaped before? Physiology possesses its own terrifying power. Perhaps it was because of this that many people loved to mention the term physiological attraction. And why had Chu Huaishu not felt embarrassed just now and directly told her not to move? It was purely because men are different from women. There are some physical reactions he couldn't hide. When Han Shuangjiang was soaking in the water, even if something did happen to the well-endowed young woman, it wouldn't really matter. But Chu Huaishu was different. Because the two were brushing against each other, it was easy for him to poke her. If he was really stimulated to that point, and she noticed it, that would be a true social death. So, he chose to speak up and remind her. If you don't listen, then that's on you. In any case, his specialty was being a non-stick pan. The ambiguous atmosphere continued to ferment, to the point that both of them had somewhat forgotten that they were undergoing a trial from a predecessor. This was because Han Shuangjiang could now basically dodge most of the water blades, and Chu Huaishu was not afraid of the pain at all. Moreover, his wounds seemed to be recovering faster than hers, which was also a bit strange. What was even stranger was that although the medicinal scent was so strong, he felt he could smell the faint, fresh fragrance from her body. Often, the more handsome the man and the more beautiful the woman, the more they fear the atmosphere accidentally being pushed to that point. Chu Huaishu sized her up from the corner of his eye. Right now, he just felt that Han Shuangjiang perfectly fit the description of good-looking and well-built. And she wasn't just pretty in a delicate way. It was a more magnificent kind of beauty. With her face less cold, she had a certain brightness. If one looked down, one could also discover that she was quite well endowed. The two full, round orbs were half submerged in the water, half exposed, with a deep cleavage just visible. Time ticked by, and the number of water blades would increase every few moments. After hesitating for a long time, Han Shuangjiang was the first to break the silence. Are you sure that once the time is up, this round of the trial will end? I'm sure, Chu Huaishu said in a deep voice. For some reason, his voice now seemed a bit deeper than usual. Oh, she replied, then did her best to pull her full, round hips in a little more. At this moment, both of their hands were gripping protrusions on the underwater stone wall. Han Shuangjiang didn't know why Chu Huaishu was so certain that this round of the trial was about enduring for a set time, but she still chose to believe him. Little did she know that in Chu Huaishu's eyes, the predecessor who designed this trial was truly rotten to the core. An ordinary person's pain threshold would not be as exaggerated as his. When faced with underwater death by 1,000 cuts, if one couldn't find a solution, they would definitely choose to swim back and get ashore first. After all, you could also think on the shore. There was no reason that being sliced up in the water would make your thoughts clearer. In that case, when you re-enter the water, hey, the countdown restarts. If you don't endure for the full half hour, you will never find a solution. Old pervert, do you love torturing people that much? Chu Huaishu couldn't understand what this person's original intention was. At this moment, the slightly blushing Han Shuangjiang glanced at Chu Huaishu's arms that were encircling her. His sleeves had already been cut to shreds by the water blades. Does he really not feel any pain at all? She thought. After hesitating for a while longer, Han Shuangjiang spoke again. Are you really okay? For some reason, Chu Huaishu's reply was rather manipulative. It's fine, I can endure it. Oh, Han Shuangjiang said again. But in her heart, she thought, since he's enduring it, it must be very agonizing and painful, right? But for her, the long silence between them at this moment was actually more uncomfortable. There was also another point. What if someone else came in? Lu Qingqi's group was still trapped outside, but no one could be sure if someone would suddenly barge in. At that time, this rather risque scene underwater would be seen by outsiders. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Therefore, Han Shuangjiang was very nervous at this moment. Those in the know all know that in matters between men and women, the more dangerous, the more sensitive and stimulating. This strange feeling made her somewhat at a loss, her delicate body growing even hotter. How much longer? Han Shuangjiang asked again, just to make conversation. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chu Huaishu replied. How do you know? Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How do you know I won't understand if you don't tell me? She turned her head and questioned with a frown. As a result, with this movement of her body, under the influence of buoyancy, she couldn't control it very well, causing her to brush against Chu Huaishu's body again. This startled Chu Huaishu so much that he quickly arched his hips backward and warned his little brother in his heart not to raise his head. Damn it, I'm here to freeload off a fated opportunity, not for my dick to beg for alms. Realizing she had made a mistake again, Han Shuangjiang quickly turned her head back, her body stiffening a little, her full rear feeling even more numb. The two fell into silence again, unable to talk for more than a few sentences. Chu Huaishu heard her trying to start a topic several times and understood perfectly. How could a veteran companion not know that she wanted to rely on chatting to ease the awkwardness and divert her attention? If it remained this quiet, the feedback from their bodies would be even more detailed. He did have a topic he had been wanting to chat with her about, but hadn't found the right opportunity. Now might be the time to take advantage of her predicament. I've been wanting to ask you a question, he said suddenly. Han Shuangjiang, as if waking from a dream, said, go ahead. Where did you meet that storyteller? Chu Huaishu, having joined the Dao Gate by accident, needed more information. In Lu County, she did not hide it. What was your impression of him? He continued to probe for information. I can't really say. He felt like a lofty master roaming the mortal world for fun. Han Shuangjiang replied. Why do you think so? He asked again. Han Shuangjiang had been eager to chat, so at this moment, she naturally told him everything she knew. It just felt like he was a bit unreliable, because wherever there was a reflective surface, he seemed unable to resist taking a look, she answered rather tactfully. Chu Huaishu understood. In reality, it just meant he was incredibly vain. It was like back when he was in school. Some image-conscious boys particularly loved to fix their hair in the bathroom. Some even bought a small mirror to keep in their desks. But he had no desire to laugh right now. The reason was simple. He had already guessed who this person was. To be able to make Li Chunsong personally come down the mountain to retrieve people, to love roaming the mortal world for fun, and to be so vain. Mainly, it's because he's extremely vain. This storyteller is very likely the little martial uncle of Li Chunsong and the others. A former Ninth Realm cultivator, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the mortal world. After coming to the Dao Gate, Chu Huaishu had actually had a strong sense of insecurity. After all, he knew very well that the gambler Li Chunsong had made a mistake. By a fluke, he had been brought up the mountain, causing him and Su Ziqing to swap scripts. Paper can't wrap up a fire. All of this would be known sooner or later. Although Chu Huaishu had already laid the groundwork before and had emphasized that he had never even seen any storyteller, these were just minor tricks. In front of a true titan of cultivation, all petty cleverness was futile. However, what if by a fluke what you picked up was a pearl covered in dust? What if, after a bit of polishing, it could truly be as the poem said, and now the dust is gone and the light is born, illuminating the myriad mountains and rivers? The deadbeat gambler would only think he had struck it rich, had found a hidden gem. Well, this little genius is already here, right? Then he might as well just stay in our Dao Gate. Therefore, Chu Huaishu had always had a sense of urgency in his cultivation, a sense of crisis. After learning that the storyteller was that legendary figure, alarm bells instantly rang in Chu Huaishu's head. The reason was simple. This little martial uncle of the Dao Gate had a heavy killing intent and was decisive in killing. This person achieved the Dao through killing. When he was young, he was already a great cultivator. The most famous label on the little martial uncle was the Jiazi demon slaying. This didn't mean that in a certain Jiazi year, the little martial uncle went down the mountain to slay demons. It meant that he had spent a full Jiazi cycle killing down below. He had killed for a full 60 years. At this thought, Chu Huaishu felt a chill run down his spine. Han Shuangjiang frowned. Her body stiffened, her jade-like legs tightened, and her full hips clenched. She wondered if it was her body's illusion. Did he just shiver? The two words demon slaying first brought to Chu Huaishu's mind the great Emperor Zhenwu. The great Emperor Zhenwu, also known as the demon-slaying heavenly venerate and the disheveled hair ancestor, was a renowned and venerated deity in Taoism. Wudong Mountain was his sacred ground. Under normal circumstances, if someone went down the mountain to slay demons and eliminate evil, they were not worthy of the title demon slaying. This little martial uncle of the Dao Gate had reached the realm of a great cultivator at the age of 19. After entering the fifth realm, the first thing he did was go down the mountain and start killing. This was a peerless killing machine who achieved the Dao through slaughter. For Chu Huaishu, the good news was that the Jiazi demon slaying had not yet completed a full Jiazi cycle. It had only been 43 years to date. Killing for a full Jiazi cycle was a goal he had set for himself. The bad news was what constituted a demon was defined differently by everyone. This little martial uncle undoubtedly had his own set of definitions. In these 40-odd years, the legacies of some demonic paths had been completely severed by his slaughter. Faced with such a person, Chu Huaishu did not dare to gamble. Therefore, the sense of urgency for leveling up in his heart became even stronger. He didn't know when this little martial uncle would return to the Dao Gate. But before he returned, he had to at least reach the first realm and strive to be able to ascend that mountain. Ascend that mountain. The mountain where that sword was located. A mountain covered in treasures. At this thought, Chu Huaishu's desire for more experience points grew even stronger. So, he protected Han Shuangjiang even more tightly, ensuring that she wouldn't be hit by a single water blade. Please let me continue to monopolize the experience. At this moment, Chu Huaishu didn't know that his involuntary shiver just now had caused Han Shuangjiang, the theorist, to let her imagination run wild. And this just goes to show how lame theorists are. If she were a pragmatist with actual sexual experience, she would surely know that a shiver of that kind couldn't possibly be just a single twitch. Why are you shivering? Han Shuangjiang's face was covered in a blush, mixed with a hint of humiliation and indignation, and she couldn't help but speak out. Did I just shiver? Chu Huaishu hadn't actually realized it. Hearing the surprise in his tone, the big ice cube was once again plunged into embarrassment, realizing that she was the one letting her imagination run wild. My body isn't dirty, it was my heart. She even felt a bit of self-reproach. He's helping me block all the water blades, and the number of blades is still increasing. It's normal for him to shiver from the pain. How could I think in that direction? It had to be said, the foundational education from Red Sleeves, Beacon, and the Joyful Sect had been branded deep into her soul. This made her, as it often did, begin to feel a little disgusted with herself. This included when she had first met Chu Huaishu and had, as if guided by a phantom, uttered the words Cultivation Cauldron. After she had come to her senses, she had also felt a deep disgust for herself. The man pressed against her back, saw her lower her head slightly, her expression lonely. Having completed his work of prying information, he spoke again. We're more than halfway through the time. It seems the water blades are no longer increasing, maintaining their current number. That's good, Han Shuangjiang said softly. After speaking, she once again asked that question. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't force yourself. Chu Huaishu's reply was still very manipulative. It's fine, I can still endure it. He could already feel that Han Shuangjiang had no idea about his pain threshold. Or could it be because she keeps hearing my miserable screams when I cultivate next door? So she didn't expect that I have already been thoroughly sublimated in the process? In the end, just like with their previous topics, the big ice cube only said one word, oh. Chu Huaishu was speechless. He looked down at her and said irritably, Oh, is that the only thing you know how to say? Han Shuangjiang didn't speak. Since the topic had come to such an abrupt end again, the chain reaction was the focus of the two of them returned completely to their bodies. He suddenly felt his knee seem to press against the calf of her leg. Her jade-like legs were slender. The flesh of her legs was well-proportioned and full of elasticity. A person with wide hips would almost never have thighs as thin as bamboo sticks. If they did, their legs would be very far apart and couldn't be brought together at all. If this were on Earth, she would definitely be pointed at and talked about behind her back during her student days, slandered with all sorts of vulgarities. Han Shuangjiang had an incredibly alluring hip curve, so the tops of her thighs were full, round, and seamlessly joined with a certain fleshiness. But her calves were well-proportioned, and her legs were incredibly long, so the fullness of her upper thighs did not give an overall impression of thick legs, but instead became a bonus point. As such, every touch of her leg's flesh was even more soul-stirring. Realizing that they were in physical contact again, Han Shuangjiang's body would shrink inwards. She gripped the protruding stones on the wall with both hands and leaned her body forward. Under the action of the water flow, her full chest once again touched the stone wall. Her clothes had already been torn by the water blades, so that deep ravine was exposed. At this moment, upon being squeezed, the white, soft flesh spread out to the sides, pressing even more tightly together. However, its shape still retained that unique fullness, proving that although it looked soft, it actually had a good elasticity. Chu Huaishu felt as if the connection between his neck and his face had frozen. He couldn't turn his head, couldn't move his gaze. He just stared into the abyss. It's only human nature. Time passed, second by second. Every time the two had an accidental physical contact, they would silently dodge each other. But after it happened many times, coupled with their silence, the ambiguous and amorous atmosphere lingered, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, they faintly heard a noise, as well as an angry roar from Lu Chingshi. The sound came from behind them. Chu Huaishu was relatively calm. Han Shuangjiang, however, was so scared that her whole body trembled violently. As a result, his chest was pressed directly against her back. That full, pert, fleshy rear of hers thus rubbed against him again. This time, it seemed to have even been caught in the crack for a little while, just like that, bobbing up and down. This caused the thin underpants that had already been wedged in the crack of her buttocks after getting wet to be wedged even deeper. The pair of man and woman both instantly felt a numb electric current shoot through their bodies. They both stiffened, as if petrified, not daring to move an inch. What was even scarier was that he even faintly felt a bit of emptiness. In the end, it was the frightened Han Shuangjiang who spoke first. Don't tell me someone's about to come in. This was what she feared the most. Just now, she had felt her body faintly burning. At this moment, in the places where her clothes were tattered, she was already beginning to feel a little chilly. Don't worry, they won't be able to get in for a while. Can't you tell that's just incompetent rage? Chu Huaishu was relatively calm and was trying to calm himself down. He guessed that Lu Qingshi's luck was good, and he had managed to get out of the maze in front and was now trapped in the illusion. He reckoned the young man's patience had run out, which was why he was making such a big commotion. It seems the soundproofing of the stone gate is very poor, Chu Huaishu said softly. Strangely, when an unattached man and woman were pressed together like this, normal speech was fine, but this kind of soft, breathy speech made one's ears itch. "Oh," Han Shuangjiang replied, still nervous in her heart. If such a risque scene were to be seen by others, she would want to die. Why was this quarter of an hour so long? Finally, the system countdown before Chu Huaishu's eyes began to return to zero. The sweeping water blades dissipated completely, and the 4 holes no longer gushed out body-tempering liquid. "All right, the trial is over. That transparent barrier should have disappeared," he said as a reminder. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang immediately raised her hand and knocked. Sure enough, it was gone. Seeing this, she was eager to get away from this place of trouble. But Chu Huaishu spoke up. "You go ashore first, put your hand on the spirit compass, and open the stone gate in front. There's still a little bit of residual medicinal liquid here. I'll absorb it for a while more, don't want to waste it," he explained, moving his body back. "All right." Han Shuangjiang immediately went ashore. Splash! A lot of water droplets fell from her body, soaking the bluestone slabs on the bank. Chu Huaishu looked up at her, taking in the full view of her drenched back. From his angle, her pair of jade-like legs appeared even longer. Her clothes, soaked through, became somewhat transparent, and because they clung to her skin, the contours of her legs could be faintly seen. The wet fabric clung to her perfectly curved hips, which were so full, so pert. A cut had been made at the junction of her waist and hips, revealing a sliver of snow-white skin. It was right at a very extreme position, so that it seemed like you could see the very top of the crack of her buttocks, but also maybe not. The young woman was too beautiful. Everything was beautiful in just the right way. She was like a masterpiece by the creator to show off his skills. More importantly, all the contact from just now was still fresh in his memory. It was just that in the pool, just now, there was body-tempering liquid, so everything underwater couldn't be seen clearly. Now that she was on the shore, it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. To think in one's heart that the place he had touched just now might have been here, or perhaps there. Was it her shoulder, her leg, her hip, her waist? All the wild thoughts were simply impossible to suppress. They were growing, growing, growing. Han Shuangjiang walked towards the spirit compass. As she walked, her dynamic beauty replaced her static beauty. After taking just a few steps, she took out a spare row from her storage token and draped it over herself. She didn't even think about finding a place to change. Even if Chu Huaishu would turn his back to her, she couldn't bring herself to be naked behind a man. Han Shuangjiang walked to the spirit compass and, as instructed by Chu Huaishu, placed her palm on top of it. A profound power began to ripple out. The pointer on the spirit compass began to move, and soon it moved all the way to the mark of the number 10. 9 physique, a supreme-grade spirit embryo. The young woman raised her beautiful eyes, looked at the stone gate in front, and held her breath. Chu Huaishu also looked at the stone gate. The door did not open. The stone gate before the spirit compass did not move a single thread. The door, why didn't it open? Chu Huaishu frowned. Han Shuangjiang stared at the stone gate, then turned to look at Chu Huaishu, who was still soaking in the pool. The two looked at each other, mutually bewildered. "This makes no sense," he said, looking up at the tall stone gate. "This person clearly discriminates based on spirit embryo. Otherwise, why put a spirit compass here? You have a profound physique, a once-in-a-century supreme-grade spirit embryo, on par with the Dao ancestors' pure yang physique." Chu Huaishu's brow furrowed even deeper. "Don't tell me this spirit compass is broken? Wait for me a moment," he said to Han Shuangjiang. "I'm almost done absorbing." There was very little of the body-tempering liquid left in the pool, and the body-polishing water blades had also disappeared. The growth rate of his technique experience points had slowed down considerably. After another 5 minutes or so, the experience points stopped increasing altogether. Chu Huaishu looked at his character panel. The technique experience for the sword-tempering art had already risen to 2,131 points. With another 200 points, it would be enough for him to level up twice. He climbed out of the pool with some regret. Before doing so, He gave the 4 holes at the bottom a thoughtful look. Chu Huaishu was certain that there was 100% still body-tempering liquid inside. After all, this is a 10-person dungeon, and only the 2 of us have entered this area so far, he thought to himself. But there were more important things right now. This was not the time to study this. Splash! Chu Huaishu staged a handsome man emerging from the bath scene. After one glance at him, Han Shuangjiang immediately averted her gaze. The clothes on his body were simply too tattered. Fortunately, the cuts left by the water blades were not very long, allowing the robe to barely hold on. But from the looks of it, if Han Shuangjiang were to walk over and give it a hard tug, it would 100% be completely torn and all the fine connections would break. Even so, many places that should and shouldn't be exposed were now on full display. Seeing Han Shuangjiang quickly scan him and then immediately turn her head away, Chu Huaishu grumbled in his heart. Oh my, she's seen my entire great figure. All right, we're even now. No free looks, no one gets a free look. At this thought, Chu Huaishu also took out a spare robe from his storage token and put it on. He walked to the spirit compass and looked down at it. I was planning to exchange this thing for contribution points. It can't be broken, he muttered. In the Dao Gate, disciples could obtain cultivation techniques for the aperture opening stage and the first realm for free. However, arts were a different story, and higher realm cultivation techniques also needed to be exchanged for with contribution points. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang immediately moved closer and said, "It shouldn't be broken." The pointer landed on the mark for 10, proving that you have a supreme-grade spirit embryo. That's right, Chu Huaishu said, looking at the stone gate. Could it be that the opening of the stone gate has nothing to do with the spirit compass? At this moment, the blush on the cold-faced girl's face had completely faded, and she had returned to her usual icy appearance. She turned her head to look at Chu Huaishu and suggested, "Why don't you try?" Chu Huaishu? Question mark. You want me to take out my embarrassing low-grade spirit embryo for you to see? In any case, he was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. My brother is on the trash-to-treasure path. Slap. Chu Huaishu slapped his large hand onto the spirit compass. A profound aura spread out. The pointer of the spirit compass returned to its starting point, then moved forward 1 mark with extreme difficulty. However, the next moment, the door opened. Rumble. With a roaring sound, the stone gate slowly opened. Chu Huaishu looked at the spirit compass again, realizing he might have been thinking about it the wrong way. He had been through too many dungeons and sometimes fell into a pattern of thinking. Many legacy-type dungeons would be picky about a person's aptitude. This was one of the reasons why players were so keen on raising their spirit embryo attribute. But he hadn't expected this somewhat perverted old predecessor to have no spirit embryo discrimination. That's not right either. A supreme-grade spirit embryo can't open the stone gate, but a low-grade spirit embryo can. Thinking of this, Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened, a guess already forming in his heart. His heart began to burn with excitement, filled with anticipation for the treasure that might be inside. Chu Huaishu turned his head to glance at Han Shuangjiang. He saw that she was still staring at the spirit compass at that mark of 1. "What are you looking at?" he said, displeased. He directly picked up the spirit compass and put it into his storage token. Han Shuangjiang was a little surprised. She hadn't expected their spirit embryos to be 2 extremes. Thinking back carefully, she really hadn't had a clear understanding of Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo before. Then his cultivation speed. The cold-faced girl was secretly alarmed. She began to reflect on herself, wondering if she wasn't working hard enough. When I get back, I must cultivate even more diligently. Let's go inside and see, Chu Huaishu said, pointing ahead. There probably won't be any more trials. All right, the 2 walked forward side by side into the stone gate. Rumble. The stone gate immediately closed again on its own. This was a secret chamber. Inside, there was only a stone table and a stone stool. On the stone table was a wooden box, and in front of the wooden box was a scroll. Chu Huaishu looked at the wooden box first. The wooden box was rectangular, about 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and also about 20 centimeters high. It was carved with some complex patterns, and the wood was a dark red color. A spiritual pill treasure box? He recognized it at a glance. Under normal circumstances, spiritual pills were stored in porcelain or jade bottles. The chi-gathering pills that Lu Tianfeng had gifted him were like that. However, high-grade spiritual pills were generally stored in spiritual pill treasure boxes. Formations would be carved inside to ensure that the medicinal efficacy would not be lost. They could be stored for several years, or even decades without any effect. Spiritual pill treasure boxes were not cheap to make. If they were used to store ordinary pills, it would be a pure waste. Seeing this object, Chu Huaishu's heart beat a little faster. This further verified his previous guess. He looked up at Han Shuangjiang and said, "It's very likely a high-grade spiritual pill inside. Are you sure you want to give me everything in this secret realm instead of sharing?" The big ice cube had a cold face, but her eyes revealed a seriousness as she nodded forcefully. "All right, then I'll take it. We'll split the contribution points from exchanging the spirit compass," he said, making the arrangement directly. Chu Huaishu opened the spiritual pill treasure box. In such a large box, there was only a single, longan-sized pill. A line of small characters was carved inside the wooden box. Profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill. Chu Huaishu's breath caught. Everything was really as he had expected. There was indeed a high-grade spiritual pill inside. The Profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill. A grade 7 spiritual pill, it could heal a damaged spirit embryo. If it was a low-grade spirit embryo, there was even a high probability of raising its grade. And if he wasn't mistaken, this spiritual pill was personally refined by the Pill King. After he created the recipe for this pill, he had refined one for each of his official disciples. This predecessor actually didn't consume it before his passing. Did he not have a chance to use it? Chu Huaishu wondered. He immediately closed the spiritual pill treasure box to preserve its medicinal efficacy. "It's the Profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill that Deacon Yo mentioned that day," he said to Han Shuangjiang. The cold-faced girl's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. "Then wouldn't it be of great use to you?" "Yes." Chu Huaishu hadn't expected this dungeon to have such a great reward. He picked up the scroll in front of the box and opened it. Inside was not some legacy, but only lines of small characters. The first trial test, Fortune. Those with deep fortune can pass within 4 hours. Those who exceed the time will be expelled from the secret realm. The second trial test, Intelligence. Those with a clever mind can see through it within 4 hours. Those who exceed the time will be expelled from the secret realm. As for the third trial, it tests one's nature, one's Dao heart. Only those with a Dao heart as firm as a great rock can pass the trial. This old man's name is Lei Wenyan. With a mere grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo, I attained the realm of a great cultivator. The hardships and tribulations within, only I myself know. I was fortunate to meet my benevolent master, the Pill King, who created the recipe for the Profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill, which can change the grade of a spirit embryo. However, this old man's days were numbered, my lifespan at its end. Junior, since you possess both fortune and intelligence, and your Dao heart is firm, even if you only have a low-grade spirit embryo, you can still achieve great things. But the path of the Dao is long and arduous. This old man has had many realizations about this. Therefore, I have placed the spirit compass here and have not consumed this pill. Junior of a later generation, the great Dao is at your feet. I hope you will not, because of insufficient spirit embryo aptitude, lose the courage to press forward. This old man bestows upon you a great creation. I really am a damned bastard. Chu Huaishu began to condemn himself. Before this, he had been calling the man an old pervert in his mind. Before the stone table, the two of them looked at the strong and forceful characters on the scroll, both somewhat lost in thought. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang could both feel this predecessor's magnanimity. This predecessor's path of cultivation must have been very difficult, Han Shuangjiang remarked with emotion. She also began to gradually understand why she, with her supreme grade spirit embryo, could not open the stone gate with the spirit compass. Because this predecessor, named Lei Wenyin, had intended from the start to leave the treasure in this secret realm to a descendant with insufficient innate aptitude. The profound heaven embryonic breath pill was an incomparably precious grade 7 spiritual pill. For an ordinary cultivator, it was a life-saving medicine. If the foundation of one's spirit embryo was destroyed, at best, they would make no further progress in this life, just like Lu Chingshi. At worst, their cultivation realm would fall, their lifespan would be damaged, and they could even be in mortal danger. Possessing such a spiritual pill was equivalent to having an extra layer of insurance. But for a cultivator with insufficient innate aptitude, the profound heaven embryonic breath pill could truly be used to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Lei Wenyin's words, "Bestow upon you a great creation," were by no means an exaggeration. Chu Huaishu looked at the spiritual pill treasure box and the scroll, and couldn't help but say the phrase that was frequently quoted on the internet. Because he's been rained on himself, he will hold an umbrella for others. To attain the realm of a great cultivator with a mere grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo, one could only imagine how much suffering he must have endured. This was the first time Han Shuangjiang had heard this sentence. After a moment of stunned silence, she nodded deeply. She thought it through quite thoroughly and said, "And the trials set by this senior Lei also have a deep meaning. He didn't just casually gift the spiritual pill to someone with a low-grade spirit embryo." This seemed like a statement of the obvious. But in reality, if you can endure hardship, then you will have endless hardship to endure. For someone with an unsteady Dao heart, what good would the profound heaven embryonic breath pill do? It could indeed raise your upper limit, but couldn't make you leap to become a prodigy in an instant. Its improvement was limited. But for a person with a firm Dao heart, this predecessor was adding a bit of sweetness to your destined path of pain. He used himself as an example to tell you that even with a grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo, you could become a great cultivator. He used his gift to make your future path a little easier. Lei Wenyin was your guide, and also your Dao protector on the path. Chu Huaishu had just transmigrated not long ago and had not yet fully adapted to this world. Therefore, there was no scene of a disciple bowing in gratitude, but he was still quite moved in his heart. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Hidden dungeon. Pill King's token has been cleared. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 free experience points and 1 profound heaven embryonic breath pill. Cultivation was not about working in isolation. Many cultivators, after entering a secret realm and going through many trials, would have an epiphany and make a breakthrough. The system rewarding experience points after a dungeon was cleared was the same principle. Clearly, the main event of this hidden dungeon was this priceless high-grade spiritual pill. So, the experience points given were not particularly high. It's a good thing that by a fluke, because of the special nature of the sword tempering art, I also got more than 2,000 technique experience points in the medicinal bath. Chu Huaishu was already very content. Speaking of which, his dungeon run with Han Shuangjiang this time had been very smooth overall. But the fundamental reason was that both of them were cheaters. 2 cheaters would naturally have a smooth run. If you were to say the dungeon's difficulty was not high, then you should look at those people who were still trapped outside, or who had already been kicked out of the dungeon. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang looked at Chu Huaishu and asked, "What should we do now?" There was no path ahead. To leave this place, they would probably have to return the way they came. Chu Huaishu glanced at the spiritual pill treasure box, pondered for a moment, and said, "Are you willing to act as my guardian? You plan to consume the spiritual pill now?" Han Shuangjiang asked. "Amen." Chu Huaishu pointed at the stone gate and said, "I've taken the spirit compass, which means the key is gone. Others can't get in either, unless their cultivation is profound enough to forcefully break the formation here. For me, this is probably the best place for closed-door cultivation. After all, it's a grade 7 spiritual pill. I'm afraid there might be complications. It's better to just eat it and get it over with." His eyes sharpened. Han Shuangjiang nodded and said directly, "All right." Chu Huaishu found a spot and sat down cross-legged. He took out the long and size, profound, heaven embryonic breath pill from the spiritual pill treasure box and couldn't help but grumble. It's so big. If I swallow it, won't it get stuck in my throat? As it turned out, the profound, heaven embryonic breath pill melted the moment it entered his mouth. When Chu Huaishu had played Borrowing a Sword before, he had never eaten this thing. A warm current began to grow inside his body, then flowed into his limbs and bones. Han Shuangjiang watched him quietly from the side. She found that Chu Huaishu's body began to turn red and hot at a visible rate. He was already drenched, and now white steam began to rise from his body. Just how hot must that be? She was secretly alarmed, but did not dare to touch him. Chu Huaishu closed his eyes, feeling the changes within himself. He found that the listless black heart sword in his sea of consciousness seemed to be becoming active. By the cold pool, Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were playing Go. The two had already played several games to pass the time. It's a good thing that by a fluke, because of the special nature of the sword tempering art, I also got more than 2,000 technique experience points in the medicinal bath. Chu Huaishu was already very content. Speaking of which, his dungeon run with Han Shuangjiang this time had been very smooth overall. But the fundamental reason was that both of them were cheaters. Two cheaters would naturally have a smooth run. If you were to say the dungeon's difficulty was not high, then you should look at those people who were still trapped outside, or had already been kicked out of the dungeon. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang looked at Chu Huaishu and asked, "What should we do now?" There was no path ahead. To leave this place, they would probably have to return the way they came. Chu Huaishu glanced at the spiritual pill treasure box, pondered for a moment, and said, "Are you willing to act as my guardian? You plan to consume the spiritual pill now?" Han Shuangjiang asked. "Amen." Chu Huaishu pointed at the stone gate and said, "I've taken the spirit compass, which means the key is gone. Others can't get in either, unless their cultivation is profound enough to forcefully break the formation here. For me, this is probably the best place for closed-door cultivation. After all, it's a grade 7 spiritual pill. I'm afraid there might be complications. It's better to just eat it and get over with." His eyes sharpened. Han Shuangjiang nodded and said directly, "All right." Chu Huaishu found a spot and sat down cross-legged. He took out the long and size, profound, heaven embryonic breath pill from the spiritual pill treasure box and couldn't help but grumble. It's so big. If I swallow it, won't it get stuck in my throat? As it turned out, the profound, heaven embryonic breath pill melted the moment it entered his mouth. When Chu Huaishu had played Borrowing a Sword before, he had never eaten this thing. A warm current began to grow inside his body, then flowed into his limbs and bones. Han Shuangjiang watched him quietly from the side. She found that Chu Huaishu's body began to turn red and hot at a visible rate. He was already drenched, and now white steam began to rise from his body. Just how hot must that be? She was secretly alarmed, but did not dare to touch him. Chu Huaishu closed his eyes, feeling the changes within himself. He found that the listless black heart sword in his sea of consciousness seemed to be becoming active. By the cold pool, Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were playing Go. The two had already played several games to pass the time. Of the 10 people who had entered the secret realm, 6 had already been expelled by the formation and were now standing by the side of the 2 deacons, serving them carefully. That junior sister Chun, who had a Dao companion but had cheated with Lu Chingshi, was among them. These 6 unlucky bastards hadn't even passed the first trial's maze and were kicked out for exceeding the time limit. Therefore, when Lu Tianfeng asked, they didn't know what trials came after, completely clueless. At this moment, Niu Yuanshan, holding a black stone, made his move, then looked at Lu Tianfeng and said, "Brother Lu, your heart is not calm." As more and more of his trusted aides were expelled from the secret realm, Lu Tianfeng was making one bad move after another in their game. Niu Yuanshan, on the other hand, was calm and composed. After all, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were still inside the secret realm undergoing the trial. "I'm not playing anymore." Lu Tianfeng frowned, no longer in the mood. It was originally 8 people against 2. As it turned out, 6 of the useless ones couldn't even pass the first trial. It had now become 2 against 2 inside the secret realm. He had no way of knowing the specific situation inside and could only pray in his heart, "My son must pass the trial. I hope there really is a profound heaven embryonic breath pill in there." After all, the key to the secret realm's entrance was the Pill King's token. This must have been a hint that the items left inside were mostly related to pills. Lu Tianfeng had a son late in life, and Lu Chingshi had a blazing fire spirit embryo. He had named him Chingshi, hoping for his son to become a dragon. After his spirit embryo was damaged, Chi fell into a slump. His temperament completely changed. Ancestors, bless him. Predecessors of the Dao Gate, bless him. Seeing that he refused to play, Niu Yuanshan was speechless, as he was about to win this game. But with his thick-skinned and gentle nature, he just smiled it off. Even if he wasn't a natural-born good old boy, if he were the mask of a good old boy for too long, it really becomes hard to take off. The vice-captain of the law enforcement team, Lu Qinggong, immediately poured tea for his uncle and Deacon Niu. He offered words of comfort. "Uncle, don't be upset. My cousin is precocious. He will definitely pass the trial." In his heart, his cousin really was a very mature person. At his age, he still liked young maidens, but his cousin had already liked other people's Dao companions and mature women several years ago. Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng slowly nodded, knowing that it was useless to be anxious. He was just like a parent waiting outside while their child was taking their college entrance exams. Time passed, and another person was expelled from the secret realm, sinking to the bottom of the cold pool. If it weren't for the water-repelling pearl, they would probably have choked on some water. After this unnamed disciple surfaced, Lu Tianfeng's face became even uglier. "Meng Xiaodong, you're out so quickly too," he glared. Among the assistants arranged for his son, he had the highest hopes for him. But in fact, Meng Xiaodong had been the first among them to get out of the maze, and was then trapped in the illusion. When the time was up, he was eliminated. Lu Qinggong quickly stepped forward to console him again. "Uncle, don't be angry. Cousin is still inside." But that Chu, Lu Tianfeng glanced at Niu Yuanshan and ultimately chose to shut his mouth. However, he was relieved to hear from these unnamed disciples' descriptions that the secret realm seemed to be a solo battle, with each person choosing a cave to enter alone. In other words, Chi probably won't be in a 2-against-1 situation, Lu Tianfeng thought. However, the next moment, a profound aura began to spread out with the cold pool as its center. The long sword on Lu Qinggong's back began to tremble uncontrollably. Into this chapter, by the cold pool, the unnamed disciples had no reaction, unable to feel a thing. They only noticed that the long sword on Vice-Captain Lu Qinggong's back had suddenly started to vibrate. These people were only at the aperture opening stage of cultivation, with no spiritual power in their bodies. They had not yet officially begun to cultivate. Therefore, they were completely unaware of the anomaly occurring between heaven and earth. But Lu Tianfeng and the others were different. The old man shot to his feet, looking at the cold pool in shock. Niu Yuanshan also couldn't help but walk forward, looking down at the bottomless pool water. With their cultivation, they could sense another profound ripple spreading outwards. This was likely the reason for the change in Lu Qinggong's longsword. The two outer sect deacons looked at each other. With their realms, they actually couldn't figure out what was happening. They immediately walked over to Lu Qinggong's side and began to observe the sword. "Did you get this sword from Spirit Storing Mount?" Niu Yuanshan asked. Lu Qinggong took down his longsword. This was his life-bound magic treasure. Logically, it should be connected to his heart and mind. Yet at this moment, even gripping it with both hands, he couldn't control it. "Deacon Niu, the name of this sword is Azure Pine. I did indeed obtain it from Spirit Storing Mountain. It is a mid-grade sword blank and is my life-bound spiritual sword," he replied honestly, his eyes filled with astonishment. This was his treasure. Ordinary outer sect disciples were not qualified to go to Spirit Storing Mountain to get a magic treasure. People are, to some extent, a bit pretentious and love to show off. The reason Lu Chunggong carried this sword on his back was for the envious gazes of others. But what was happening now? This is a bit strange, Lu Tianfeng said, looking at the azure pine sword. Niu Yuanshan, however, said with a rather certain tone, I suspect that the profound power from the bottom of the cold pool is affecting far more than just this one sword. Neither he nor Lu Tianfeng were sword cultivators. But there was one thing they could be certain of. The treasure in the secret realm had definitely been obtained by someone. Otherwise, this anomaly would not have occurred. They just didn't know who the final winner was. Outer Sect, Medicine Mountain. Mo Qingmei, one of the 9 great deacons, was practicing her sword in her own courtyard. In the entire Outer Sect, there were only 3 female deacons, half the number of male deacons, and she was one of them. Mo Qingmei was middle-aged but well-maintained, a beautiful and graceful mature woman, the type that Lu Chingshi would fantasize about fiercely in the night. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her skin was very fair and pleasing to the eye, the type whose beauty came from her temperament. Coupled with the fullness of a woman her age and her gentle temperament, she was very popular among the Outer Sect disciples. In recent days, Mo Qingmei had obtained a new mystic greatsword technique called Falling Cherry Blossoms. It was a sword technique created by a female sword cultivator predecessor and was very much to her liking because it was very beautiful to perform. At this moment, halfway through her practice, she suddenly turned her head in surprise. She sensed a profound power in the form of a ripple spreading outwards, and at this moment, it was passing right through her courtyard. The life-bound spiritual sword in Mo Qingmei's hand actually began to tremble uncontrollably, although the trembling was not as obvious as Lu Qinggong's azure pine. It was still somewhat out of her control. What's happening? She was instantly alarmed. An anomaly like this with a life-bound magic treasure was no small matter. It seems to be coming from the direction of the cold pool. Mo Qingmei glanced to the west. She immediately sheathed her sword and headed towards the cold pool. The strange thing was, even after being sheathed, the sword was still trembling slightly. Mo Qingmei was a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd realm, unlike an Outer Sect disciple like Lu Qinggong. She had been nourishing her life-bound spiritual sword for many years, and the sword spirit of this sword was definitely more spiritual than that of the azure pine sword. It seems a little excited, and Mo Qingmei couldn't understand. She quickly headed in the direction of the cold pool, her expression grave. This ripple was still spreading outwards, and soon it exceeded the range of Medicine Mountain. The outer sect of the Dao Gate had a total of 3 peaks, and Medicine Mountain was the closest to the inner sect. In the purple bamboo forest of the inner sect, 10th Elder Chu Yinin was flying through the air. She held her life-bound spiritual sword, her expression grave. It was just that because of her cultivation technique, her physical appearance was still like that of a little girl. So, with a grave expression, she looked rather like a little adult. She soon flew to the depths of the purple bamboo forest, her face as grim as water, as if facing a great enemy. Ahead was a stone wall. In front of the stone wall was a giant rock, and on the giant rock sat a cross-legged woman. She was slender, a little too thin, and looked incredibly frail. The woman wore a Taoist robe, and her jet black hair was also tied up in a Taoist bun, with a simple wooden hairpin stuck in it. She was facing the stone wall, her back to Chu Yinin. Because she was so thin, her Taoist robe seemed somewhat loose. Chu Yinin, as the 10th elder of the Dao Gate, had a cultivation at the great perfection of the 6th realm. She deliberately concealed her aura and flew quietly to this spot. The life-bound spiritual sword in her hand thrust fiercely towards the Taoist priestess on the giant rock. Just as it was about to reach her, the Taoist priestess, her back still to her, did not move. Only the wooden hairpin in her hair seemed to flow with an almost imperceptible glimmer of light. A wave of energy spread out, and Chu Yinin was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, but first. The sneak attack had failed. The lively girl cried out in pain and threw a fit on the spot. You dead woman. You made me land on my but again on purpose. The Taoist priestess, the seventh elder of the Dao Gate, remained facing the stone wall, sitting on the giant rock, her back to Chu Yinyin, not making a sound, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Chu Yinyin cursed for a long time, but the other party paid her no mind. But she seemed to be used to this. After venting her anger, Chu Yinyin finally looked up at the thin back on the giant rock and said, "Shun man, when are you coming out of seclusion? You don't know how they've been bullying me while you've been away." She began to chatter on about her experience in the main hall that day, how they all acted like riddle makers, saying they had important matters to discuss and that those below the seventh realm were not worthy of knowing. The first martial brother, as the law enforcement elder, had even set up a formation to prevent her from eavesdropping. "They're just looking down on me." Chu Yinyin put her hands on her hips, puffing out her flat chest in a huff. As the youngest martial sister, she actually liked the seventh martial sister the most and disliked the ninth martial sister, Nangonyu, the most. The reason was simple. Due to the drawback of her cultivation technique, she still looked like a little girl, while Nangonyu was a classic case of greatness for being well endowed. T/N, a pun on an idiom. Not only was she graceful, but her chest was also astonishing. Chu Yinyin had bathed with her before. Those two things would actually float in the water. She had felt dizzy just looking at them. It was too infuriating. But the seventh martial sister was very nice. Because she was so thin, she only had the posture of a small lotus just revealing its sharp tip. Although her temperament was incredibly transcendent, and even though she was gaunt, she somehow gave off an ethereal, immortal-like feeling. "But I'm also very cute. I'm not losing. But Nangonyu was different. She was shamefully huge, despicably large. Therefore, don't be fooled by her calling her dead woman after her mischief failed." In fact, after the seventh elder, Shun Man, had obtained the Dao ancestor's legacy and confined herself in the purple bamboo forest to comprehend it, only Chu Yinyin would frequently come to disturb her, because she missed her very much after not seeing her for a few days. After she had talked for a long time, the Taoist priestess, sitting high on the giant rock, only nodded slightly, still not saying a word, like a mute. But Chu Yinyin naturally knew that the seventh martial sister was by no means a mute. She just didn't like to talk. Even when she did speak, Shun Man, true to her name, would speak very slowly, and her sentence breaks would be very strange. Because she was a stutterer, Chu Yinyin was about to say a few more words, but she suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. That profound ripple had already spread to this place. In the process of rippling, it had stirred countless swords. Even the life-bound spiritual sword, Joy of Meeting, in her hand, trembled lightly twice. Although it was very slight, Chu Yinyin definitely noticed it. This phenomenon is, she suddenly looked up at the Taoist priestess on the giant rock. Chu Yinyin's eyes stared curiously at the wooden hairpin in her hair. The result disappointed her, because her own spiritual sword Joy of Meeting couldn't help but react. Yet for the Taoist priestess, who was also a sword cultivator, the wooden hairpin on her head did not move at all. The entire ripple happened to spread to the position of the giant rock, and then it came to an abrupt end. This time, the Taoist priestess, who had been silent all along, finally paid attention to her. She gave the answer to this phenomenon. Her speaking speed was very slow, her sentence break strange, but her voice was very pleasant. Sword Heart, Enlightenment. What? Chu Yinyin immediately let out a cry of alarm, then looked in the direction of Medicine Mountain. But that's the outer sect. Her voice rose a few octaves. Her figure instantly disappeared, flying towards Medicine Mountain. Only a single sentence was left behind in the air. Shin Man, I'm leaving. This left the Taoist priestess on the giant rock to shake her head and chuckle to herself. Doesn't even call me Marshall's sister. No manners, she said softly in a doting tone. In the secret realm of the cold pool, the cross-legged Chu Huaishu and the guardian Han Shuangjiang had no idea how lively it was by the cold pool at this moment. The profound heaven embryonic breath pill was being rapidly digested and absorbed. His whole body was warm and comfortable. Although his body was as hot as if it were about to boil, he did not feel any discomfort, unlike when he was cultivating the sword tempering art. That minstrel pain art, Chu Huaishu felt like he was about to die of comfort. Just half an incense stick ago, he had heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, your spirit embryo attribute has increased by +1. And just now, he had heard the same content again. A single profound heaven embryonic breath pill had actually increased his spirit embryo attribute by a full 2 points. He had originally thought it would increase by 1 point at most. After all, the characteristic of this pill was that it had a high probability of raising the grade of a spirit embryo, so it was also possible that it wouldn't raise it by even 1 point. As expected of a pill personally refined by the Pill King. It's so domineering, he marveled in his heart. Chu Huaishu even suspected that an ordinary profound heaven embryonic breath pill was a grade 7 spiritual pill, but this one might be higher than grade 7. Immediately after, he soon heard a third system prompt. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the spirit embryo divine ability, Sword Heart Enlightenment. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu, who was sitting in meditation with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open. Inside the secret chamber, Han Shuangjiang had been acting as Chu Huaishu's guardian. She could clearly feel his aura change several times, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. The moment Chu Huaishu opened his eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. It was very strange. She actually felt a sense of sharpness from a person. But this feeling quickly dissipated completely. Chu Huaishu let out a long, turbid breath and looked down at his own body. This feels so good, he marveled internally. If the sword tempering art could be this comfortable, then cultivation would be an addictive affair. Han Shuangjiang walked a few steps forward and asked with concern, "How is it?" "I feel great," he replied. "Then try it with the spirit compass. Let's see how much your spirit embryo grade has improved," she said, still quite curious. What could Chu Huaishu do? Satisfy her, of course. He took out the spirit compass from his storage token and placed his large hand on it. The pointer no longer stopped at the mark for 1, but traveled all the way to the mark for 3. A single pill actually raised it by 2 grades. Han Shuangjiang clicked her tongue in wonder. Although Chu Huaishu was still a low-grade spirit embryo, anyone who had cultivated knew that raising the grade of a spirit embryo was a heaven-defying act of creation and incredibly difficult. This was common sense. It was for this reason that among all the player attributes, the spirit embryo attribute was the most difficult to raise. Chu Huaishu nodded and said, "This profound heaven embryonic breath pill was personally refined by the esteemed Pill King. Its effects are likely stronger than ordinary ones. It's just a pity that this thing can only raise the grade for people with low-grade spirit embryos. If it could raise it for anyone, then it would be truly amazing," he said with a smile. In theory, the maximum effect of the profound heaven embryonic breath pill was to raise a grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo to a grade 4 mid-grade spirit embryo. But Chu Huaishu had no intention of saving it to max out its potential. On one hand, possessing such a treasure could lead to disaster, and he feared complications. On the other hand, relying on his memories, he was like a semi-prophet and had other channels to raise his spirit embryo's grade. It was better to raise his strength early on. If his strength was insufficient, he wouldn't be worthy of many fated opportunities. Right now, what Chu Huaishu cared about more was the spirit embryo divine ability, Sword Heart Enlightenment. I've awakened a spirit embryo divine ability so quickly. This was a great surprise to him. Under normal circumstances, high-grade and supreme-grade spirit embryos both had a chance to awaken their own spirit embryo divine abilities during the course of their cultivation. Generally, they would only awaken when they were at least at the realm of a great cultivator. From a gaming perspective, arts were essentially active skills, while spirit embryo divine abilities were more like passive skills. When players raised their spirit embryo attribute, they also had a chance to awaken a divine ability. The reason was simple. Take Chu Huaishu's Heart Sword, for example. The status marked on his character panel was dust-covered. In theory, his upper limit was 10 points of Spirit Embryo attribute, which meant the limit of the Heart Sword was a supreme grade Spirit Embryo. It was just in a dust-covered stage. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it could produce a Spirit Embryo divine ability. But the problem is, based on my past experience, no player has ever awakened a divine ability with less than 5 attribute points. His own high-level account was no exception. He had awakened his divine ability instant precisely when his Spirit Embryo had reached level 5. And even that was considered lucky. Why did I awaken one at only level 3 this time? Is it because the pill was personally refined by the Pill King and is particularly domineering? Or is it that Han Shuangjiang, this world protagonist who carries great fortune, really brought me good luck? Did I freeload some of her good fortune? He had an impression that many players on the forums had said that teaming up with Han Shuangjiang for dungeons, or following her lead on some main story quests, would always result in very considerable rewards. Their luck would be, could she really have some koi fish attribute on her? Chu Huaishu looked up and sized her up. Meeting his gaze, Han Shuangjiang felt a little uncomfortable and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "I was just thinking that my fortune today seems a bit ridiculous." His next sentence made the cold-faced girl's expression change in shock. "I've awakened a Spirit Embryo divine ability," Chu Huaishu said. A Spirit Embryo divine ability was generally exclusive to powerful cultivators and also one of their symbols. Therefore, it was generally mentioned in the stories that circulated in the mortal world. Han Shuangjiang had never expected that Chu Huaishu, who was still in the aperture opening stage and hadn't even officially begun to cultivate, would actually awaken a Spirit Embryo divine ability. And isn't he a low-grade Spirit Embryo? The young woman was perplexed. But besides her surprise, she was still happy for him in her heart. She was even happy for that senior Lei Wenyan. Treasure Shuang's underlying nature was indeed kind. She was also tactful enough not to ask what the specific divine ability was. But Chu Huaishu's heart was actually full of question marks. Why is it Sword Heart Enlightenment? Why would it be Sword Heart Enlightenment? His Spirit Embryo was the Heart Sword, and he had awakened Sword Heart Enlightenment. On the surface, it seemed to be a good match, but he knew very well that Sword Heart was actually a realm for sword cultivators. Powerful sword cultivators with a deep understanding of the way of the sword would all develop a Sword Heart. The so-called Sword Heart Enlightenment was the highest realm of the Sword Heart. The 4 peerless sword cultivators in the current era, known as the 4 Great Divine Swords, were all at the realm of Sword Heart Enlightenment. This seemed awesome, but Chu Huaishu's mood was still a little complicated. The reason was simple. If he chose the way of the sword and became a sword cultivator, then as he grew stronger, he would sooner or later develop a Sword Heart. This meant he had wasted a Spirit Embryo divine ability slot. Who ever heard of a Spirit Embryo divine ability being the Sword Heart? But on the bright side, developing a Sword Heart was something for the mid to late stages of cultivation. As for the realm of Sword Heart Enlightenment, that was an even more distant realm. To put it pretentiously, the 4 great divine swords could kill him as easily as stepping on an ant, but when it came to their comprehension of the way of the sword, they were only shoulder to shoulder with him. The moment Sword Heart Enlightenment awakened, Chu Huaishu seemed to gain a profound understanding of the way of the sword, as if he had seen many, many images in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, he couldn't remember anything again. Only a profound artistic conception lingered in his heart, one that he couldn't quite explain. He was lost in the moment, grasping the meaning but forgetting the form. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and carefully checked its description. As he had expected, the effect of this Spirit Embryo divine ability was consistent with his understanding of Sword Heart Enlightenment. It wasn't just a case of having the same name. Simply put, after a sword cultivator developed a Sword Heart, all of their sword techniques would receive a boost in their various effects. In the game, when a Sword Heart was developed, the effect boost was 10%. Minor accomplishment of the Sword Heart was 40%. Major accomplishment of the Sword Heart was 70%. Sword Heart Enlightenment was 100%. Don't underestimate this percentage difference. In actual combat, this was a completely overwhelming, because this was a comprehensive effect boost, increasing not only the damage of the sword technique, but also speed, armor penetration, and so on. For Chu Huaishu at his current stage, being unrivaled among his peers was just a basic expectation. In addition, he could feel that the little black sword in his sea of consciousness was significantly more active, not as listless as before. Has it evolved from a near-death state, hanging on by a thread, to a sickly state? That was how Chu Huaishu felt anyway. He inexplicably had a feeling of raising a child, nursing it back to health. There's another very important point. Chu Huaishu and this heart sword were connected in mind. He could clearly feel its state. Based on his perception, he could tell that this power of sword heart enlightenment was actually contained within the little black sword. Thinking about it carefully, it's also logical. After all, it was produced in the form of a spirit embryo divine ability, and my spirit embryo is the heart sword. At this thought, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and an extremely bold guess appeared in his mind. Does this mean that I myself still have a chance to develop a sword heart later on? Inside the secret chamber, Chu Huaishu's thoughts were flying. He would first make a bold guess, and then find a way to carefully verify it later. At this very moment, he had no idea what a huge commotion he had caused. The number of cultivators gathering outside the cold pool was growing. A large number of sword cultivators had converged here. Of the 9 outer Sect deacons, apart from the 2 who were off the mountain, the rest had all arrived. The female deacon, Qingmei, stood with another outer Sect female deacon, Tang Qiuyue. Qingmei was still graceful and charming, while Tang Qiuyue was a bit plump but looked kind and amiable. I don't know what the situation is, but I can feel that my sword spirit is very excited, Qingmei said to Tang Qiuyue. Excited? Tang Qiuyue found it strange. She was not a sword cultivator, so she looked at the other sword. She couldn't see anything. A large number of sword cultivator disciples had gathered by the side of the cold pool. Like them, most were holding their own life-bound swords and discussing amongst themselves, chattering away. This made the noise level here no less than that of the outer Sect's marketplace. Logically speaking, with a heaven and earth phenomenon occurring in the outer Sect, and so many disciples gathered here, the several deacons should have been taking charge. However, the deacons were also at a complete loss, unclear as to what exactly this was. Faced with his colleagues' inquiries, Lu Tianfeng didn't know how to explain. A secret realm of this level shouldn't be causing such a big scene, right? A deacon surnamed Wang said. Brother Lu, you said your son Chingshi is still in the secret realm? Could it be that he has obtained some great fated opportunity? A deacon surnamed Chun said with a smile. Niu Yuanshan, listening from the side, glanced at the cold pool, but did not express his own opinion. He certainly didn't think that all this was caused by that kid Lu Chingshi, a guy who gave up on himself after his spirit embryo was damaged, whose mental fortitude has been completely ruined. Is he even worthy? Old Neo scoffed in his heart. Listening to everyone's words, Lu Tianfeng said with a bitter smile, this heaven and earth phenomenon has only affected spiritual swords. It doesn't involve anything else. My son Chingshi, he isn't a sword cultivator. Qingmei, standing on the other side, immediately asked that among the 3 people at the bottom of the cold pool, who is a sword cultivator? Junior sister Mo, you may not know, but this secret realm can only be entered by those without spiritual power, so they are all aperture opening stage disciples. How could there be any sword cultivators? Niu Yuanshan, who had been silent, spoke up to explain. He had been playing dead on the side just now, but his gaze would drift towards Qingmei from time to time. Hearing him speak to her, Qingmei said in a lukewarm tone, "Oh, I see." Tang Xue, who was beside her, heard her tone and couldn't help but nudge her gently with her elbow. So what if your confession was rejected? It's been so many years, and you still can't give senior brother Neo a pleasant look, Tang Xue grumbled in her heart. After the deacons had discussed for a few more sentences, Lu Tianfeng, being the oldest and the most involved in this matter, made the final decision. This matter must be reported to the inner Sect elders. A shocking phenomenon of this level is not something we can handle. He was still somewhat worried about his son in his heart, thinking that if an elder was there to protect them, then surely no trouble would arise. The moment his voice fell, a young, tender female voice came from the high heavens. There's no need for special report. Am I not here now? 10th Elder Chuinin descended from the sky, her hands behind her back, and landed on an ancient tree by the side of the cold pool. Her physical development was stunted, resulting in her short stature. But her strength and status were above the vast majority of people, so she disliked looking up at others and would often choose to speak from a high place. 10th Elder, everyone gathered here bowed respectfully. As everyone knew, the one with the least power in the inner sect was the 10th Elder. But the one with the worst temper was also the 10th Elder, although she herself would never admit it. Due to the influence of her cultivation technique, her temperament was sometimes like that of a rebellious little girl. Chuinin was like a cat that was very easily angered. "Tell me, who is inside the secret realm?" she said, her brow furrowed as she stared at the cold pool. Reporting to the elder, there are still 3 unnamed disciples in the secret realm, named Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang, and my son, Lu Chingshi. Lu Tianfeng immediately replied. "Unnamed disciples? Doesn't that mean they're at the aperture opening stage?" Chu Yinin was stunned for a moment. Was Shinman mistaken? Hearing her mention the 7th Elder, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Hadn't the 7th Elder been confining herself in the purple bamboo forest since she obtained the Dao ancestor's legacy? It had been a year, right? This heaven and earth phenomenon had actually alarmed even the purple bamboo forest? Lu Tianfeng quickly exchanged a glance with Niu Yuanshan. Both of their hearts were in their throats. How could this secret realm cause such a huge commotion? The 7th Elder had not concerned herself with worldly affairs for a year. Could it be that even she, one of the 4 great divine swords, would be so concerned about this? Most importantly, no one knew what exactly was happening inside. Could it be that my son, Chingshi, really did get a fated opportunity? I hope he doesn't run into any danger. Lu Tianfeng felt like he was going crazy. This sense of the unknown was too unbearable. Niu Yuanshan was also a little worried about Chu Huaishu's safety. In the end, it was Lu Tianfeng who steeled himself and dared to ask, 10th Elder, my son Chingshi is still inside. I boldly ask, what exactly was the situation with the heaven and earth phenomenon just now? Please enlighten me, Elder. Actually, if it weren't for Shin Man's explanation, Chu Yinin also wouldn't have known that this was caused by sword-hard enlightenment. But now, wasn't this a chance to flex with second-hand info? She stood on the ancient tree with a look of profoundness, her hands still behind her back. She didn't look at the crowd, but only stared at the cold pool with a distant gaze. It is normal for cultivators of your realm not to know. That profound ripple just now was. Everyone present looked up at Chu Yinin. They found that although her mouth was moving continuously, no one could hear the last few words. Chu Yinin suddenly looked up and pointed at the high heavens, cursing, "Xiang Yin, you dare to use a sound-insulating formation on me. You won't let me say it, but I will." This ripple was. The words before could be heard, but the last few words were silenced again. "Xiang Yin, I'll kill you." Chu Yinin took her spiritual sword, Joy of Meeting, and shot up into the sky. This left the crowd from the outer sect by the cold pool, their hearts pounding with fear, to discuss amongst themselves. Even the sect master has been alerted? It seems this matter is a secret. What on earth happened? Even the sect master has come personally. Could it be the Dao ancestors' legacy down below? Watch your words. It could also be the legacy of some great sword cultivator. All sorts of chaotic voices arose. Lu Tianfeng's face was a mixture of cloudy and clear. He suddenly regretted giving the fragments of the Pill King's token to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. It's fine. Up until now, no one knows what the situation is inside. My son still has a chance. He still has a chance, he comforted himself. As for the others gathered around, most had heard of Deacon Lu's son, Lu Chingshi. But the names Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were completely unfamiliar to them. Everyone silently committed these two names to memory. Who at the bottom of this cold pool was fortunate enough to have triggered such a phenomenon? High in the heavens, the Dao Gate's Sect master, Xiang Yin, stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the clouds. Li Chunsong and several other elders stood by his side, all keeping a safe distance. Chu Yining soon came charging up. The eighth realm Xiang Yin did not move. Spiritual energy circulated around his body. He let Chu Yining brandish her sword, but its edge could not get within a foot of him. Everyone knew that the little martial sister's temper came quickly and went quickly. After venting her emotions, Chu Yining sheathed her sword. In any case, she couldn't hit him. She could only snort coldly. "Oomph, I can't be bothered with you." The bald Xiang Yin was truly too ugly, like an extremely ugly face painted on a dark soy-braised egg. He smiled appeasingly at Chu Yining and said, "Little martial sister, don't be angry, don't be angry. It's just that this matter is of great importance. It's best not to let it spread," he said. As the law enforcement elder, the first martial brother immediately chimed in. Lu Pan said, "Little martial sister, do not break the rules." I know. Chu Yining waved her hand impatiently. She secretly perked up her ears, actually wanting to hear what her martial brothers and sisters were saying. Shun Man said this phenomenon was caused by sword heart enlightenment, but there are no sword cultivators at the bottom of the cold pool. She began to have her doubts. Maybe she's gone silly from being in seclusion. Shun Man was always pretty silly anyway. Then, a scene that infuriated her happened again. Just like last time in the main hall on Asking the Dao Peak, they had actually set up a formation again, not letting her hear what they were saying. She was so angry, she could only watch from the side. The dignified 10th elder of the Dao Gate, a cultivator at the peak of the 6th realm, began to struggle to read their lips. No? Was that dead bald man just saying sword heart enlightenment? What were the last two words? Nan Gongyu, you despicable woman. What did that gambler say to make you so happy? You're laughing so hard your chest is shaking. I'm getting milk dizzy. Why won't you let me listen? Are those below the 7th realm not human? If you keep treating me like this, believe it or not, I'll break through to the next realm right now and show you. She was getting flustered. Soon, Xiang Yin and the others finished their discussion. He waved his large hand and dispelled the formation. This matter still needs to be asked of the 7th martial sister. Let's go, we'll go to the purple bamboo forest together, Sect Master Xiang Yin said. I'm not going. You all can go. In any case, you won't let me listen. Chu Yining began to throw a tantrum. Law enforcement elder Lu Pan glanced at her and nodded. It's fine if you don't go, but the rules cannot be broken. After speaking, he waved his large hand and placed another sound-insulating formation on Chu Yining, muting her completely to prevent her from flying back and causing trouble, stirring up a storm throughout the mountain. After doing this, the group smiled and flew in the direction of the purple bamboo forest. This left Chu Yining alone in the air, going berserk, but her voice could not be heard. No, you're really not taking me with you. Dispel this sound-insulating formation for me. She felt like she was really going crazy, looking just like an angry cat. Law enforcement elder Lu Pan was most skilled in the Dao of formations, a rare grandmaster of formations in the current era. His formations were much more powerful than Xiang Yan's. In the end, Chu Yining could only grit her teeth in hatred and also chase after them in the direction of the purple bamboo forest. By the time she landed, everyone had already arrived and were already talking. Xiang Yin seemed to have asked a question, and everyone was looking at Shun Man, waiting for her reply. The cool and detached, gaunt Taoist priestess was still sitting high on the giant rock, facing the stone wall, confining herself. She did not speak for a long time. Only a look of helplessness appeared on her face, and her eyes were quite gentle, with a hint of doting. She flicked a finger gently, and the sound-insulating formation that Chu Yining couldn't break no matter what shattered in response. As a formations grandmaster and an 8th realm expert, The sound-insulating formation Lu Pan had set up seemed fragile as paper in front of Shen Man. After the formation shattered, Chu Yining started to cause a scene. Listening to her squawking, everyone's faces showed a helpless expression. Having been fellow disciples for many years, they all knew that Shun Man was the one who doted on Chu Yining the most. In the end, it was Sect Master Xiang Yin who spoke. Little Martial Sister, it's not that we're deliberately making things difficult for you. This matter cannot be participated in by those below the 7th realm. This is the rule for a secret of this level. Chu Yining's mind was nimble, and she took an unorthodox approach. Then wouldn't it be fine if you just lowered the secrecy level? Everyone. As the law enforcement elder, Lu Pan's face turned black. He already looked serious to begin with, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Little Martial Sister, watch your words." The level of this matter was personally designated by Little Martial Uncle. The thin Taoist priestess sitting on the giant rock suddenly spoke at this time. "Master, I'll go talk." Her voice was still pleasant, but her tone and sentence breaks were still strange, and she would occasionally swallow words habitually when she spoke. Although everyone present addressed each other as martial brothers and sisters, they were not from the same master, but were simply true disciples of the same generation back then. Little Martial Uncle had only one disciple, and that was the Taoist priestess sitting on the giant rock with her back to everyone. Hearing Shun Man proactively take responsibility, the others said no more. For one person to break the rules was definitely not okay, but for everyone to break the rules together, this was something they had done quite a lot when they were still true disciples. The extremely ugly sect master, Xiang Yin, even found a good excuse. "Little Martial Sister, you can clearly break through to the next realm at any time, but you just won't. If you directly ascended to the 7th realm, wouldn't there be much less trouble?" Hearing this, Chu Yining looked down at her own petite body that refused to develop and frowned. It's enough. The 6th realm is enough. If I break through again, I'll really be annoyed to death." The others were at their wits' end with her and began to discuss the proper business. The sect master, who resembled a braised egg, looked up and asked, "7th Martial Sister, our spiritual sense wasn't wrong, right? Are you sure it's sword heart enlightenment?" The Taoist priestess, who cherished her words like gold, didn't speak, but simply nodded. Everyone looked at each other, clicking their tongues in wonder. An aperture-opening stage disciple. How could he reach the realm of sword heart enlightenment? That's right. Sword cultivators with this level of comprehension of the way of the sword, besides the 4 great divine swords, you can count them on one hand. That's not necessarily true. There are still some reclusive seniors in the Xianhuang realm, but at most, you could count them on 2 hands. Sword heart enlightenment represented that one's comprehension of the way of the sword had reached the absolute peak. Li Chunsong recalled for a moment and said, "I remember the 7th Martial Sister reached this realm just after entering the 7th realm, right? Even that was considered a world-class rarity." That's right. Where on earth did Little Martial Uncle find such a monster from down the mountain? Everyone looked at Li Chunsong, who was responsible for retrieving them from Wuming Mountain. The charity god of gamblers immediately threw up his hands. "Don't look at me. I just received a letter and was responsible for going down a mountain to get them. I don't know anything else. But I did perfectly complete the mission and brought back the people Little Martial Uncle instructed. Shouldn't I get some Sect contribution points for this?" Li Chunsong even began to beg. "You just flew down a mountain and back once. How can you be so shameless?" Sect Master Xiang Yin immediately became stingy. The well-endowed 9th Elder, Nan Gongyu, stood to the side. Her temperament was gentle, and although she had no Dao companion, she had a strong wife-like aura. She smiled and remarked, "Even the contemporary sword venerable of the sword sect is called a once-in-a-millennium sword prodigy. The sword sect claims he's on par with the Dao ancestor of that era, but he only perfected his sword heart when he entered the realm of a great cultivator, right?" Hearing this, everyone's battle lines became incredibly unified, and they began to mock. On what grounds do those people from the sword sect use our Dao ancestor for comparison? Exactly. They really know how to shamelessly praise themselves. It would be one thing if they said he was on par with their first-generation sword venerable, but on par with the Dao ancestor? How could such a person exist in the world? Chu Yinin even clamored, "Pa pa pa." The people from Sword Sect are just shameless. Even the thin Taoist priestess, sitting on the giant rock, nodded repeatedly without a word. The crowd's scorn showed just how lofty the Dao ancestors' position was in the hearts of the Dao Gate. In the Eastern continent, the one with the longest history among the four great sects was actually the Sword Sect. It had always been the sacred land of the sword path in the hearts of sword cultivators. It was not until the meteoric rise of the Dao ancestor that all the sword cultivators of that generation from the Sword Sect were suppressed, unable to even raise their heads. Some of the bad blood was formed at that time. As for the bad blood formed in recent years, most of it was because of that little martial uncle who had gone down the mountain. In the past, he was also ranked among the four great divine swords. The serious-faced Liu Pan snorted coldly and said, "Let alone sword heart enlightenment. In the entire 1,500-year history of the Sword Sect, has any aperture-opening stage disciple ever even developed a sword heart? They can't even cross the threshold of the sword heart." Everyone looked at each other. What were they waiting for? Laugh. Ha 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 ha. In the purple bamboo forest, the high-level members of the Dao Gate began to laugh out loud, their laughter filled with utter delight. Actually, up until now, Chu Yinin still didn't know which unnamed disciple at the bottom of the cold pool had entered the realm of sword-heart enlightenment. But she loved to join in the fun, so she also laughed along. Ha ha ha. Due to the last bet, which Chu Huaishu had allowed Li Chunsong to win for a rare change, his favorability towards the kid was extremely high. He even began to play matchmaker as a joke. This kid will sooner or later enter the inner sect. Seventh martial sister, why don't you make an exception and take him in as your true disciple? Exactly. It would be most suitable for the seventh martial sister to teach Chu Huaishu, Sect Master Xiang Yin said in his unpleasant, screaming chicken-like voice. Only then did Chu Yinin understand in her heart. So among the three people at the bottom of the cold pool, the one who caused such a big commotion was named Chu Huaishu. She was immediately displeased. "I'm also a sword cultivator, and I don't have a true disciple either. On what grounds should he not be my apprentice?" Everyone shot her a sideways glance. First martial brother Liu Pan was the most merciless. "He is sword heart enlightenment. Are you even worthy of teaching him?" "You? I?" Chu Yinin was speechless for a moment, and was driven mad with anger again. "I am a dignified master at the great perfection of the sixth realm, and in your eyes, I'm not even worthy of teaching a low-level cultivator." The fifth elder, Zhao Shuqi, was a man with squinty eyes. When he smiled, his eyes couldn't be seen. He added another blow. "Little martial sister, don't mislead the younger generation." "That's right. We're counting on him to go and slap the sword sect's face in the future," Li Chunsong chimed in. Chu Yinin was furious, but two fists are no match for four hands. Her clumsy little mouth was no match for them in an argument. She could only secretly resolve in her heart to find a chance to meet this Chu Huaishu. Shun Man has obtained the Dao ancestor's legacy. Who knows how long she'll be in seclusion? What can she teach? She grumbled internally. Besides, so what if I haven't reached the realm of sword heart enlightenment? Sword heart enlightenment is already the limit. In this aspect, he can't be taught any further. Is that important? Chu Yinin was good at finding angles. She had decided, even if she had to use every trick in the book, she would make him call her master. This true disciple, she was determined to have him. In the purple bamboo forest, the titans of the cultivation world chatted happily. They also couldn't understand how this sword heart enlightenment had come about. Could it be that there really are people who are born with knowledge? And if I remember correctly, he seems to be just a pseudo-spirit embryo, right? Sixth martial brother. After he passes the trial and comes out of the secret realm, bring him to us for a look, Sect Master Xiang Yin said. Let's study him. Let's capture him and study him. Yes, the sixth elder accepted the order. What a monster! Where did little martial uncle pick up such a monster? Li Chunsong was still marveling, little knowing that he was actually the one who had picked him up. As everyone was discussing, the silent, thin Taoist priestess suddenly spoke, still cherishing her words like gold. Has no sword. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with confusion. But having been fellow disciples for many years, they were used to shun man swallowing words when she spoke and could fill in the blanks themselves. These 3 words instantly enlightened them all. Only then did they realize that this young disciple, whose comprehension of the way of the sword had already reached great perfection, seemed to have, up until now, not even owned a sword. Author's note. Some readers said the last chapter was filler, so I'll say a few words. The characters introduced are all important supporting characters. Character development, character relationships, and the relationships between factions will all drive the subsequent plot. In fact, the daily interactions between people are also a part of the book. Many developments and foreshadowing are needed for subsequent expansions. Since I wrote it, it definitely has a use. I am an old author. For content that is not charged, what's the point of writing filler? Including what everyone jokingly calls the bullying of Chu Yin is also to push some subsequent plot points. Of course, the root cause is definitely that the word count for updates during the free period is too low. If it were 3 chapters, it would certainly be better. I can understand what everyone means. Your complaints are also because you love to read and want to read more. The author shouldn't teach readers how to read a book. I still have to find a reason on my own. In a few more days, it will be on the shelves, go paid. I hope everyone can be a little more patient, a little more tolerant. I will also work hard to write more and strive for explosive updates. A swordless one with sword-hard enlightenment? Let Chu Huaishu ascend Spirit Storing Mountain. Sect Master Xiang Yin made the decision on the spot. This mountain could be described as the Dao Gate's treasure mountain. Under normal circumstances, only the most outstanding young disciples, upon first entering the first realm, could obtain the qualification to ascend the mountain. Barring special circumstances, one could only ascend the mountain once in a lifetime. That sword left behind by the Dao ancestor was at the very summit of Spirit Storing Mountain. It was just that not many people could reach the summit to witness the splendor of that sword. This was because the entire mountain was divided into 3 areas: the foot, the waist, and the summit. The vast majority of disciples could only obtain a spot to enter the foot of the mountain and were not qualified to continue upwards. Those who could enter the mountainside were already the best of the best. A sword like Lu Qinggong's Azure Pine was obtained at the foot of the mountain. Although he was the vice captain of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team, a very intimidating title, in reality, how could a true prodigy be willing to linger in the Outer Sect? They would definitely be mustering all their strength to sprint towards the Inner Sect. Everyone present knew very well that when the Sect Master said to let Chu Huaishu ascend Spirit Storing Mountain, he was certainly not giving him a spot at the foot of the mountain. It was the entire mountain. To this, naturally, no one objected. Li Chunsong clasped his hands towards everyone and said, "I'll go and wait outside the secret realm first. Everyone else can wait for me here in the purple bamboo forest." Since Shun Man was confining herself here, she certainly couldn't go to other places. Therefore, capturing that kid and bringing him here was the most appropriate. Before long, Li Chunsong had flown to the side of the cold pool. At this moment, the crowd gathered by the cold pool had not decreased, but had instead grown larger. It felt as if more than half of the Outer Sect had come here to squeeze in. Seeing the 6th Elder come to take charge, everyone realized more and more that this matter was no small affair. But the moment Li Chunsong arrived, he began to shoo people away, even the deacons. Niu Yuanshan was extremely cooperative and was the first to leave. After seeing that the person who came was the 6th Elder and not someone else, the meticulous man already had a good idea of the situation and was even smiling when he left. This left Mo Qingmei, who was glancing at him for the corner of her eye, completely bewildered. Lu Tianfeng was not a fool either and had some speculations, but he still steeled himself and said bravely, "6th Elder, my son Chingshi is still down there. It's fine. This matter has nothing to do with him, so it also has nothing to do with you. You can just leave. Li Chunsong said with a casual wave of his hand. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tianfeng was as if struck by lightning. He felt as if his world had collapsed. As he left, he first kept looking back every 3 steps. Then, his face grew uglier and uglier, gradually turning ashen, like a walking corpse. Inside the secret realm, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were already standing before the stone gate. He reached out and slapped the mechanism on the stone wall, and the stone gate slowly opened. The 3rd stage was empty, which set Chu Huaishu's mind at ease. Then, under Han Shuangjiang's astonished gaze, he suddenly jumped into the water. The 4 holes at the bottom of the water did not react. No body-tempering liquid gushed out, and the underwater formation did not produce any water blades. I just felt that there must still be body-tempering liquid in the mechanism. He explained his bizarre behavior. It seems the formation and the mechanism cannot be opened this way. It's highly likely that the formation and mechanism of this secret realm are linked as a whole. Chu Huaishu voiced his speculation. "Let's go," he said to Han Shuangjiang after climbing out of the water. Before leaving, he glanced at the 4 holes one last time. Still not giving up, he planned to come back again, starting from the first trial, to see if it would have any effect. This dungeon probably isn't a one-time thing, right? It's just that the final reward has been taken, Chu Huaishu guessed. Han Shuangjiang, standing beside him, also glanced at the pool before leaving. However, what appeared to her mind were the amorous scenes in the water. She quickly gathered her thoughts, trying not to recall, attempting to delete these dirty things from her mind. The pair of man and woman thus walked out of another stone gate, and what greeted their eyes was Lu Chingshi, still trapped in the illusion. He had a dull expression, his steps were heavy, and he was walking back and forth in this large open space, a bit like a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. There was no light in his eyes, as if he would never reach the end. This illusion is of a high level. "Look, he hasn't even noticed we've appeared," Chu Huaishu said. Han Shuangjiang nodded, because Lu Qingqi hadn't even heard his sentence. His 5 senses were clearly sealed off. "Don't mind him. Let's go," Chu Huaishu said, his heart as black as the sword in his sea of consciousness. This is also a form of training for him. We mustn't interrupt senior brother Lu's trial, Chu Huaishu added, his face full of righteous indignation. His system function allowed him to check the time. Only a little over 6 hours had passed, which was just 3 shurchen, 6 hours. According to the words left by Senior Lei Wenyan, the time limit for the first and second trials was 2 shurchen each, otherwise one would be expelled. Lu Qingxi was probably about to be kicked out. Looking at his walking corpse-like appearance, he definitely won't be able to enter the 3rd trial. Chu Huaishu didn't think he would be able to get in and waste the body-tempering liquid. Han Shuangjiang glanced at the dead fox beside her. Of course, she wasn't going to wake up Lu Qingxi, who had had improper thoughts about her. They left the secret realm just like that, then swam out of the cold pool. As soon as they were ashore, they found that Deacon Lu and Deacon Yo were gone. Only Li Chunsong stood by the bank. "Greetings, 6th Elder," they immediately saluted. Li Chunsong looked Chu Huaishu up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. "You kid, you really give me a big surprise every time," he said. "I didn't expect to have alarmed the 6th Elder. This disciple is ashamed," Chu Huaishu said humbly, not knowing that he had caused a heaven and earth phenomenon. "Alarmed me? You kid even alarmed the Sect Master," Li Chunsong said irritably. This made even Han Shuangjiang's heart tremble. Sect Master Xiang Yin, that was a figure who stood at the very top of the entire Eastern continent. The Eastern continent was different from the Western continent, where imperial power was paramount. The 4 great sects were more powerful than the royal court. A word from Xiang Yin was more effective than a word from the emperor of the Mirror Kingdom. Even the sect master is paying attention to him. Han Shuangjiang was the one who was truly ashamed. She and Chu Huaishu had come up the mountain together. With her stubborn nature, she didn't want to be left too far behind him. "It seems I really need to work even harder." She was about to start competing again. Li Chunsong glanced at the 2 of them and said, "Shuangjiang, you can go back first. Chu Huaishu, you take a trip with me." Yes, the two accepted the order. As for Lu Chingshi, still at the bottom of the cold pool, no one cared. In the purple bamboo forest, Chu Huaishu was brought here by Li Chunsong. He actually recognized every high-level member of the Dao Gate before him, having seen them on the Borrowing a Sword forums. As Li Chunsong introduced them one by one, he saluted them one by one. The real Sect master is even uglier than the player's screenshots. Is he actually the photogenic type? The picture looks better than the person. Chu Huaishu thought. Elder Zhao Shuqi is a squinty-eyed one. There's a meme online that says all squinty-eyed people are monsters. I have to be careful of him. Elder Nangong Yu is indeed from the Great Thunderclap Temple. No, how can they be so big? And she has such a strong wife-like aura. He couldn't understand. Law enforcement elder Lu Pan has a dark face all day long, like a dean of discipline. No wonder his popularity is low. As for Chu Yinin, she's a lowly. Uninteresting. What's the difference between her and a 5th or 6th grade brat? She is indeed cute, though. But based on Chu Huaishu's experience, when he was a companion, he had also worked for some cute-type clients. However, the cuter a person was, the harder they were to handle. It was the one sitting high on the giant rock that made him particularly take notice. Although he couldn't see her face, only a thin back, he still thought in his heart, is this the most mysterious 7th elder of the Dao Gate? Chu Huaishu didn't know much about her, because she had died in Xian calendar year 1993, which was 3 years from now. In the purple bamboo forest, Sect Master Xiang Yin was the first to speak, his voice so unpleasant that any voice-con would despise him to death. Chu Huaishu, you don't need to be nervous. Just now, you triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. We have called you here to check on your situation. Chu Huaishu was a little perplexed. He had actually triggered a phenomenon, but he could roughly guess that these high-level figures were probably using their spiritual sense to scan him back and forth. In front of them, he was somewhat exposed. What made him uncomfortable was that they would also make some puzzled sound from time to time, like hiss and This feeling was very uncomfortable. You could imagine it as doing a CT scan, and a group of doctors are surrounding you, making these kind of sounds. Later on, the group even took a drop of Chu Huaishu's blood. They were not surprised that Chu Huaishu had gone from pseudo-spirit embryo to a grade 3 spirit embryo. They could still feel a tiny, residual aura of the profound heaven embryonic breath pill on him. But the strange thing was they did not feel the presence of the sword heart on him. He's just a kid who hasn't officially started cultivating. How can he control it so freely? There's no reason it could escape our eyes. In fact, the reason these high-level members had specifically called Chu Huaishu over was that they had planned to have Lu Pan, the Grandmaster formations, place a restriction on him to prevent some high-level cultivators from easily detecting his sword heart. This was a form of protection for him. But now, Lu Pan was in a difficult position, because he couldn't find where the damn thing was. Helpless, the group had no choice but to turn their gaze to the Taoist priestess on the giant rock, to this person who was one of the 4 great divine swords. Among everyone here, no one understood the sword better than her. Sea of Consciousness, the thin Taoist priestess said in a very light voice. Hearing her so easily pinpointing this, Chu Huaishu's heart tightened fiercely. The Sea of Consciousness is the most profound and mysterious place within the human body. In the Xianwang realm, it is commonly known as the place where the soul resides. If a person truly has 3 heavenly and 7 earthly souls, then they are in the Sea of Consciousness. If the Sea of Consciousness collapses, the person will undoubtedly die. Many so-called mental-type arts attack the Sea of Consciousness. Xiang Yin and the others had not used their spiritual sense to probe Chu Huaishu's Sea of Consciousness just now. This was because Chu Huaishu had not yet begun to formally cultivate, so he had not yet developed his own spiritual sense, and his Sea of Consciousness would be incredibly fragile. No matter how careful they were, with so many people's spiritual senses probing it at once, it would be easy to kill him. How Shen Man had perceived that the secret was within the Sea of Consciousness, they did not know. Perhaps it was because she was also at the realm of sword-heart enlightenment. Xiang Yin just said. To investigate the sea of consciousness, he needs to stabilize his mind. Otherwise, things could easily go wrong. That's easy. The 1.5-meter tall Chu Yinin leaped up, preparing to give Chu Huaishu a karate chop on the spot to knock him out. In the end, it was the gentle-tempered Nan Gongyu who stood by his side. She waved her hand, using her energy to block Chu Yinin, then blew a gentle breath, and Chu Huaishu immediately fell unconscious. A little sleep will do you good. This was the last gentle female voice he heard. Chu Huaishu's body fell backward. Nan Gongyu quickly reached out to support him steadily, and he nearly fell into her broad embrace, using her chest as a pillow. You could have just used a simple art. You're so heavy-handed. All you know is how to be reckless. She didn't forget to reprimand her little martial sister. TCH. Chu Yinin turned her head away, ignoring her. Xiang Yin, as the sect master, continued to preside over the situation. Seventh martial sister, you do it, he said to the Taoist priestess on the giant rock. Shen Man nodded slightly, and her spiritual sense spread out. Not long after, a slight frown appeared on her thin face. Spirit embryo, strange. Is divine ability, she said. She was habitually cherishing her words like gold and swallowing words again. The others could roughly understand what she meant. But just to be sure, these uninvited guests took turns entering Chu Huaishu's sea of consciousness. As they entered, they discussed. This type of spirit embryo, I've never heard of it. What a strange spirit embryo. Unheard of, and not recorded in the Sect's ancient texts either. And how can it be a spirit embryo divine ability? How can someone's spirit embryo divine ability be sword heart enlightenment? This little black sword in his sea of consciousness is also very bizarre. And why do I get the feeling that it's sentient? Everyone lined up to go in and out. Finally, it was Chu Yinin's turn. Let me see. Chu Yinin couldn't wait. She impatiently probed the sea of consciousness. As a result, the sickly little black sword inside suddenly vibrated, as if it could bear it no longer. Chu Yinin's spiritual sense was actually repelled, and she took a step back, her face extremely pale. The spiritual sword, joy of meeting, in her hand also began to ring uncontrollably. A dignified cultivator at the great perfection of the sixth realm had been caught off guard on a spiritual level. Little Marshall's sister, the others exclaimed in alarm, quickly moving to protect her. The old in years but young in looks girl, who was probably less than 1.5 meters tall, looked down at her life-bound spiritual sword, then looked at the handsome young man lying on the ground. She raised a hand to clutch her chest, which was as flat as her back, and said, "You scared me to death. That sword in his sea of consciousness is really alive. The feeling it gives me, it's like Chu Yinin couldn't find a precise word for a moment. The Taoist priestess on the giant rock suddenly spoke again at this moment. She slowly and with difficulty spat out 2 words. Sword spirit. TSK, TSK, TSK. This group of disrespectful for their age Dao Gate higher-ups gathered around the lying Chu Huaishu, clicking their tongues in wonder. As a grandmaster of artifact refining, Nan Gongyu even wanted to take him home for a few days. A sword can have a sword spirit, but I've never heard of a person having one, she said. Li Chunsong frowned deeply and offered his opinion. Could the problem still be with that sword tempering art? They had discussed this aperture opening stage technique heatedly before, thinking it was very much like it had been adapted from an artifact refining method, tempering the human body directly like a sword blank. But the technique had been entered into the library from little Marshall Uncle, and Chu Huaishu had indeed successfully opened his apertures with it. At the time, no one had thought much more of it. So what if it was a bit demonic? There were plenty of demonic techniques in this world. Wasn't Chu Yinin, who had turned into a young girl because of her technique, a living example? Cultivation was, by its nature, an act of defying the heavens. It was normal to pay a price. But how had he cultivated something akin to a sword spirit? Hearing this, Xiang Yin was the first to shake his bald head. The peculiarities on his body are inextricably linked to his spirit embryo, including this sword heart enlightenment, which is also his spirit embryo divine ability. Sixth martial brother, you must know, a technique is a technique, a spirit embryo is a spirit embryo. How could the two influence each other? A person's spirit embryo is innate. It is determined the moment one is born. Even after consuming the profound heaven embryonic breath pill, it only raises the grade, but does not change the type. Even a pseudo-spirit embryo can be understood as a spirit embryo that was not innately activated. Its type and characteristics are also fixed at the moment of birth. It can't be that he cultivated the technique first and then formed the spirit embryo, right? Xiang Yin refuted Li Chuansong's viewpoint. Lu Pan also nodded in agreement from the side. The Sect Master is right. When has our spirit embryo ever been affected by a cultivation technique? The group discussed back and forth, but couldn't come to a conclusion. But from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Xiang Yin also mentioned a very important point. The great calamity is approaching, and the source spirit realm will open. For this kid to have already achieved sword heart enlightenment at this moment, I don't need to say more about how big a role he can play, right? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. One with sword heart enlightenment, one with a 9-yin physique. A year ago, the seventh martial sister obtained the Dao ancestor's legacy and saw the prophecy left by the Dao ancestor. Little martial uncle went down the mountain according to the prophecy, saying he was going to find the saviors of the world. He actually found them. Heaven truly blesses our Dao Gate, blesses the Xianwang realm. The eldest, Lu Pan, was filled with emotion. The group laughed out loud, feeling as if the burden on their shoulders had lightened a little. Only Chu Yinin was so shocked that her mouth was slightly agape. She now understood why those below the seventh realm were not worthy of knowing. She hadn't expected this matter to be even bigger than she had thought. This didn't just involve the Dao Gate, but all the living beings of this Xianhuang realm. Strangely, a thought was born in the heart of this old in years but young in looks girl. Little martial uncle was actually so reliable this time. This isn't like him. She grumbled internally. Finally, after everyone's discussion, it was decided that Lu Pan would still take action and place a restriction on Chu Huaishu's body to prevent outsiders from detecting the existence of the little black sword. After this was done, Xiang Yin then instructed sixth martial brother, send him back to the outer sect. Both he and Han Shuangjiang are uncarved jades that need more polishing. All right, don't forget to make up some random reason to dismiss those busybodies in the outer sect. Yes, the sixth elder accepted the order. By the cold pool, Lu Chingshi, due to exceeding the time limit and staying in the illusion for a full 2 hours, had been kicked out of the secret realm. Glug, glug, glug. He was suddenly thrown into the cold pool by a force. The water-repelling pearl didn't activate immediately, and he instantly choked on water. In the secret realm, he had been walking back and forth in the maze, already exhausted and utterly hopeless, not knowing when it would end. Now he had been suddenly kicked out and had nearly drowned. The man instantly broke down a little. He numbly and dejectedly swam to the shore, looking incredibly wretched, his mentality completely shattered. As a result, after getting ashore, he found that there was no one waiting by the pool. It was completely empty. Dad! Dad! Lu Qingqi knelt on the ground and roared, overcome with anger, crying for his daddy. Before being kicked out of the secret realm, the illusion had dissipated. Only then did he understand that he had actually been trapped in an illusion. Now, seeing that Lu Tianfeng was not even by the shore waiting for him, he soon seemed to have gone mad, muttering to himself like a man possessed. It's all an illusion, all an illusion, all an illusion. Chu Huaishu had a very, very long dream. He dreamed that he was still living on Earth, dreaming of all the little moments from his past. But when he woke with a start, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. For some reason, he felt a little listless. You're awake. Li Chuansong's voice came from beside him. Chu Huaishu looked around and found that he had returned to his bamboo hut and was lying on his bed. The sixth elder was sitting at the wooden table to the side, pouring tea for himself. The aroma of the tea was rich and refreshing. Have a cup? This is soul-calming tea. You'll feel better after you drink it, Li Chunsong said with a smile. Chu Huaishu got up from the bed and, at the sixth elder's gesture, sat down across from him. He took a sip of the soul-calming tea and felt much more comfortable. Although he had drunk hot tea, a refreshing energy spread throughout his limbs and bones, clearing his mind a little, even better than coffee. Sixth elder, what happened to me? He asked. We investigated your sea of consciousness. Because of this, you're a bit mentally fatigued. Once you formally step into the first realm and develop spiritual sense within your sea of consciousness, this won't happen again, he explained patiently. Li Chunsong put down his teacup and sized up the young man with a look of great appreciation. After arriving at the bamboo hut, he had slapped his thigh in annoyance. Back in the purple bamboo forest, I should have taken the opportunity to make another bet with everyone. Such good material for a bet. He has so many magical things about him. We could have totally had a few rounds. This was one of the reasons why the more he looked at Chu Huaishu, the more pleasing he found him. This mentality was a bit like, streamer, you're great at making content, definitely followed. Meeting the charity god of gambler's gaze, Chu Huaishu sincerely asked for guidance. Sixth elder, is there a problem in my sea of consciousness? It's not something that can be explained in a few words. How should I put this? You know that a life-bound spiritual sword will produce a sword spirit, right? That little black sword in your sea of consciousness is a bit like a sword spirit. Chu Huaishu's brow immediately furrowed. A sword spirit. He didn't really like this metaphor. A sword having a sword spirit was logical. A person having a sword spirit. What did that make him? A swordman? T/N. In Chinese, swordman, Jianren, is a homophone for a common insult meaning asshole or bitch. Sixth elder, don't you play such a low-level pun with me. Li Chunsong waved his hand, signaling him to be patient. You don't need to panic. We haven't found any problems for the time being. On the contrary, it is very profound and can even spontaneously protect your sea of consciousness. The 10th elder was almost caught off guard by it and was directly repelled. He began to click his tongue in wonder. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected it to have such a wonderful use. Suddenly, he remembered the introduction the system had given when he had drawn the heart sword after cultivating the sword tempering art. The sword slashes the body, the heart slashes the soul. So that's what it meant? Seeing Chu Huaishu's pensive expression, Li Chunsong smiled and poured him another cup of soul-calming tea, saying, You don't need to overthink it. At your current stage, you wouldn't be able to figure it out even if you thought about it. Chu Huaishu nodded. The sixth elder continued with the main business. All right, take this. He placed a black wooden token on the table. It was unknown what kind of wood this token was made of. It looked a bit like lightning-struck wood with a charred texture. On the front was a golden character for storing, and on the back was a golden character for spirit. After seeing the token, Chu Huaishu showed a look of confusion, but inwardly he was ecstatic. This is the pass to Spirit Storing Mountain, Li Chunsong explained. This is a token for Spirit Storing Mountain, specially granted by the Sect Master. This is our Dao Gate's treasure mountain. Many people's life-bound magic treasures are obtained on this mountain. As for the specific situation, someone will talk to you in detail before you ascend the mountain. But the most important thing for you now is to break through the aperture opening stage as soon as possible. Only when you have spiritual sense can you form a bond with a life-bound magic treasure. So, according to the rules, those in the aperture opening stage cannot ascend Spirit Storing Mountain. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu immediately put the token into his storage space. This disciple understands. Li Chunsong thought for a moment and felt he should still give him a few pointers. Your spirit embryo is special, and now you have awakened your life-bound divine ability. You are a natural-born sword cultivator. Therefore, after you ascend Spirit Storing Mountain, a sword-type magic treasure is your best choice. When you pass the various trials of the outer sect and formally join the inner sect, perhaps you will have the opportunity to become the 7th Elder's apprentice. She is one of the contemporary 4 great divine swords, a person who stands at the pinnacle of the way of the sword. Although this matter had already been decided internally, the charity god of gamblers didn't say it too definitively, treating it as a way to motivate him by dangling a carrot, lest the young man become arrogant and get ahead of himself. Yes, Chu Huaishu's tone was excited, as if his blood were boiling. But many thoughts were born in his heart. The seventh elder? That's the Taoist priestess sitting on the giant rock. To become the true disciple of one of the four great divine swords, that's truly hugging the thickest thigh among sword cultivators. What's more, she also possesses the Dao ancestors' legacy. But the problem is this future master of mine is going to die in 3 years. She dies in Xian calendar year 1993. This thigh's shelf life isn't long. Chu Huaishu thought. Among all the high-level members of the Dao Gate, the one he understood the least was Shen Man. When Borrowing a Sword first started its open beta, she was still in seclusion, confining herself in the purple bamboo forest to comprehend the Dao ancestors' legacy. She only came out of seclusion in Xian calendar year 1992. Then, the following year, her body died and her Dao vanished. Her fragrance faded and her jade perished. In Chu Huaishu's impression, Shun Man didn't seem to have the highest realm among this batch of Dao Gate higher-ups. She should only have a cultivation at the great perfection of the seventh realm. Among the four great divine swords of the eastern continent, she was also the only sword cultivator at the seventh realm. The other three were all eighth realm experts. Among them, the head of the four great divine swords, the contemporary sword venerable, was at the peak of the eighth realm, and he even had a record of slaying a ninth realm expert. If sorted only by realm, she would be at the bottom of the four great divine swords. It felt a bit like she had inherited her master's position, inherited this title from his hands. However, according to the content posted by players on the forum, in several difficult major battles, the Dao Gate higher-ups had repeatedly sighed with grief. If only the seventh martial sister were still here. Because of this, there have been many speculations on the forum about Shun Man's personal combat power. Chu Huaishu's thoughts flew. When he went to the purple bamboo forest, he had only seen the Taoist priestess's back, not even her face. But for some reason, although she was thin and gaunt, making her Taoist robe seem incredibly loose, she gave off a very immortal-like feeling. Just then, Li Chunsong suddenly waved his hand, dispelled the sound-insulating formation, and said, "Shuangjiang, come in. Don't wait outside. He's already awake." The door opened, and Han Shuangjiang entered with some embarrassment. Seeing Chu Huaishu return unconscious, she was indeed a little worried. Li Chunsong looked at the pair of young people with a playful smile, once again feeling like he was playing the chaotic matchmaker. He set up the formation again and didn't forget to remind them, "Do not mention the matter of your sword-hard enlightenment to others. It would do you no good. Shuangjiang, you must also keep it a secret for him." The Sect Master has already had the law enforcement elder personally set up a restriction for you. He is a rare grandmaster of formations in the current era. Ordinary people will not notice anything, the sixth elder said to Chu Huaishu. "All right. This disciple understands," Chu Huaishu replied. Han Shuangjiang also immediately accepted the order. He understood the principle of getting into trouble for carrying a treasure. It was fine to show off a little, but not too much. After thinking for a moment, he felt he still needed to play dumb for a bit, and asked, "Sixth Elder, I know of spirit embryo divine abilities, but could you please explain to this disciple what exactly sword-hard enlightenment is?" He had only known his specific situation based on the system's introduction. With his current identity and realm, his normal state should be. Although he had entered a profound state, he was completely clueless and didn't know what it was. There was a lack in his cognition. This was in line with his character. This man was always bold but careful and wouldn't make a slip-up on such a small issue. Li Chunsong smiled, feeling that this was also reasonable. He said, "The so-called sword heart is a power that is born after a person has a profound understanding of the way of the sword. In today's cultivation world, under normal circumstances, those who possess a sword heart are all powerful sword cultivators with resounding reputations. But in fact, the sword heart is not actually linked to a sword cultivator's cultivation realm. It only lies in one word: comprehension. At this point, like many people in the Dao Gate, he began to habitually boast about the Dao ancestor. You should also know that before the Dao ancestor refined the aperture opening pill, the threshold for cultivation was very high, and not many people in the world could step through the gates of cultivation. Chu Huaishu nodded repeatedly. This former virtual male model replicated Li Chuansong's expression one-to-one, his face showing a look of reverence. Li Chuansong continued. In that era, there were actually many sword geniuses in the world, but they had no opportunity to cultivate. It is said that many swordsmen in the mortal world, although they had no spiritual power, were intoxicated with the way of the sword their entire lives. There were also many who had touched the threshold of the sword heart and could even, with a mortal body, slay a first-realm cultivator. He began to tell a legendary story from 1,000 years ago. It's just a pity that these heroes of the martial world only touched the threshold and could not, with a mortal body, produce a profound power. You may not know, but among the current 4 great sects, the Sword Sect has a history even longer than our Dao Gate. It's just that it fell into decline for a period of time and was not as prosperous as our Dao Gate has been for 1,000 years. 1,500 years ago, the first-generation sword venerable of the Sword Sect had asserted that those with spiritual power and those without were like the clouds and the mud. Even if a person without spiritual power was a heaven-sent genius, they would have no hope of developing a sword heart in this life. Do you know what this means? Li Chuansong asked. He had originally intended to say that Chu Huaishu was an exception among exceptions and to be more careful in the future. After all, the Sword Sect was famous for producing sword maniacs. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaishu's reply made him stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. It was because the words this kid said were simply too shocking, yet they were very much to his liking. If these words were to get out, the people of the Sword Sect would probably fly into a rage, attack him en masse, and verbal attacks would be the least of it. Chu Huaishu replied with a calm and serious face. It means the Sword Venerable was wrong. The first-generation Sword Venerable, the greatest swordsman of 1,500 years ago. His achievements in the way of the sword suppressed the next 500 years. No one could surpass him. He once said, "I am the way of the sword." In those 500 years, although he had already passed away, he was the sword path faith of countless sword cultivators, and in the Sword Sect, he had even become a spiritual totem. Until 1,000 years ago, when that little Taoist priest, with no sword in his hand, but who called himself a sword cultivator, appeared out of nowhere. He was too strong. So strong that from being a little Taoist priest in everyone's mouths, he gradually became a Dao master, and then the Dao ancestor. When he chose to grasp that sword, he became the number 1 person in the way of the sword. If he had chosen to grasp a saber or a spear, it would have been the same. The Dao ancestor was too strong. His strength was world-shaking, unprecedented, and unrepeatable. In addition, he refined the aperture-opening pill, allowing more and more mortals to cultivate, which made his fame in the world of sword cultivators long since surpass that of the first-generation Sword Venerable. But the Sword Sect was different, after all. The Sword Venerable was the Sword Sect's Sword Venerable. What's more, the first-generation Sword Venerable had been dead for 500 years. It's not like they could have a fight, could they? The Sword Sect. In short, we don't acknowledge it. The words Chu Huaishu had just spoken were indeed shocking. If he had said them in the Sword Sect, it would be no different than someone in the Dao Gate speaking ill of the Dao ancestor. This was contempt for authority. But this wasn't the Sword Sect, was it? What's more, facts speak louder than words. Han Shuangjiang, listening from the side, froze with a teacup in her hand, then took a deep look at Chu Huaishu. How dare he say such a thing? She marveled in her heart, yet she also felt a bit of admiration. Li Chuansong laughed out loud, slapping his large hands on the table several times. Good, very good, excellent. He felt that Chu Huaishu was becoming more and more pleasing to his eye. This is how a disciple of our Dao Gate should be. The first generation Sword Venerable was stronger than the Dao ancestor. They really know how to shamelessly praise themselves. Li Chunsong even suspected that the first generation Sword Venerable might not even be able to defeat the sword the Dao ancestor had left on the mountain. As for recent years, the Dao Gate and the Sword Sect also had similar disputes, but the objects of comparison had changed to that little martial uncle of the Dao Gate and the contemporary Sword Venerable. In the past, before his realm fell, the little martial uncle was publicly acknowledged as the head of the 4 great divine swords. At that time, the current Sword Venerable of the Sword Sect had not yet matured. By the time he had achieved great mastery in the way of the sword, the little martial uncle's realm had already fallen. Therefore, there was no way to compare them, and it had always been a case of he said, she said. Of course, Li Chunsong definitely felt that the little martial uncle of the past was superior. Although the contemporary Sword Venerable had a record of slaying a 9th realm expert, while at the 8th realm, was the little martial uncle an ordinary 9th realm? After laughing, as an elder, Li Chunsong still didn't forget to remind Chu Huaishu, don't go around saying these things outside. But he planned to go back and share it with his martial brothers and sisters. The Sword Venerable was wrong. The Sword Venerable was wrong. If there were wine, he should have a celebratory drink. I feel more and more that you are suitable to be the 7th martial sister's disciple, to be the little martial uncle's grand disciple, Li Chunsong said with a smile, looking at Chu Huaishu. It's just your looks. He trailed off. TSK, he's too tall and handsome. The jealous little martial uncle will surely dislike it. But it's fine. What if it's a case of skipped generation affection? What's more, he was originally a person handpicked by the little martial uncle to come up the mountain. Li Chunsong felt that it wasn't a big problem. 6th Elder, my looks? Chu Huaishu asked, hearing him trail off. It's nothing. You look good. You have a third of my style from when I was young. Li Chunsong said with a casual laugh. Chu Huaishu was also quite moved by the idea of becoming Shinman's apprentice. After all, he knew very well that he had been mistaken for someone else, that he had taken Su Ziqing's script. But if he suddenly became the grand disciple of that peerless killing machine, wouldn't things be different? They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. I would be your only grand disciple. He felt it was quite reliable. However, this was all a matter for the future. He hadn't even entered the inner sect yet. The most urgent task was to raise his level to the 1st realm, and then ascend Spirit Storing Mountain. After chatting for a few more sentences, Li Chunsong got up to leave. The door of the bamboo hut was opened, and Chu Huaishu immediately saw the little handyman waiting respectfully outside. By now, the sky had already darkened. Su Ziqing was setting the bowls and chopsticks on the dinner table outside. When he saw everyone come out, he immediately saluted Li Chunsong. 6th Elder. This little handyman hadn't known who Li Chunsong was at first. He had only seen that Chu Huaishu was unconscious and had been brought back by someone flying. To be able to travel through the air, that meant he was a great cultivator. It was Han Shuangjiang who had told him that this person was the 6th Elder of the Dao Gate, and that he should be careful not to make any mistakes when he was working later. When Su Ziqing heard he was an elder, his heart was instantly filled with a fiery passion. A master who ranked among the top in the entire Eastern continent, he thought. The delicate-featured youth now understood a little why Lu Tianfeng, an esteemed outer sect deacon, was so fawning towards Chu Huaishu. I've followed the right person, Su Ziqing rejoiced in his heart. He still didn't know why Chu Huaishu had requested him from Deacon Lu. But it's obvious, even if it's still cleaning latrines, cleaning them over there definitely can't compare to cleaning them here, the little handyman thought. Su Ziqing bowed in salute at this moment, trying his best to use his peripheral vision to once again glimpse the 6th Elder's style. Although he looked ordinary, his cultivation was profound. My heart yearns for it. Chu Huaishu looked at the delicate-featured youth before him, and an idea sparked in his mind. He knew very well how much Su Ziqing longed to cultivate. If I remember correctly, Su Ziqing has a revenge plotline. His whole family was killed, Chu Huaishu thought. He also had no intention of letting a dignified world protagonist just follow him around as a handyman. That's a joke. A top-tier fighter like this, if you don't cultivate him properly, that's what you call a prodigious waste of heavenly talent. Just consider me owing you, the man who had taken his place said to himself. I have to give him a chance to cultivate. I can't just strip away his chance to avenge his blood feud, right? Of course, Chu Huaishu definitely wanted to plant a seed in the youth's heart. Give him a hand, give him what he wants most. Then, to use a line from the movies, from now on, he will revere me as he would revere a god. Sixth Elder, this disciple has one more matter to ask, Chu Huaishu called out to the departing Li Chunsong. Oh, speak, the charity god of gamblers said, turning his head. Sixth Elder, how can an ordinary person become an in-name disciple of our Dao Gate? He asked. There are naturally many assessments for that, Li Chunsong replied. Why do you ask? Su Ziqing stood to the side, quickly perking up his ears to listen. His heart began to pound wildly. This was what he wanted to know the most. He was so excited that his breathing almost stopped. The delicate-featured youth didn't know why his master was asking this, but he desperately wanted to know what the standards were for entering the Dao Gate. He heard Chu Huaishu point to the little handyman and reply, reporting to the Sixth Elder, Han Shuangjiang, and I accidentally discovered that this person's comprehension is extremely high. When we were practicing martial arts from the mortal world, he learned it just by watching a few times from the side. This disciple doesn't know if this counts as a kind of talent, but I just feel that it might be a bit of a waste for him to be a handyman here, he said. Hearing this, Su Ziqing was as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. The way he looked at Chu Huaishu changed, and his entire heart was in his throat. As it turned out, Li Chunsong was amused. You're just a kid at the aperture opening stage. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to his talent. Little did he know that Chu Huaishu was fuming internally. Laugh. Still laughing. It was clearly your own mistake in retrieving people. I'm helping you cover for it. When your little martial uncle comes back, let's see if you're still laughing. Li Chunsong admonished him. This is not something you should be considering right now. Yes, this disciple was wrong, Chu Huaishu said with a sincere attitude. Hearing this conversation, Su Ziqing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. As expected, is there still no hope? Father, mother, little sister, grandmother. He fell into a bottomless despair. Unexpectedly, Li Chunsong continued. To learn a martial art just by watching, he might have a decent comprehension when it comes to arts. Never mind. Take him to see Niu Yuan Shan and just say it was my order, Li Chunsong said casually. Martial arts were martial arts, and a cultivator's arts were arts. They couldn't be lumped together, so he didn't pay it too much mind. But making someone an in-name disciple was a small matter. To those truly great figures, an ordinary person is like dust on the ground. We just wait in a corner, hoping that one day, the wind from his passing will carry us up. If we are lucky enough to land on his shoe, to follow him for a part of the journey, that would be a blessing from our ancestors. A fly clinging to the tail of a thoroughbred can travel 1,000 li. The world is like this. For you, it may be a life-changing event that can allow you to leap across classes and even change the entire trajectory of your life. But to a truly great figure, it is so insignificant. It's just that many people will never meet such a benefactor in their entire lives. The little handyman's life had reached its first turning point. Li Chunsong waved his sleeve, and his whole person floated up, flying away on the air. A small matter like an in-name disciple. He would probably forget it in the next moment. Su Ziqing just felt the world spin. He was in a daze, his mood having gone through extreme ups and downs. A ringing sound filled his ears, and he looked completely lost. Slap! His back was fiercely slapped by Chu Huaishu. It was quite forceful, startling him and causing a sharp pain, a numbness spreading through his body. The man looked at him with a displeased expression and said, "Let's go. What are you standing there in a daze for? Come with me to see Deacon Nyo." After speaking, he turned and walked forward on his own without looking back. This left the delicate-featured youth stunned in place. He took a deep look at his tall, somewhat lazy back, then forcefully clenched his fist, his nails digging into his flesh. He lowered his head and jogged to catch up. Outside the bamboo hut, Han Shuangjiang watched the two of them leave, then glanced at the bowls and chopsticks on the wooden table and muttered to herself, "Aren't we eating first?" She was actually a little hungry. As night fell, many fireflies could be seen on Medicine Mountain. Chu Huaishu strode forward, the little handyman hurrying to keep up behind him. Several times, Su Ziqing wanted to say something, but he wasn't good with words. He didn't understand how he had become an unnamed disciple in such a muddle-headed way, nor why this master had suddenly helped him. Was it really because he cherished talent? But that day when he was learning the palm form, the master had shown no expression, only saying in a lukewarm tone, pretty good." The delicate-featured youth shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it for now. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity to cultivate. Father, mother, little sister, grandmother, Ziqing will definitely avenge you, he swore again in his heart. At this thought, a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at Chu Huaishu. On the other side, Niu Yuanshan was pacing back and forth in his room. Should I go to the bamboo hut and check? Old Niu's heart was in a state of extreme conflict. Since everyone had been driven away from the cold pool by Li Chun's song, no one knew what had happened afterward. Although Niu Yuanshan had been tactful enough to be the first to leave, he was still thinking about this matter. And so, he had kept his spiritual sense spread out, paying attention to the path that Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang had to take to return to their bamboo hut from the cold pool. As it turned out, Han Shuangjiang had returned alone first. This allowed Niu Yuanshan to be completely certain that the phenomenon had been caused by Chu Huaishu. I wonder what kind of opportunity that kid got. A gratified smile appeared on old Niu's face. From the organization's perspective, this time, Chu Huaishu had even alerted the Sect master. This newcomer, in such a short time after entering the Sect, has already left an impression on the Dao Gate's Sect master. And he successfully took a fated opportunity that originally belonged to the Dao Gate, and it was digested by someone from our organization. This is truly a great merit. Niu Yuanshan marveled in his heart. To have such a monster is a blessing for our organization. Perhaps he can really one day mix into the core circle of the Dao Gate. At that time, the role he can play will be truly immense. Niu Yuanshan had been diligent in the Dao Gate for many years. He was the most serious, responsible, and hard-working among the 9 deacons. But he knew very well that the position of a deacon was already his limit. This made him realize that a monstrous newcomer like this was not someone he was qualified to lead. What I can do is to protect him at all costs before he is fully grown up, even if I have to risk this old life of mine, Niu Yuanshan said solemnly in his heart. He just kept pacing back and forth in his room, not even knowing if Chu Huaishu had returned to the bamboo hut. The thick-browed, large-eyed middle-aged man raised his hand again and gave himself a fierce slap. Article 3 of the admonitions. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards our comrades, he recited repeatedly in his heart. This newcomer had a fatal power about him. He really did make it easy for people to make mistakes. Just as he had resolved not to go to the bamboo hut, the handyman in the courtyard knocked on his door and informed him that Chu Huaishu was requesting a visit. Niu Yuanshan immediately pushed the door open, his steps flying. He even used a movement technique, turning into an afterimage, leaving the handyman in the courtyard completely stunned. He came to find me himself. This doesn't count, old Niu thought. The moment Chu Huaishu saw Niu Yuanshan, he immediately bowed and said, Disciple has seen Deacon Niu. Disciple has not failed the Deacon's high hopes and has already obtained the item left behind by Senior Lei Wenyin in the Secret Realm. The profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill. The Dao Gate's higher-ups wanted him to hide his divine ability. There was no need to hide the matter of the profound Heaven Embryonic Breath Pill. On the contrary, something had to be revealed on the surface to make sense of the situation. For Chu Huaishu, the keys to the Secret Realm were obtained with old Niu's help. It would be unreasonable not to report this matter to him. He was grateful to old Neo for this favor. Good, good, good. A supremely gratified smile appeared on Neo Yuanshan's thick-browed, large-eyed face, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to gently pat Chu Huaishu's shoulder. Immediately after, he reacted and asked, "Have you consumed the profound heaven embryonic breath pill? Do you need me to act as your guardian?" "I have already consumed it and have benefited greatly," Chu Huaishu replied with a smile. That's good, that's good." Neo Yuanshan thought for a moment and didn't ask how much he had improved. Su Ziqing had little common knowledge of cultivation and was completely bewildered listening from the side. But he could vaguely understand that this master of his, whom he should call Lord, had probably just accomplished an amazing feat. A few more wisps of reverence were added to the little handyman's heart. "Come in and sit for a while," Deacon Yo invited. "I won't disturb the deacon. This disciple has come today on proper business," Chu Huaishu said. "Oh, let's hear it." Chu Huaishu raised his finger and pointed at the little handyman behind him. "The sixth elder asked me to find Deacon Yo to arrange for Su Ziqing's status as an in-name disciple." Hearing this, Su Ziqing's heart tensed up. "Hm, isn't this the handyman from your courtyard?" Old Neo recognized him at a glance. After all, that morning, he had gone with Lu Tianfeng to retrieve Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. Exactly. That 8 trigrams palm, he learned it in an instant, grasping the essence after just watching a few times. This disciple feels it would be a pity for him to just be a handyman, Chu Huaishu said in a deadpan voice, implying that it was his recommendation. When these words fell into the ears of old Neo the spy, he thought, is this kid developing his own downline? Has he already started consciously cultivating his own team? Although he also didn't think much of mundane martial arts, he felt that it was very good for Chu Huaishu to have such an idea. The two looked at each other with perfect tacit understanding. Neo Yuanshan immediately took out an in-name disciple's token and said, "Tomorrow, I will personally file his records. For now, give me a drop of blood. I will also refine the life token." Chu Huaishu turned to look at the little handyman behind him and said with a displeased expression, "What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and thank Deacon Neo." Su Ziqing quickly did as he was told, then went through the entry procedure. In the process of helping to refine the life token, Neo Yuanshan also checked his spirit embryo. A pseudo-spirit embryo? Old Neo was a thick-skinned, honest person. After learning this, he didn't say it out loud, lest the youth be embarrassed. After everything was done, the delicate-featured youth looked at the in-name disciple's token hanging from his waist, still feeling a bit dazed. Just like that, I've entered the Dao Gate. He felt like he had been knocked dizzy by happiness. Seeing that everything was settled, Chu Huaishu planned to leave. "Deacon Yo, Xuanjiang is still waiting for me. We'll head back first and trouble you another day." "All right, it's no trouble, no trouble." Neo Yuanshan's smile was as gentle as ever. After they parted, he walked back into his room. After a good while, he remembered something. This new disciple, he still hasn't chosen his aperture opening stage technique. Never mind. He could go to the scripture pavilion and choose one himself tomorrow. This willing ox didn't worry about it too much. Little did he know that Chu Huaishu already had a plan in his heart. On the way back, Chu Huaishu looked at the little tail following behind him. He felt that this world protagonist was acting so timidly, which made him feel very displeased. Can you stop being so timid all the time, always shrinking behind people? Listen up. From now on, straighten your back, stand further forward, and don't embarrass me when you go out. Do you hear me? He said, full of Big Brother style. A world protagonist should look like a world protagonist. Why do you look so sensitive and insecure? The delicate-featured youth with the slightly hunched shoulders, suddenly being criticized, shuddered, and immediately straightened up his chest as a conditioned reflex. "Yes," he replied loudly. Then, the former little handyman tried to lower his voice and said very softly, "Senior brother." "Amen." Chu Huaishu nodded with satisfaction and accepted this form of address, continuing to stride forward. Han Xuanjiang is probably still waiting for me to come back and eat. I'm hungry, I'm hungry." Su Ziqing looked at his tall back, silently repeating the other's instructions in his heart. Straighten your back, stand further forward. After returning to the bamboo hut, the three of them began to eat as usual. After dinner, Su Ziqing was the one to wash the dishes again. Chu Huaishu acted like a lord and did nothing. After the chores were done, he called the delicate-featured youth into his room. The moment Su Ziqing walked in, his heart skipped a beat, because he saw on the wooden table in front of Chu Huaishu a jade slip and a small booklet. On the jade slip were three large, flamboyant characters. Sword tempering art. A cultivation technique. It's a cultivation technique. Su Ziqing's chi and blood surged. He already understood what was awaiting him. The great gate of cultivation was about to officially open for him. With a cultivation technique, as long as I master it, I will be considered to have set foot on the path of cultivation. Father, mother, little sister, grandmother, are you watching from the heavens? In his excitement, he began to think of his deceased relatives again. When he had taken in Su Ziqing as a handyman, Chu Huaishu had already thought that the sword-tempering art and this world protagonist, a pseudo-spirit embryo plus sword prodigy, should have a very high compatibility. This thought had not changed, even after he had awakened his own spirit embryo divine ability. This was because he guessed that his own awakening was mainly related to his spirit embryo, heart sword. The sword-tempering art might have played a certain role. It even produced a sword spirit for him. But the two were complementary. Everything was a series of coincidences, as if it were the best arrangement of fate. This situation definitely won't happen to Su Ziqing. In my memory, he doesn't seem to have a spirit embryo divine ability. This world protagonist of his seems to exist solely for that sword on Spirit Storing Mountain. Chu Huaishu thought. Of course, Chu Huaishu was also a man of vision. If the sword-tempering art could truly help this youth succeed, he wouldn't selfishly keep it to himself. I rely on the system's cheats. You rely on your own comprehension. This way, I can also use him as a reference. And most importantly, misery loves company. Senior brother, you called me here. Do you have any instructions? Su Ziqing asked respectfully. No need to play dumb, Chu Huaishu laughed, pointing at the jade slip and the small booklet on the table. Take these two things. This aperture opening stage technique, I already know it by heart. It's useless to me now. As for this little booklet, it contains the insights left by our predecessors. If you have any insights of your own, you can also write them down for the reference of future generations, he explained. Thank you, senior brother, for imparting this technique. Su Ziqing was so excited his face turned red, his voice rising a few octaves. He even held out both hands to receive the jade slip and the small booklet. I know you're probably eager to go and cultivate right now, Chu Huaishu said with another smile. But I still have to give you a few words of advice. Please speak, senior brother, the delicate-featured youth said with a serious expression, incredibly earnest, ready to commit every word to heart. Although I haven't been cultivating for many days, I can already feel that cultivation is an act of defying the heavens, and the path is extremely arduous, he glanced at the youth and hinted. You need to be mentally prepared. But the youth, eager to cultivate, was not scared by these words. He came from a family of swordsmen in the martial world, and had also suffered hardships in his training since childhood. He was not a young master who had been pampered all his life. Senior brother, Ziqing is not afraid of hardship, he replied sincerely. Good. Seeing as you're still a little rookie, your senior brother will gift you 3 extra silk pouches, Chu Huaishu said, taking out something he had prepared earlier, looking just like the master strategist Zhuge Liang. T/N. A famous story from Romance of the Three Kingdoms involves Zhuge Liang giving a general 3 sealed pouches with advice to be opened at critical moments. Little rookie? This was the first time Su Ziqing had heard this term, but he could roughly guess what it meant. Rookie? That should mean someone who is rather poor at something, right? He thought. At this moment, he hurriedly took the silk pouches with both hands. In Su Ziqing's eyes, he was just a useless pseudo-spirit embryo. The person before him was a chosen son of heaven that even the Dao Gate's higher-ups were paying attention to. Chu Huaishu pointed at the 3 silk pouches and said, After you finish circulating your technique for one whole cycle for the first time, you can open the first silk pouch. When you feel you're making no progress, open the second one. When you have achieved some minor success, open the third. He looked at the 3 silk pouches with a smug expression and snorted twice in his heart. Little brother, you think I can't win you over with this? Suzuki quickly replied, yes. He could feel his senior brother's skillful and patient guidance, and his reverence for him grew even deeper. Before he left, he heard Chu Huaishu's final instruction. All right, start your practice early. Don't do it in the middle of the night. The dead fox could already guess what kind of scene would unfold. Don't you dare disturb my sleep. After the delicate-featured youth had left his room, Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. He opened his character panel and looked at his current free experience points and technique experience points. The former was a little over 1,000, the latter over 2,000. Together, it was enough for him to level up twice with a little despair. The dead competitive dog next door must have been stimulated by now. Chu Huaishu had recently noticed that Han Shuangjiang seemed to be quite the competitor. Then what are we waiting for? I'll outcompete this big ice cube. However, after some hesitation, he decided to just level up once tonight. With my current pain threshold and my astonishing willpower, I should be able to hold back my screams if I level up once. If I level up twice in a row, my body will have a conditioned response. I won't be able to bear it. Little Sue will definitely hear me, he thought. He didn't want to ruin the glorious image he had in front of Su Ziqing. As someone who had been a virtual male model, he still had a bit of an idol's burden to maintain.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.